Chapter 1. A Love That Fizzled Out. The conclusion of an old tale often heralds the dawn of a new one that the sky churned with dark clouds, casting an ominous shadow despite it being midday, as if night had already fallen. A blinding flash of lightning tore through the thick clouds, soon followed by a resonant rumble of thunder. Chen Yipeng sat in a private dining room of a Western restaurant, glancing at his watch intermittently. Beside him lay a grand bouquet of roses. Today was Saturday, his 18th birthday, marking his official entry into adulthood. Following the conclusion of the college entrance examination yesterday, Chen Yipeng was eager to confess his feelings to his childhood friend. Su Kawai had once been his neighbor, but after her father received a promotion, they moved to the city. Nevertheless, Chen Yipeng continued to run 5 kilometers daily to arrive at her doorstep, so they could walk to school together. Their bond was exceptionally close, and almost everyone believed they were destined to be a couple. Although we agreed to meet at noon, why hasn't she arrived yet? Chen Yipeng stepped outside the restaurant and dialed Su Kawai's number. Many had remarked on Chen Yipeng's somewhat aloof demeanor. Standing at 6 feet tall, he appeared slightly lean, earning him the nickname the Emotionless Wonder among classmates. Only a handful of close friends knew that his warmest smiles and patience were reserved solely for Su Kawai. Chen Yipeng? I'm so sorry. Something came up last minute. I can't make it. He'll come find you later. I have to hang up now. Su Kawai's words poured over him like a bucket of icy water, leaving him trembling. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he returned to the restaurant to cancel his order, then made his way to the entrance of Su Kawai's housing complex. One often possesses an instinctive foreboding. He resolved to seek an answer today. No matter the cost, he found a stone bench, familiar yet somewhat isolated, perfectly positioned to observe the comings and goings at the complex entrance. He had waited here countless times for Su Kawai, yet today there was no usual anticipation or excitement. His heart lay still like a placid lake. Suddenly, a sleek black car approached, and as he turned to look, he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Su Kawai emerged from the passenger seat, adorned in a bespoke little dress, her delicate makeup enhancing her youthful glow. Moments later, a young man stepped out from the driver's side, clad in an expensive t-shirt, his wrist adorned with an opulent watch, a testament to his wealth. The young man whispered something to Su Kawai, eliciting a fit of laughter from her. Then, unexpectedly, he grasped her wrist gently, drawing her into his embrace. They held each other tightly. Chen Yipeng recognized the young man as Han Xiaoyong. A figure of influence in real estate within the county, he knew Han Xiaoyong was pursuing Su Kawai and had sought confirmation not long ago, only for Su Kawai to assure him there was nothing between them and to reject Han Xiaoyong's advances. Memories of their shared experiences flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Years of devotion, a childhood friendship that, in this moment, felt like a cruel joke. How foolish I am, Chen Yipeng muttered to himself. The bitterness rising within him rendered his facial muscles uncontrollable. Oscillating between a smile and tears, he felt like a jester, played with mercilessly by Su Kawai. Su Kawai, if you don't love me, you could have told me, but you should not trample on my sacrifices. The surge of nameless fury ignited in his eyes as he captured a photo of their embrace with his phone. First loves are eternally unforgettable. The sweltering July weather could not thaw the winter chill in Chen Yipeng's heart. He refrained from blocking Su Kawai's number, for they had never formally established a relationship, rendering her actions not a betrayal. Given the closeness of their families, they would continue to coexist as familiar strangers. His temperament resembled that of a man in his 30s, ambitious, preferring to let things unfold naturally, unwilling to sacrifice his well-being for another. Having uncovered the truth, he resolved to cut his losses decisively. Chen Yipeng, well-versed in psychology, understood that his discomfort stemmed not only from his affection for Su Kawai, but also from the weight of sunk costs. The relentless giving had left him feeling a profound sense of disparity in the absence of reciprocation. Wandering aimlessly through the streets, he began to whistle. The poignant melody of Here We Are Again resonated with a tinge of melancholy, embodying the carefree spirit of youth amidst confusion. He had not succumbed to himself, but rather to the harshness of reality. Raindrops cascaded from the heavens, yet he chose not to seek refuge, instead embracing the downpour to clear his mind. His phone rang, and upon answering, he heard his mother, Rong Zin's voice. "How's it going?" Did you have fun with Kawai? Invite her over for dinner tonight. I've made braised pork. Hearing this made Chen Yipeng's heart ache slightly, and he replied with a weary tone, We aren't together, she's out with her boyfriend. What? Boyfriend? That's impossible. I saw her mother yesterday and heard nothing about this. Is there a misunderstanding? Rong Xian exclaimed, a mix of concern and urgency in her tone. Her primary worry was for Chen Yipeng, fearing that heartbreak could lead him to drastic actions. There is no misunderstanding. I've sent you a photo. You should congratulate Lu Ai for finding such a promising son-in-law. As for me, I no longer plan to pursue Kawai. I've waited long enough. She now has a boyfriend, and I intend to withdraw. Your relationship with her is your own. Please do not entangle us further. I have my standards. I'm feeling low and need some time alone. You needn't worry. I'm fine. Your son still has a bright future ahead. Chen Yipeng spoke lightly. He sent Rong Xian the photo of Su Kawai and Han Xiaoyang embracing, primarily to avoid future complications. Elders often view their favored juniors through a rose-colored lens. Should Su Kawai later charm Rong Xian with a few words, it was likely she would side with Su Kawai, pressuring Chen Yipeng to continue his futile pursuits. Although merely 18, Chen Yipeng acted with remarkable maturity even in his distress. He remained composed enough to gather evidence. Son, don't be disheartened. Su Kawai is a treacherous person. He'll find you someone more suitable. Rong Xian declared, indignant. A mother's ultimate wish is for her son's happiness in her eyes. Su Kawai's actions constituted betrayal and infidelity. Rong Xian had entirely dismissed the notion of Su Kawai as a daughter-in-law. Even if her son were to reconsider, she would find ways to thwart their union. At that moment, Chen Yipeng glanced skyward, then turned and entered a convenience store, intending to purchase a bottle of liquor. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, declaring, No sales to minors, be gone. I just turned 18 today. Chen Yipeng replied nonchalantly. The shopkeeper shrugged, placing a bottle of liquor on the counter and returning to his phone. In the realm of adulthood, empathy is a scarce resource. Only children require consolation. Chen Yipeng seized the small bottle, laying down 20 coins at the register. He reveled in the privileges of adulthood, sitting on the steps outside, twisting off the cap, and taking a hearty swig. The fiery and pungent liquor coursed down Chen Yipeng's throat, igniting within him a sensation akin to swallowing a ball of flames. The discomfort that had once plagued him swiftly dissipated, replaced by an indescribable fervor. In mere moments, he drained a small bottle of baijiu. By this time, the rain had intensified, accompanied by the rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. The downpour overwhelmed the drainage system, leading to a rapid accumulation of water on the streets, prompting pedestrians to quicken their pace. Yet, Chen Yipeng appeared to revel in the rain, seated on the steps, his clothes thoroughly soaked. Many passers-by cast bewildered glances at the young man. The potency of the baijiu soon clouded Chen Yipeng's mind, and in a hazy moment, he perceived a figure standing before him, as the rain above seemed to cease. He slowly lifted his head, his intoxication rendering him somewhat disoriented. He could discern only that the figure was a girl, who was holding an umbrella over him. The umbrella was a delicate shade of pink, reminiscent of cherry blossoms. Their gazes met, as if they had known each other for ages. Hello, my name is Chen Yipeng, he mumbled indistinctly. Hello, I am Xiao Hongli. I have come to find you, the girl replied, her voice a blend of coolness and gentle warmth. Chen Yipeng struggled to grasp her words, for in the next instant, he succumbed entirely to his inebriation. The wheels of fate began to turn. Chapter 2. Regrets of Youth. Su Kawai hummed a tune as she briskly entered the elevator, her heart buoyed by the joy of the day. Not only had she attended the concert of her dreams, but she also savored a delightful meal at an upscale restaurant. Oh, I mustn't tell Chen Yipeng, or he'll surely feel jealous. How tiresome, she mused to herself. She powered her phone back on, intending to send Chen Yipeng a message, informing him of her fatigue and suggesting they meet the following day. Due to Han Xiaoyang's persistent invitation, Su Kawai had indulged in lunch, opting to silence her phone to avoid any disturbance from Chen Yipeng. Ding, ding, ding. Several missed call notifications flashed on her screen. Initially, she presumed it was Chen Yipeng, a smile briefly gracing her lips, but her expression quickly soured as she noticed the caller ID, her mother. A sense of unease crept over her. Stepping out of the elevator, she unlocked the door to her home, immediately sensing an unusual atmosphere within. Her father, Su Hong, and her mother, Lu Hui, were seated on the sofa, both casting their gazes upon her as she entered. "What's wrong? Mom, why did you call me so many times?" "I told you I was spending the day with Chen Yipeng," Su Kuei instinctively lied. Bang! Su Hong slammed his hand on the table, his face dark with fury as he demanded, "Speak. Who are you truly with today?" "Si Chen Yipeng," Su Kuei stammered, a shiver running down her spine, her eyes averted from her father's piercing gaze. "Still daring to lie. Who taught you to deceive your parents?" Su Hong's anger was palpable, his body trembling as he stood and roared. Startled, Su Kuei instinctively took a few steps back. Lu Hui inhaled deeply, saying, "Enough. Don't frighten our daughter. Kuei, your father's anger stems from your dishonesty. Come, tell us about your boyfriend." "Boyfriend? What boyfriend?" Su Kuei was taken aback, her brows furrowing in confusion. "I don't have a boyfriend." "What are you talking about, Mom?" Through gritted teeth, Su Hong retorted, "If you have a boyfriend, why are you still entangled with Yipeng? You have no sense of boundaries. Do you have any shame left?" "Dad, I told you I don't have a boyfriend," Su Kuei exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Lu Hui retrieved her phone and placed it on the table, stating, "Your boyfriend is downstairs at our building. Take a look." Yipeng saw it. The picture was sent by Yipeng's mother. "I have been friends with Yipeng's mother for years. She called to congratulate me on finding a good son-in-law, the wealthiest man in our county." "Huh. I learned about my son-in-law's affairs from outsiders. I am utterly embarrassed." Su Kuei felt as if struck by lightning, rushing to grab the phone, where a picture of her embracing Han Xiaoyang appeared. Han Xiaoyang came from a wealthy family. His father was a real estate developer who gifted him a luxury car worth 500,000 right after graduation. After transferring schools, he had fervently pursued Su Kuei, causing great dissatisfaction in Chen Yipeng, leading to confrontations between the two, even as the central figure. Su Kuei could not deny that the two in the photograph looked as if they were a couple. However, she was acutely aware that she had ultimately pushed Han Xiaoyang away, rejecting his heartfelt confession. Yet, this photograph left her speechless, as it depicted her with tightly closed eyes and a smile gracing her lips, hardly resembling someone coerced. No, it was not like that. Su Kuei's complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red, her body trembling uncontrollably, yearning to find a crevice in the earth to hide. Witnessing her daughter's distress, Lu Hui found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Su Kuei. Fear gripped her as she lifted her gaze and inquired, "Mom, are you saying Yipeng is downstairs?" "Indeed, right by that small stone bench." "Huh, I never imagined it myself." Su Hong retorted with sarcasm. Lu Hui quickly interjected, "You should refrain from speaking so much. Your daughter is now an adult. She can handle her own emotions. Kuei, turn back and bring that Han Xiaoyang to me. I shall help you sort things out." Lu Hui intended to comfort her daughter, but her words had the opposite effect. Su Kuei's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, an unmistakable remorse lingering in her gaze. She first attempted to call Chen Yipeng, but upon finding the line busy, she pivoted and dashed towards the door. Lu Hui seized her daughter before she could escape, anxiously exclaiming, "Where are you going? It's raining outside. I need to explain to Chen Yipeng that my relationship with Han Xiaoyang is not what it appears," Su Kuei sobbed. Faced with such a distraught daughter, Su Hong could no longer maintain his anger, his expression stern as he admonished. "First, clarify your own feelings. Who do you truly like? How will you explain this to Chen Yipeng? Do you intend to let him believe everything remains unchanged?" "You have a boyfriend." "I do not," Su Kuei cried out. Su Hong's previously quelled fury reignited, and he bellowed, "You have no boyfriend, yet you allow him to embrace you? What sort of person are you? How much have you taken from him? Is this not disgraceful? It tarnishes our family's reputation." His words, laden with bitterness, unveiled what Su Kuei was reluctant to acknowledge, that she had indeed been captivated by the wealth Han Xiaoyang displayed, whether at concerts or upscale dining establishments. These were experiences she had only dreamt of. Su Kuei instinctively sought to escape. She yearned for Chen Yipeng's gentle companionship, while also desiring the material allure that Han Xiaoyang provided. "Silence," Lu Hui scolded, then recklessly pursued Su Kuei. Opting not to wait for the elevator, Su Kuei hurriedly descended the fire escape, her head bowed in a frantic attempt to call Chen Yipeng, though her efforts were futile. As she rushed out of the community with an umbrella, she instinctively glanced towards the small stone bench, where the brilliant red roses lay drenched by the rain, their petals strewn across the ground. Was this meant for me? Su Kuei felt as if her soul had been hollowed out. A mere shell as she approached the small stone bench. Kuei, what is the matter? Hurry back with me. Liu urgit anxieusely, her heart heavy at the sight of her daughter. Unfortunately, Su Kuei paid no heed to her mother's pleas. She crouched down, delicately collecting the petals and cradling them in her embrace. Did he invite me with roses today to confess his feelings? He saw everything. He saw everything. Today is his birthday. What have I done? Su Kuei revealed a countenance that oscillated between tears and laughter. The tears expressed regret for her past misdeeds, while the laughter mocked her own character. A person can deceive others, but one can never betray their own heart. What are you doing? Liu Yi exclaimed, tenderly embracing her daughter. It is true that you and Chen Yipeng have grown up together, but you are not in a romantic relationship. Matters of the heart are unpredictable. You are free to like whomever you choose. It does not have to be Chen Yipeng. Your recent exam results were commendable, and in the future, you will encounter many more remarkable young individuals. Su Kuei yearned to counter her mother's words, wishing to assert that Chen Yipeng was her destined partner. The past estrangement was merely the modesty of youth. She had long envisioned herself as Chen Yipeng's girlfriend, and ultimately his wife. However, the events of the day rendered her incapable of expressing such sentiments with conviction. Every word she might utter felt steeped in falsehood. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, and she fainted. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a hospital room, suffering from a high fever of 39 degrees. Even with her parents by her side, Su Kuei felt an unprecedented sense of loneliness. Ding dong. Her phone by the pillow lit up. Struggling to prop herself up, she opened the message, only to close her eyes in desolation once more. Han Xiaoyang had invited her to a bar the following day. Had this been a day prior, she might have daydreamed about her inaugural visit to such a place. However, now everything seemed devoid of joy. Chapter 3. Awakening to an unexpected fiancé. Chen Yipeng awoke in a daze, uncertain of how much time had passed, or even where he was. The sound of gentle rain pattered in his ears. A refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, and a blanket was draped over him. His eyelids felt heavy, and he faintly discerned the voice of a girl nearby. Godmother, Chen Yipeng is with me. He has had too much to drink. Do not worry, I will take care of him, and he can return home tomorrow. I owe you this. Ever since I transferred, your kindness has been invaluable to me. After the girl finished speaking with a smile, she hung up. Chen Yipeng's memory stirred slightly. It seemed his mother, Rong Xian, had mentioned a goddaughter, a repeating student who transferred from Linhai City named Xiao Hongli. Although they had never met, his mother had spoken of her more than once, extolling her virtues of obedience, beauty, and grace. Yet at that time, his heart had been solely occupied by Su Kuei, leaving no room for such recollections. Feeling slightly dizzy, Chen Yipeng ceased his thoughts and drifted back to sleep. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the curtains, the girl approached Chen Yipeng, lifted the blanket, and gave him a firm kick. Get up. Chen Yipeng yawned, irritation flaring as he opened his eyes. His mind, still clouded from the previous night's revelries, began to clear, and soon memories flooded back. You are Xiao Hongli? He inquired, gazing at the girl before him, utterly bewildered, his throat instinctively swallowing. The girl was exceptionally beautiful, with bright, radiant teeth that seemed to eclipse even Su Kuei's allure. The girl was clad in her own white shirt, her slender, fair legs unabashedly resting on the bed, complemented by a pair of shorts. On a summer morning, such a sight could undeniably stir the restless heart of a youth. Chen Yipeng, you are awake. Shouldn't you offer me an explanation? Her gaze was laden with disdain as she spoke vehemently. Chen Yipeng turned his head, embodying the principles of a man raised with good family values. He would never take advantage of someone. Yet, perplexed by her words, he inquired, what explanation? Are you still playing dead? You took advantage of me yesterday, claiming you wanted me to be your girlfriend. Out of respect for my godmother, I assisted you, and you committed an act more beastly than a savage. Xiao Hongli knelt on the bed, clutching a pillow, tears streaming down her face. Chen Yipeng's lips twitched, his mind a chaotic whirlwind. However, his first experience of intoxication rendered his memories fragmented, leaving him in despair as he struggled to recall the events. Unbeknownst to him, as the girl cried, she stealthily cast glances in his direction, a glint of cunning in her eyes. "Stop! What now? You draw the line, whether it be life or death. I am at your mercy. Otherwise, I shall call the police." Chen Yipeng lamented. Xiao Hongli revealed a terrifying smile, reminiscent of a mischievous imp, upon raising her head. Her expression turned icy. In a low voice, she declared, "Calling the police would be too lenient for you. You must take responsibility for me. You are to marry me. From this day forth, I am your fiancé. For an ordinary person, this would surely be a stroke of fortune. However, Chen Yipeng felt an unexpected chill coursing through him, goosebumps prickling his skin. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. The Chen family had no men who shirked their responsibilities. Xiao Hongli beckoned him with a finger, and as he approached, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him. Chen Yipeng felt as though he had been jolted by electricity, his body turning rigid. He had fantasized more than once about kissing Su Kuei, yet he never anticipated that his first kiss would vanish in such a manner. Releasing him, Xiao Hongli adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "This is my first kiss. Consider it a seal of ownership. From today onwards, you are mine. I hope we can grow old together. In our Xiao family, we only experience widowhood, never divorce or separation. Wait, even if I am willing to take responsibility, will your parents approve? Isn't this a bit too far-fetched?" Chen Yipeng's forehead creased with lines of worry, feeling as if everything had turned fantastical, as though events had reversed course. Her words, which should belong to a domineering protagonist in a romance novel, felt entirely fitting when spoken by Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli's expression was somewhat complex as she replied, "Regarding my family's matters, I am the one in charge now. However, you should inform my godmother." Half an hour later, Chen Yipeng hung up the phone, rubbing his ears and muttering, "My mother insists I return. This time, I may not escape unscathed. Are you certain I took advantage of you? I truly have no recollection. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and leave." Xiao Hongli commanded imperiously. Then, without a hint of modesty, she removed her shirt in front of Chen Yipeng and changed in her own attire. Chen Yipeng considered closing his eyes, yet he could not resist stealing a glance at her fair, jade-like back. Xiao Hongli's cheeks flushed slightly, but she maintained a composed demeanor. After donning her dress, she meticulously fastened the buttons of her shirt. Noticing Chen Yipeng's lack of reaction, she frowned and declared, "Let me make this clear, I am not a frivolous girl. We can go to the hospital for a checkup at any time. The reason I present myself this way before you is that you are my fiancé, and we are destined to share decades of life together. I wish for my future husband to appreciate my beauty. This is not taking advantage, but rather a means of fortifying our marital bond. I hope you, too, can adopt a perspective befitting a husband. Relationships are reciprocal. When you provide me with emotional value and positive companionship, I shall reciprocate in kind. Do you understand?" "Understood." Chen Yipeng nodded thoughtfully. He had always given selflessly to Su Kuei, yet had never received a positive response in return. Xiao Hongli's words, seemingly a reprimand, appeared to be a declaration of a different kind of affection. Initially indifferent towards her, he now found himself somewhat moved. After both had dressed, they exited the hotel. A vehicle had been arranged by the hotel well in advance. The manager, displaying utmost respect, personally escorted them to the car, saying, "Miss Xiao, we look forward to your next visit." This cautious demeanor added an air of mystique to Xiao Hongli in Chen Yipeng's eyes. Xiao Hongli emanated an aura of icy detachment, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the manager's flattery before shutting the car window. Chen Yipeng had intended to sit in the front, but under Xiao Hongli's directive, he found himself beside her. Once inside, she leaned against his shoulder, wrapping her arm around his, and promptly closed her eyes to rest. It was Chen Yipeng's first experience holding a girl, causing his palms to sweat with nervousness. However, his resilient nature allowed him to quickly adapt. Assuming the role of a boyfriend gradually shifting his usual concern for Su Kuei toward Xiao Hongli. Chapter 4. A visit to the door inside the luxurious business vehicle. Soundproof panels insulated the interior as the driver set off towards the community where Chen Yipeng resided. Xiao Hongli, I presume your family is quite affluent, given the hotel manager's respectful demeanor towards you. Even if I have treated you as I did, with your background, you surely would not look favorably upon me, would you? I believe there is no such thing as a free lunch. If you do not speak the truth, I would rather face imprisonment. Chen Yipeng scrutinized Xiao Hongli with suspicion, directly voicing his concerns. After leaving the hotel, he had regained his composure, realizing how absurd it was to bring someone home to meet his parents on their first day of acquaintance. Xiao Hongli's gaze sharpened momentarily, her eyelids lowering as she jested. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an inexplicable connection, as if we were destined to be partners from past life. Although these may seem like mere jest, they are, in fact, quite genuine. Xiao Hongli harbors a significant secret. She is a reincarnate. In her previous life, she met Chen Yipeng during their university years, and after overcoming numerous hardships, they ultimately married. Their union was blissful, blessed with a daughter. However, an unforeseen conspiracy led to their divorce. Xiao Hongli was ultimately betrayed and fell from a great height. Upon losing consciousness and awakening, she found herself returned to the tender age of 3. In this new life, her singular aim is to reunite with her husband and live joyously together. Should anyone dare to obstruct her, she would not hesitate to eliminate any hindrance, be it human or divine. How unfortunate to be bound in matrimony with you. It surely spells disaster and misfortune. On the surface, Chen Yipeng scoffed at such notions, yet within, he felt a stirring of emotion. A beautiful heiress, unwaveringly devoted to him. He considered himself remarkably fortunate. Despite his outward stubbornness, he was in truth quite earnest. He compliantly adjusted Xiao Hongli's posture, taking great care to ensure her comfort. Even though they were akin to an old married couple in their past life, a blush graced Xiao Hongli's cheeks, her eyes shimmering with an affectionate glint. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of Chen Yipeng's residential complex. From a distance, they spotted a young woman in her 20s clad in a black suit, standing tall and straight, akin to a javelin, while holding an array of packages. "Miss, this is prepared as per your request," the young woman said respectfully, handing the items to Xiao Hongli and nodding towards Chen Yipeng. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Hongli replied, "Never mind. Who could have anticipated last night's incident? It is not your fault. You may return now." The young woman obediently set down the items and turned to leave. "Bodyguard?" Chen Yipeng inquired, frowning slightly. Xiao Hongli chuckled softly. "Not solely a bodyguard. She is also my assistant, Bai Yun. I shall introduce you to her later. Gulme, we must not keep my parents waiting." She pronounced the words "my parents" with an ease that belied the gravity of their implications. Yet Chen Yipeng sought to address something else. He grasped Xiao Hongli's wrist, gesturing towards the items on the ground. "I caught a glimpse of these. They're quite valuable. We should not accept gifts without merit. We are merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship at present. Bringing such items could place undue pressure on my parents. I have no intention of seeking to marry into wealth or become a dependent. I dislike being beholden to anyone." "My oversight," she acknowledged. "But just this once. Considering it is my first visit to your home, it would be unseemly to arrive empty-handed. My family has some enterprises in Lehigh City, which I currently manage, as my parents are retired and I oversee all matters at home. Thus, my decisions reflect those of my family. I trust you. Your future accomplishments will surely surpass mine. Do not underestimate yourself. This initial pressure should motivate you. You must strive to protect me." Xiao Hongli smiled, exuding a maturity that belied her youthful appearance. In contrast, Chen Yipeng remained increasingly composed, a glint of cold determination igniting in his gaze as he replied, "I understand. Let's proceed." No one could fathom Chen Yipeng's thoughts at that moment, except for Xiao Hongli, who vaguely perceived the silhouette of her past husband in the young man before her. The roar of a tiger echoed through the valley, instilling fear in the hearts of all beasts. Though still a cub, the tiger exuded an aura of power capable of subduing cattle. Chen Yipeng picked up his belongings, while Xiao Hongli deftly linked her arm with his, resembling a newlywed couple returning home. Familiar neighbors, upon seeing Xiao Hongli, could not help but gasp in astonishment, whispering and pointing discreetly. Chen Yipeng resided in an antiquated tenement building, a property allocated by the school where Rong Xian worked, which had stood for nearly 2 decades. The sound of footsteps reverberated in the stairwell. Although she had transferred schools and arrived early in her new life, the prospect of meeting her mother-in-law for the first time made Xiao Hongli feel somewhat anxious. Chen Yipeng knocked directly on the door, prompting Xiao Hongli to instinctively pinch his arm in an attempt to calm her nerves. "Who is knocking? It must be that rascal Chen Yipeng. I'll go answer it." "Lao Chun, change your clothes. Your daughter-in-law is visiting for the first time. Mind your appearance. What's the rush? It could be old Gu looking for me to go fishing." The poor soundproofing of the door allowed the two outside to easily overhear the conversation within, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. With a click, the door was unlocked. Rong Xian's eyes crinkled with joy as she greeted. "Hongli, you're here? Coming quickly." The girl before her was her most cherished student, whom she held in high regard. She had often fantasized about how wonderful it would be if Xiao Hongli were to become her daughter-in-law. Who would have thought that her foolish son, having lost Su Keiwei, would quietly bring Xiao Hongli into his life? "Mom." Xiao Hongli spoke with tears streaming down her cheeks, embracing Rong Xian tightly as she softly confided her grievances. Rong Xian shot a glare at Chen Yipeng, admonishing him sternly, "Get in here right now." With a sense of trepidation, Chen Yipeng stepped inside. Zong Xin, comforting Xiao Hongli, felt a deep sorrow as if her own daughter were suffering. "Chen Yipeng kneel," boomed his father. Without hesitation, Chen Yipeng knelt down, bracing himself to receive his reprimand. Chen's father turned to Xiao Hongli, his tone softening. "So you're Hongli? Rest assured, we are not unreasonable. If this rascal has wronged you, and you feel aggrieved, I shall promptly take him to the police station." Rong Xian released Xiao Hongli and picked up a feather duster that had been prepared earlier. Striking Chen Yipeng's back with vigor while scolding, "Apologize to Hongli right now." The blow stung painfully. Xiao Hongli felt a pang of sympathy, concerned that Chen Yipeng might develop a rebellious spirit. Sensing the moment was right, she quickly embraced Chen Yipeng just as his guilt reached its zenith, saying, "Mom and Dad, I did this willingly. Please do not strike him." "Oh, my dear daughter, it is the Chen family's sins that have brought this upon you. I am so sorry." Rong Xian wept, holding Xiao Hongli close, who joined in her tears while casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yipeng. Father Chen said solemnly, "Chen Yipeng, you must first state your intentions. Since Hongli has chosen to follow you, what will you do moving forward?" Chapter 5. The worries of parents. "I swear I will treat her well. I shall marry no one but her, and should I go against this vow, may I be struck by divine retribution." Chen Yipeng also proclaimed his oath, resigned to his fate. Although he sensed something amiss, he could not articulate it. The entire situation seemed to benefit him. "Chen Yipeng, your family's ancestral grave must be emitting smoke. You've acquired such a daughter-in-law. I declare this here. If anyone mistreats Hongli, I shall hold them accountable. If anyone bullies her, I shall not stand idly by." Zong Xin, fierce like a protective mother tiger, echoed this sentiment. Xiao Hongli felt reassured. Everything was unfolding according to her plan, and her efforts over the past half-year were not in vain. What parent does not cherish their child? Rong Xian, wanting to appease Xiao Hongli, aimed to prevent any future resentment in their lives together. Father Chen, resolutely siding with Xiao Hongli, pounded the table and declared, "If he dares to bully Hongli, I shall break his legs." With the admonishments imparted, the atmosphere became significantly more harmonious. Xiao Hongli, with a thick skin, naturally addressed Father Chen and Rong Xian as mom and dad, eagerly presenting gifts. "Oh dear, since you come all this way, why bring gifts?" Rong Xian feigned reproach. Yet her heart was filled with joy. She was not concerned with the value of the items, but rather with the thoughtfulness behind Xiao Hongli's gesture, which assured her that there would be no grievances pursued. Moreover, as a woman of experience, she perceived that Xiao Hongli was in good health, leading her to speculate that last night's events harbored hidden truths. Nevertheless, she was pleased with Xiao Hongli. Some truths are best left unspoken, and it is rare to find wisdom in ignorance. Rong Xin retrieved a brand new pair of pink slippers from the cabinet, the tag still intact. Evidently, just purchased from the supermarket downstairs. Mom, this color is beautiful. I love it. Xiao Hongli seized every opportunity to flatter, delighting Rong Xin even more. Father Chen, lost in thought while gazing at the 10 packs of bright red cigarettes on the table, snapped back to reality when Rong Xin gave him a nudge, hesitantly inquiring, Hongli, these cigarettes must be quite expensive. Does your family know? It was then that Rong Xin noticed the gifts and was astonished to discover not only high-end cigarettes and liquor, but also precious bird's nest and several luxury handbags. Particularly, the handbags, including the prominent brand Mrs. Donkey, were renowned among the upper-class elite. Rumor had it that one bag could be worth hundreds of thousands, more expensive than a house. Rong Xin felt her legs weaken slightly, grasping Xiao Hongli's arm as she whispered, My dear daughter, I truly wish for you to be my daughter-in-law. However, I see you come from a distinguished family, while my son is both foolish and lazy, with a face as expressionless as a mask. Speak honestly with me. What do you truly seek? Will your family approve? Xiao Hongli's arrival at the Chen household resembled a princess from antiquity marrying into a common family, a phoenix perched upon a fence. Both Rong Xin and Father Chen felt a tinge of trepidation. In his youth, he had served in the military and witnessed the arrogance and tyranny of the offspring of affluent families. He understood that in certain social strata, it was wise to remain modest, for the cost of transcending one's class was beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Xiao Hongli found herself in a bemusing predicament. In her previous life, her concealed lineage had caused no stir when she married Chen Yipeng. However, in this lifetime, she was resolute in shielding her husband from suffering. What needed to be revealed must be displayed, for there were many days ahead. Mom and Dad, our family possesses some assets, but I am primarily responsible for them. I have established a company, so this modest gift need not weigh on your minds. My willingness to commit to Chen Yipeng stems from the Xiao family's tradition, a lifetime devoted to a single partner. Should I lose my purity or fail to wed Chen Yipeng, then I would have to end his life and take my own. Although there was no emotional foundation between her and Chen Yipeng, she believed that love could be nurtured over time. She vowed to persuade her parents with all her might, and if they disagreed, she was prepared to endure hardship alongside Chen Yipeng, even eloping with him. Xiao Hongli spoke with unrestrained fervor, having prepared herself, her lies flowing effortlessly without a hint of hesitation. To those unfamiliar, she appeared to be a traditional, conservative young lady. Rong Xin was moved to tears, embracing Xiao Hongli and tenderly exclaiming words of sympathy, while also chastising Chen Yipeng. Chen's father, feeling a mix of emotions, privately resolved to return to the ancestral home the following day to pay respects to their forebears, determined to burn additional paper money and light more incense. Chen Yipeng felt a sense of helplessness, sensing something amiss, and ultimately blurted out a statement that dampened the atmosphere. I refuse to be a son-in-law. At those words, Rong Xion's heart sank. Chen's father, with profound meaning, remarked, even if you were to become a son-in-law, it would be of no consequence. The Chen family still has your brother to carry on the lineage. All you need to do is support him. Chen Yipeng was utterly despondent, realizing he had been sold out. Xiao Hongli grasped Chen Yipeng's hand and cheerfully declared, It's not about being a son-in-law. I am marrying downwards. I am marrying Chen Yipeng. While marrying her posed no difficulties, she insisted on having what was rightfully hers. Darling, you must strive harder. Upon hearing her call him darling, Chen Yipeng nearly collapsed, yet a surge of pride welled within him. Chen's father, perplexed, exclaimed that today's youth lived in an extraordinary world, while Rong Xion's eyes crinkled with delight. Subsequently, Xiao Hongli expressed a desire to visit Chen Yipeng's bedroom. Rong Xion had no objections, and Chen Yipeng's protests were in vain. Before entering, Rong Xion sprayed air freshener around the room and inspected it thoroughly, ensuring there were no suspicious items, before allowing Xiao Hongli to step inside. I've never been to my husband's room from his youth. I am truly looking forward to this. Xiao Hongli thought to herself, nearly salivating with anticipation. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, feigning demureness as she followed Chen Yipeng into the room. In the living room, Chen's father and Rongxin exchanged silent glances. Unlike Rongxin's excitement and joy, Chen's father appeared somewhat troubled. What are you displaying that long face for? Are you dissatisfied with this daughter-in-law? Rongxin cast a sidelong glance at Chen's father and coldly retorted in a lowered voice. Chen's father gazed at the closed bedroom door side and said, "Our son possesses a bit of cleverness and is quite presentable. But look at Hongli. Does she lack anything? The daughter of a prominent family. How could she possibly be interested in Chen Yipeng? Even if it is love at first sight, who can guarantee that problems won't arise over time? I worry that our son may become too deeply entangled, leading to future complications. They come from entirely different social strata. How will Yipeng communicate with Hongli's circle of friends? Although I believe Yipeng will achieve success in the future, no one can predict what lies ahead." With each word, Rongxin's good spirits were swiftly shattered, and concern crept onto her face as she softly replied, "I don't perceive Hongli as that kind of girl. In my youth, I encountered daughters from prominent families. They often appeared amiable and spoke in a seemingly naive manner. Yet, when it comes to matters of interest, they can swiftly become astute and decisive. Even if they were to marry, Yipeng would likely gain no advantage. It's nice to say he is not a son-in-law. But if the daily expenses are all covered by the woman's family, what difference does it make? I suggest you temper your enthusiasm a bit. After all, they are not yet married. Consider her merely as your son's girlfriend. They have just begun university. There is much time ahead." Chen's father exhibited an unusually stable demeanor, demonstrating remarkable clarity in his perspective on matters, with a far-reaching outlook. Rongxin exhaled deeply. Chapter 6. Everything within grasp. Xiao Hongli reminisced about her previous life after marrying Chen Yipeng and recalled her first visit. At that time, Chen Yipeng's bedroom had been converted by his mother into a storage room, cluttered with a disarray of items. She had felt nothing at the time, but now that she lived again, she was filled with anticipation. "Step aside," Xiao Hongli said with a hint of pride as she gently pushed Chen Yipeng aside and walked straight in. She had grasped her husband's youthful mindset well. Although she had made it clear that she would marry no one but him, she still needed to maintain a certain temperament. Otherwise, she would appear too cheap and easily overlooked. It is often said that things obtained too easily are easily disregarded. The balance of grace and restraint is essential. Xiao Hongli carefully navigated this balance, nodding in satisfaction as she stepped into the bedroom. In truth, the room bore no unpleasant odors. The air fresheners were entirely superfluous. Just like in her past life, Chen Yipeng was somewhat fastidious, insisting on daily changes of socks and clothes, with a keen attention to personal hygiene. Sometimes, a clean and fresh young man can evoke a greater fondness in women than mere looks can achieve. No matter how handsome, a disheveled man reeking of odor will cause women to shy away. Xiao Hongli's infatuation with Chen Yipeng in her previous life stemmed from their very first encounter. At that moment, Chen Yipeng, clad in a pristine white shirt that exuded a faint scent of soap, revealed his youthful and handsome visage as a gentle breeze tousled his hair. Xiao Hongli felt her cheeks flush at the mere thought, her gaze momentarily lost in a daze. Ahem! Chen Yipeng cleared his throat softly, sensing an inexplicable peculiarity about the girl before him. If possible, he yearned to recall the events of the previous night. Based on his self-awareness, the likelihood of indulging in drunken indiscretions seemed implausible. Xiao Hongli cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Yipeng, her hands playfully clasped behind her back as she unabashedly surveyed the modest bedroom. The space was rather limited, furnished only with a simple desk, a bed, and a bookshelf, lacking even a wardrobe. The furniture appeared somewhat aged, giving off a slightly worn ambience. Unlike the typical boys' room, there were no scattered tissues or snack wrappers. Instead, it was impeccably tidy, with stationery and books meticulously arranged. A few articles of spring and autumn clothing lay folded in the corner, covered with plastic to prevent dust accumulation. Xiao Hongli felt a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing this. Her attention shifted to the bookshelf, eager to uncover Chen Yipeng's youthful interests. However, upon scanning the titles, she found herself momentarily stunned. Criminal psychology, forensic case analysis, the weaknesses of human nature, complete judicial examination questions. Xiao Hongli murmured to herself, then turned her head with a peculiar expression, inquiring, Chen Yipeng, are these books truly yours? If you had a few magazines featuring beautiful women, I could understand. But are you experiencing some sort of mental crisis? You just called me hubby, and now you're addressing me as Chen Yipeng. ISNT at you, who might have some issues? Chen Yipeng retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled with mirth, narrowing with her smile as she replied, You wouldn't think I'm that frivolous, would you? Just calling someone hubby so casually? You are my fiancé now. In the eyes of others, we are one. I must uphold your dignity. However, in private, we are equals, and my way of addressing you will reflect my shifting emotions. Chen Yipeng, Yipeng hubby, you must learn to discern these nuances. Likewise, you may call me Xiao Hongli, Hongli, or wifey. We must learn to coexist, for our journey ahead is long. Chen Yipeng felt he had been schooled once again, recognizing the validity of her words. Yet he was unaware that he had been subtly led astray. The prospect of directly addressing her as wifey was daunting, especially considering that just a day prior, they were strangers, and he harbored feelings for another girl. Nonetheless, he was willing to adapt to his current role, striving to be a commendable boyfriend. Well, Hongli, these books were suggested by my uncle. I found them intriguing, merely a means to broaden my horizons. Chen Yipeng articulated cautiously. Uncle? I've never heard you mention him before. Xiao Hongli pondered thoughtfully. She was aware of this individual, but only recognized him as a relative of Chen Yipeng. Indeed, we have only recently met. There hasn't been an opportunity to discuss him. Chen Yipeng responded, his surprise evident. My uncle is a friend of my father, a remarkably capable individual. He has imparted much wisdom upon me. Oh, I see. Chen Yipeng, for such a significant matter, you should have proactively informed me rather than waiting for my inquiry. We ought to pay a visit to that esteemed elder together. Xiao Hongli reacted swiftly, feigning anger to mask the slip of her tongue. Chen Yipeng paused for a moment, then pointed to his head and remarked, Are you certain you wish to see the elder? His mind is sometimes unclear, and he is currently hospitalized. What does that matter? I trust you. Since you hold this elder in high regard, he must treat you exceptionally well. Given that he is unwell, it is the duty of the younger generation to pay their respects. I am indeed a very filial and traditional girl, Xiao Hongli stated earnestly. Chen Yipeng, you must remember that I am not like those other girls who only know how to take. Everything must be approached with equality. I hope you extend the same regard to my family. Xiao Hongli spoke in a solemn tone. Despite a few sharp words from her, Chen Yipeng felt a surge of joy. He had previously invited Su Kawai to accompany him to see the elder, but she had declined each time, even expressing strong disdain for him, leading Chen Yipeng to cease mentioning it altogether. I understand. I will certainly do so, Chen Yipeng assured her, having unwittingly fallen into Xiao Hongli's conversational trap, now being led by the nose. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Hongli removed her shoes and, clad only in pure white cotton socks, stepped onto the bed, sitting cross-legged. Darling, you don't have any gifts from other girls in your room, do you? Today we just established our relationship, and I can be quite jealous. Instead of engaging in the typical game of guessing, she expressed her feelings candidly and placed her jealousy openly on the table. Jealousy signifies a girl's regard for you, and Chen Yipeng felt pleasantly surprised by this revelation. Unbeknownst to him, Su Kawai's image was fading from his heart, supplanted by the charming visage of Xiao Hongli. Rest assured, I will certainly take care of it, I promise. Chen Yipeng responded solemnly, embodying the essence of a responsible man through his actions. He retrieved a cardboard box and placed all the small gifts Su Kawai had given him inside. Although he now had Xiao Hongli, the bond formed during childhood was not easily erased. As he placed the final teddy bear eraser into the box, he reflected with a sense of nostalgia for some time. Xiao Hongli, biting her silver teeth, remarked with a playful smile, Why so reluctant? Not at all. Chen Yipeng quickly sealed the box, not raising his head as he spoke. Chapter 7. followed as Chen Yipeng picked up the box and stepped out of the bedroom. The elderly couple in the living room immediately ceased their hushed conversation, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Please continue. I'm just taking out the trash," Chen Yipeng said helplessly. Rong Xian tapped her forehead and said, "Hongli, let me cut you an apple." "Thank you, Mom." Xiao Hongli replied with a straightforwardness that mirrored that of a true daughter. Chen Yipeng placed the cardboard box at the entrance. As if recollecting something, he retrieved his phone. It had inexplicably powered down, despite his certainty that it was fully charged before he left. Upon rebooting, the screen revealed a myriad of missed calls. Since Su Keiwi's number had been blocked, the calls were all from her parents. Chen Yipeng scoffed derisively, a cold smile escaping his lips. A belated affection is less than worthless. His heart was as calm as still water, and Su Keiwi could no longer stir even the slightest ripple. As he scrolled through the missed calls, one particular number caused his brow to furrow, prompting him to immediately return the call. In the bedroom, Xiao Hongli lay sprawled on Chen Yipeng's bed, rolling about with abandon, then burying her face into the pillow, inhaling deeply. "Ah, the familiar scent. It feels as though I'm intoxicated," she mused, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks, her body feeling utterly drained. Redly, "Come, have an apple." Rong Xian entered with a fruit platter. Upon seeing Xiao Hongli's flushed face, she exclaimed with concern, "What is wrong? Are you feverish?" Xiao Hongli stiffened momentarily, then replied softly, "No fever, just a bit dizzy. I must not have rested well. Mom, I wish to sleep for a while." "All right, I'll prepare some ginger soup for you. If you don't mind, you can rest on Chen Yipeng's bed," Rong Xian said, draping a blanket over her with a tender concern. Feigning fragility, Xiao Hongli whispered, "Thank you, Mom." Rong Xian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet guilt gnawed at her heart, as she believed her son was the cause of this turmoil. She had entirely forgotten her husband's earlier warning and found herself increasingly charmed by Xiao Hongli. At that moment, Chen Yipeng rushed in, his expression dark as he grabbed a notebook from the shelf. After a brief hesitation, he announced, "Mom, Hongli, I need to step out for a moment." "What could possibly require you to leave at this hour?" "Hongli is feeling unwell. You should stay home." "Zong xin at monits." Her voice sharp as she exchanged glances with her son, wary that he might be meeting Su Keiwi, which would pose trouble if Xiao Hongli learned of it. Xiao Hongli, who had initially buried her face in the pillow, perked up at this. In a low voice, Chen Yipeng replied, "The hospital called. My uncle has fallen ill again and insists on seeing me. I must go immediately." Rong Xian hesitated, then waved her hand, conceding, "Very well, just be quick. Hurry back." As Chen Yipeng exited the bedroom, his father handed him some money for contingencies. In the bedroom, Xiao Hongli furrowed her brows, resolute in her refusal to allow Chen Yipeng to abandon her for this so-called uncle. She turned her inquisitive gaze towards Rong Xian, asking, "Mom, who is this uncle?" "Ah." Rong Xian sat on the bed, gently brushing Xiao Hongli's hair back, and replied slowly, "He is a distant relative of the Chen family, a pitiable soul. He has been simple-minded since childhood, but one year was struck by lightning, and it seemed to transform him entirely, sometimes lucid, other times confused. All day long, he spoke in a language that was incomprehensible. Yipeng, possessing a kind heart since childhood, would occasionally accompany his uncle, engaging him in conversation and amusing him with games. Now, he had been placed in a nursing home. "Do not take it to heart," she urged. "Oh, it is nothing. Kindness is a commendable trait. I greatly admire it." Xiao Hongli replied, her cheeks flushed. Rong Xin exchanged a few more words, but, noticing Xiao Hongli's evident fatigue, quickly took her leave. As the door clicked shut, Xiao Hongli suddenly opened her eyes wide, her gaze darkening as she retrieved her phone and dialed. "Hello, Bai Yun. Investigate the whereabouts of the gentleman and keep me informed at all times. Also, how are you gathering intelligence? The gentleman has a relative who has been institutionalized for mental illness. I need you to uncover everything about this relative. Determine exactly who they are. I do not wish for anyone, besides the gentleman's parents, to hold greater influence over him than I do. Furthermore, ensure the gentleman's safety. Do not let him discover anything." After concluding her call, she cautiously glanced towards the door, inserting a pair of Bluetooth earphones into her ears, activating surveillance software on her phone. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng, upon exiting the community, keenly sensed several gazes fixated upon him. He paid little mind, suspecting they belonged to Xiao Hongli's bodyguards. However, once aboard the bus, the prying eyes remained steadfast, inciting a flicker of irritation within him. The bus was sparsely populated. Chen Yipeng strode to the rear, surveying a young man with yellow hair and earphones, and coldly inquired, "Why are you following me?" "What do you mean? I don't understand," the young man stammered, his eyes darting as if he had just noticed Chen Yipeng. "You followed me from outside my building. Change your clothes 3 times en route. The last being a green jersey. I don't care who sent you. Tell her I dislike having my privacy invaded. Otherwise, next time, I won't be so accommodating. Do you understand?" Just as the young man attempted to retort, Chen Yipeng delivered a swift punch to his abdomen. Pain surged through him, nearly knocking the breath out of him, and he curled up on his seat, clutching his stomach. To Chen Yipeng, it was a trivial matter. He disembarked with an impassive expression. He relayed the fact of his being followed to Xiao Hongli. If this individual was not dispatched by her, they undoubtedly had some indirect connection to her. Regardless of whether the connection was favorable or adverse, Chen Yipeng preferred not to provoke trouble, though he was not intimidated by it. Upon receiving the message, Bai Yun cursed under her breath at the incompetence and reluctantly reported the incident to Xiao Hongli. At that moment, Xiao Hongli lay on her bed, brow furrowed, speaking in a lowered voice. "No need to follow him anymore. I am aware of the situation." She gazed up at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, "My dear, are you truly enigmatic, or like me, have you returned from a rebirth? What secrets do you conceal that even I am unaware of?" After a moment's hesitation, she opted to continue monitoring through her phone. Xiao Hongli would never admit to her own psychological struggles. She believed it to be a manifestation of love. Chapter 8. The frantic arrangement. The county town was rather modest, devoid of specialized psychiatric hospitals or rehabilitation centers. Chen Yipeng's uncle resided in a special care ward of a nursing home. Anticipating his visit, Chen Yipeng had procured some fruits and seeds, which he presented to the caregivers. "At last, you have come. He insisted on seeing you today." And there was no dissuading him, the caregiver complained, adeptly accepting the gifts. "My apologies for the trouble," Chen Yipeng replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Once the caregiver departed, Chen Yipeng pushed open the door and entered. Due to his uncle's frequent psychiatric episodes, he occupied a private room equipped with a reinforced lock. As soon as he stepped inside, a sudden gust of wind swept past him. Instinctively, he struck backward with his right elbow while twisting his body like a serpent. Bang! In the next moment, his elbow strike was thwarted and a powerful hand seized his shoulder joint. The maneuver was both swift and fierce. Chen Yipeng found himself firmly restrained and then thrown onto the ground. "Uncle, your skills remain as formidable as ever. I cannot match you," Chen Yipeng remarked with a wry smile while lying on the floor. Before him stood a lean middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a scruffy beard. His uncle, Wang Luo, had once thwarted an attempt to abduct Chen Yipeng when he was a child, single-handedly incapacitating 3 burly men. From that moment on, Chen Yipeng regarded his uncle as a hidden master and persistently sought to learn his skills in private, a secret known only to the two of them. Of course, Chen Yipeng's father seemed somewhat aware, but chose not to intervene. To outsiders, Wang Luo was merely viewed as a madman or a fool. "Sure." Wang Luo gestured for silence and quickly began searching Chen Yipeng's person. Retrieving the mobile phone from his pocket, he skillfully unlocked it and said, "Your phone is being monitored." Recognizing that his uncle was having another episode, Chen Yipeng played along, asking, "Oh, who is it?" Bang! Wang Luo smashed the phone, his expression grave.
Chen Yipeng found himself bemused. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to this over the years, having 5 or 6 phones destroyed.
This had led him to refrain from purchasing devices exceeding 500 yuan, often becoming the subject of ridicule from Su Keiwei during school days. On the other hand, Xiao Hongli reacted differently. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, she nearly toppled from her bed. "Who on earth is this guy?" Xiao Hongli's expression turned grave. After calming herself, she promptly descended from her bedroom. Hearing the commotion, Rong Xian quickly emerged from the kitchen, greeting her warmly. "Darling, do you feel better?" "Mother, much improved. I had my assistant send a set of facial masks for you. It should be arriving downstairs shortly. I will go and fetch it, Xiao Hongli replied dutifully. Please, if you have any trash, hand it to me. I could dispose of it on my way down, she added. Rong Xian, however, had no intention of allowing Xiao Hongli to throw out the rubbish or accept any facial masks. Yet, Xiao Hongli's stubbornness prevailed as she insisted on carrying a half bag of trash downstairs. Rong Xian stood on the balcony, watching her daughter with a mix of emotions. Enough watching. Once you've completed your errands, return promptly. The affluent young lady possesses her own company, undoubtedly leading a busy life. Mr. Chen absent-mindedly fiddled with the cigarettes on the table and remarked casually. He discerned that Xiao Hongli was merely seeking an excuse to descend, yet chose not to expose her pretense, waiting until she had departed before emerging from his study. Rong Xian's eyes glimmered with a hint of worry as she exhaled a deep sigh. Downstairs, Xiao Hongli believed she was concealing her emotions well. With a sullen expression, she disposed of the trash and briskly exited the community. A discreet black sedan came to a slow halt, and Bai Yun alighted from the passenger seat, respectfully opening the car door. The black car navigated to a secluded corner. Xiao Hongli extended 2 fingers and demanded, "Cigarette, quickly. I am utterly vexed. My head feels as though it's about to explode." After igniting a slim menthol cigarette, Bai Yun carefully placed it between Xiao Hongli's fingers and stated, "Miss, the madam is already aware of the situation here and wishes to speak with you. No need for discussion. I am capable of managing my own affairs. Inform her to take a trip and not to disturb me." Xiao Hongli replied, somewhat agitated. As she reached the midpoint of her cigarette, she spoke in a low tone. "Two matters. First, Su Keiwi will undoubtedly continue to pursue my husband. According to the plan, let Han Xiaoyang take action. I intend to shatter Su Keiwi's illusion of being his white moonlight. Second, Chen Yipeng's uncle is no ordinary man. Devise a way to make him disappear. How was your prior intelligence work conducted? You claimed he was merely a distant relative? A common relative could not wield such influence." Her tone was icy and brimming with menace. Bai Yun hesitated before responding. "I still cannot comprehend why you are going to such lengths to orchestrate this. Mr. Chen is merely a prospective university student and cannot possibly withstand your allure. Had you appeared in his life sooner, the issue with Su Keiwi would not have arisen. As for that uncle, he is merely a madman. There is no need for you to be enraged. Bai Yun, you have been by my side the longest and are the most astute, yet you have never married and simply do not understand. A man only matures after experiencing heartbreak. The deeper the affection, the greater the harm inflicted by Su Keiwi. If I appear at his most vulnerable moment, I will etch myself eternally in his heart. He will cherish me as a treasure, impervious to any external influence. It is far more valuable to provide aid in times of need than to enhance what is already flourishing. Men are creatures of base desires, easily swayed by temptation. However, even the swiftest sailboat must return to port. I am indifferent to Mr. Chen's fleeting flings. I desire only for his heart to remain with me. My insistence on eliminating his uncle is due to the profound impact this individual has on him. Moreover, this person is shrouded in mystery, and I cannot allow such a threat to persist." Xiao Hongli spoke in a low voice, her eyes reflecting a twisted madness. "I understand, miss. I will make arrangements immediately." Although Bai Yun was considerably older than Xiao Hongli, she felt a sense of trepidation towards her. "Wait, first ensure he is taken far away, then confine him. I wish to uncover certain truths." Xiao Hongli extinguished her cigarette, then spritzed herself with perfume, chewing gum as she inquired, "What about the items you were supposed to prepare?" "They are all in the trunk, a complete set of high-end fishing gear, along with a collection of cosmetics. Miss, if it is insufficient, I can procure more," Bai Yin replied, a hint of anxiety lacing her voice. She sensed that her mistress had become somewhat unhinged, and quite profoundly so. Initially, it had not been apparent, but now it was clear that few would invest 7 or 8 years of meticulous planning merely for a man who appeared utterly unremarkable. Xiao Hongli shook her head, remarking, "Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. My mother-in-law is vain, yet she is relatively easy to manage. As for my father-in-law, he is an enigma, profoundly wise yet seemingly foolish. Bestowing too many lavish gifts may lead to complications. Since you assert that the gentleman possesses commendable skills, withdraw the followers. I shall inform you of our next steps shortly. Chapter 9. The final lesson by Yun escorted Xiao Hongli from the car, watching her mistress's retreating figure, and despite it being summer, goosebumps prickled her skin. 3 years prior, Xiao Hongli had ruthlessly seized control of the majority of the family business, exhibiting remarkable acumen in commerce and investment. However, after the Xiao family rapidly ascended under her guidance, she took great care to remain concealed. Wu Gu and Xiao Changhe also sought to protect her, refraining from publicizing their daughter's accomplishments. Thus, no one knew that the true architect of the Xiao family's wealth was, in fact, Xiao Hongli. It was astonishing that such a formidable figure, akin to a queen, would expend such effort for an ordinary young man, merely to make him her husband. Did that young man possess a concealed identity? Was that the reason for her early investment? The insight of my mistress surpasses my own. I ought to regard Chen Yipeng with greater seriousness, Bai Yun mused. No one could fathom the thoughts of a madman. Chen Yipeng, oblivious to these machinations, sat on a chair, rubbing his shoulder, and said, Uncle Yi, and who mentioned that you've stopped taking your medication again? You've been clamoring to see me. What is the matter? Let us discuss your matters later. First, let us talk about you. Wang Luo replied gravely. Chen Yipeng recognized that his uncle had discerned something, scratching his head, unsure of how to begin. Given the bizarre nature of his situation with Xiao Hongli, Wang Luo patiently awaited his response, neither hurried nor flustered. Chen Yipeng organized his thoughts and recounted his experiences in detail, eager for an observer's guidance. Xiao Hongli has had her eye on you for quite some time. Her appearance before you that day was anything but coincidental. I have never believed in coincidences. She is the daughter of a prestigious family, yet has fixated on you? This girl is intriguing, truly intriguing. Wang Luo chuckled. Chen Yipeng furrowed his brow and asked, Uncle, are you suggesting that Xiao Hongli has issues? I never claimed she has problems. The dynamics of a marriage require personal management. Outsiders cannot offer counsel. Wang Luo teased. Chen Yipeng felt his face redden, somewhat embarrassed by the jest. Wang Luo then adopted a serious tone, stating, You are aloof and disinclined to engage in conflict. One tends to leave room for maneuver, avoiding a complete resolution of matters. This propensity to eschew ruthless measures and to prioritize loyalty in dealings is a flaw in your character. The girl, Xiao Hongli, possesses striking beauty and comes from an illustrious lineage. How could one expect an absence of conflict in such a relationship? Throughout history, beautiful women have been the source of strife. Without the means to protect a captivating wife, one stands vulnerable. The enmity of a slain father and the betrayal of a stolen wife. How long can you endure such trials? The words of your uncle resonated like thunder, causing a reverberation within Chen Yipeng's mind. His lips quivered, a desire to proclaim his goodness bubbling within him. Yet, the thought of the enchanting Xiao Hongli and the potential calamities that might ensue left him in turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Uncle, what should I do? How can I remedy my shortcomings? Those flaws which can be amended are mere shortcomings. Those that cannot be changed are true weaknesses. You will never awaken to your potential unless pushed to the precipice. When faced with unavoidable decisions, one might resort to acupressure techniques to suppress emotional turmoil, Wang Luo advised. Chen Yipeng nodded, acknowledging the wisdom imparted. Suddenly, Wang Luo raised his head and declared, There are 4 matters in life that are most challenging to discern: right and wrong, success and failure, honor and disgrace, life and death. Having seen through these truths, I wish to impart one final lesson before my departure. A foreboding sensation welled up within Chen Yipeng as he observed his uncle draw a dagger and thrust it towards him. In the face of life-threatening peril, Chen Yipeng instinctively employed combat techniques, moving with swifter speed and greater force. The dagger was easily seized from Wang Luo's grasp. Yet before he could comprehend the situation, Wang Luo unexpectedly lunged towards the blade. Taken aback, Chen Yipeng found himself collapsing to the ground, utterly stunned. Enough. I was merely jesting. The dagger is a ruse, Wang Luo said with ease, brushing off the dust and rising with a smile. Chen Yipeng, relieved, prepared to voice his grievances, only to be seized by the collar by Wang Luo. Remember this final lesson. Those who aspire to greatness may find themselves compelled to harm even their closest kin. When faced with insurmountable dilemmas, ponder this saying. If you cannot act, consider yourself as another person. Sighing, Wang Luo added, I suddenly long for home. This is where we part ways. Be gone. His voice bore a weariness that was palpable. Chen Yipeng found himself in disagreement with this sentiment, but before he could protest, he was dismissed, leaving with a notebook in hand. I shall return to see you another day, he called out as he exited. The day's experiences were more harrowing than usual, yet he soon became engrossed in the notebook, eagerly perusing its contents as he departed. However, unbeknownst to him, shortly after his exit, Bai Yun entered the nursing home. After bribing the caregiver, she entered Wang Luo's room alone. A man sat upright in a chair. A dagger plunged into his abdomen, blood pooling around him. The fabric of his shirt was stained crimson, and before him lay a suicide note. The note read, My death is of no concern to anyone. I despise this world. I depart. Miss, the master's uncle has committed suicide. I have the note in my possession, the caregiver announced. Bai Yun retrieved her phone and spoke in a hushed tone. What? The moment the gentleman left, someone has perished? What a coincidence. Xiao Hongli appeared astonished, but soon composed herself and commanded, First, transport the body to the funeral home, and then instruct the nursing home to keep this matter under wraps. Have the professionals handle the room. We must ensure this incident does not disturb the gentleman, regardless of whether it was suicide or not, as long as it can be established that Chen Yipeng was the last person to see the uncle. The Public Security Bureau will undoubtedly intervene, and it will take at least half a month to resolve. At this moment, Xiao Hongli had just solidified her relationship with Chen Yipeng, and her emotional foundation was still tenuous. She preferred to wait a little longer. After she hung up, a knock at the door startled her. However, recalling that Chen Yipeng would not return so soon, her curiosity got the better of her. As she opened the bedroom door crack, Brother Chen, sister-in-law. The voice belonged to a tall, middle-aged man in his 40s, Su Hong. Rong Xian blocked his entrance with a fa of insincere cheerfulness, saying, Little Su, are you here to see old Chen? I apologize, but my son's girlfriend has come over today, and it's quite inconvenient to entertain you. Perhaps you two could step out for a chat? What? Yipeng has a girlfriend? Su Hong exclaimed, his weary face awash with disbelief. Chen's father approached the door from the living room, nodded, and said, Yes. They just established their relationship yesterday, and today she's already here. Is that so hasty? Yipeng cannot be so reckless. You know he grew up with Kuwei. Su Hong continued. Kuwei fainted yesterday due to a misunderstanding with Yipeng, and now she's lying in the hospital. She just woke up today and urged me to come over quickly to explain things to you and Yipeng. Chapter 10. A visit to apologize. Su Kuwei had been crying since she regained consciousness and could not reach Chen Yipeng by phone. With no other options, Su Hong contemplated bringing Chen Yipeng to the hospital to resolve their misunderstanding. Upon hearing about Chen Yipeng's girlfriend, Su Hong's first reaction was that Yipeng was acting out, hastily seeking companionship to forget his daughter. This seemed to confirm Chen Yipeng's deep affection for his daughter, instilling Su Hong with confidence. However, Rong Xian was displeased upon hearing this, her smile lacking warmth as she remarked, What misunderstanding? They were practically embracing. If you haven't seen the photos, I can show you on my phone. Thankfully, they didn't end up together. Otherwise, my son would have been wearing a green hat. As this revelation unfolded, Su Hong's face turned a mix of green and red. Chen's father intervened to halt Rong Xian's continued jabs, stating, Enough. Let us not discuss what hasn't happened. I've heard that the family of Kuwei's boyfriend is quite well off. We genuinely wish the children well. Since Kuwei is unwell, I'll accompany her aunt to visit her shortly, given that our families have been neighbors for many years. When Yipeng returns, I will inquire about his thoughts. What do you think? Chen's father spoke with great rationality, articulating the relationship between Chen Yipeng and Su Kuwei with clarity. The two individuals will become neighbors, and we shall continue to regard Su Kawai as we did before. However, our son's opinions must be respected. Su Hong felt an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. As a leader at his workplace, he found it embarrassing enough to explain the situation regarding his daughter. And now he wished to leave without delay. Just as he was about to excuse himself, Xiao Hongli emerged, greeting them warmly. Mom and Dad's there a guest? Coming quickly. Hello, Uncle. I am Yipeng's fiancé. All three turned their attention to Xiao Hongli. Upon seeing her, Su Hong was taken aback by her beauty. The girl before him was exceptionally stunning, exuding an air of noble elegance and grace. He had always considered his daughter, Su Kawai, to be a remarkable beauty. But in comparison to this girl, she resembled an ungainly duckling. Xiao Su, this is Yipeng's fiancé, Rong Xian proudly announced as she took Xiao Hongli's hand. She intended to call her a girlfriend, but the older generation maintained certain decorum. It would be inappropriate to refer to her as a fiancé when the family had not yet acknowledged the relationship. However, Xiao Hongli's presence in front of outsiders truly brought pride to Rong Xian, causing her to smile with narrowed eyes. Chen's father regarded Xiao Hongli with a penetrating gaze and said, "Come in and sit. There is no need to stand here to converse." Just moments ago, Su Hong had genuinely wanted to enter, but now he felt distinctly uncomfortable. As he prepared to refuse, Rong Xian changed her mind and invited Su Hong inside. They resided in a unit where the neighbors were acquaintances, and Su Hong wished to avoid drawing attention to himself. Thus, he reluctantly stepped inside. The first thing Su Hong noticed was a mountain of gifts piled on the table, prompting him to gasp in astonishment. Although the county was small, he had seen enough of the world to recognize that the combined value of the liquor and cigarettes on the table amounted to several tens of thousands. Oh dear, I will tidy this up right away. This is the first time Hongli has come to visit, and I've already scolded her for spending extravagantly, Rong Xian said with a touch of ostentation. Xiao Hongli skillfully poured hot tea and placed it on the table, saying, "Uncle, please enjoy some tea." "Oh, thank you." "So, it's Hongli, is it? These items are rather expensive. Does your family know?" Su Hong inquired cautiously. Xiao Hongli smiled gently and replied, "I own my own company, primarily focused on art and architectural design. My family fully supports my choices, and I trust my judgment." "Huh? How did you meet Yipeng? Don't mind my curiosity. I have watched Yipeng grow up. You seem to come from a good family, unlike a local, I presume?" Su Hong pressed on, harboring a sense of comparison within himself. This feeling was akin to fearing that one's brother might suffer, while simultaneously worrying that he might drive a luxurious vehicle. Why would Chen Yipeng leave his daughter only to find someone more exceptional? His daughter seemed trapped in her situation. Su Hong completely forgot that his daughter had no connection to Chen Yipeng. The distinction between a good family and a local was a subtle reminder of societal mismatches. His remarks held a hint of provocation. Beside them, Rongshin's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. Without waiting for Rongshin to erupt in anger, Xiao Hongli spoke with a gentle yet resolute tone, saying, "I met Yipeng for the first time last night, and we fell for each other at first sight. His tenacity is unwavering, and he is bound for a remarkable future. If I were to let him slip away, I believe I would never encounter a better husband in the future." The world perceives that aristocratic families maintain their interests through strategic marriages, but this is a gross misunderstanding. At a certain level, to break through, such unions are the least sophisticated. What truly matters to the elite is talent. Yipeng embodies that talent, and I am steadfast in my belief. As she finished her words, an almost palpable aura radiated from her. Her impassioned speech rendered Su Hong speechless, leaving him somewhat breathless. Had it not been for the fleeting nature of Xiao Hongli's presence, Su Hong would have thought he was hallucinating. Rongshin glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, "Dinner will be served shortly. You may as well stay and eat here, for we are no strangers." Her politeness was merely superficial, emphasizing the term strangers with emphasis. No, I cannot. Kawai is still at the hospital waiting for me. If Yipeng returns, please ask him to return my call." Su Hong immediately stood up and replied. After all, they had grown up together, and a minor misunderstanding should not lead to enmity. Xiao Hongli's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as she stood up with a smile, saying, "Uncle Su, I will visit Kauai with Yipeng later. I have heard him speak of her. They're good friends. This statement only deepened Su Heng's discomfort. As the saying goes, goods are discarded when compared, and people perish when compared. His own daughter stood no chance against Xiao Hongli. Come, let me see you off. Mr. Chen also stood up, stating. After they descended the stairs, they stood at the entrance. Mr. Chen offered Su Hong a cigarette, saying, "Have one. It's been a long time since I've smoked. I've already quit. This cigarette is from that young lady, Hongli, right? Quite remarkable." Su Hong shook his head, taking the cigarette and placing it to his lips. Mr. Chen produced a lighter, igniting the cigarette for Su Hong before lighting one for himself, then said, "Let us refrain from discussing the matters of the two children any further. Sometimes it is simply fate. Kauai has been in your life since childhood, and her feelings for Yipeng run deep. I am uncertain how she became confused this time, entangled with that lad from the Han family. This reflects my failure in guidance, allowing her to be lured by material allure. However, she has recognized her mistake and wishes to amend it, hoping Yipeng can grant her a chance to explain." Mr. Su made one last effort. Chapter 11. The father's approval to hesitate is to allow chaos to ensue. I do not wish to interfere excessively in the affairs of the children. Let them resolve it themselves. If they are destined to be together, they will find their way. I will relay your sentiments to Yipeng. He is grown up now, and it is time for him to make his own decisions. The matters between the children are beyond our concern, are they not? Mr. Chen patted Su Hong on the shoulder, speaking with a smile. Ah, the heart of a parent is truly pitiable. Su Hong felt he had done all a father could do. Were it not for witnessing his daughter's illness, he would prefer to remain uninvolved. Very well. Su Hong managed a faint smile and waved goodbye to Chen's father. Just as he departed, Chen Yipeng emerged from around the corner. He frowned and inquired of his father. "Dad, what was Uncle Su here for? Kauai wanted to see you last night, but she fell ill unexpectedly. Uncle Su came to explain. Would you like a smoke?" Chen's father replied indifferently, handing a cigarette to his son. In the realm of adulthood, a father offering a cigarette to his son signifies an acknowledgement of his capacity to shoulder familial responsibilities. Although it may be somewhat premature for Chen Yipeng, his father employed this gesture to hasten his son's maturity. Chen Yipeng carefully took the cigarette and placed it on his notebook, stating earnestly, "I will smoke when I am worthy of it. As for Su Kauai, there is nothing to explain. I only trust the truth my own eyes perceive. Since I have committed to Xiao Hongli, I cannot waver. I understand your point." This son had never failed to meet his father's expectations. Chen's father nodded and said, "Your Uncle Su and I are comrades, bound by life and death. Our connection must not be severed because of your issues. For my sake, accompany me to the hospital to clarify matters. Silently cutting someone off is not the act of a true man. If you like someone, embrace it. If not, then let it go. Emotions do not permit hesitation. Do not leave yourself vulnerable." Drawing from his own experiences, Chen's father imparted wisdom to his son before inquiring about Wang Luo's situation. The father and son exchanged a few words before entering the house, where the aroma of a home-cooked meal wafted through the air. Chen Yipeng, burdened with thoughts, changed into his slippers and saw Xiao Hongli emerge from the kitchen, carrying a plate of braised ribs. "Hurry and wash your hands. Mom's ribs are delicious." She beamed, her face lit with a sweet smile. Clad in an oversized apron and with her hair tied back, she appeared charmingly like a little chef. In that moment, Chen Yipeng felt a sense of surreal warmth. He was returning home, weary from work, to find his wife ready with dinner, soothing the trials of his day. This sensation stirred deep emotions within him, and he struggled to maintain composure, managing a slight smile as he said, "Thank you for your hard work. There's no need to thank family. It's mostly Mom's doing. I merely assisted," she replied. "Next time you visit the elders, make sure to include me. Otherwise, people might think I lack manners. Hurry and wash your hands to taste my candied yam." Xiao Hongli playfully rolled her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yipeng finally understood why his once heroic father was so easily managed by his fierce mother. For this warmth and a home-cooked meal, he would trade anything. The four gathered around the dining table, with Xiao Hongli pouring juice and beer for the elders and eagerly serving dishes, displaying no sense of formality. Rong Exan grew increasingly fond of her daughter-in-law, unaware that in their past lives, the two would often quarrel without respite. In this life, Xiao Hongli had learned how to navigate her relationship with her mother-in-law. Regardless of how things unfold, as long as one maintains their dignity, they can adapt to any situation privately. By the way, Mom and Dad, I am aware that Yipeng has a younger brother. Why doesn't he come home for dinner? Today seems to be Saturday, doesn't he? Xiao Hongli suddenly inquired. Chen Yipeng set down his chopsticks and replied in a low voice. Chen Yipeng resides at the sports school. He is only in the third year of junior high. As an athlete, he requires intensive training and seldom returns home. However, he'll be back in a few days. Xiao Hongli displayed an understanding expression, secretly mocking within. She had never gotten along with this younger brother, having been quite exasperated in her previous life. Young Uncle Chen Yipeng was a brawny lad with a simple mind. He had often caused trouble since childhood, and if it weren't for Chen Yipeng protecting him, he would have long been dealt a harsh blow by Rong Xin. To be frank, the Chen family's original circumstances were quite favorable. Chen's father had a substantial pension after retiring from the military, and the family owned several properties. Yet, even a fortune cannot withstand the burden of medical expenses. With one punch, Chen Yipeng could break bones, and with one kick, he could inflict serious injuries. Thus, sending Chen Yipeng to the sports school was also a hope that he could channel his excessive energy through sports. Upon hearing mention of her second son, Rong Xin hurriedly gave Xiao Hongli a heads-up, saying, Yipeng's childhood fever has affected his mind. He could be a bit simple-minded. If he says anything inappropriate to you, please do not take it to heart. He listens to his elder brother more than us. If Yipeng misbehaves, just let Yipeng handle him. I understand, Mom. Xiao Hongli sweetly replied, knowing she had acquired a powerful ally. As dinner was drawing to a close, Chen's father suddenly remarked, Kawai is in the hospital. Rong, why don't you accompany me this evening? Let us buy some milk and check on the child. After all, we have been neighbors for many years. Rong Xian's previously cheerful demeanor instantly darkened. She kicked Chen's father hard under the table, glaring at him, and said, What are you looking at? It's just a cold and fever. It's not a terminal illness. Why should we, as the elders, go visit? Have you lost your mind? Chen's father fell silent. While Chen Yipeng remained quiet, his brow furrowed, his expression somewhat conflicted. He was not devoid of compassion. Knowing Su Kawai was gravely ill and hospitalized, he felt a twinge of concern. However, this concern was merely habitual as he glanced at Xiao Hongli's charming visage, swiftly choosing to discard any excess sympathy. Xiao Hongli elegantly dabbed her mouth and stated, Mom, I believe Dad has a point. We should pay a visit. It would be a nice family outing. I've also heard that Yipeng and Kawai share a childhood bond. If we don't go, people might talk. What gossip, Hongli? Let me tell you, Su Kawai is not a good person. Rong Xian's words were abruptly cut off as Chen's father rapped on the table, saying, All right, let us not speak ill of others behind their backs. Yipeng and Kawai have always been good friends, but they are merely friends. Once they marry, they will naturally have no feelings for each other. Rest assured, my dear daughter, I know my son best. He would never have any romantic entanglements with other girls. Kawai also has a boyfriend, and it presents a perfect opportunity for you to become acquainted. There is no harm in laying everything bare. Chapter 12. The Trap Mister. Chen's words instilled a sense of caution in Xiao Hongli. Although he spoke sparingly, his demeanor and actions exuded an extraordinary composure and poise, evoking a faint resemblance to her father. Rongxin hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, Let us go have a look. Once you both start school, it's likely you won't see each other again. After the family finished their meal, Xiao Hongli assisted in taking the dishes to the kitchen. She had rolled up her sleeves, ready to wash the dishes, but Rongxin firmly pushed her out, observing Xiao Hongli's delicate hands as flawless as jade. Rongxin realized that these were not hands suited for labor. In her previous life, Xiao Hongli would have never set foot in the kitchen. Her contribution would have been to purchase an expensive dishwasher, which would eventually be stored away and used due to its high energy consumption, much to the chagrin of the thrifty Rongxin. Noticing everyone was busy, Xiao Hongli retreated to the balcony, where she composed a text message on her phone. Unbeknownst to her, every move she made was being closely observed by Chen Yipeng, who chose not to approach her. He maintained a lingering wariness towards Xiao Hongli, a principle instilled in him over many years by his uncle. One should never easily trust another, for opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. While he remained unaware of Xiao Hongli's intentions, the unexpected feeling of being followed today had already prepared him for the worst. It was clear that this was not the appropriate moment to confront her. He would wait for a more suitable occasion to have a thorough discussion with the girl. Chen Yipeng found an old mobile phone and inserted a SIM card. By the time he had everything sorted, it was around 7 in the evening, and everyone was ready to head out. Meanwhile, in the largest private room of the County S nightclub, Han Xiaoyang embraced a scantily clad dancer, reveling in song. Upon finishing a tune, he was met with applause and cheers from the surrounding ruffians. "Bro, I heard you have captured the heart of the campus beauty Su Kuei. Impressive. When will you bring her around for us to meet?" One thug exclaimed. Others joined in the raucous cheer, and at that moment, a blond fellow approached with a grin, saying, "Bro, seeing you in such good spirits, it must mean things are progressing." If Chen Yipeng had been present, he would have immediately recognized this blonde as the one who had followed him during the day. "Ha, Xiaofeng, I owe it all to you. Otherwise, I would have never known such a beautiful woman existed in this county. Stick with me, and you will never be at a loss." Han Xiaoyang buwastiv, his face radiating arrogance. The blonde, named Xiaofeng, squinted his eyes and lowered his voice, saying, "Bro, I just heard some news. It seems Su Kuei has caught a cold and is hospitalized. If you go to visit her now and bring a rose, wouldn't she be more than willing to fall into your arms?" Han Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, stroked his chin, and remarked, "That makes sense. However, at this late hour, where am I to procure flowers? Brother, I have already prepared them for you. You have always taken such good care of me. I must consider your needs in all matters. I have purchased the flowers and placed them in your car. If you head over now, you are sure to succeed," Huang Mao said in a persuasive tone, speaking softly. Han Xiaoyang's eyes lit up as he recalled Su Kuei's pure and beautiful visage. A surge of excitement coursed through him. He promptly pushed aside the dancing girl, rose to his feet, and declared, "Let us go." Having pre-purchased the tickets, he ensured that his subordinates were well fed and satisfied before leading Xiao Feng out of the nightclub. In the passenger seat of the sports car lay 99 roses, and Han Xiaoyang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After confirming Su Kuei's address, he set off towards the hospital. "Bah, brain-dead bumpkin." Xiao Feng spat in the direction the sports car had vanished, then pulled out his phone, saying, "Sister Bai, the target has already arrived at the hospital. They are expected to reach in about 15 minutes. After speaking, he waved his hand, and a taxi came to a halt. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng and his family had just boarded a taxi. Sitting in the back seat, Chen Yipeng gazed out at the night scenery, momentarily lost in thought. Beside him, Xiao Hongli was animatedly discussing nighttime cosmetics with Rong Xian, their laughter echoing like that of a close mother and daughter. All of this felt exceedingly surreal and illusory. Chen Yipeng's thoughts drifted back to Su Kuei, and a heaviness settled in his chest. He attempted to analyze his feelings through psychological reasoning and provide himself with affirmations to gradually escape this state. Xiao Hongli's phone buzzed twice. She glanced at the message, her lips curling into a slight smile as she remarked, "Mom, shall we go see a movie tomorrow? I heard a new comedy has just been released. Tomorrow is Monday, and I must return to work. I teach the graduating class and am quite busy. You and Yipeng should go out and have fun. The time for college applications is approaching. Although the scores are out, one must carefully consider both the major and the school. We cannot afford to repeat a year." Rong Xian replied with a hint of seriousness. Chen Yipeng snapped back to attention and inquired, "By the way, Hongli, what major did you apply for last year? How could you possibly repeat a year? With your talent and family background, getting into a prestigious university for finance should not be difficult," he added. Xiao Hongli blushed slightly, her expression a mix of embarrassment and indignation. I prefer painting. Last year, I applied to an art academy, but my scores fell short. I was originally assigned to the art design department, which I did not like, so I decided to repeat the year. What about you? What major are you planning to apply for? Perhaps piano in the music department. Chen Yipeng possessed remarkable musical talent, especially a deep fondness for the piano. His piano instructor had once proclaimed that with dedication to the craft, he would surely become a master within 20 years. As for me, I still need to think it over. Chen Yipeng replied slowly, a sense of confusion washing over him. Just a day prior, he would have chosen the piano without hesitation. But his thoughts had begun to shift. The girl he admired had fallen into the embrace of a wealthy heir, and his current girlfriend also hailed from a respectable family. This stimulation ignited, for the first time, a yearning for power and wealth within Chen Yipeng's heart. Rong Exine nodded in agreement, remarking, "One must give this serious consideration. After all, music cannot sustain one's livelihood. In my view, pursuing finance would be prudent, as it could assist Hongli in the future." Rong Exine's intentions were somewhat self-serving. Upon learning that Xiao Hongli owned her own company, she hoped her son would lead a more comfortable life. Even if they were to part ways later, he would at least acquire some valuable knowledge. A mother's thoughts tend to be uncomplicated. Chen's father, however, disagreed, stating firmly, "This matter is yours to decide. We shall not interfere. The path of life is one that must be chosen by oneself." What insight could he possibly have? Is he not reliant on our support and guidance? If he wishes to enroll in the music department, he must earn his own tuition. Rong Exine expressed her frustration. Xiao Hongli embraced Rong Exine, chuckling, "Mother, I shall cover the tuition. As my own husband, I will provide for myself." This simple declaration brought a smile to Rong Exine's face. Chapter 13. An active visit. A man of stature cannot rely on a woman for sustenance. Xiao Hongli's words solidified Chen Yipeng's determination, as the confusion in his gaze gradually gave way to clarity. At that moment, within the county hospital's inpatient department, Su Kewai lamented, "Mom, my father is deceiving me, isn't he? How could Chen Yipeng possibly have a girlfriend so quickly?" She buried herself under the covers, her voice rasping from tears. "The truth is undeniable. Yesterday, Yipeng saw you in an embrace with that Han Xiaoyang. Any man would find it intolerable. Not to mention, you are not even officially a couple. Suing stati salimdi." Lu Hui, feeling a pang of sympathy for her daughter, interjected, "How can it be the same? My daughter has already explained it was a misunderstanding. That boy forced her into an embrace. Well, a fly does not alight upon a seamless egg. A girl like you, riding in his car, accepting his invitations to dine, attending concerts, and receiving gifts of clothing and cosmetics. Does he truly have no ulterior motives in spending so much on you? Spare her the defense. Once you enter university, the temptations will multiply, and there will be wealthier men than Han Xiaoyang. If we do not educate her now, it will be too late if she goes astray." Suingith maniskrabli. Suddenly, Su Kewai flung the covers aside, her eyes swollen from crying. "I already know I was wrong. What more do you want from me? Are you still my father? Well, you've truly been spoiled. Were I not your father, I would have slapped you long ago. Now that Yipeng has a girlfriend, you must cease your longing. Once you are in university, you may seek someone more suitable." Suengix claimed in exasperation. Tears streamed down Su Kewai's cheeks as she shook her head repeatedly. "I don't want that. I want Chen Yipeng. I can't bear to lose him. He promised to treat me well for a lifetime. How could he abandon me? I refuse to believe it. You must be lying to me." Lu Hui felt helpless in the face of her daughter's obstinacy, unable to comprehend such behavior. If her love were truly so profound, how could she be clandestinely meeting and embracing other boys? The photograph remains on Lu Hui's phone, and the daughter within it hardly appears to be in a state of rejection. Her expression lacks any sign of terror or disgust. Instead, it radiates a hint of self-satisfaction and contentment, with a smile playing at the corners of her eyes. A mother knows her daughter well. Lu Hui understands that her child is attempting to navigate two relationships. On one hand, she is reluctant to part with the affection offered by Chen Yipeng, and on the other, she cannot forsake the material comforts provided by Han Xiaoyang. The world seldom accommodates such duality. Those who attempt to straddle both sides often find themselves drowning, ultimately gaining nothing. Lu Hui hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Quiet. One must not be overly greedy. Han Xiaoyang is pursuing you. Regardless of your feelings, you ought to at least provide him with some clarity. We cannot leave him hanging like this. It would tarnish your reputation." "You understand," Su Kewai replied impatiently. At that moment, the hospital room door was knocked upon gently yet firmly. Han Xiaoyang entered, holding a bouquet of roses, devoid of any arrogance, displaying a demeanor of utmost humility and courtesy. "Hello, Uncle, Auntie. I am Han Xiaoyang. I heard that Kawai is unwell, so I came to visit her," he said politely. Having attended numerous events with his father, Han Xiaoyang had been trained in etiquette, rendering him impeccable in manners. Coupled with his nearly 1.8-meter height and luxurious attire, he left a very favorable impression on Lu Hui. As the saying goes, a mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law. Moreover, among close friends, competition is often prevalent. Lu Hui felt a twinge of discontent when her husband praised Chen Yipeng's girlfriend for her exceptional qualities. Thus, upon seeing the handsome Han Xiaoyang, she immediately felt elated and exclaimed, "Ah, Xiaoyang, come sit down." "Thank you, Auntie. Kawai, are you feeling better?" Han Xiaoyang inquired with a smile, placing the roses on the bedside table. In contrast to Lu Hui's warmth, Su Hong remained expressionless, his brow slightly furrowed. He detected a faint scent of smoke and alcohol on Han Xiaoyang, and upon noticing the bloodshot eyes and dark circles beneath them, his impression soured further. Su Kawai felt a surge of irritation, yet refrained from chastising someone who bore a smile, forcing a smile of her own as she replied, "Much better, thank you." Recently, Han Xiaoyang had spent a considerable amount on her, driving her to concerts, and she was acutely aware of his intentions to pursue her. Thus, even when he embraced her forcefully, she did not hold it against him, interpreting it as an expression of a suitor's affection. Su Kawai attributed the misunderstanding to her own lack of boundaries. Despite having feelings for another boy, she had provided opportunities for advances from other suitors, indulging in vanity, which ultimately led to a series of misunderstandings. "Kawai, once you recover, I will take you to Lehigh to see Dehua's concert. I've already made reservations online," Han Xiaoyang said, his eyes reflecting tenderness. His demeanor resembled that of a romantic lead in a melodrama, a charm that most girls find irresistible. "No, thank you," Su Kawai responded curtly, her gaze shifting to the ceiling. Han Xiaoyang furrowed his brow. The girl before him had unexpectedly adopted a markedly indifferent demeanor, devoid of the warmth she had exhibited in recent days, which left him feeling quite displeased. "You reincarnated, entangles, Xiaoyang. Kawai has just received an injection and is still feeling a bit unwell. Allow me to prepare an apple for you." "Thank you, Auntie. There's no need for you to trouble yourself. I can manage it myself," Han Xiaoyang replied with a smile. He held the Su family in contempt, regarding them as inferior beings. Were it not for Su Kawai's rare beauty, they would never have had the opportunity to associate with him. His courtesy was merely a condescension from an individual of higher status towards those below him. Han Xiaoyang considered himself an exceptional hunter. He would exhibit ample patience until his prey was ensnared. These schemes were the brainchild of his astute advisor, Xiao Feng. Thus, Han Xiaoyang resolved that once he had captured Su Kawai's heart, he would entrust her to his loyal and capable subordinate, Xiao Feng. Delightedly, Han Xiaoyang envisioned his future, his demeanor becoming increasingly amiable. In contrast, Su Kawai found herself growing more agitated. She yearned for Han Xiaoyang to leave, but had no justification to voice her desire, resulting in a conversation that was devoid of substance. In Su Kawai's eyes, Han Xiaoyang always instilled a sense of unease within her. Their disparate backgrounds and upbringings rendered her skeptical that they could endure together in the long run. Deep down, Su Kawai was a traditional girl who aspired to experience love once and marry once, much like her parents, who shared a lifelong bond. Thus, Han Xiaoyang's inability to provide her with a sense of security was the reason behind her silence in response to his several declarations of affection. Chapter 14. Unmasked. Han Xiaoyang's patience reached its limit. As he stood to depart, the door to the hospital room was suddenly rapped upon once more. "Lu Hui, we have come to see Kawai. How is she?" Rong Xin spoke first. Subsequently, members of the Chen family entered the room one after another. Chen Yipeng was the first to spot Han Xiaoyang, his expression darkening immediately. Upon noticing the roses on the bedside table, his fists clenched involuntarily. Xiao Hongli's eyes flickered with a hint of a smile as she gently grasped Chen Yipeng's hand, expressing her concern. "I am right here with you." Yes, I know, Chen Yipeng replied, his body relaxing as he finally took the initiative to hold her hand. The girl's touch was warm and smooth, akin to jade, and the warmth of her palm seemed to resonate within his heart. When several individuals entered the hospital room, Su Kuei's gaze swept over Chen Yipeng before settling intently on Xiao Hongli. Upon discerning the latter's beauty and figure, she couldn't help but feel a wave of astonishment, quickly followed by an unnameable fury as she sensed betrayal. However, before she could voice her feelings, Han Xiaoyang stepped forward, declaring, "Hello, I am Kuei's boyfriend, Han Xiaoyang, son of Han He." The moment Han Xiaoyang beheld Xiao Hongli, his eyes brimmed with avarice. He was resolute in his determination to possess this woman. Yet, he understood that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Han Xiaoyang decided to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Knowing well that girls often harbor a competitive spirit, with a gradual approach, it was only a matter of time before they became enamored. Liu Yi, with a hint of pride, said to Rongxin, "This is Kawai's boyfriend, and is this Yipeng from your family? She truly is stunning. Indeed, young Han is quite the gentleman, far superior to our Yipeng. I shall not intrude further. Seeing Kawai is untroubled brings us peace of mind," Rongxin remarked with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Mr. Chen cast a deep glance at Su Kawai, then nodded at the expressionless Su Hong before turning to leave. Chen Yipeng positioned himself protectively behind Xiao Hongli, disliking the way Han Xiaoyang gazed at her and coldly stated, "Good night, Aunt Lu." Wait a moment. Su Kawai finally reacted, a wave of anxiety surging within her. The boy who once gazed at her with such affection now looked at her with utter indifference. She struggled to sit up and anxiously exclaimed, "Han Xiaoyang is not my boyfriend. Chen Yipeng, come back." Unfortunately, Chen Yipeng was oblivious, having already taken Xiao Hongli's hand and exited the ward. In a flurry, Su Kawai leapt from the bed. Her legs weakened from prolonged inactivity, and she collapsed onto the floor. Upon hearing her words, Han Xiaoyang's expression darkened considerably. Disregarding the presence of Su Kawai's parents, he coldly demanded, "What do you mean, Su Kawai?" The vanity of this second-generation elite was evident, and her words struck him like a slap. Lu Hui helped her daughter to her feet, awkwardly saying, "Young Han, Kawai is unwell. Her words may not reflect her thoughts. Please do not take offense. Mother, I have stated clearly that I have no relationship with Han Xiaoyang," Su Kawai declared firmly. "Han Xiaoyang, I will return the concert tickets and transportation expenses to you, and the luxury items you gifted me. I have come to realize that we are not suited for each other. Do not seek me out again." Her resolve crystallized at last, particularly in light of Han Xiaoyang's behavior, which filled her with disgust. Han Xiaoyang no longer concealed his fury, exclaiming, "Su Kawai, you wretched girl, clarify yourself. I have expended considerable resources to indulge you, and you simply declare it over?" As he moved to grasp Su Kawai's hair, a steady and powerful hand seized his wrist just before he could reach her. The sharp pain elicited a cry from Han Xiaoyang as he struggled to free his arm. Su Hong, as a father, instinctively stepped forward to protect his daughter. A veteran, he was well equipped to defend her. Should Han Xiaoyang attempt any further aggression, he would not hesitate to resort to more drastic measures. "Get out. I am giving you a chance out of respect for your father. Han He, I do not wish to bully you. If you dare to harass my daughter again, you shall face the consequences," Su Hong declared with fierce determination, pushing Han Xiaoyang away. Han Xiaoyang roared, "You will all regret this," and departed, cursing under his breath. With the revelation of his true nature, the carefully crafted facade he had maintained crumbled entirely. Upon seeing the roses on the bedside table, Su Qian felt a sharp pang in her heart. The embrace with Han Xiaoyang, combined with the roses brought during the visit, and her mother introducing him as her boyfriend, left her at a loss for words. How could anyone believe her? "I do not have a boyfriend. Chen Yipeng, please trust me." Su Qian sank to the floor, weeping uncontrollably in the empty corridor. Her tears blurred her vision. As she was in a hospital ward, many patients emerged to see the commotion, and a few nurses came over to issue warnings. Su Hong, with a forced smile, shut the door and turned to say, "Enough. Is this really the person you chose? Han Xiaoyang is not a good man. In our county, He has a reputation. A girl from his second high school jumped off a building, allegedly connected to him. I have long advised you to distance yourself from him. Why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Hui replied, somewhat agitated. Su Qian glared at her mother, gritting her teeth. It's all your fault. Why did you claim Han Xiaoyang was my boyfriend? I hate you. Go explain to Chen Yipeng. Can you really blame me? If he is not your boyfriend, why let him embrace you? Just now, he sent roses and invited you to a concert, and you didn't refuse, did you? Now you're blaming me? Is it truly my fault? At your age, don't you understand what roses signify? Lu Hui's face flushed crimson. She believed she had done enough. Yet her daughter had unjustly placed the blame on her. Su Hong said deeply, you know you are at fault, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. Shifting the blame to your mother is merely an attempt to alleviate your own guilt. I can understand, but I cannot condone it. If you continue this way, it will be beyond redemption. His words struck her heart like a sharp blade. Su Qian sobbed uncontrollably, shaking with grief. She could not face the ugliness within her, and the turmoil of her emotions made her feel like a frivolous woman. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Lu Hui felt a pang of sympathy and quickly said, Sweetheart, isn't it normal for young girls to encounter a few scoundrels? Things will get better. Chapter 15, A Dog and Away Dad, Mom. Do you think I still have a chance? I don't want to lose Chen Yipeng. You like him too, don't you? Please help me, won't you? Su Qian lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, her helplessness truly heart-wrenching. Su Hong sighed and shook his head, saying, I may have offended Chen Yipeng this time. With Han Xiaoyang causing this ruckus, the Chen family might think we're showing off. If I had known this would happen, I would have acted differently. You should rest well. After all, you have just turned 18, and many experiences await you. As your mother says, one learns wisdom through hardship. My dear daughter, let it go. Even if you force a relationship, it will not lead to happiness. You are still young and do not understand love. And Chen Yipeng likely does not either. In a few years, as you both mature, perhaps you will naturally find your way back to each other, Lu Hui gently reassured. Upon hearing her parents' comforting words, Su Keiwei found herself not at ease, but rather engulfed by a sense of helplessness and fear. Her mind was flooded with the image of Chen Yipeng holding hands with that beautiful girl. Although she had never truly experienced love, she recognized the look in the girl's eyes, one that mirrored how Chen Yipeng once gazed at her. It was a gaze filled with love, irreplaceable and willing to sacrifice everything. The thought of Chen Yipeng being with someone else overwhelmed her, leaving her breathless. She instinctively clenched her fists, her face devoid of color, and her breathing quickened. Amidst her parents' anxious calls, Su Keiwei fainted once more. At that moment, Xiao Hongli had just seen Rong Xian and Chen's father off in a taxi. She waved and said, Mom and Dad will be back soon. All right, please be safe, and call if you need anything, Rong Xian replied. Yipeng, don't you dare bully Hongli, or I'll deal with you, she added. As the taxi departed, Chen Yipeng took a deep breath and asked, So, where do you want to go? To the movies or to the night market? What is there to do in such a small county? It takes only half an hour to walk from the south to the north of the town. You really don't think I want to shop, do you? I noticed you were upset and thought I'd keep you company, he continued. I truly empathize with you. After all, it's been years of affection for a girl who, without a word, secretly found a boyfriend. On one hand, she expects you to always treat her well and care for her, while on the other, she has found a rich heir to spend money on her. If I were in your shoes, I would feel uneasy too. Xiao Hongli linked her arm through Chen Yipeng's, gently asserting her understanding, creating a stark contrast with Su Keiwei. All right, please don't mention her in front of me anymore. Hongli, sorry. I lost my composure. I thought I could control my emotions. Chen Yipeng said with a bitter smile. Xiao Hongli tenderly caressed his cheek and softly remarked, A man only matures and becomes steady after encountering a few heartless women. I should be grateful to Su Keiwei. Her giving you up has allowed me to have you. Do you truly like me? Or is it merely out of obligation, wanting me to take responsibility that you would consider marrying me? Chen Yipeng spoke with a hint of insecurity. At that moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion, the low tide of his emotions casting doubt upon everything. Xiao Hongli did not respond, but expressed her fervent feelings through her actions. The girl rose on her toes, gently lifting her exquisite face, and slowly closed her eyes. Chen Yipeng felt a sense of redemption wash over him, as if he were being pulled from the depths of despair. The fragrance of gardenias lingered in the air, compelling him to embrace Xiao Hongli tightly. In that moment, he no longer felt the presence of anyone else. After a considerable time, they finally parted. The brightness in Xiao Hongli's eyes seemed ready to overflow, her fair and delicate cheeks tinged with a shy blush. At that moment, her heart brimmed with joy, filled with a sense of fulfillment and achievement, nearly leaping with happiness. She had finally ensnared her husband willingly into her gentle trap. This was not the first kiss between Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli, yet this time, Chen felt an extraordinary sense of responsibility. Remember, you are the man I, Xiao Hongli, have chosen. You must believe in yourself as well as in me. I fell in love with you at first sight. I like you, Xiao Hongli declared earnestly. Chen Yipeng nodded, drawing Xiao Hongli back into his embrace, momentarily rendering her breathless. After a while, Xiao Hongli playfully chided, "Oh dear, are you trying to suffocate me?" Her typical words belied her heart, as a smile lingered at the corners of her lips. Chen Yipeng scratched his head, feeling a bit shy yet immensely joyful, for the girl before him had not rejected him. Hand in hand, they strolled forward, engaging in endless conversation. Suddenly, headlights illuminated from behind. A sports car approached swiftly, overtaking them before abruptly slowing down and coming to a halt. With a clap, Han Xiaoyang and Xiao Feng exited the vehicle. Han Xiaoyang, smiling, waved at Xiao Hongli, saying, "Beauty, we meet again." Upon seeing Xiao Feng, Chen Yipeng instantly recognized him as the yellow-haired individual who had followed him earlier, and he immediately directed his irritation towards Han Xiaoyang. Xiao Hongli tugged at Chen Yipeng's hand, saying, "Darling, let us go," considering Xiao Hongli's presence. Chen Yipeng refrained from escalating the situation with Han Xiaoyang and merely nodded with a cold expression. However, just a few steps later, they were intercepted by Xiao Feng. "Hey, beauty, our Han Xiao was talking to you. Isn't it rude to walk away like that?" Xiao Feng declared arrogantly. Chen Yipeng shielded Xiao Hongli behind him and coldly retorted, "Good dogs don't block the way, move aside." Han Xiaoyang frowned. He had intended to leave a favorable impression on the beautiful girl, but Xiao Feng's sudden interruption had derailed his plan. Nonetheless, he would not overly reprimand his confidant, as he understood that Xiao Feng acted with Han Xiaoyang's interests in mind. "A Feng, how can you speak to a lady like that?" Han Xiaoyang admonished hit, then stepped forward to Xiao Hongli, extending his hand and introducing himself. "Beauty, let me introduce myself. I am Han Xiaoyang. There is nothing in the county that I cannot handle. Getting to know me would be advantageous for you. Are you not afraid of your girlfriend, Su Kewai, finding out about your harassment?" Xiao Hongli replied, suppressing her disdain. Han Xiaoyang was momentarily entranced by Xiao Hongli's exquisite beauty, and upon regaining his composure, his gaze became fervent as he remarked, "It's merely a game with her. Upon seeing you, I realized what true love is." He was unaware of how he had inadvertently spoken his genuine feelings. Yet, upon realizing it, he dismissed it nonchalantly. Chapter 16. A severe beating. Han Xiaoyang's self-assured demeanor appeared to Xiao Hongli as nothing more than crude behavior. The true signs of noble families are acutely aware of their conduct in public, striving to avoid tarnishing their family's reputation. They understand that their privileged lives are a product of their lineage. The sudden wealth of Han Xiaoyang, who relied on dubious income, was viewed by the affluent elite as no different from a fattened pig awaiting slaughter. "Darling, I'm scared. Let us leave quickly," whispered Xiao Hongli, feigning terror as her eyes darted around. Her words ignited a fierce anger within Chen Yipeng. Having learned martial arts from his uncle Wang Luo since childhood, he possessed an innate pride akin to a blade yearning for blood. Unfazed by the fact that Han Xiaoyang was not alone, Chen Yipeng delivered a resounding slap across Han Xiaoyang's face. The force of the blow sent Han Xiaoyang staggering. "You scoundrel! How dare you hit me? Do you know who my father is? He is Han He." Han Xiaoyang bellowed in fury. Wiping his nose, he found his hand smeared with blood, which only fueled his rage further. Chen Yipeng, emotionless, took another step and delivered another slap, leaving Han Xiaoyang dazed. Having never faced such humiliation before, Han Xiaoyang felt his head buzzing and half his face numb from the impact, followed by a searing pain. Another slap landed, this time lighter but laden with humiliation. Kill him. If a life is taken, I will take responsibility. Han Xiaoyang retreated a few steps, his eyes bloodshot. Xiao Feng, clenching his fists, charged at Chen Yipeng. Although he had some fighting foundation, his attack was motivated not only by resentment from earlier, but also by a tinge of jealousy. However, before his punch could connect, Chen Yipeng effortlessly dodged. With slightly bent legs and a lowered stance, he executed a close-quarters maneuver, sending Xiao Feng flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground. As Xiao Feng attempted to rise, he met the frigid, piercing gaze of Xiao Hongli, whose terrifying presence was unmistakable even in the dark. Immediately, Xiao Feng's courage evaporated, and he clutched his stomach, moaning in pain. "Stay away from me." Han Xiaoyang gasped, retreating in shock, his nerves causing him to plop down onto the ground. Grabbing Han Xiaoyang by the hair, Chen Yipeng spoke in an icy tone. "I know your family is wealthy, but the barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. If anything happens to my family, I will hold you accountable. If you can't finish me off today, beware of your entire family's fate." The ferocity in his eyes nearly made Han Xiaoyang soil himself, prompting him to nod frantically. Overcome by fear, his teeth chattered audibly. Chen Yipeng released Han Xiaoyang, wiped his hands with a wet tissue, and then naturally draped an arm around Xiao Hongli's shoulders. With a blissful smile, she leaned into his embrace, their silhouettes merging under the streetlight. Once Han Xiaoyang regained his composure, he furiously struck the ground and stood up, ready to call for his brothers. However, just as he retrieved his mobile phone, a call from his father came through. Han Xiaoyang had always harbored a fear of Han He, and upon tremblingly pressing the answer button, he was met with an onslaught of reproach. "Have you lost your mind? Is your brain filled with nonsense? Who told you to provoke Su Heng's daughter? Do you have any inkling of his position as the deputy director of the Education Bureau? His connections with the county councilor far exceed mine. I am currently overwhelmed with work. Any misstep in the project is unacceptable. If you cause me trouble now, return to your hometown at once. From this day forth, your card is suspended." After submissively absorbing his father's tirade, Han Xiaoyang, incensed, shattered his phone against the ground and let out a couple of furious yells towards the sky. Xiao Feng, having risen from the ground and rubbing his stomach, inquired, "Brother, should I gather a few people to deal with this scoundrel? The old man has matters to attend to. I'll tolerate him for a few days. After this period, we shall see. I will head over to Xiao Feng S. You make your way back alone." Han Xiaoyang covered his face and boarded the car. Xiao Feng, stretching his limbs and preparing to leave as well, was suddenly confronted by a figure. "Sister Bai." A cold sweat broke out on Xiao Feng as he gulped nervously, stammering, "Miss, is there something you wish to convey?" Bai Yun's voice was icy. "You ought to be aware of the rules. You have overstepped." I haven't done anything. "I can explain. The gentleman is formidable. I was merely acting." Xiao Feng pleaded. Bai Yun produced a cigar cutter and tossed it before him, stating, "Refrain from harboring any thoughts. Do not wait for the miss to personally intervene. I am currently saving your life. I understand I was wrong." Xiao Feng knelt, placing his left pinky within the cutter, and with a forceful motion of his right hand, severed the digit, blood gushing forth. His complexion turned pale, cold sweat pouring down. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence. Xiao Feng was an orphan raised in the Xiao family's orphanage, trained from a young age as an assassin. It was not merely a finger he would relinquish. Even his life would be willingly surrendered. Mr. Chun is the Mrs.'s chosen husband and our future master. Unless the Miss commands otherwise, you must treat him with the same respect as you would the Miss herself. Should a similar situation arise again, I cannot guarantee your safety. Reattach your finger promptly. Although it may affect some dexterity, it is preferable to being disabled. Return to Han Xiaoyang and await further orders." As Bai Yun's voice faded, she vanished like a specter into the shadows. Xiao Feng shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he bore the excruciating pain while trudging toward the hospital. Chen Yipeng, blissfully unaware of these events, was strolling along the street with Xiao Hongli, savoring candied hawthorn while making their way home. They engaged in lengthy conversation, allowing Chen Yipeng to gain a deeper understanding of Xiao Hongli. She spoke candidly, revealing that her father was the former chairman of the Linhai City Council, a member of one of Jiangnan's prominent aristocratic families. This revelation astonished Chen Yipeng, simultaneously instilling within him a profound sense of pressure. "Are you certain your father will permit us to be together?" he inquired. Xiao Hongli responded with a smile. "I've already given you my heart. What more can he do to prevent it? When the time comes, he must bring his granddaughter back, regardless of his objections. Even if they disagree, I possess the courage to elope with you, and I am quite easy to care for. What about you?" "Of course, I have the courage. Unwavering. But why do you refer to her as a granddaughter? Are you certain our future child will be a girl?" "Nonsense. I merely said that. You are incorrigible. I am exhausted. Carry me." Xiao Hongli pouted playfully. Chapter 17. Are we really going to stay here? This was the first time Chen Yipeng encountered a girl with such a character as Xiao Hongli. Honest and unpretentious, bold in love and hate. She was entirely unlike the protagonists of romantic dramas, who, despite having a background and lineage, would go to great lengths to conceal it. Only when faced with irreversible circumstances do they come to regret their choices. Chen Yipeng greatly admired this trait and was increasingly determined to protect their relationship. Regardless of the outcome, he intended to strive for a favorable resolution, not to disappoint the girl's profound affection. "I'll take you home," Chen Yipeng said reluctantly at the crossroads. Xiao Hongli blinked her eyes and coyly replied, "Home? Aren't we going home? Do you want me to stay at a hotel? You mentioned staying at my place. Wouldn't that mean cohabitation?" Chen Yipeng's face flushed instantly, his blood surging, nearly losing his composure as beads of sweat formed on his palms from nervousness. Xiao Hongli pouted, her expression turning indignant, and playfully smacked Chen Yipeng, saying, "What a lovely thought. I'll stay in your room, and you can go to your brother's room. This does not count as living together. I just want to be closer to you, to see if you have any bad habits. Don't sneak over at night. Amend what is wrong and encourage what is right. I enjoy frequent baths. I'm tidy. And it would be best if you had an 8-pack. As Xiao Hongli spoke, her mouth nearly watered. Her delicate fingers rested on Chen Yipeng's shoulder, her gaze gradually becoming dreamy. Chen Yipeng shivered, quickly evading her flirtation, the corners of his mouth twitching as he replied, "I will do my best. Let me call home and have my parents prepare." This phone call roused Rong Xin and Chen's father, who were both ready to rest, creating quite a commotion. Rong Xin directed Chen's father to mop the floor while she tossed Chen Yipeng's quilt and pillow, along with the sheets, into the living room. She then carefully arranged a brand new set of bedding she was reluctant to use. Finally, dissatisfied with her work, she hurried downstairs to the supermarket to buy the most expensive toothbrush, toothpaste, and essential items for girls. By the time Chen Yipeng arrived home, his bedroom had transformed entirely. The bright red quilt was embroidered with mandarin ducks frolicking in water, and the crimson pillowcases bore large double happiness characters. Rong Xin, feeling a bit anxious, said to Xiao Hongli, "Hongli, please don't mind. This is the only new bedding we have, so bear with it." This set of bedding was a discounted item Rong Xin had bought at the supermarket. Even on sale, it was quite pricey. The theme of the bedding was marital bliss, which Rong Xin had kept hidden for Chen Yipeng's future wedding. Xiao Hongli blushed as she spoke, "Mom, I truly like it. Please don't think of me as a frivolous girl. It was Chen Yipeng who insisted that I stay at home." A sudden blame fell upon Chen Yipeng, leaving him dumbfounded. But before he could explain himself, he was met with a few harsh kicks from his mother. Xiao Hongli glared fiercely at Chen Yipeng, and ultimately, he had no choice but to acquiesce, reluctantly bearing the brunt of the accusation. Accepting blame for his wife was tolerable, but he resolutely refused to wear the green hat of infidelity. "All right, Mom. Hongli, you both should get some rest," Chen Yipeng said, shaking his head as he tidied up a few items before retreating to his younger brother's room with a blanket in hand. After chatting with Rongxin for a while, Xiao Hongli completed her evening rituals and leapt onto the bed, rolling around joyfully. Clutching the comforter, she nostalgically remarked, "How wonderful. Everything remains unchanged." Xiao Hongli vividly recalled this set of bedding. On her first day back home after the wedding, she had disdainfully criticized its commonness and had thrown quite a tantrum. What should have been a joyous occasion turned into a disaster, leaving her mother-in-law in tears for an entire night, utterly disappointing the elder's heartfelt intentions. Reflecting on the past, tears streamed down Xiao Hongli's face as she buried her head deep in the blanket, stifling any sound. In another room, Rongxin tossed and turned. Unable to sleep, she nudged the already snoring Father Chen awake and whispered, "Why does it feel like a dream? Could you pinch me?" "What dream? If you feel it's a dream, just go next door and check on your daughter-in-law," Father Chen retorted irritably. Rongxin, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "Isn't this akin to abduction? If Hongli's family finds out, they will surely blame us for lacking decorum. My heart is in turmoil. I genuinely care for Hongli. If this situation displeases our in-laws, I shall bear the weight of great guilt. So what do you propose? Should we kick Hongli out tomorrow?" Father Chen said impatiently. After a moment's hesitation, Rongxin stated, "We cannot let the children suffer." "What do you mean?" A sense of foreboding surged within Father Chen, and he abruptly turned over, fully awake. Rongxin lowered her voice and suggested, "Perhaps we should move out and vacate the house for the children. Yisong is at school. I will remind him not to come home. We could rent a place for ourselves. So, to avoid burdening the children, I must bear the hardship." Father Chen replied with a hint of resignation. Rongxin retorted, "Isn't this a temporary solution? The two children will only be home for 2 or 3 months during summer vacation. They might go traveling once registration is over. I'm not overly concerned, but I fear that they might lose control, and next year, you will be holding a grandchild," Father Chen muttered. Rongxin felt a mix of surprise and anxiety. Father Chen's words unsettled her, and she eventually drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Chen Yipeng was perusing a notebook left behind by his uncle, filled with a myriad of thoughts and reflections. Some entries contained profound insights, others were piano compositions, and there were also brief fables. With each page he read and memorized, Chen Yipeng would tear into shreds and toss it into the trash. He was originally an ordinary individual, but after his uncle imparted to him a training method known as the Memory Palace, he acquired the remarkable ability to remember everything he encountered. He could transform all information into vivid images and store them categorically within his mind, ready to be retrieved at any moment. His uncle had gradually gifted him numerous notebooks. However, this time was particularly different. The contents were chaotic, and the handwriting was rather hasty, making it difficult to decipher. By the time all the notes were indelibly imprinted in his mind, 2 hours had elapsed, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Chen Yipeng pinched the bridge of his nose and prepared himself a strong cup of tea. Instead of feeling dizzy from the vast amount of information he had absorbed, he experienced an indescribable sense of fulfillment. It was a joy derived from acquiring knowledge, a delight in learning. Today's tasks must be completed today. Chen Yipeng took out his diary and, adhering to his routine, opened a new page. What he recorded in his diary were not the mundane details of daily life, but rather significant insights, along with his future plans and aspirations. Chapter 18. The heartbeat of Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli rubbed her eyes and turned over, murmuring, "Darling, I'm thirsty. I need some water." Tentatively, she pushed with her hand, but found only emptiness, fully awakening from her slumber. A wave of anxiety washed over her, but she took a moment to steady her breathing and, recalling her surroundings, she felt a sense of calm. Since her rebirth into adulthood, she had never slept with the lights off. Her bedroom lacked windows, and the door was a specially designed metal security door, identical to those used in banks. Rather than a bedroom, it felt more like a prison, and even when utterly exhausted, she could only manage 3 or 4 hours of sleep, often plagued by nightmares. Yet, surprisingly, she had slept exceptionally soundly today. Glancing at her phone, she noted it was now 2 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Hongli sent a few messages to her parents, assigning them tasks, when suddenly she perked up, hearing faint footsteps in the living room. This troublesome person, surely he does not intend to come in. Not when I am unprepared. If he forces his way in, should I resist or not? Thoughts raced through Xiao Hongli's mind as she bit her lip, her face flushed as if it could bleed. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated intrusion did not occur, and her patience waned. Unable to contain herself any longer, she tossed aside her blanket, rose from her bed, and gently opened the bedroom door. At that moment, Chen Yipeng emerged from the bathroom, having just taken a shower. His hair was damp, and he wore only shorts as he returned to the room. Xiao Hongli gazed hungrily at Chen Yipeng's robust physique, unable to suppress a gulp. As he entered the room, she stealthily followed, peering through the crack of the door. Her heart raced with unprecedented excitement, nearly causing her to burst into laughter. The bedside lamp cast a faint orange glow, rendering Chen Yipeng's silhouette impressively large. It is said that a serious man is the most attractive, and in that moment, Xiao Hongli found her gaze firmly fixed upon him. Gently, she pushed the door open and slowly approached Chen Yipeng from behind, wrapping her arms around his neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. Just as in a previous life, Xiao Hongli spoke in a slightly coquettish tone. "Darling, what are you doing? Why are you still awake at this late hour?" The refreshing fragrance of her body, accompanied by her warm breath, wafted into Chen Yipeng's ears, causing him to feel slightly intoxicated and his mind to become hazy. His fiancée's playful demeanor left Chen Yipeng in a daze. In truth, he had already realized her presence the moment she entered the room. However, in an effort to play along, he feigned ignorance, not expecting such delightful benefits. "I am writing in my diary," he said, his atoms apple bobbing as he struggled to suppress himself and spoke slowly. Xiao Hongli raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Who writes diaries in a serious manner? You aren't penning a love story about your first love, are you?" Her pouted lips could easily hang a vinegar bottle. Chen Yipeng chuckled helplessly and generously handed the diary to her, saying, "I have never been in a relationship. You are my first love." The diary contains some insights taught to me by my uncle, as well as my plans and aspirations for the future. Xiao Hongli did not take the diary. She controlled the rhythm of the conversation, demonstrating her complete trust in him, and inquired, "What sort of plan do you have for our future?" "I have yet to finalize anything. It may require some time. For the sake of our future together, I will need to work even harder," Chen Yipeng said earnestly. Xiao Hongli understood that at this moment, she must not undermine Chen Yipeng's self-esteem. With a radiant smile, she leaned in to kiss him and, with a glimmer in her eyes, proclaimed, "Darling, I will always support you from behind." Chen Yipeng was taken aback. Had it been another woman, she would have likely retorted, "What are you working hard for? I have money. I can support you. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't think I would say, 'I will support you,' do you? Although I am wealthy, money cannot buy true love, as long as it is not squandered. What is mine is yours. I can endure hardship alongside you, or enjoy a respectable life. Of course, you may also choose to stay at home full-time without the need to exert yourself. I respect all your choices," Xiao Hongli said slowly. In her past life, she had chosen to strive for independence to escape her original family, enduring much hardship and being easily schemed against. Ultimately, she suppressed her husband's ambition, transforming a promising young man into a mere house husband. In this life, she vowed never to repeat those mistakes. Chen Yipeng pulled Xiao Hongli closer into his embrace, gently holding her and saying, "You need not endure hardship. Simply live the life you are accustomed to. I'm not the kind of man who enjoys a life of material wealth while displaying a disdainful attitude. You manage the company and family business, and I will do my utmost to support you. I hope we can be united as one, without barriers, and treat each other with sincerity. Darling, you are so handsome. How can you speak so eloquently? I'm utterly moved." Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled with delight. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her body felt weak and languid, devoid of any strength. Chen Yipeng joked, "So please do not concern yourself with my fragile self-esteem. Quickly arrange for the luxury car and mansion." "Are you serious?" Xiao Hongli spoke with palpable excitement. "Tomorrow, we shall visit the Linhai Foreign Trade Office. All the vehicles for customs clearance are located there, and we can select a few fine ones. As for the villa, it is unnecessary. I already have one in Linhai. If my parents are unwilling to accompany us, I shall purchase a suite for them here. And the watches, I have brought them. They are with the bodyguard, as I feared you might refuse them, so I refrained from presenting them to you." "Stop. I was merely jesting. We are not married. How could I accept such valuable gifts from you? Wouldn't that make me a kept man? In the end, if we were to go out on dates, you would be footing the bill for all expenses, which I presume would not trouble you too much. However, I cannot shake the feeling that you have been scheming all along. The more I ponder, the more it seems amiss. You haven't been planning to court me for some time, have you? You once claimed that we were spouses in a past life. Did you derive this from divination? Or was it a dream? Or perhaps you were a reincarnated being? Chen Yipeng scrutinized Xiao Hongli with a hint of suspicion. What do you mean? Xiao Hongli's heart raced, her pupils dilated. She had never anticipated that Chen Yipeng would directly unveil her concealed secret. Reincarnation and dreams, what nonsense! Was it not a mere self-soothing remark in response to your misdeeds? Xiao Hongli feigned indignation, covering her face with her hands, while covertly observing Chen Yipeng's expression through her fingers. Chen Yipeng felt overwhelmed, hastily admitting, all right, I misspoke. It is late. Let us retire for the night. The ambiguity of his statement intensified the flush on Xiao Hongli's cheeks, rendering her even more pliant. Chen Yipeng recognized the shift, and, as their gazes locked, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. Chapter 19. The theatrical girlfriend, a sudden cough from Rong Xin in the living room, interrupted them. Xiao Hongli promptly pushed Chen Yipeng away, her body stiffening with tension as she anxiously watched the door, fearing Rong Xin might enter. After pacing the living room and taking a few sips of water, Rong Xin returned to her bedroom. That scared me to death. If Mom discovers this, how embarrassing it would be. I must retreat. Xiao Hongli covered her flushed face, cautiously returning to her room. Chen Yipeng turned off the light and lay on the bed, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth as he muttered Xiao Hongli's name twice before swiftly falling into a deep slumber. The following day, the sun shone brightly, its rays streaming through the curtains and illuminating the bed. A figure beneath the sheets shifted and adjusted its position, returning to slumber. Chen Yipeng had stayed up late the previous night and had yet to awaken. Knock, knock. The bedroom door was rapped upon forcefully. His mother, Rong Xin, shouted impatiently from outside. Hongli is already up making breakfast. You better get up and tidy your room. Chen Yipeng emerged from the covers, his gaze bleary, glancing at the clock to find it was only 7 in the morning. He stifled a yawn, preparing to drift back to sleep. In the kitchen, Xiao Hongli was preparing porridge. Having been married for many years in her previous life, and given that her culinary skills were limited to porridge in this life as well, she rose early to demonstrate her efforts. This delighted Rong Xin, who hovered around Xiao Hongli, inquiring after her well-being. However, upon returning to the living room and seeing her son's door firmly shut, her irritation flared anew. Mother, is Yipeng still not awake? I shall go rouse him, whispered Xiao Hongli, feigning a bashful demeanor. Rongxin smiled and nodded, saying, all right, you go ahead and call him. I will prepare some pancakes for you. Your father has gone to his workplace for a meal, so do not mind him. I need a great assignments at noon, so you two can amuse yourselves at home today. Thank you, Mother. Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled as she retrieved a bottle of cola from the refrigerator and stealthily approached Chen Yipeng's bedroom door. Rongxin, noticing Xiao Hongli's actions, merely displayed a maternal smile before turning to enter the kitchen. Xiao Hongli gently pushed the door open and leapt onto the bed, poised to tuck the chilled beverage under the covers. Chen Yipeng, quick to react, turned over at the moment she pounced, flipping the covers aside and promptly covering her after she landed. Having missed her target, Xiao Hongli lay on the bed, momentarily bewildered when darkness enveloped her vision, followed by the icy drink being pressed against her. In an instant, she screamed and sprang up. Darling, you are insufferable, Xiao Hongli exclaimed, lifting the covers as she pouted, appearing to be vexed, yet her alluring gaze belied an allure that was irresistible. Chen Yipeng felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, the corners of his mouth twitching as he cautiously glanced outside before awkwardly saying, could you refrain from calling me darling? We have yet to reach that stage. Just address me by my name. Are you going to abandon me? Xiao Hongli's eyes glistened with tears, her expression mournful, resembling a forsaken wife. Her acting prowess was so remarkable that Chen Yipeng felt a shiver run down his spine. This woman ought to pursue acting instead of art. Chen Yipeng, Rongxin burst in. moving with lightning speed to land several playful slaps on him before enveloping Xiao Hongli in a comforting embrace. Hongli, do not let this rascal trouble you. If he dares to bully you, I shall deal with him. Mother, am I truly your biological child? Chen Yipeng lamented, feeling as though he might have been adopted. While Xiao Hongli was undoubtedly Rongxin's flesh and blood. Rongxin shot a glare at Chen Yipeng, scolding, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. Your room resembles a pigsty. Mother, please go about your business. I will help Yipeng tidy up, Xiao Jinyu said, raising her head from Rongxin's shoulder. Her voice choked with emotion. Chen Yipeng noticed a fleeting glimmer of mischief in her eyes, but it vanished so quickly that one would hardly catch it. Rongxin, increasingly tender towards Xiao Hongli, gently patted her back, saying, You have worked so hard, cooking and cleaning. It is my pleasure, Xiao Hongli replied, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Rongxin beamed with joy. Her face lit up with delight, while Chen Yipeng winced in pain. In a moment when Rongxin was not looking, Xiao Hongli slyly pinched a tender piece of flesh at Chen Yipeng's waist with her delicate fingers, twisting it with a flourish. Vixen, Chen Yipeng cursed under his breath, unwilling to be outdone, as he poked her back with his finger. Xiao Hongli gasped in surprise, her body going weak, her rosy cheeks deepening in hue. Rong-Xin cast a dubious glance at Xiao Hongli, then at her foolish son. As someone who had experienced similar situations, she seemed to discern some underlying truths and promptly stood up to exit the room, closing the bedroom door behind her. Chen Yipeng, you are doomed, Xiao Hongli exclaimed, turning to pounce on Chen Yipeng, her pearly white teeth sinking sharply into his shoulder. Chen Yipeng yelped in pain, desperately tugging at Xiao Hongli's cheeks. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a while, before simultaneously releasing their grips. Rubbing his shoulder, Chen Yipeng, brimming with ire, retorted, Xiao Hongli, are you a dog? Oomph. Xiao Hongli replied, shedding her shoes, and clad only in her little white socks. She sprawled on the bed with an air of triumph. Darling, rub my legs. They ached from walking. Her legs were exquisitely shaped, long and sturdy, accentuated by skin as fair as cream. Chen Yipeng felt his face flush. He had not anticipated that their relationship would embolden Xiao Hongli to such a degree. At that moment, the youthful stirrings within him were gently ignited. Bathed in the golden rays of the morning sun, Xiao Hongli's legs appeared as if gilded, causing Chen Yipeng's gaze to linger. Even with her eyes closed, she sensed the heat of his gaze, a sly smile creeping on her lips. Suddenly, she bent her left knee slightly, and in an instant, as Chen Yipeng's attention drifted, she kicked him in the stomach. Though not overly forceful, the surprise of the maneuver sent him tumbling off the bed. Xiao Hongli, are you attempting to murder your husband? Chen Yipeng groaned, clutching his abdomen, feeling a little winded. He certainly didn't wish to scold Xiao Hongli. Rather, he employed this jest to mask his own embarrassment. Having lived with Chen Yipeng for nearly a decade, Xiao Hongli knew precisely what was on his mind. She placed her sock-clad foot on his shoulder, yawning, and remarked, You may look, but do not harbor wicked thoughts. Although we are both adults now, I wish to reserve my most precious gift for our wedding night. I trust you have no objections? Xiao Hongli's true intention was to retrieve the daughter from her past life, and thus, she felt compelled to adhere to a predetermined timeline, neither too early nor too late. If this approach failed to bring forth her daughter, she would have to accept her fate. Chapter 20. The plea of the green plum. As Chen Yipeng rubbed his abdomen to regain his composure, he sheepishly replied, Am I that kind of person? If you truly wish to marry me, I will certainly respect your wishes. However, after entering university and graduating, I lost track of the 4 or 5 years in between. I've told you several times. In my dictionary, Xiao Hongli knows only widowhood, not divorce. We must confront all challenges head-on. But let me make myself clear. If you dare to be unfaithful or stray, I will show you the most terrifying punishments the world has to offer. Xiao Hongli spoke slowly, a formidable aura suddenly emanating from her, her eyes sparkling with a chilling light. The first time Chen Yipeng laid eyes on the peculiar Xiao Hongli, it felt as though his heart had been grasped by a chilling hand, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, almost immediately, Xiao Hongli resumed her smile, nestled beneath the covers. embodying a serene tranquility. Wait, something feels amiss. If you refuse to let me touch you, saving it for our wedding night, does that imply that, just a couple of days ago, we did not engage in any substantial intimacy? Chen Yipeng squinted, speaking slowly. Xiao Hongli's heart skipped a beat, realizing her blunder. However, considering the inevitable exposure of her deception, she spread her hands and declared, "Indeed, we did not reach the final step. But you did tear my clothes. We kissed and touched. Does it truly matter if we didn't go all the way?" Her tone was notably assertive, relying on the effects of the sleeping pills. Confident that Chen Yipeng would have no recollection of the events, she took advantage of him, knowing well that her husband was profoundly responsible. Chen Yipeng scratched his head and admitted, "I was wrong. I could never commit such an ungrateful act. I promise to treat you well from now on. Moreover, I assure you that I shall abstain from alcohol entirely. Such occurrences will never happen again. I will ensure your happiness." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with confidence. Leaving Xiao Hongli momentarily awestruck, her cheeks flushed with warmth. Truly, he is so handsome. How could my husband have been so striking in his youth? I can't get enough of him. Xiao Hongli mused inwardly, yearning to leap into Chen Yipeng's embrace. While they conversed, Rong Xian cautiously knocked on the door and opened a crack, beckoning Chen Yipeng to step out and assist her. Acknowledging the request, Chen Yipeng donned his slippers and prepared to leave. Xiao Hongli chuckled softly, lowering her voice. "You know how her mother is. It seems she has matters she wishes to keep from me, yet she wants you to intervene. Could it be that your childhood friend, Su Kewai, is seeking you for something?" Chen Yipeng turned, astonished, as it appeared that the beauty before him possessed a keen insight that transcended her academic abilities. Honing in instead on the subtleties of human interaction, he felt as though Xiao Hongli had unraveled the intricacies of his entire family, a sensation he had encountered before. Xiao Hongli draped a towel over her head, turned to face the wall, and began scrolling through videos on her phone, urging, "Hurry. Your dear sister, Su Kewai, must be waiting anxiously. I shall indulge in another brief slumber, so do not disturb me." Unable to decipher Xiao Hongli's intentions, Chen Yipeng glanced back repeatedly to ensure she was not testing him before exiting the bedroom. Suddenly, Rong Xian delivered a sharp slap to his back, causing him to wince in pain. "Hey, Su Kewai has arrived. Did you summon her?" Rong Xian's gaze brimmed with skepticism as she warned, "I caution you against any flirtations. I recognize only Xiao Hongli as my daughter-in-law, so you had best sever ties with Su Kewai completely." Chen Yipeng gasped in pain, jesting. "Su Kewai has been our neighbor for over a decade. You certainly did not say that in the past. I recall you even suggested she should become my daughter-in-law. The past is the past, and the present is the present. I have come to realize that the Su family lacks proper morals. Although I have known Su Kewai since childhood, her temperament mirrors that of her mother, with a complete disregard for boundaries with men. The relationship we built over these years pales in comparison to that of a mere transfer student. Thankfully, my beloved Hongli possesses a kind heart. Hurry up and send her away." Rong Xian frowned and muttered under her breath. To avoid any misunderstanding from Xiao Hongli, Rong Xian maintained a polite facade, resolutely refusing to allow Su Kewai entry into their home. Rong Xian is not foolish. Once Xiao Hongli steps inside, she would be showered with affection, far surpassing the ungratefulness of Su Kewai. "All right, Mom, I understand. I will send her away right now." Chen Yipeng stifled a yawn and said helplessly. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure, his childhood neighbor, Su Kewai. Su Kewai appeared unwell, her complexion pallid and devoid of color. In just 2 days, she seemed to have withered away, her body swaying precariously as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. "Yipeng, brother Yipeng," she uttered the childhood nickname, her fingers twisting together, revealing her inner turmoil. Chen Yipeng's earlier good spirits vanished in an instant. His brow furrowed, smile fading, he remarked coolly, "Is there something you need? I tried calling you numerous times, but no one answered. My phone was broken," she stammered, her voice trembling as if she were a frightened rabbit. Chen Yipeng shook his head impassively. "No need for explanations. We are not that close." "How can we not be close? We grew up together. I know you're jealous, but I truly did not mean to cause trouble. That day, Han Xiaoyang forced me in his arms. I'm not his girlfriend. Please forgive me. I could be your girlfriend. Su Kewei gazed at him with hopeful eyes, speaking nervously. Chen Yipeng scoffed, forget it. I have no desire to wear a green hat. Having a girlfriend like you means I would have to tread carefully every day. Don't play the victim here. Many in our class have seen you on dates with Han Xiaoyang. The colored ring I gifted you has now become a bracelet. Was it Han Xiaoyang who gave it to you? A luxury item? Su Kewei's panic was evident as she instinctively covered her wrist, but her face soon turned ashen. She had genuinely forgotten about the bracelet. She quickly yanked it off, trembling. No, it's not like that. I don't want to discuss this further. I now have a girlfriend, and I don't want her to misunderstand. Chen Yipeng declared before turning and re-entering the house. Su Kewei opened her mouth to speak, but found herself at a loss for words, a tide of regret flooding her heart, rendering her breathless with anguish. Chapter 21. The Collapse of an Innocent Spirit. Brother Yipeng, please open the door. Su Kewei prepared to knock once more. The door suddenly swung open, revealing not Chen Yipeng, but Rong Xian. At that moment, Rong Xian's previously gentle demeanor had vanished. Her brow furrowed and her expression cold as she addressed Su Kewei. You are unwell, Kewei. It's best you return home and rest. Yipeng's girlfriend has just prepared breakfast. I shall bring you some. What? You mean this woman lives in your house? Auntie, you must be deceiving me, right? How could they possibly cohabitate? Su Kewei's panic surged, her complexion paling further. The term auntie struck Rong Xian as somewhat harsh. Yet considering Xiao Hongli's reputation, she quickly explained, they returned late yesterday, due to some matters. I allowed her to stay the night. She slept in Yipeng's room while he stayed next door. You lived with us when you were young, didn't you? What is so strange about it? Auntie, they've known each other for such a short time. That woman is clad in designer brands. She must have ulterior motives. You've known me since I was little. I have feelings for Yipeng, Su Kewei exclaimed in a rush. She could no longer concern herself with dignity. After regaining consciousness last night, she had incessantly reflected on Chen Yipeng's virtues. A suffocating sense of abandonment enveloped her. Thus, this morning, she had secretly fled the hospital, eager to see Chen Yipeng at the earliest opportunity. Su Kewei's parents were often preoccupied with work, and she had grown up in the Chen household, which she had long regarded as her second home. A flicker of sympathy crossed Rong Xian's eyes, but she quickly steeled herself and stated, Enough, Kewei. You have a boyfriend now. It's time to cease your attachment to Yipeng. You are both adults. You will eventually establish your own families. After all, you are not siblings by blood. It is best to maintain a certain distance. Now, please leave. With that, she closed the door and retreated inside. Su Kewei raised her hand once more, yet hesitated to knock. As the familiar surroundings began to fade, she felt as if the very support beneath her had vanished. Collapsing helplessly onto the ground, her gaze dimming and devoid of life. Time seemed to lose all meaning as she gradually stood, stumbling down the staircase like a specter. As she passed by the trash bin, her numb expression flickered as she noticed a partially open cardboard box containing several familiar items. Is that the plush toy and pen I gave him? Without a hint of disdain, Su Kewei knelt before the trash, carefully gathering the belongings into her arms. With a heart heavy with despair, she murmured, Chen Yipeng, could you truly be so heartless? I refuse to believe it. You always claimed to care for me. Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she cradled the box like a treasured possession, allowing her sorrow to soak her skin. Let us go home, sighed Su Hong. Approaching his daughter, with a quivering voice, Su Kewei lamented, Dad, Chen Yipeng no longer wants me, and neither does Aunt Rong. I feel so miserable. Her father replied with a bittersweet smile, I understand, my dear. You are merely confused at this moment. The road ahead is long, and perhaps you will encounter a more suitable young man. Su Kewei shook her head defiantly, declaring, I only want him. As it was during working hours, and they were in an apartment building, Su Hong forcefully ushered his daughter into the car and drove home. Concerned about his daughter's mental state, he requested a 2-day leave from work. Fortunately, as the head of his department, he had few obligations lately. Lu Hui hurried back from the hospital, originally intending to reprimand her daughter for her impulsiveness, but upon seeing her condition, Her heart ached with compassion. Su Kuwei meticulously placed the items from the cardboard box one by one onto her pristine pink bedsheet. Though the belongings held little monetary value, they were imbued with the memories shared between her and Chen Yipeng. Lu Hui, increasingly anxious, stood at the bedroom door and said, "Darling, I will speak to your Aunt Rome today. This time, we must arrange for Yipeng to come out. You two have grown up together. No outsider can intrude upon that bond. It's useless. I was the one who erred first. I should not have lacked boundaries or engaged in flirtation with other boys. I was lured by concerts and luxurious gifts, betraying the feelings we shared," Su Kuwei murmured to herself. As the same sentiments echoed back and forth, Lu Hui grew increasingly worried about her daughter's mental well-being, tears beginning to flow down her cheeks. Su Hong gently patted his wife's shoulder and advised, "Let her figure it out on her own. There are ways to mend things. After all, she is still young, and who knows what the future holds." It is quite common for young people to have their share of breakups and reconciliations. Perhaps in a few years, Yipeng may find himself in a different relationship, or our daughter may encounter someone new when school starts again. Regardless, from what I know of Yipeng, I believe he is drawn to vibrant, healthy, and spirited young women. Though this was ostensibly directed at Lu Hui, it was, in truth, meant for Su Kuwei's ears. Su Kuwei, indeed, absorbed his words. A glimmer of hope flickered in her numb gaze. She wiped away her tears and said, "Mom, please cook for me." "No, I want to learn to cook. I need to take care of my health. Do I look particularly unappealing right now? With my current state, which boy would like me? I must recover quickly. Learning to cook can wait." Lu Hui let out a sigh of relief and promptly assisted her daughter onto the bed. Su Kuwei gathered all her stuffed animals and trinkets, placing them tenderly beside her pillow, as if this would allow her to sense Chen Yipeng's presence. Lu Hui initially considered stopping her, thinking of disinfecting those items. But a glance from Su Hong made her relent. With a resigned sigh, she carefully exited the bedroom. "Old Su, what on earth is happening? What is wrong with our daughter?" Lu Hui wiped her tears as she spoke. "Emotional wounds require emotional remedies. Let her find her own way out. For now, you should refrain from going to the hospital. I'll take care of the leave. You should stay home and accompany our daughter," Su Hong sighed. Through gritted teeth, Lu Hui declared, "Ultimately, it is all that Han Xiaoyang's fault. He is no good. If he hadn't enticed our daughter, she wouldn't be so confused. He even attempted to resort to violence. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The Han family may be wealthy, but Su Hong is no pushover." A glint of determination crossed Su Heng's eyes as he spoke slowly. In his youth, he was indeed a man forged in the fires of battle. Although more than a decade has passed, the inherent ferocity within him remains untempered, untouched by the tranquility of his current life. Han is acutely aware of Su Heng's background, which only heightens his reluctance to engage with such a troublesome figure. He had previously cautioned his son about this. However, as fate would have it, someone orchestrated events from behind the scenes, and Han Xiaoyang was merely a pawn in their game. Chapter 22. The Subtle Pleasures Between Couples, the Chun Residence. Chen Yipeng gazed at the bowl of plain congee on the table, his brow furrowed in displeasure. Showing no inclination to touch it, he harbored a deep aversion to congee, typically avoiding the ones that Rong Xian prepared. Opposite him, Rong Xian savored the congee with delight, exclaiming, "This congee cooked by my daughter-in-law is truly delightful. Mother, surely it cannot be that extraordinary. It is merely plain congee," he replied with a hint of irony. "If you enjoy it, I shall prepare it for you every day," Chen Yipeng said with a wry smile. Rong Xian shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "But this is not just any congee. It is made by my daughter-in-law. Finish every last drop in your bowl. Not a single drop should remain." "This is a token of affection from Hongli," she insisted assertively. Recognizing the seriousness in his mother-esque tone, Chen Yipeng reluctantly complied and drained the bowl. He then fought against the urge to retch, standing up to wipe his mouth, declaring, "I have finished." Stretching his back, he approached the bedroom door, peering through the crack to catch a glimpse of Xiao Hongli. Sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating her figure. The girl, cradling her phone, had drifted off to sleep, her pose exquisitely graceful, leaving Chen Yipeng momentarily mesmerized. Suddenly, Rong Xian pinched his arm sharply. casting a fierce glare and making a hushed gesture before carefully closing the bedroom door. Hongli did not rest well last night. Do not disturb her. I warn you. Until marriage, no impropriety is allowed. If her parents call, you must comport yourself well. Do you understand? Rong Xian admonished in a low voice. At that moment, it seemed to reaffirm the mother's favoritism. Chen Yipeng could only manage a bitter smile and nodded, escorting Rong Xian out before returning to his own room. The air was imbued with a faint fragrance, the unique scent belonging to Xiao Hongli. The red mandarin duck quilt was neatly arranged, and Chen Yipeng resisted the urge to lie down upon it. Seating himself at the desk, he opened his computer and deftly launched the trading software. This internationally recognized platform displayed various futures and stocks, even confidential intelligence. His uncle had once imparted the wisdom: money could resolve 90% of the world's issues, while the remaining 10% could be alleviated with financial means. Under his uncle's guidance, Chen Yipeng had developed a knack for intelligence gathering, and his trading account now boasted over 2 million. Unlike the typical characters found in novels who conceal their fortunes from family, he openly shared his situation with his parents. Rong Xian and Chen Fu remained composed, not allowing the sudden wealth to destabilize their mindset. Instead, due to the uncertainties of investment, they insisted that Chen Yipeng remit 30% of each profit, safeguarding it for him, so that should he face failure in the future, he would still possess the means for a resurgence. Despite being constrained by societal perceptions and circumstances, Chen Yipeng remains willing to invest financially in ensuring his parents' peace of mind. Although the family has not acquired any extravagant possessions, nor do they intend to change their residence or vehicles, their quality of life in terms of food and clothing has indeed improved compared to before. This also serves as the foundation for Rong Xian's acceptance of Xiao Hongli as a daughter-in-law. As her son is not inept, he possesses the capability to earn. In the northwest of the English Empire, a coal mining region has been struck by an earthquake. Upon reading this news, Chen Yipeng observed a sudden surge in stocks related to the coal industry on his trading system. Under the guidance of his uncle's analysis, he was already aware that this was a fabricated rumor propagated by market manipulators. This was evident, as just 2 weeks prior, a significant quantity of explosives had been illicitly sold, destined for the northwest of England. Consequently, Chen Yipeng promptly liquidated all the stocks he had purchased at a low price, and his account suddenly displayed a balance of 10 million. From this day forth, I too am a millionaire. Chen Yipeng restrained his excitement, diligently wiped his face, and took a deep breath to steady himself. His uncle had previously remarked that stocks are a form of financial gambling. This time he profited thanks to his uncle, but he knew he could not continue this path. Exercising remarkable self-control, he muttered to himself. He transferred 30% of his earnings to Rong Xian's account, as was customary, and sent a screenshot of the transaction details to his parents, indicating that he would refrain from further investments for the time being and inquired if they had anything they wished to purchase. Rong Xian immediately called, exuberantly advising Chen Yipeng to save money and to refrain from unnecessary purchases, as there would be plenty of opportunities to spend in the future. Chen's father, however, responded with calm assurance, simply acknowledging the message. Xiao Hongli slept until nearly 10 o'clock, groggily rising and calling out husband. This time, Chen Yipeng heard her clearly, opened the door, and entered with a smile, saying, "Husband is here, what is it?" Xiao Hongli felt a bit embarrassed. She had inadvertently called out to her future husband from a decade later. Nevertheless, with a bold demeanor, she stretched out her arms, requesting Chen Yipeng to carry her to the bathroom. Chen Yipeng found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Hongli seemed increasingly casual, truly believing herself to be a princess. Yet, this playful intimacy between them brought him joy, and he tenderly lifted his fiancée, step by step, into the bathroom. Rong Xian had meticulously organized their home. In the bathroom, designed with a separation of wet and dry areas, gleamed brilliantly. All the bathing products were new, the finest available on the market. As Chen Yipeng carried Xiao Hongli into the bathroom, he initially harbored a hint of anticipation. However, Xiao Hongli abruptly pushed him out, dismantling any hope. Just as Chen Yipeng's frustration began to rise, it was quelled by a gentle kiss from Xiao Hongli, who had followed him out. She effortlessly manipulated Chen Yipeng's emotions, maintaining complete control over him. The facade of a fragile, sickly demeanor only leads to ineffectual possessiveness. A true, delicate soul weaves a gentle web, firmly ensnaring a man's heart. After exiting the bathroom, Chen Yipeng splashed cold water on his face, calming his anxious spirit. This was precisely what his uncle had described. A beautiful woman's realm is a hero's grave. He chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. Yet, I truly do not wish to strive any longer. Upon hearing the gentle patter of water emanating from the bathroom, Chen Yipeng found himself momentarily distracted and wandered into the kitchen to wash some fruit. Half an hour later, Xiao Hongli emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a pristine white towel. Her demeanor was languid, and after a warm bath, her delicate, jade-like skin bore a faint rosy hue reminiscent of inebriation. Her damp hair cascaded over her shoulders like a dark waterfall. The exquisite contours of her collarbone and her long, fair legs exuded an indescribable allure. As Chen Yipeng was slicing fruit, he beheld this scene and felt a trickle of blood escape his nose. "You silly," Xiao Hongli chuckled, her smile radiating a mature charm that belied her age. Chen Yipeng quickly pinched his nose, feeling a surge of embarrassment. In truth, it was hardly his fault. The beauty before him was simply enchanting. Chapter 23. Is this considered a preventive measure? Were a younger girl in his stead, she might have mocked Chen Yipeng or reveled in her own allure. Yet, Xiao Hongli refrained from such actions, promptly retrieving some cotton swabs. She then instructed Chen Yipeng to rest his head on her lap while lifting his arm. A warmth enveloped Chen Yipeng's heart, and he foolishly remarked, "Hongli, having you around is truly wonderful. Love is a reciprocal endeavor. What you offer to me, I shall return in kind. Unilateral devotion does not constitute love. Growing old together necessitates mutual support." A flicker of pride and regret crossed Xiao Hongli's eyes. This insight was gleaned from the lessons of her previous failed marriage. By the time she realized this truth, it was far too late. Yet, she was grateful to the heavens for granting her a second chance. Chen Yipeng, momentarily lost in thought, remarked, "Hongli, you are incredibly wise. It feels as if you have experienced marriage before." Xiao Hongli paused, silently lamenting. Why was her husband, in his youth, so much harder to deceive than he had been post-marriage? His perceptiveness left her somewhat overwhelmed. Had he never seen a pig run after having eaten one? You should read more romance novels. Do you know what is most vital between spouses? Xiao Hongli blinked her beautiful eyes at Chen Yipeng and slowly spoke. Chen Yipeng hesitated before answering. Affection? Nonsense. You're so foolish. It's trust. The cornerstone of any marriage is trust, followed closely by communication. In romance novels, the most common reason for divorce is the lack of trust and communication, Xiao Hongli said meaningfully. This was the first time Chen Yipeng had encountered such reasoning, and he curiously inquired, "Why is that?" "Let me illustrate. If you were to see me enter a hotel room with a man and remain there all night, what would your initial reaction be?" Xiao Hongli narrowed her eyes and asked, "You dare?" Chen Yipeng's expression darkened, his gaze turning cold and fierce, the sudden intensity causing Xiao Hongli to shudder. Her heart raced. Although she felt anxious, her face betrayed none of it. Instead, she playfully swatted Chen Yipeng, saying, "Why are you scaring me? I was merely speaking hypothetically. There are no hypotheticals, should you genuinely act in such a manner. I shall ensure that both of you are left with no means of escape." Chen Yipeng spoke with utmost seriousness. Xiao Hongli, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, pressed her forehead and replied, "Very well, let us not use me as an example. If it were your friends, what would you think they were doing? Engaging in infidelity?" Chen Yipeng provided the most plausible answer. In a huff, Xiao Hongli retorted, "Have you never considered that a hotel could serve as a clandestine venue for transactions? If someone were to deliberately orchestrate a meeting there to negotiate a deal, only to exploit the situation to capture and edit incriminating footage, creating an illusion of infidelity on the woman's part. As a husband, if one were to retaliate and seek divorce without questioning the circumstances, would that not play directly into the hands of an adversary who would go to such lengths merely to instigate the dissolution of a marriage? How idle must one be?" Chen Yipeng chuckled. Xiao Hongli spoke gravely. Do not underestimate the possibility of such occurrences. The heart can be cruel. The business arena is akin to a battlefield. It is conceivable that in the future, someone may seek to sabotage the bond between us for personal gain. The most significant person in my life, aside from my parents, is undoubtedly you. If, at a critical juncture, you were to be manipulated into instigating a divorce, it could very well jeopardize our business endeavors. Stop. Why do I feel as though you are preemptively guarding against something? Do not tell me you intend to visit hotels with others in the future? Chen Yipeng furrowed his brow. Xiao Hongli's expression contorted as she erupted. Chen Yipeng, could you please focus on the substance of our discussion? Do not allow your thoughts to scatter. Can you not comprehend my words? Her fierce tone commanded attention. Taken aback, Chen Yipeng responded earnestly, Please continue. I am listening. This is the nature of business rivalry. Every tactic is employed. Do not mistake my word for jest. Society is fraught with peril, and the most treacherous element is the human heart. If Su Kewai were to deliberately wait for you on the street and, upon seeing you, collapse into your arms, while someone were to lead me nearby to witness you two entwined, and I were to take no time to seek clarification, immediately opting for divorce and separation, could you endure that? Xiao Hongli spoke in a low voice, her demeanor exceedingly grave. Chen Yipeng fell into contemplation, reluctantly lifting his head from Xiao Hongli's lap. Once seated, he remarked, I now grasp your intention. Therefore, beyond trust, communication is paramount, regardless of what one observes. The first step must be to inquire. Yet, it is said that a thief may act for 1,000 days. But one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. Indeed, you have hit the nail on the head. Xiao Hongli wore a look of approval, gesturing toward a delicate crystal necklace adorning her neck. This necklace operates on solar energy, equipped with location tracking and continuous monitoring capabilities. I have always kept it close. Should the scenario I previously described arise, simply reviewing the footage will unveil the truth. What a splendid idea. It effectively prevents misunderstandings. You are truly astute. Chen Yipeng nodded in approval, though his expression bore a hint of peculiarity. Xiao Hongli raised an eyebrow, asking, What else do you wish to say? If you were to wear it 24 hours a day, what would happen when you visit a public restroom or a communal bath? To infringe upon another's privacy is indeed a violation of the law. Furthermore, during that particular moment, might we have recorded it? Chen Yipeng remarked with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Hongli's face flushed crimson. Even her delicate swan-like neck bore a rosy hue. She pinched Chen Yipeng playfully and exclaimed, Nonsense. I could just as easily do away with you. You're incorrigible. How shameless. Observing Xiao Hongli's blushing yet indignant countenance, Chen Yipeng's heart began to race uncontrollably. He gently wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing her closer. I assure you, I shall always place my trust in you. In the future, I will communicate with you promptly regarding any matters, he said softly. Seeing the assertive glint in Chen Yipeng's eyes, Xiao Hongli could no longer contain her inner excitement and slowly closed her eyes. Half an hour later, she emerged from the bedroom in a different outfit. Chen Yipeng, having taken a cold shower, followed suit for the bathroom. By the way, do you still have that item? Prepare one for me as well. Chen Yipeng inquired as he settled onto the sofa. While drying his hair with a towel, Xiao Hongli replied, You needn't worry. I have complete faith in you. I am exceptional and love you dearly. As long as you were a reasonable person, you would never let me down, would you? Chapter 24. The most difficult to bear the favor of a beauty, it is easy to torment a talented individual. Yet the favor of a beauty is the most challenging to endure. Although the hairdryer roared loudly, Chen Yipeng heard Xiao Hongli's words distinctly. The young mister. Chen felt his eyes moisten. Even with his resolute character, he was profoundly moved by Xiao Hongli's trust. Satisfied with his reaction, Xiao Hongli switched off the hairdryer. The flicker of timidity that had just surfaced dissipated, and she felt she had once again gained the upper hand over her Mr. Chen. Unbeknownst to Chen Yipeng, Xiao Hongli had discreetly installed surveillance software on his phone. Had it not been for the incident with her uncle damaging the device, even his slightest snores would have reached Xiao Hongli's ears instantly. Now, she had relinquished the phone monitoring in favor of covertly tracking him through her subordinates. Though she spoke sweetly, She was determined not to lose control over Chen Yipeng. Should her subordinates be discovered, she had already prepared someone to take the blame, her own parents. For this, she had even rehearsed dialogues and contingency plans with Bai Yun in advance. It could be said that Xiao Hongli's efforts for Chen Yipeng were obsessive, bordering on a form of madness. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, Chen Yipeng's phone rang. This old device, worth no more than 100 yuan, was merely for emergencies. Its minuscule screen rendering it impossible to discern the sender's identity. Xiao Hongli snorted and remarked, "Is it from an ex-girlfriend? How attentive." Chen Yipeng, feeling somewhat guilty, handed the phone to her and said, "I told you, she is not an ex. We never dated. We've been neighbors since childhood, and it wouldn't be polite to block her. If it bothers you, I can delete her immediately. Let me take a look." Xiao Hongli snatched the phone, feigning jealousy. Indeed, the message was from Su Kawai, filled with apologies, confessions, and a plethora of reminiscences. Ah, how amusing it is that even the tale of your childhood, sharing a bed, has been recounted. Childhood sweethearts, indeed. Do you not feel a stir of emotion? Xiao Hongli, thoroughly engrossed in the narrative, could not help but reveal a faint, sardonic smile, as if one could almost hear the grinding of teeth. Ahem. Chen Yipeng, rubbing his nose, responded with a hint of exasperation. Just moments ago, we discussed the paramount importance of trust and communication in a marriage. Do you truly harbor such doubts about me? I assure you, I have had no contact with Su Kawei. Moreover, what happened in our youth remains in the past. I concede that I once held feelings for her, but once she allied herself with Han Xiaoyang, any possibility between us vanished. My greatest aversion is betrayal. I shall never forgive her. Ah, the fervor of youth. Xiao Hongli, with an air of sage wisdom, patted Chen Yipeng on the shoulder and remarked meaningfully, "In the realm of adulthood, right and wrong are but illusions, and absolutes do not exist. Only everlasting interests prevail. Should Su Kawei offer you substantial benefits, I would not object to your feigned cordiality with her." Chen Yipeng was taken aback by Xiao Hongli's perspective. Her views echoed those of his uncle. The cold, profit-driven ideology instilled in him by his uncle was something Chen Yipeng internally resisted. Yet he was astonished to find his fiancée articulating sentiments so akin to his uncle's. He sensed a shadow of his uncle in Xiao Hongli, which unwittingly burdened him with a sense of pressure. Might there come a day when you would forsake me for the allure of greater gain? If another man could offer you more, would you choose to leave? Chen Yipeng spoke slowly. Xiao Hongli burst into laughter, pointing at herself as she exclaimed, "Do you know what kind of life I yearn for? A life of leisure, sleeping, eating, and waiting for death. Endless romantic novels and dramas, an abundance of snacks. I wish to peruse shopping malls daily, indulge in manicures, and watch films. I desire to wake without the need to rise, and for you to carry me in a princess embrace to the bathroom each morning. In the evenings, you must wash my feet and cuddle me as you narrate stories." Xiao Hongli counted off her wishes on her fingers, her eyes sparkling with dreams, almost drooling at the thought. Chen Yipeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He realized that Xiao Hongli was sincere. This exquisite, affluent young lady, at her core, was a homebody. "Stop." Chen Yipeng had to interrupt her, his face flushed with embarrassment, saying, "There's no need to wait for the future. I can do that now." Xiao Hongli leaned closer to Chen Yipeng, narrowing her eyes, and said, "I manage a company with over 30,000 employees. You must grow quickly. One day, I will entrust the entire company to you, so you can help me shoulder the burden and allow me to live the life of my dreams. You trust me so implicitly? Are you not afraid I might abscond with your funds or abandon you?" Chen Yipeng asked, somewhat dampening the mood. He could not fathom the origin of Xiao Hongli's trust in him. They were still in the early stages of their relationship, having transitioned from mere acquaintances to calling each other husband and wife far too swiftly. Chen Yipeng lacked confidence in his ability to navigate this emotional landscape effectively. Xiao Hongli spoke earnestly, enunciating each word. "Because you are Chen Yipeng, my beloved, my husband, I offer you my unwavering devotion. All that I am belongs to you." Chen Yipeng turned and embraced Xiao Hongli tightly, his strength immense, as if he sought to merge the girl into his very being. Xiao Hongli felt as though her ribs might fracture, her chest constricted. After patting Chen Yipeng's back and soothing him, she finally found relief. Enough of this. My eyes are aching from staring at my phone. I shall buy you a new one. Xiao Hongli remarked. Su Kewai has sent so many messages. And you do not even respond? This time, Chen Yipeng acted with decisive resolve, disregarding any sentiment of childhood camaraderie, and promptly blocked and deleted all connections. He now cherished a girl far more deserving of his affection, naturally wishing to sever ties with the past. Subsequently, he led Xiao Hongli to the computer, opened his trading account, and declared, "There is no need for you to buy me a phone. I possess a modest savings. While it may seem trifling to you, I will strive diligently." Xiao Hongli's eyes widened in disbelief, her lips parting slightly, as a surge of indignation welled within her. In her previous life, she had been oblivious to such a sum. This was clearly her husband's secret stash. Is it acceptable for me to hold this money? The man shall provide, while the woman manages. Henceforth, I will oversee your necessities. Should you require substantial funds, present a budget for my approval. Is that agreeable, Mr. Chen? Xiao Hongli's gaze glimmered with a dangerous light as she spoke slowly. Chen Yipeng felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. Had he not witnessed Xiao Hongli's bank balance, he might have thought her a professional swindler. Your demands are more ruthless than seizing my assets. A man must engage in social obligations. Please allow me some funds for smoking and drinking, he implored, actively seeking a modicum of financial freedom. Chapter 25. The Family Finances. It is indeed amusing. Two aspiring university students were engaged in a serious discussion akin to that of newlyweds deliberating over household finances, entirely devoid of any sense of absurdity. Our Mr. Chen ultimately succumbed to the imperiousness of his petite wife, signing a treaty that relinquished his control over family expenditures. However, Chen Yipeng did not emerge empty-handed. In surrendering his account, he received an infinite overdraft credit card. From that moment forth, every expenditure would be instantly reflected on Xiao Hongli's phone, from the purchase of a pencil to a private jet. This super credit card allowed Chen Yipeng to indulge in a life of opulence brought forth by wealth. Yet, every gain bears a loss. Chen Yipeng would likely be forever barred from enjoying the massage services at exclusive clubs or singing with his rowdy friends, bestowing warmth upon unfortunate young women. With no vices to speak of, he did not hesitate for a moment, resolutely tucking the credit card away. Xiao Hongli narrowed her eyes, smiling as she said, "Darling, I expected you to hesitate and refuse. Men of your age often display a sense of machismo, overly concerned with pride, and dread spending their wives' money. My uncle once told me, a humble origin is not a shame. The ability to endure and adapt is the mark of a true man. I am currently yielding to your oppressive authority, but one day I shall reclaim my power," Chen Yipeng declared with righteous fervor. Xiao Hongli felt a slight headache, yet a sense of relief washed over her as she remarked, "Once again, it's Uncle Yi. Must you always keep him on your lips? I wish you would speak of me instead. Very well. From now on, if anyone tries to reason with me, I shall retort. My wife said I must not associate with fools." Chen Yipeng chuckled. Xiao Hongli laughed as well, shaking her head. "By the way, the stock market is fraught with risks. How did you amass such wealth?" As Uncle Yi began to speak, Chen Yipeng instinctively swallowed his words. He decided to reveal his stock trading information instead. Driven by a man's pride, he recounted his analysis in full detail, leaving nothing unspoken. "Are you suggesting that England experienced no earthquake, but rather a bomb detonation?" Xiao Hongli squinted her eyes, speaking slowly. Chen Yipeng feigned nonchalance, replying, "Isn't it evident to anyone who thinks? Based on my analysis, within an hour, this false information will be uncovered, and by then, those who needed to cash out will have done so." "Darling, I love you. You've done it," Xiao Hongli exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Chen Yipeng before swiftly reaching for her phone to make a call. "Hello, Baiyin. Immediately liquidate all stocks in the coal sector. Do not tell me they're still rising. Fire all the stock analysts and advisors. They're a bunch of fools. This is an order. It must be executed without fail. I do not trust experts. I only trust my husband." Now, Chen Yipeng could not help but gasp, feeling an immense pressure. If his judgment was wrong, it could lead to significant losses for Xiao Hongli's company. He wished she would reconsider, but Xiao Hongli had already hung up. You trust me so completely? Aren't you afraid? Chen Yipeng asked, his expression complex. Xiao Hongli replied nonchalantly, if there are losses, so be it. I truly do not care. I trust you more than I trust myself. No sweet words could rival the sentiment of I believe in you. Chen Yipeng could not resist pulling Xiao Hongli into his embrace once more. This affectionate act delighted Xiao Hongli, who found no annoyance in Chen Yipeng's attentiveness. It is only when one truly loves another that they yearn to be together at all times. Xiao Hongli understood this well and reveled in the sweetness of their romance. In truth, Chen Yipeng's judgment was correct. Approximately 15 minutes later, the English officials issued a statement refuting the earthquake claim, asserting that the collapse was due to a gas pipeline explosion, and coal production continued as normal. Numerous organizations were left lamenting, with the most notable being a consortium that had cashed out at the peak, projecting profits exceeding $12 billion. They emerged as the largest profit-seeking entity. Aside from the English Royal Investment Group, astute observers recognized this as a ploy by the English officials. Yet seizing the largest share of this lucrative opportunity required not only bravery and resolve, but, most crucially, keen insight. The investment department of the group has gained remarkable notoriety. Yet, peculiarly, the chief investment advisor and analysts have all resigned in disgrace. Subsequent investigations revealed that the stock trading in question was personally executed by the group as president, Xiao Jinyu. In no time, Xiao Jinyu's name echoed in many ears, earning her the title of the most beautiful female president in Linhai. Xiao Jinyu is a pseudonym for Xiao Hongli, and very few have had the privilege of seeing her true appearance. She has never attended banquets, participated in any events, posed for photographs, or granted interviews. However, this time, she found herself thrust into the spotlight. Naturally, Chen Yipeng was unaware of these circumstances. He and Xiao Hongli shared endless conversations at home, blissfully spending a delightful day together. In the afternoon, Xiao Hongli rolled up her sleeves, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Unfortunately, her cooking left much to be desired, and ultimately, it was Chen Yipeng who reluctantly took to the kitchen, preparing a braised carp along with a stir-fry dish of greens and bitter melon. When Chen's parents returned home from work, they were greeted with a warm meal prepared by their son and daughter-in-law, which filled their hearts with joy. As they dined, Chen Yipeng suddenly spoke up, Mom and Dad, I'd like to take Hongli to visit my uncle tomorrow. Xiao Hongli's heart skipped a beat. The fish meat she had been holding with her chopsticks inadvertently slipped into her bowl. Fortunately, she managed to conceal her surprise without revealing any flaws. Chen's parents exchanged glances and simultaneously chuckled. Yes, you both should go. Just remember to pay the nursing home's fees for the next quarter. Chen's father nodded in approval. Rongxian explained to Xiao Hongli, Yipeng only introduces his most cherished individuals to his uncle. Although his uncle may not be entirely lucid, he certainly holds Yipeng in high regard. He will undoubtedly like you. Yes, I understand, Xiao Hongli replied, her complexion slightly pale. She realized that given Chen Yipeng's deep concern for that madman, she should have refrained from meddling. If Chen Yipeng were to discover that she had concealed his uncle's body, he might even hold her responsible for his death. The gravity of the situation sent shivers down her spine, and she trembled slightly. Her affection for Chen Yipeng was profound, causing her to feel anxious about anything related to him. Even Rongxian sensed something amiss, and the others at the dining table turned their attention towards Xiao Hongli, their gazes filled with curiosity. Chapter 26. The future mother-in-law's call. Realizing she had lost her composure, Xiao Hongli prepared to concoct an excuse. But a video call arrived just in time to extricate her from the predicament. It's my mother, Wu Ge, Xiao Hongli thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over her, though she feigned anxiety on her face as she carefully retrieved her phone. The device was set to vibrate, the buzzing sound causing the hearts of the Chen family members to race, diverting their focus from Xiao Hongli. Oh dear, I'm not ready to meet your mother. Perhaps you should take the call in another room, Rongxian suggested, clearly flustered as she stood up awkwardly. Xiao Hongli chuckled softly, Mom. I've already discussed my relationship with Yipeng with my family. It's not a formal meeting, so it's perfectly all right. Chen Yipeng's heart raced as well. He had no experience dealing with such situations. As he was preparing to leave, Xiao Hongli unexpectedly pressed the call button. A poised woman appeared on the screen, exuding an air of noble elegance, adorned in a haute couture gown and a pearl necklace, her features vaguely resembling those of Xiao Hongli. "Oh, Hongli, are you dining? Are you Yipeng's mother?" "I am Wu Gu," she said with a smile, her face devoid of any trace of anger, instead radiating warmth. Rong Xin felt a sense of relief, yet guilt washed over her as she quickly replied, "Hello, Hongli's mother. I am Chen Yipeng's mother. I sincerely apologize. We should have reached out to you first, considering the situation with our children. We bear some responsibility. You are too kind." Hongli has mentioned her godmother. A truly wonderful person. I trust my daughter's judgment implicitly. Since the matter has arisen, we respect Hongli's choices. Henceforth, we shall be family, and there is no need for such formality. What I propose is that we arrange the engagement before the children head off to university during the holidays. What do you think? Wu Gu remarked with a nonchalant demeanor. Chen Yipeng nearly spat out his drink. This mother-in-law was indeed an extraordinary character. Her thought process as unpredictable as Xiao Hongli's. Rong Xin was nearly leaping with joy, her eyes sparkling as she nodded eagerly, her mind racing with possibilities. "Mom, it's only been 2 months. What can we prepare? Wedding dresses, wedding photos, a marital home. There is so much to consider. It seems rather hasty." Xiao Hongli expressed her discontent. Chen Yipeng felt a knot in his calf as dread filled his gaze. Was he to plunge into the depths of matrimony before even graduating university? What kind of absurd rhythm was this? Rong Xin chuckled incredulously, patting Xiao Hongli's head. "Silly child, an engagement is not a wedding. It mainly involves close relatives gathering for a meal." She then turned to Wu Gu, hesitating momentarily before continuing. "Hongli's mother, you may be aware that our family's circumstances differ from yours. However, you needn't worry about Hongli being mistreated. Yipeng possesses a talent for investments. I wonder what your family's standing is?" "Oh, we lack for nothing. I have long wished to see her entrusted to another, with Yipeng looking after her. I feel at ease. As for the bride price, a symbolic amount would suffice. Even if we claim it amounts to several billion, who besides our family would truly know?" Wu Gu seemed unfazed, exhibiting no inclination to assess Chen Yipeng's character, appearing rather eager to see Xiao Hongli wed. Rong Xin was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Chen's father, listening from the side, furrowed his brow, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Xiao Hongli could not possibly feign ignorance. She was merely putting on a charmingly naive facade before Rong Xin. Blushing, she pushed Chen Yipeng towards the camera, exclaiming, "Mom, this is Chen Yipeng." "Ah, Andy, I am Chen Yipeng." Chen Yipeng was so anxious that he stuttered, his back muscles tense and palms drenched in sweat, while his toes awkwardly threatened to tear through the soles of his shoes. Wu Gu raised her eyebrows and remarked, "Why still call me Aunt? Hongli refers to your mother as Mom. How should I be addressed?" This left Chen Yipeng bewildered. It was so different from the romantic novels he had read. Shouldn't these wealthy mothers-in-law go to great lengths to separate their daughters from suitors, offering a hefty severance fee, and even after marriage, look down upon their sons-in-law, attempting to break them apart? Wu Gu was not only amiable, but also quite approachable. If Xiao Hongli were unattractive, physically disabled, or had some issues, it would be more understandable. Yet, Xiao Hongli was breathtakingly beautiful, with a curvaceous figure and a natural talent for business. She was the quintessential image of a wealthy and beautiful female CEO. Moreover, as the daughter of a prestigious family, she should be inundated with elite suitors. How could she possibly have her sights set on him? Chen Yipeng could not fathom it, and stammered, "Mom." This delighted Wu Gu, who promptly transferred 5 million to Chen Yipeng's account, declaring it was a fee for changing his address. This left Rong Xin unsettled, regretting her oversight. Why hadn't she thought to offer a fee to Xiao Hongli? She shot a glare at Chen's father, signaling him to retrieve the bank card from the bedroom. Wu Gu and Rong Xin began to chat casually, quickly becoming familiar with one another. Wu Gu possessed an indescribable charisma that easily endeared her to others. Chen's father discreetly slipped the bank card into Rong Xin's pocket, then nodded at Chen Yipeng, and the two retreated to the balcony. Once again, Chen's father offered his son a cigarette, personally lighting it for him. This time, Chen Yipeng did not refuse. With an engagement on the horizon, he would soon be a man with familial responsibilities. Although he disliked smoking, he took a couple of puffs and said, "Dad, what do you think?" Initially, I suspected a setup. It had surfaced recently where a girl pretended to be a wealthy heiress, employing actors as relatives to swindle a substantial dowry before vanishing. Our family may not appear affluent, but the money you've invested is enticing enough to attract attention. Your mother is quite concerned about her reputation, and she might inadvertently leak information. However, Hongli does not seem to fit that mold. She is clearly the daughter of a prestigious family, raised in wealth. Listening to her mother's words only reinforces my conviction. The Xiao family is formidable, Chen's father replied slowly. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Yipeng said, "Dad, Hongli has shared details about her family. Her father is Xiao Changhe, the former speaker of the Lehigh City Council. I've done some online research, but there is little information about him. However, I can confirm that he indeed exists. I plan to have my uncle meet Xiao Hongli to help me analyze the situation." Xiao Changhe, Chen's father furrowed his brow, pondering thoughtfully. No wonder. Xiao Changhe is no ordinary man. He became the city speaker at 36. However, during his tenure, he offended too many people and ended up imprisoned. He should have retired early by now. Chapter 27. The concerns of parents. Mr. Chen removed the filter from his cigarette, igniting it in reverse. The burning paper flared into a brilliant light, casting flickering shadows across his face. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Yipeng, and declared, "You underestimate your father. Rest assured, with me safeguarding your mother, no one can harm us. Do not be overly confident." Chen Yipeng replied, "You were a war hero in your youth, but time has aged you, and you cannot compare to your former self. If the matters concerning the Xiao family become too troublesome, I shall part ways with Hongli." With a heavy sigh, he expressed his thoughts. Mr. Chen scoffed. "What a lack of ambition. You and Hongli share such a bond, and you speak of separation so readily? How can you worry about what is yet to occur? How can you bear greater responsibilities in the future if you fret over the present? Back in our day, when we held the line, we pushed forward regardless of the conditions. By the end of the campaign, only your Uncle Sue and I remained, riddled with shrapnel. Did we ever falter?" Though Chen Yipeng had heard his father's tales countless times, he remained in awe of his father's indomitable spirit. Encouraged by his father's words, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Mimicking his father's habit, he extinguished the cigarette, but with his fingers. The sharp sting on his fingertips seemed to symbolize his resolve. Laughter occasionally echoed from the living room, indicating that the conversation was far from over, as the three women appeared to have endless topics to discuss over their phones. "Mr. Chen squinted and remarked, "Is it possible for you to be friends with Kawai? Your Uncle Sue called. Kawai is not in good spirits. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. I do not wish for my girlfriend to misunderstand." Chen Yipeng firmly rejected his father's suggestion, a hint of disdain evident on his face. Upon reflection, he felt a shiver of dread. Had he not encountered Xiao Hongli, his self-confidence might have been utterly shattered, leading him to become timid in all matters. Mr. Chen found it difficult to comprehend the thoughts of the younger generation and chose not to press the issue. While camaraderie forged in battle was significant, it could never outweigh the well-being of his son. The behaviors depicted in novels, where individuals sacrifice their own children for the sake of outsiders, were simply the actions of the deranged. As the chatter in the living room subsided, Rong Xin called out to Chen Yipeng. He promptly bounded in like an obedient rabbit, beaming as he bid good night to his future mother-in-law. Once he navigated that delicate situation, Rong Xin solemnly handed the family bank card to Xiao Hongli, indicating that it was a token of goodwill. Xiao Hongli graciously accepted it, affectionately addressing Rong Xin as mom. Once the living room was tidied up, Xiao Hongli excused herself under the pretense of needing a bath, and in the bathroom, she began to instruct Duoyan. She was scheduled to visit her uncle the following day, and time was of the essence. A moment's lapse could lead to complications. Rong Xin cautiously confirmed that Xiao Hongli was indeed bathing, then summoned Mr. Chen and Chen Yipeng into the bedroom, lowering her voice as she conveyed. "Hongli's mother suggests that after you complete your registration, We should all go to Linhai together as a family. While I am pleased, there remains an unsettling feeling within me. Hongli's mother does not strike me as someone who would look favorably upon our humble family. Could it be? Rong Exine hesitated. That Hongli is unwell? Perhaps her family is seeking to bring good fortune to Yipeng? She continued. She regards me as a godmother and has been gradually approaching Yipeng. Could it be due to their compatible destinies? Otherwise, it is perplexing, given Yipeng's character. How could he be worthy of someone like Hongli? He demands no bride price and yet offers 500,000 as a compensation, without even assessing Yipeng's character. They are so hastily arranging a marriage. It makes no sense. Rong Exine spoke with fervor, her inquiries veiling a conviction she had already formed. Chen Yipeng and his father exchanged glances. Although her assertions sounded absurd, Rong Exine articulated them with compelling logic. In that moment, Chen Yipeng felt a pang of heartbreak, a pain that rendered him nearly breathless, as he murmured, "It cannot be. It should not be," eliminating all possible factors. "Whatever remains, no matter how bizarre, must be the truth," his father replied, patting his shoulder. Rong Exine clenched her teeth and declared, "This marriage must proceed. Even if Hongli has health issues, our son will not suffer. The Xiao family is substantial. A son-in-law is akin to half a son. Even if something were to happen to Hongli, Wu Ge could not simply disregard it." Rong Exine often exhibited a small-town mentality, instinctively prioritizing her children's welfare, which at times appeared rather unbecoming. Let's not speak in such terms. Fate has its own design. Perhaps everything is merely coincidence and destiny. If you remain unconvinced, why not inquire directly with Hongli? Moreover, I believe it is somewhat premature to arrange an engagement. It was merely the consensus of you women. I did not hear a word from Xiao Changhe. Without the head of the family's input, do not celebrate too soon, Chen's father countered, shaking his head. Rong Exine was taken aback, as though doused with cold water, vividly illustrating the complexities of human nature. Moments ago, she had worried that Xiao Hongli's intentions in marrying Chen Yipeng were impure, motivated solely by the desire for good fortune. Yet now, upon learning that uncertainties lingered between the two, her mood soured. Chen Yipeng, Somahat Bijidirit, returned to the living room only to hear Xiao Hongli calling him from the bathroom. As he approached, he discerned that she needed assistance with changing clothes. Is this appropriate? He thought, feeling a tickle in his nose, sensing a potential nosebleed. Xiao Hongli persisted, leaving him no choice but to comply. Grasping the corner of the garments, he cautiously opened the door just a crack. An arm, delicate as a lotus stem and steaming with warmth, extended forth. Before Chen Yipeng could fully comprehend, she took the clothes and retreated. Distracted, Chen Yipeng nearly collided with his father as he was exiting. His father frowned, inquiring, "Dad, where are you going at this hour?" "I will be staying in the dormitory for a few days. Hongli will stay here with us, and there are matters we should avoid discussing in close quarters. After a couple of days, you should look for a nearby apartment, and you both can move out," his father replied while changing his shoes. Rong Exine offered no objections, having already prepared Chen's father's bag in advance, suggesting that they had likely conversed about this beforehand. Chen Yipeng's eyes involuntarily glistened with tears as he softly implored, "Dad, please don't go. I can turn back and stay at a hotel with Hongli. Tomorrow, we can go house hunting." "What nonsense are you talking? It's already dark. Do you expect a girl to accompany you?" Chen's father waved his hand dismissively. With no other choice, Chen Yipeng changed his clothes and decided to escort his father to work. He couldn't help but berate himself for his carelessness and inexperience. Realizing these tasks should have been his responsibility to handle in advance. The father and son walked together, conversing about many topics along the way. By the time Chen Yipeng returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening, confirming that Xiao Hongli had already retired for the night. He took out his notebook and began to study. This time, he became even more diligent, surpassing his previous academic efforts. Chen Yipeng deeply understood that his uncle's notebook was the key to altering his destiny. Chapter 28. The Agreement of Childhood Friends and Fortuitous Encounters in the Su household. Su Qian did not wish to burden her parents with worry. She feigned normalcy during the day, but retreated to her bed early at night. only to find herself unable to sleep amidst a whirlwind of thoughts. Her body felt as if it were shattered, and even turning over was a struggle. Her eyelids were swollen and red, a testament to countless tears shed. Cocooned in her blanket, she wept quietly for a while before opening her messaging app. With slender fingers, she delicately navigated the screen, perusing the messages sent to her by Chen Yipeng, savoring each word as she whispered them softly to herself. The caring words and gentle reminders suddenly made her feel utterly ridiculous. In the past, she had harbored a strong aversion to Chen Yipeng's incessant messages, perceiving him as overly clingy, robbing her of her freedom. Yet now, even the simplest greeting felt unattainable. Each message represented the innocent and genuine affection of a boy enamored with her. She had cast aside the boy who had once filled her heart, leaving him behind on that rainy day. She had revealed her most unflattering side to the one boy who cherished her most. "Yip, I miss you." Su Qian attempted to send a message, but the ominous red exclamation mark on the screen pierced her heart like a dagger. Suppressing her sobs, she clutched the collar of her shirt tightly, gasping for breath as if she were a fish on the verge of drowning. Just as she felt on the brink of collapse, an unfamiliar call came through. Su Qian chose not to answer, fearing it was a nuisance call from Han Xiaoyang. Earlier that day, he had called from someone else's phone, threatening her with demands for compensation for emotional distress. After a heated exchange, she had vented her frustrations on Han Xiaoyang, crying for what felt like an eternity, wishing she could slap herself for her earlier blindness in recognizing his true nature. She refrained from confiding in her parents, fearing it would only add to their worries and dreading the thought of Han Xiaoyang causing trouble at home. The strange number called 3 times in succession. Taking a deep breath, she finally decided to answer. When the call connected, there was an unsettling silence on the other end. Yet, Su Qian had an instinctive feeling. She slowly spoke. "Xiao Hongli? Haha, you're more perceptive than I imagined. I am Xiao Hongli. I apologize for not greeting you during my last visit to the hospital." Xiao Hongli's voice carried an unexpected maturity for her age, making Su Qian feel as though she were conversing with an elder sister a decade her senior. "What do you intend to do? Are you trying to assert your dominance over me?" Su Qian retorted through clenched teeth. Xiao Hongli chuckled lightly. "Do not speak to me in such a tone. It makes me seem like the villain here. Remember, you and Yipeng are not in a romantic relationship. You were merely good friends in the past. I need no reminders from you, you shameless woman." Su Qian hissed in a low voice, anger radiating from her. Xiao Hongli replied nonchalantly, "I possess far more moral integrity than those who engage in infidelity. If you continue to speak to me in that manner, I assure you that you shall never see Chen Yipeng again." Su Qian felt as if she had been struck, her anger boiling over as she considered hurling her phone to the ground. However, she quickly restrained herself and asked, "What exactly do you want?" "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning at the old customer CAF. I can arrange for Chen Yipeng to meet with you. You two can have a conversation." Xiao Hongli smiled. Su Qian's immediate reaction was disbelief, her voice laced with skepticism. "Are you truly so benevolent? I merely wish for you to relinquish your feelings. You text him daily. Or perhaps your family will resort to emotional manipulation. Rather than prolonging this, it is better to speak frankly. I do not wish for my future husband to harbor feelings for a childhood companion. However, prior to that, I have a condition. Agree to it, and I shall assist you in setting up the meeting." Xiao Hongli appeared remarkably generous and composed. Su Qian silently berated Xiao Hongli for her audacity, but could not help but inquire, "Very well, what is your condition?" Unbeknownst to her, she was being led along by Xiao Hongli throughout the conversation. "I will claim that you are the one who has been incessantly calling me, thus providing me with a pretext to have Yipeng meet with you," Xiao Hongli said with a smile. "This way, Yipeng will only despise me more. Is that your true intention?" Su Qian responded, "Sambuetect." Xiao Hongli laughed helplessly. "Dear Su, I am not so trivial. You might also take a gamble on the bond you share with him. If he ultimately chooses you, I shall concede gracefully. I, Xiao Hongli, am a woman of my word." "Really? Very well, I accept," Su Qian replied, a renewed sense of confidence surging within her. She remained blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Her innocence was palpable. Clutching her phone, Su Qiawai fell asleep without realizing it. In her dreams, she seemed to return to her childhood, hand in hand with another as they walked to school. Qiawai, will you be my bride in the future? Yes, I will be Yipeng's bride. Let's make a promise. Their tiny fingers intertwined, shaking vigorously 3 times. Pinky promise, no changing for 100 years. In her slumber, Su Qiawai gently pursed her lips, a solitary crystal tear escaping the corner of her eye. A smile unconsciously graced her lips, as if she had been ensnared in the most exquisite of dreams. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Chen Yipeng refrained from indulging in a leisurely slumber, diligently restoring his usual routine, unwilling to afford any semblance of laxity. The emergence of Xiao Hongli had bestowed upon him considerable pressure, for the foundation of all endeavors rests upon the possession of robust health. After donning his attire, he deliberately slowed his movements, retrieving a backpack from beneath the cabinet by the door before stepping outside. Should he glance back at that moment, he would notice that the door to his once private sanctuary had mysteriously opened a crack. Xiao Hongli crouched behind the door, stealthily observing Chen Yipeng's actions, her brow furrowed with concern. As soon as he exited, she promptly seized her phone. He has left. Keep a close watch and ascertain whether he is in contact with anyone. Maintain your distance and relay updates to me in real time. If he intends to go to the nursing home, find every possible way to thwart him. Xiao Hongli's voice was chillingly cold. On the other end of the line, Bai Yun immediately complied, dispatching several middle-aged individuals who swiftly exited their vehicle. Simultaneously, vendors outside the community adjusted their camera angles, ensuring that no mishap would occur. Upon leaving the community, Chen Yipeng noticed an increased presence of breakfast vendors. However, he dismissed it, reasoning that with the current economic downturn, it was entirely natural for more individuals to seek a living in such endeavors. He did not stray far, first jogging a few laps around the community before seeking a relatively secluded spot. As he opened his backpack, he revealed 20 iron rings, each weighing a pound. Chapter 29. The watchful eye in the shadows. After completing his warm-up, Chen Yipeng shed his loose-fitting shirt. To the casual observer, his physique appeared unremarkable. Yet beneath the surface lay a well-defined musculature, with perfectly sculpted six-pack abs showcasing an exquisite aerodynamic form. Due to his low body fat percentage, the slightest exertion revealed the sinewy lines of his muscles. Taking a deep breath, he donned the iron rings on his hands, bending his legs into a stance reminiscent of a traditional martial arts posture. This set of exercises was imparted to him by his uncle, who assured him of its capacity to fortify the body and prolong life. Although Chen Yipeng was unaware of its name, each session left him with an invigorating sensation of energy surging within. The routine was simple, yet each punch and movement exuded an indescribable sense of power, forceful and vigorous. Inside the Chen household, Xiao Hongli swallowed hard, greedily transfixed by the sight of Chen Yipeng exercising on her phone screen. Perfect, absolutely perfect. I could watch this endlessly. She mused. Why'd he never engage in such workouts during our courtship? A mere few years into marriage, and he has already developed a slight paunch. This morning exercise habit must be maintained. Yawning, she lamented her own lack of fitness, considering waking at 8 or 9 o'clock and early rising. Enraptured, she urged her watchers to draw nearer, eager for a clearer view. However, Xiao Hongli severely underestimated Chen Yipeng's vigilance. The slightest movement from the followers instantly drew his attention. Who goes there? He barked, suddenly turning, his eyes flashing with a piercing coldness. Xiao Hongli, witnessing this, nearly dropped her phone in fright and hastily urged, "Run. Quickly flee." However, it was already too late. Chen Yipeng swiftly closed the distance to the pursuer, his arms gathering strength as the iron ring emitted a clattering sound. "Why do you stare at me?" Chen Yipeng asked, his expression impassive as he scrutinized the individual before him. This was a middle-aged man, approximately 30 years of age, with dark skin and a buzz cut, possessing a square jawline and standing around 178 centimeters tall, clad in a black tracksuit. He flashed a simple smile at Chen Yipeng and said, "I apologize, I was merely passing by. I heard a noise and came to see what it was. I shall be on my way now. If it was mere curiosity, why not approach openly? You must have been following me for some time, correct? Furthermore, there is an air of a soldier about you. You must have recently returned from service. Now speak, who sent you? Chen Yipeng inquired slowly. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Retreating a few steps as he replied, I do not know what you're talking about. I apologize. I will leave now. Are you a bodyguard sent by the Xiao family? What is your name? Chen Yipeng remained undeterred, not the least intimidated by the man's more imposing physique. Upon having his background revealed, the middle-aged man first appeared astonished, then broke into a wry smile, giving a thumbs up as he said, Young master has keen insight. My name is Xiao Hu. You may call me Ahu. I am here to protect you. However, it seems you do not require much protection. Chen Yipeng could fully comprehend the situation. After all, with Xiao Hongli's status, it would be unusual not to have a bodyguard nearby. After a moment of contemplation, he said, If you wish to follow, do so, but do not come too close while I practice. According to the rules of the martial world, spying on others during their training is a grave taboo. Let this be the last time. Also, maintain your distance. I am not accustomed to close proximity. Xiao Hu had not anticipated this response. He had braced himself for a verbal reprimand, as no one relished being watched constantly. Yet, this young man exuded an air of composure and grandeur, his demeanor and actions distinctly different from the ordinary. Such a person held limitless potential, and only someone of this caliber could be worthy of their esteemed young lady. Xiao Hu's respect deepened, and he bowed deeply, stating, I shall obey your command. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct me. After watching Xiao Hu depart, Chen Yipeng let out a deep sigh. He, too, did not wish to be followed, yet he had to compel himself to adapt to this new life. After all, he was to wed the daughter of a prestigious family, an aristocrat. Chen Yipeng assumed Xiao Hu had been dispatched by Wu Ge. He did not perceive it as surveillance, but rather as protection. At the same time, he recalled the monitoring device Xiao Hongli wore and considered arranging an informant for himself, in case he were to fall into a trap, allowing him to have a witness nearby. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli, in front of her mobile screen, wore a lovesick smile, drool unconsciously pooling on her pillow. She murmured to herself, So handsome. How can someone be this attractive? Oh no, my heart is racing. What if I can't contain myself? Her imagination ran wild, a flush rising to her cheeks, rapidly spreading towards her swan-like neck and earlobes. Soon, a response from Bai Yun shattered her daydreams. Xiao Hongli swiftly regained her icy demeanor and coldly remarked, You cannot even handle a trivial matter. You are nothing but a bunch of useless fools. Everyone else can leave. Just let Xiao Hu stay. Increase his salary by 10 levels and provide him with a car. Arrange for an emergency team to be stationed nearby. If the gentleman inquires, simply say it was arranged by my mother. Hongli, are you awake? Rongxin gently knocked on the door and inquired. Mom, I'll get up right away. Please wait a moment. Xiao Hongli hurriedly hung up the phone and called out. Rongxin immediately replied, It's all right. You can sleep a little longer. I thought I heard someone talking and assumed that Chen Yipeng had sneaked into your room. No, I just spoke with my mom. Didn't he come in? Xiao Hongli replied. At the same time, she restrained her urge to sleep and hastily began dressing and tidying up her room. Deep down, Xiao Hongli was quite the sloth. However, in order to avoid leaving a poor impression on her mother-in-law, she felt compelled to put on a fade before her marriage. Unfortunately, her culinary skills were completely exposed the next day when she ventured into the kitchen. She once again prepared plain congee, identical to the day before. Feeling that this was too monotonous, Xiao Hongli decided to stir-fry a dish of spicy and sour shredded potatoes to accompany her egg pancakes. Initially, Rongxin had some anticipation regarding Xiao Hongli's knife skills. However, as she watched the once-whole potatoes being cut into uneven rectangular pieces, she quickly grasped the reality of the situation. Nevertheless, she refrained from dampening Xiao Hongli's enthusiasm. After all, Xiao Hongli was a pampered young lady. The mere act of preparing breakfast for her son held more significance than anything else. Xiao Hongli, in a flurry, managed to stir-fry the shredded potatoes. Yet all the egg pancakes she attempted to make ended up burnt, nearly bringing her to tears. Rongxin quickly embraced Xiao Hongli and comforted her for some time before cracking a few more eggs to assist in making the egg pancakes. Xiao Hongli diligently absorbed the lessons and memorized several dishes that Chen Yipeng favored, as mentioned by her mother-in-law. Chapter 30. Full of subtle schemes, if it were mathematical or chemical formulas, Xiao Hongli would struggle to remember them. Yet concerning matters related to Chen Yipeng, merely hearing them once would etch them deeply into her mind. Her limited talent was almost entirely devoted to the skills of palace intrigue. Upon her rebirth, she employed the same strategies in managing the company, inciting her subordinates to compete amongst themselves, while the ultimate decisions rested with her, the female CEO. This breakfast, albeit fraught with challenges, was finally completed. Rongxin looked at the meal and found it somewhat unappetizing, but fortunately, Chen Yipeng returned just in time. She immediately called out to her son, saying, "Did you go out for exercise early this morning? Come here quickly. Hongli made you breakfast. Oh, why did you bring back tofu pudding and fried cakes? Let me take care of that." Rongxin eagerly snatched the breakfast from Chen Yipeng's hands and continued, "You all eat at home first. Today, it's my turn to supervise morning study, so I must leave now." Chen Yipeng, feeling reluctant, looked at the bowl of plain congee on the table and felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach. However, after receiving a stern glare from Rongxin, he could only obediently retreat to his room. Rongxin greeted Xiao Hongli and hurriedly exited the door. Xiao Hongli, squinting her eyes, placed the freshly made porridge in front of Chen Yipeng and, with a hint of pride, said, "Darling, try the breakfast I prepared for you. Today, I even specially stir-fried a plate of shredded potatoes." Once seated, Chen Yipeng took a deep breath and gulped down the hot porridge without daring to linger even for a moment. He thought this was the end and was about to leave when Xiao Hongli served him another bowl and pushed the shredded potatoes toward him, eagerly saying, "Hurry and taste it. It's my first attempt. How does it taste?" Chen Yipeng's face remained expressionless, but internally, he became cautious and carefully picked up a piece with his chopsticks. A wave of sour, spicy, salty, and numbing flavors surged through him instantly, accompanied by the raw, earthy scent of the undercooked potatoes. He dared not chew a second bite and swallowed hard. Xiao Hongli cast a doubtful glance at Chen Yipeng, then at the potatoes on the table. After a moment of hesitation, she too took a piece and put it in her mouth. Her face immediately contorted in distress, and she spat it into the trash bin. She then gulped down water, desperately trying to wash away the taste. Chen Yipeng chuckled lightly, maintaining his composure as he picked up another piece, pairing it with an egg pancake. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiao Hongli implored, "Darling, it's so terrible. You shouldn't eat it. It's all right. I quite like it." "The porridge is quite good today," Chen Yipeng reassured her. He genuinely felt satisfied with Xiao Hongli, even though the breakfast was nearly fatal. He shared Rongxin's sentiment that the thoughtfulness behind it mattered more than anything. Chen Yipeng approached Xiao Hongli, preparing to embrace her. However, Xiao Hongli suddenly turned cold, pushing him onto the sofa and placing her foot clad in white socks on his chest. Confused, Chen Yipeng was unsure of what had transpired. Yet, seeing the expression on Xiao Hongli's face led him to believe he had erred, and he refrained from resisting. Xiao Hongli looked down at Chen Yipeng from her elevated position and declared, "There are arrangements for today. We'll deal with your uncle another time. First, you need to handle your ex-girlfriend." "Ex-girlfriend? Sukawai, what about her?" Chen Yipeng inquired, bewildered. Simultaneously, his gaze was involuntarily drawn to her long, beautiful legs. A glimmer of triumph flashed in Xiao Hongli's eyes, but she maintained her feigned anger and, lowering her leg, continued, "Your ex-girlfriend called me with harassment last night, and your uncle Su came to plead on her behalf. I felt this couldn't continue, so I scheduled a meeting for you two at 10 o'clock this morning at the old customer CAF. You both need to have a good talk to clarify things and avoid further complications. I don't want to be married and have my husband still pining for his white moonlight." Chen Yipeng furrowed his brows, feeling a surge of irritation. In his view, Su Kawai repeatedly challenged his limits, gradually eroding the remnants of their friendship. However, Xiao Hongli's suggestion was indeed prudent. It was time to resolve the matter once and for all. "All right. However, let me make this clear beforehand. If I leave, do not let jealousy consume you," Chen Yipeng remarked with caution. Su Kawai occasionally set traps for him, penning ambiguous love letters to test his resolve, subsequently imposing a series of stringent conditions. Xiao Hongli's phoenix eyes reflected a hint of mockery as she pressed down forcefully once more, asserting, "If you wish to spare me from jealousy, you must take action." "What do you suggest?" Chen Yipeng gasped slightly from the pressure, yet his mind wandered, and he immediately spread his hands, declaring, "You must wear the listening device. I want to hear everything you say. If I call you, regardless of your conversation, you must leave immediately. I shall be sitting right next door, so be cautious." Xiao Hongli pointed to her own eyes and then to Chen Yipeng, indicating that he was to remain under her watchful gaze. Her exquisite visage, tinged with playful ire, rendered Chen Yipeng momentarily disoriented. He would acquiesce to the monitoring device. Even a concession of territory would be acceptable. However, despite his compliance, Chen Yipeng was not one to concede without a fight. Amidst Xiao Hongli's startled exclamations, he lifted her effortlessly, spinning several times in the living room. She feigned a vigorous struggle, her delicate fists pounding against his back. Ultimately, she found herself tossed onto the sofa, her attire disheveled from their playful tussle. "Don't come any closer. Help!" Xiao Hongli cried out, feigning distress as she clutched her collar. Chen Yipeng rubbed his hands together, quipping, "My dear lady, no one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you scream. Help! Help!" She called softly, her stunningly radiant cheeks slightly flushed, her beautiful eyes shut tight. A fine sheen of sweat beaded on her delicate nose, her hair cascading in disarray, exuding an indescribable allure. Chen Yipeng nestled beside Xiao Hongli on the sofa, gently wrapping his arms around her, saying, "There is still time. It has barely been half an hour. What shall we do now? Anything at all. I simply wish to take a nap as I awoke too early and feel weary." Xiao Hongli yawned, resting her head on Chen Yipeng's arm before closing her eyes. Chen Yipeng held her as if she were a treasured gem, cautious not to stir. His eyelids gradually grew heavy, and before he knew it, he too drifted into slumber. The modest sofa transformed into the most romantic and secure haven in the world, two hearts drawing close, unencumbered by any barriers. Chapter 31. The sorrow and grievance of the young plum blossom, the sharp ring of a phone jolted them awake. Unlike Chen Yipeng, who quickly regained his awareness, Xiao Hongli remained in a foggy state. She handed her phone, which lay beneath her, to Chen Yipeng, shifting into a more comfortable position, burrowing into his embrace to continue her slumber. Chen Yipeng felt a blush creeping onto his face as they were nestled closely together. The summer heat enveloped him, making it feel as though he was embracing a furnace, with warmth radiating from his back. Chen Yipeng instinctively hung up the phone, but it soon rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, his pupils narrowing in an instant. Although he had already blocked the number, it was indelibly etched in his memory, and he found it impossible to forget. It must be said that a good memory can sometimes be a burden. Unlike ordinary people who experience a gradual fading of painful memories over time, he was not afforded the same reprieve. Tentatively, Chen Yipeng attempted to withdraw his arm from beneath Xiao Hongli's head. However, even the slightest movement seemed to rouse her, eliciting a pang of reluctance within him. With no other choice, he resigned himself to answering the call. On the other end, Su Kawai appeared to sense his presence, remaining silent for an extended moment. As time passed, the faint sound of her sobs could be heard. After a minute or two, she finally spoke in a weary, slightly hoarse voice. "Yipeng, is that you?" "It's me," Chen Yipeng replied flatly. I miss you. I truly realize my mistakes." Su Kawai could no longer restrain her feelings. Chen Yipeng's heart was as still as water, his expression impassive as he responded, "You did nothing wrong. If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Hongli is sleeping, so please do not call again." He firmly rejected Su Kawai, hoping she would cease her attempts to disturb him. It would be ideal if he could cancel their rendezvous at the CAF scheduled for 10. A profound sense of helplessness surged within Su Kawai. She could feel Chen Yipeng's aversion towards her. Nevertheless, she could not comprehend how a bond that had endured for over a decade could dissipate so swiftly. What baffled her even more was that her slight misstep, a moment of wavering, had led to his unwillingness to grant her another chance. "Yipeng, Hongli has given her consent. Let's talk. I wish to see you," Su Kewai said softly, her heart laden with grievances that had already brought her tears. Had Su Kewai not mentioned Xiao Hongli, Chen Yipeng would have ended the conversation right then. Fine. Then at 10, I shall be there, he replied coldly, cutting off any opportunity for further dialogue by abruptly hanging up. As Su Kewai listened to the dial tone, her tears smeared her carefully applied makeup. Hearing the commotion, Lu Hui rushed into the bedroom and embraced her daughter, asking, "What's wrong? You were just so cheerful. Is it that Chen Yipeng won't be coming?" No. Yipeng is now with that woman. It hurts so much, Su Kewai sobbed in her mother's arms. Lu Hui was a loss for words, helplessly stating, "This is akin to how Yipeng would feel if he saw you with Han Xiaoyang. After all, he is currently in a relationship. Then I regret it. I didn't realize it would be this painful. Why is he in such a hurry to find a girlfriend? We have only just turned 18. Why the rush?" Su Kewai choked out, her tone tinged with resentment. It was the first time Lu Hui noticed this willful side of her daughter, and she couldn't help but express her irritation, saying, "I just spoke with Aunt Rong. I inquired about the matters you asked me to. On the day of Yipeng's birthday, upon witnessing your interaction with Han Xiaoyang, he ultimately succumbed to the bottle of liquor he purchased. Had it not been for Xiao Hongli, Yipeng might have encountered serious trouble. In the end, it was Hongli who took the initiative to pursue Yipeng, leading to their blossoming romance. However, cohabitation at such an early stage of acquaintance is hardly appropriate. Moving in together after just meeting is not the hallmark of a virtuous girl. You ought to ensure Aunt Rong sees through this and does not fall prey to deception." Su Kewai felt a tumult of regret and jealousy, unable to restrain herself from speaking. Lu Hui sighed, gently stroking her daughter's head, and remarked, "This is where you fall short." Aunt Rong mentioned that Xiao Hongli comes from a wealthy family and was immediately drawn to Yipeng, pursuing him without hesitation. She is undeterred by the potential tarnishing of her reputation, wholly focused on winning Yipeng's affection. She has been preparing breakfast for him every morning these past few days. Let me ask you this. Could you do the same? I am not advocating for you to rush into a relationship or to live in someone else's home. That is indeed not advisable. I merely wish to convey that this girl, Xiao Hongli, is formidable. She acts with remarkable decisiveness, and should you find yourselves at odds, I fear you may suffer." Reflecting on Rong Xian's smug tone during their phone conversation, Lu Hui felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. Su Kewai was initially taken aback, her instinctive reaction being disbelief, yet soon found herself disheartened by the realization that she could not measure up. Or rather, even if she desired to, the opportunity was presently out of reach. She absorbed her mother's counsel. "Enough of this brooding. Gather yourself and prepare. You expressed a desire to speak with Yipeng, so do so. You have known each other since childhood, even if it does not flourish in a romance. Enmity is unwarranted. After all, your father and Uncle Chen share a deep bond. Any discord between you two would surely distress them," Lu Hui stated firmly. Revitalized, Su Kewai sat before the vanity as her mother began to assist her with her appearance anew. For the first time, she applied a subtle shade of lipstick, brushed on eyeshadow, and used foundation to mask her weariness. The reflection staring back at her transformed into that of a stunning campus beauty, her delicate demeanor evoking a sense of pity that would stir the hearts of men. Lu Hui grew increasingly pleased, exclaiming, "My dear, you are so beautiful. Anyone would be enamored. Once you enter university and encounter more exceptional young men, you will no longer linger on Yipeng. The county is rather small, hence your perception of Yipeng as extraordinary. Mother, in comparison to Xiao Hongli, who do you believe is more beautiful and accomplished?" Su Kewai turned to ask. Lu Hui found herself momentarily speechless. She wished to declare her daughter as the more beautiful and accomplished, yet uttering such blatant falsehoods would only backfire. Su Kewai did not anticipate an answer, for the truth was glaringly evident. She murmured to herself, "Xiao Hongli is indeed more beautiful, and her family background is superior." She actively pursued Yipeng at first sight, which speaks volumes of his excellence. The tears she had just managed to suppress threatened to spill forth once more. Chapter 32. The precious gift. Chen Yipeng placed the pink smartphone directly on the coffee table. Xiao Hongli harbored an unwavering trust in him. so much so that she had not even set a password on her phone. Thus, he felt compelled to honor that trust. Hongli, stop pretending. I know you're awake. Chen Yipeng teased, leaning in to whisper warm breath against her ear. How naughty. It tickles. Xiao Hongli let out a soft squeal, instinctively dodging away, her beautiful eyes fluttering open. Chen Yipeng gently played with her hair, speaking languidly. You heard everything earlier. I didn't converse with Su Kawai at all. You've been honest. And if you behave well today, there will be rewards. Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled with mischief as she spoke softly, radiating an air of pride. Glancing at the time, Chen Yipeng wrapped his arm around her slender waist. He then scooped her up in a princess carry and took her to the bedroom, allowing her the privacy to change clothes. He recalled her words about wanting to be gently picked up upon waking, not feeling the slightest bit inconvenienced. He actually found joy in the act. Xiao Hongli's cheeks flushed slightly. Surprisingly, she did not ask Chen Yipeng to leave, preparing to change right there. Instinctively, he turned away and exited the bedroom, splashing cold water on his face while muttering to himself about the enchantress she was. Inside the room, Xiao Hongli stamped her foot in frustration, quietly scolding, I gave you a chance, yet you are utterly useless. Just forget about the reward. Had Chen Yipeng heard her words, he would undoubtedly have been filled with regret, but opportunities, once missed, are often irretrievable. As she was changing, a knock echoed on the door. Initially, Chen Yipeng assumed it was Su Kawai and had no intention of opening it. However, a familiar woman's voice drifted through the door. Sir, it's Bai Yun. Upon opening the door, he beheld a woman named Bai Yun. In her 20s, she donned a sleek black professional suit, a tailored blazer, and a knee-length pencil skirt that accentuated her long, toned legs, elegantly encased in nude stockings and complemented by high-heeled shoes. Most would likely struggle to articulate a word in the presence of her formidable aura. Chen Yipeng had never encountered such a paragon of corporate excellence and found himself stealing glances at her. Bai Yun's almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her otherwise stoic face, radiating a subtle yet palpable intensity. What brings you here? Chen Yipeng withdrew his gaze, speaking coolly. He held no particular interest in her. It was merely a man's instinct to admire beauty. After all, it is human nature to appreciate all things lovely. Bai Yun was taken aback by his reaction. Her initial annoyance transformed into admiration, realizing he was the man held in high regard by her superior. Remembering the recent profitable investments linked to this young man, she tempered her pride, lowering her head respectfully. Miss requested that I deliver 2 garments to you. Are they luxury items? Chen Yipeng frowned slightly. He preferred to remain understated. Bai Yun quickly discerned his thoughts and replied, They are not affiliated with any luxury brand. They have been tailored specifically to your measurements, including shoes, and bear no labels. The fabric is merely special. It feels more comfortable to wear. Such is the concern of a young lady for you. Thank you, Chen Yipeng said politely as he accepted the clothes and shoes. He exhibited no pretension and felt no shame in receiving support. Having decided to pursue a relationship with Xiao Hongli, he had mentally prepared himself. The contributions Xiao Hongli made now would be repaid manifold in the future. To merely coast along in life was not Chen Yipeng's style. He required time for growth and refinement to cultivate the strength necessary to protect Xiao Hongli. In the living room, Chen Yipeng donned the attire. A simple white shirt paired with a black suit and matching black shoes. The bespoke craftsmanship of the clothing and footwear was indeed remarkable, fitting his physique flawlessly. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Standing before the mirror in his new garments, he gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar reflection, momentarily entranced. He recognized he was not unattractive, affirming the adage, one's appearance is enhanced by attire. The white shirt perfectly accentuated his broad shoulders, while his legs, clad in tailored trousers, stood straight and proud, his waist resembling that of an elegant pine. Beneath tousled hair, his eyes sparkled with intensity, exuding the confidence unique to youth. Hubby? Xiao Hongli emerged from the room, momentarily stunned. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Yipeng turned, the sunlight casting a divine glow upon his finely chiseled features. The slight curve of his smile radiated warmth akin to the midday sun dispelling the night. Xiao Hongli felt a blush rise in her cheeks, momentarily entranced by Chen Yipeng's smile. The realization that this man was her husband, her personal pride, quickened her heart. Chen Yipeng approached Xiao Hongli, playfully waving his arms, and said, "What do you think? I believe it fits quite well." "Not bad," Xiao Hongli replied with mock disdain, though her dreamy gaze betrayed her true feelings. With a gentle tug, she willingly fell into his embrace. Chen Yipeng placed a soft kiss on her forehead, inhaling the sweet scent mingling with her dark tresses. Xiao Hongli felt her cheeks flush, her graceful neck instinctively turning aside in shyness as she playfully nudged him. She realized she needed to maintain some decorum. Otherwise, she might forsake her principles entirely. "Show some respect. You cannot kiss me without my permission. I'm a good girl." Xiao Hongli feigned anger, but her heart had long been seen through by Chen Yipeng. He stubbornly held her close, asking, "So, do you agree?" Chen Yipeng's sudden playfulness made Xiao Hongli chuckle. It was said that a man remains a boy at heart. She had never anticipated that her husband from a past life would possess such youthful charm. Yet, it is understandable. After all, I am the most beautiful, aren't I? Xiao Hongli narrowed her eyes and, standing on tiptoe, planted a quick kiss on Chen Yipeng, finally bringing the moment to a close. Before stepping out, Xiao Hongli gifted Chen Yipeng a mechanical wristwatch. The watch appeared unremarkable, its dial a solid black devoid of any diamonds or jewels, and even lacking a brand emblem. Chen Yipeng held a profound affection for this timepiece. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that it was a prized possession acquired by Xiao Chonghe from an auction of the English royal family, fetching an astounding 200 million a decade ago. Presently, it exists in a realm of value, yet remains unsought after, merely whispered about in collector circles. Chapter 33. A reunion of childhood sweethearts. Xiao Hongli, embracing a pragmatic approach, meticulously selected a watch from Xiao Chong's collection as a gift for her husband, Chen Yipeng. The symbolic worth of this watch far exceeded its actual monetary value. However, even if Xiao Hongli were to discover its true worth, it would matter little to her. In her heart, Mr. Chen deserved everything the world had to offer. She believed that this watch would only find its true honor and value when adorning Mr. Chen's wrist. Meanwhile, Xiao Chonghe gazed at the emptiness of his display cabinet, unable to suppress a frustrated roar. Was there no law or order remaining? His old friends surrounding him stifled their laughter, for only that audacious little sorceress from the Xiao family could commit such an act. Faced with his own vulnerable predicament, Xiao Chonghe felt utterly helpless. He didn't even need to guess. He knew that the cherished watch had already found its way onto the wrist of the very swine that had been courting his little cabbage. "Old Xiao, that's enough. Let us find a place to drink a few glasses. I heard your daughter is getting engaged. Is that true? You can't keep that a secret. Who? Whose child is it?" The discussions among his old friends caused Xiao Chonghe, already in a foul mood, to lose his composure entirely. He had initially intended to deny any engagement, asserting that his daughter had no intentions of marrying. However, just as the words were on the tip of his tongue, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase on the second floor. The previously conversing individuals all rose, their expressions becoming notably serious. As Wu Gu appeared in a form-fitting evening gown, the prominent figures present slightly inclined their bodies, greeting her with respect. "Ms. Wu." Wu Gu exuded a commanding presence. Offering a slight smile as she addressed them, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us first discuss the proposed adjustments to the tariff regulations." Unbeknownst to Chen Yipeng, he had already incurred the ire of his future father-in-law. At that moment, he was crouched on the floor, one hand grasping a delicate foot while the other held a pair of white high heels. Xiao Hongli, feigning discomfort, playfully requested Chen Yipeng to assist her in putting on her shoes. Chen Yipeng could not muster any irritation towards this princess before him, smiling wryly as he complied. After all, her playful demeanor was irresistibly adorable. Xiao Hongli felt a tinge of regret during the entire process, her face flushing in a manner that was almost alarming, her body feeling utterly drained of energy. Once the shoes were properly adorned, Chen Yipeng bent down, extending his hand, and said, "After you, Miss Xiao." "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Xiao Hongli gracefully lifted her arm, placing her delicate, fair fingers gently in the palm of Chen Yipeng. The two of them exited the building hand in hand. Neighbors looked on with curiosity at Xiao Hongli, yet her innate elegance deterred anyone from approaching to inquire, leaving them to speculate quietly about their relationship. Xiao Hongli's fingers were long and supple, smooth as mutton fat jade, devoid of any calluses. Chen Yipeng felt as though he could traverse the ends of the earth while holding this hand. A sleek black sedan was parked at the roadside outside the residential complex. And upon spotting Chen Yipeng and his companion, Baiyun immediately exited the vehicle and opened the door. "You need not accompany us. We shall walk over." Xiao Hongli waved her hand and stated, "Understood." Baiyun replied with a slight bow before taking her seat in the car. The black sedan, now 50 meters away, followed them at a leisurely pace. Around them, bodyguards in plain clothes stood vigilantly, observing their surroundings. Chen Yipeng chose to remain silent about his awareness of the situation, pretending to be oblivious. Xiao Hongli, with a glint in her eye, suddenly inquired, "Is Baiyun beautiful?" "Indeed, she is, but not as beautiful as you." Chen Yipeng believed he had offered a perfect response. He refrained from insincerely dismissing Baiyun's beauty, as that would sound disingenuous. However, his answer did not satisfy Xiao Hongli. In a hushed tone, she retorted, "What nonsense! Baiyun is trained in martial arts since childhood. Her legs are exceptionally strong and elegantly shaped. She looks especially stunning in stockings. Are you not even a little moved?" Cough, cough. "I concede she's indeed lovely. But I believe you would look even more exquisite in stockings." Chen Yipeng was exhausted from defending himself. He concluded that no matter the comparison, she would always emerge as the most beautiful. While Xiao Hongli was pleased, she felt Chen Yipeng's response was rather perfunctory. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the old customer CAF. "Wait a moment." Xiao Hongli called out to Chen Yipeng and, in full view of onlookers, unexpectedly squatted down. Chen Yipeng was taken aback when he noticed his shoelaces had become untied. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Xiao Hongli tied his shoelaces and stood up with satisfaction. "Remember this. Do not act carelessly. Otherwise, you shall never see me again." Xiao Hongli's tone turned particularly serious as she spoke. A girl willing to kneel and tie her boyfriend's shoelaces is truly worthy of cherishing, especially one like Xiao Hongli, a daughter of privilege. "Rest assured, I understand," Chen Yipeng replied with determination, gently embracing Xiao Hongli before stepping into the CF. At that moment, Su Kawai sat near the street, witnessing Xiao Hongli's actions, nearly spilling her coffee cup in astonishment. Reflecting on herself, Su Kawai felt incapable of such gestures, igniting an impulse to flee. A fierce sense of resentment and jealousy seeped into her heart like poison. The old customer CAF was considered a fashionable and avant-garde establishment in this county. With only 8 or 9 tables, a cup of coffee priced over 30 yuan was relatively high for the area. The CAF played soothing music, adorned in a vintage style. Most patrons were couples or individuals on blind dates. As Chen Yipeng pushed open the door, the sound of wind chimes rang out. The dashing young man in a white shirt captured everyone's attention, his slightly melancholic aura and sharp gaze exuding a unique sense of contradiction and fragility. The human pursuit of beauty is an inherent instinct. In the CAF, the women unabashedly cast fiery glances at Chen Yipeng, seemingly indifferent to the feelings of their male companions. Should a male companion express dissatisfaction, it would undoubtedly ignite a quarrel. At this moment, Xiao Hongli made her way to the back door of the CAF, where Baiyun had been waiting, respectfully opening the door to invite her to the office on the second floor. This CAF had been acquired by Xiao Hongli, and every seat was equipped with hidden cameras, particularly near Su Keiwi's table. High-definition cameras and professional recording devices transmitted images and sounds in real time. Xiao Hongli sat before the monitor, observing Chen Yipeng and Su Keiwi, her face alight with curiosity and excitement. "Cigarette." Xiao Hongli extended her finger, and Baiyun promptly ignited a cigarette, placing it at her fingertips. She elegantly inhaled and exhaled a beautiful smoke ring before inquiring, "Do you think Mr. Chen will have a change of heart?" "No. A rational person would undoubtedly choose the young lady," Baiyun replied decisively. Xiao Hongli chuckled, her pride evident. "Indeed, for I am the most beautiful." Chapter 34. A cold rejection by Yun glanced at Xiao Hongli, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Having spent the most time with her mistress, she understood her well, despite the current air of triumph and confidence. Xiao Hongli's action of reaching for a cigarette revealed her underlying tension. Though Xiao Hongli endeavored to conceal it, her concern for Chen Yipeng was palpable, causing her to uncharacteristically show a crack in her facade. Bai Yun observed Chen Yipeng, convinced that her mistress was not merely enchanted by his looks. Although Chen Yipeng appeared strikingly handsome, there were undoubtedly more exceptional young men in Linhai. Bai Yun found Xiao Hongli inscrutable. This young lady had demonstrated an uncanny ability since childhood, possessing a ruthlessness that surpassed even her motheress. The notion that such a person would choose to be an innocent, naive heiress beside an ordinary boy would surely leave many astounded. Inside the CAF, upon seeing Su Keiwei, Chen Yipeng's brow furrowed slightly. The girl who had once been his childhood companion seemed transformed in just a few days, devoid of her former vitality. Su Keiwei wore a white dress today, with slender straps resting on her delicate shoulders, the hem reaching just to her knees, revealing her pale, exquisite calves. Yet, her emaciated frame struggled to fill the dress, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Witnessing Su Keiwei in such a state softened Chen Yipeng's resentment considerably. After all, their long-standing bond, even if not romantic, would evoke a sense of sympathy in anyone encountering such a girl. Before the screen, Xiao Hongli shattered her coffee cup in frustration, exclaiming, "What a green tea bitch!" At such a young age, harboring such intentions, Bai Yun remained silent, internally reflecting, in terms of cunning and schemes, this girl named Su Keiwei pales in comparison to you. With tears welling in her eyes, Su Keiwei stood as she caught sight of Chen Yipeng, rushing forward with open arms, yearning to embrace him. Chen Yipeng brusquely pushed her away, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "I apologize, but I already have a girlfriend. Please exercise restraint. We are no longer children." His voice was cold, laced with a hint of impatience. A wave of profound disappointment surged within Su Keiwei. She bit her crimson lip and, with a mournful gaze, inquired, "Do you still remember our childhood? What did you say back then? If you continue speaking this way, I will take my leave." Chen Yipeng quickly retorted, well aware that Xiao Hongli was nearby, eavesdropping, and he could not allow Su Keiwei's words to jeopardize his relationship with his fiancée. Although Su Keiwei had mentally prepared herself, Chen Yipeng's demeanor nonetheless inflicted pain, and the joy she had anticipated upon their reunion evaporated into thin air. Once seated, the server brought coffee and pastries. Chen Yipeng noticed the occasional glances from other patrons, further aggravating his agitation. Frowning, he fixated on his watch, entirely disinterested in conversation. After a prolonged silence, tears streaming down her cheeks, Su Keiwei gazed intently at Chen Yipeng and murmured, "I am sorry. I was wrong, Yipeng. I truly understand my mistake. Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?" "Yes, I forgive you," Chen Yipeng replied calmly, taking a gentle sip of his coffee. Upon hearing those words, Su Keiwei felt no joy. Instead, an indescribable sorrow enveloped her. Her hand, hidden beneath the tablecloth, instinctively clenched, her nails digging into her palm. Struggling to contain her emotions, she slowly confessed, "I was deceived. Han Xiaoyang tricked me. He held me forcefully, and I resisted." "Stop. That is your personal affair and has nothing to do with me," Chen Yipeng responded, still remarkably composed. Su Keiwei's anxiety intensified. If Chen Yipeng were to scold or even strike her, it would indicate that she still held a place in his heart. The tranquility he exhibited was what she feared most, for it signified indifference. At that moment, the CAF's patrons were discreetly ushered out by the staff, leaving only Su Keiwei and Chen Yipeng. Unbeknownst to her, he cast a casual glance at the camera mounted on the ceiling. "I do not desire such forgiveness. I long to return to the past. We promised in our childhood to marry when we grew up. You cannot abandon me like this. I'm not in a relationship with Han Xiaoyang." Su Keiwei exclaimed, her emotions surging. A flicker of expression finally crossed Chen Yipeng's face as he retorted sarcastically, "I recall you explicitly stating that as children, we were naive, and our words held no weight. How did you introduce me to your friends? I was merely your former neighbor, an ordinary friend who persistently pursued you, much to your annoyance. Not long ago, I inquired about your relationship with Han Xiaoyang. How did you respond? You claimed you had never met him alone, that you held no interest in him. Shall I remind you of the time you attended a concert together? He embraced you then, did he not? You were simply reluctant to part with the care I provided, treating me as your last resort, even in the absence of Han Xiaoyang. Should you encounter a man of greater merit in the future, you would unhesitatingly cast me aside. At your core, you are a person enamored with vanity, yearning for a more opulent life. You despise the county town, longing instead to remain in the bustling metropolis, craving excitement. Therefore, do not feign deep affection, for it revolts me. I do not even wish to be your ordinary friend. However, due to Uncle Su's connection with my father, we may merely acknowledge each other in passing from now on. The coffee is delightful. I shall take care of the bill today. After Chen Yipeng uttered these words, he placed 200 yuan on the table and rose to his feet. Each word spoken by Chen Yipeng pierced Su Kawai's heart like arrows, rendering her complexion increasingly pallid. Pain and confusion flickered in Su Kawai's eyes. She began to question herself, wondering if she truly was the kind of wicked woman Chen Yipeng had described. In her anguish, as Chen Yipeng stood, Su Kawai instinctively followed suit, grasping the hem of his clothing, pleading, "Please don't go, don't leave me. I beseech you. Say a few more words." "There is no need," he retorted impatiently. "Unlike you, I do not seek both companionship and material gratification. I already have a girlfriend." Chen Yipeng impatiently pried her fingers away one by one. In that moment, Su Kawai felt an unfamiliar coldness emanating from Chen Yipeng, as if he had become a stranger. At that instant, she was engulfed in profound sorrow, realizing that the boy she had lost had bestowed all his tenderness and consideration upon another. Chapter 35. The initial encounter of the childhood sweethearts. Chen Yipeng resolutely exited the CAF. Su Kawai felt as if all her strength had been instantly sapped away, tears streaming down her face as she called out to him, "Yipeng, grant me another chance. I promise I will change. I truly will." She attempted to run after him, but her legs buckled as she collapsed to the ground. Despair clouded her gaze as she watched Chen Yipeng's retreating figure, her mind involuntarily recalling their shared past. The thought of never seeing him again, of permanently losing this young man, caused her heart to twist in agony. Overwhelmed by emotion, a surge of blood rose within her, filling her mouth with a metallic taste of iron. A drop of heart's blood, 10 years of life. Deep affection cannot endure, and excessive wisdom brings harm. In that moment, Su Kawai finally comprehended Chen Yipeng's significance in her heart, yet it seemed it was too late. Upon exiting the CAF, Chen Yipeng felt as if a heavy burden had lifted, his steps growing lighter. However, after only a few paces, a radiant young woman clad in a white dress obstructed his path. Chen Yipeng raised an eyebrow, his expression a mixture of helplessness and a bitter smile. "Hongli, why have you changed your outfit?" Xiao Hongli, unbeknownst to him, had donned a white dress identical to Su Kawai's, cleverly opting for a smaller size. The pristine, strapless gown accentuated her figure beautifully, while her fair, delicate feet adorned in crystal sandals exuded not only youthful innocence, but also an indescribable allure. Xiao Hongli spun around twice in place before leaping into Chen Yipeng's embrace, her arms encircling his neck. Her 10 delicate fingers intertwined tightly, and she lifted her feet, pressing her entire weight against him. As if they shared a silent understanding, Chen Yipeng held the girl's slender waist and twirled them both around again, giggling with delight. Xiao Hongli's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she cradled Chen Yipeng's face. They exchanged sweet glances, yet amidst the crowd, Chen Yipeng felt a tinge of bashfulness. However, the atmosphere had already reached a certain crescendo. Bystanders cast smiles upon the sight of this charming couple, for young lovers often evoke greater empathy. At a mere 5 meters away, Su Kawai observed this scene, her complexion paling and her body swaying precariously. Xiao Hongli patted Chen Yipeng's arm, signaling that she was somewhat breathless. Once her feet touched the ground, she pouted in a playful manner and said, "All right, your childhood sweetheart ex-girlfriend is watching us." "I couldn't care less," Chen Yipeng replied, frowning. Xiao Hongli squinted her eyes and murmured, "How can you be so unsympathetic? I know from experience. If she is in her current state of mind and is further provoked, she may very well collapse. You wait outside, and I'll have a word with her." "What is there to discuss? I still think we should stop by Uncle's place since there is plenty of time. Also, you need to explain why you refer to yourself as someone who has been through it. You don't have a childhood sweetheart, a shining moonlight in your heart, do you?" Chen Yipeng's gaze sharpened, his tone growing increasingly frosty. Although he did not fully endorse Uncle Wang Luo's words, he had, in subtle ways, been influenced. He felt no sympathy towards strangers, often choosing to ignore them entirely. Yet for those he held dear, his concern was profound, as if he bore two faces. Xiao Hongli, seeing the coldness in Chen Yipeng's gaze, felt a jolt in her heart. Her greatest secret was that she was a reincarnated being. The experience she mentioned referred to her past life. Yet, she dared not reveal this truth, opting instead to feign innocence and say with a hint of grievance, "I swear, you're the only fiancé and boyfriend I've ever had. I've never interacted with anyone else of the opposite sex." When I said someone who has been through it, I was referring to characters from dramas and novels. How can you not believe me? Tears seemed to well up in her eyes as she spoke. "I'm sorry, I was wrong." Chen Yipeng hastily apologized. The young Mr. Chen, with his limited life experiences, failed to discern that Xiao Hongli was acting. This, in turn, showcased her remarkable acting prowess. Her control over expressions and emotions had reached an extraordinary level, akin to that of an award-winning performer. Pouting, Xiao Hongli said, "I'll talk to your ex-girlfriend to prevent her from feeling despondent. Your father and her father are on such good terms. Let us not create unnecessary complications." Her thoughtful words touched Chen Yipeng, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief contemplation, he finally conceded, "All right, you may go. However, should she utter any nonsense, do not let it perturb you. Those are merely remnants of the past. My heart is solely yours now." "Understood. Yet, as a penance for your earlier harshness towards me, you must carry me home shortly. I am weary," Xiao Hongli said with a hint of shyness. Chen Yipeng felt a twinge of regret at not being able to visit his uncle today. Yet he did not decline his fiancé's request. Xiao Hongli, with her hands behind her back, took graceful steps, her waist swaying gently, and approached Su Kawai, scrutinizing the girl before her from head to toe. The air between the two girls crackled with tension, as if charged with gunpowder. Su Kawai steadied herself, defiantly glaring at Xiao Hongli, clinging to her last vestiges of dignity. "Are you Yipeng's childhood sweetheart? I find you quite endearing. You are not unpleasing to the eye," Xiao Hongli remarked with an air of intrigue. In her past life, she had known of her husband's first love, which had ended after university, and since then, she had heard nothing more. Consequently, her husband had grown despondent, his character softened, lacking the confidence and vigor typical of youth. This influence lingered on, persisting even after their marriage. In this lifetime, she had meticulously devised a plan, aiming to shield Chen Yipeng from harm while simultaneously diminishing the rose-tinted lens of childhood affection. Thus far, she was largely satisfied with her progress, though the only variable remained Su Kawai. With emotions running high, Su Kawai's chest rose and fell, her pale lips parting slightly as she spoke, tinged with resentment and anger. "What do you intend to do? Are you provoking me or merely flaunting your triumph? You have successfully taken him from me. What more do you desire? Why are you so upset? Wasn't it you who relinquished him?" Xiao Hongli tilted her head, feigning curiosity. Though rivals in love, she could not help but see a reflection of her former self in Su Kawai. A look of regret and anguish crossed Su Kawai's face as she murmured, "I was wrong. I truly was wrong." Chapter 36. Childhood affection falls to the unexpected. Shall we converse? Xiao Hongli said, her eyes narrowing slightly with a playful smile. Su Kawai harbored an aversion towards Xiao Hongli, instinctively feeling both repulsion and fear. However, thoughts of Chen Yipeng rekindled her courage, and she replied, "Very well." The two girls entered a CAF, the emptiness of the establishment causing Su Kawai to frown. After Xiao Hongli settled into a seat, a servant promptly arrived to present an array of beverages and pastries on the table. These exquisite confections were as unfamiliar as they were delicate, resembling works of art. Su Kewei cast a discerning gaze towards Xiao Hongli, sensing an underlying strangeness, though her limited experience left her bewildered. This establishment has been purchased by me. I despise being observed by prying eyes. Do sample these. They are made by my private chef, and the flavor is passable, Xiao Hongli stated matter-of-factly, devoid of any ostentation. As if recounting a trivial matter. Merely acquiring a CAF for a single conversation, along with a private chef, among other extravagances, serves to illustrate the wealth and influence of Xiao Hongli. Su Kewei felt somewhat disheartened. However, she quickly chose to retaliate, asserting, "Isn't that money your parents' inheritance? Would they permit such wasteful spending? Moreover, given your demonstrated lineage, you are ill-suited for Yipeng. Even if you were to engage in a romantic relationship, it would ultimately end in separation. Surely your family would arrange a marriage for you? I believe you should relinquish your pursuit and return Yipeng to me. If you truly care for him, do not inflict harm upon him." As Su Kewei spoke with increasing fervor, she seemed to discover a glimmer of hope, simultaneously finding justification for her actions. "I insist on your separation for Chen Yipeng's well-being, to shield him from suffering," she proclaimed. Xiao Hongli, amused by Su Kewei's confidence, chuckled softly. After adding 2 sugar cubes to her papaya milk tea and gently stirring it, she replied, "In your view, purchasing a CAF is a frivolous expenditure. This reflects your limited perspective. I perceive the location as promising, with substantial potential for appreciation, a wise investment. The funds are mine to spend. As for arranged marriages? That is a notion confined to the common folk, misled by television dramas. For a prestigious family to thrive, the most crucial element is the heir. I am the sole daughter in my family. Thus my husband must be devoid of any conflicting interests. The ideal candidate is a genius from a humble background. Chen Yipeng is my chosen spouse. His character and intellect are unparalleled. With the platform provided by the Xiao family, he will undoubtedly shine even more brilliantly. You expect Yipeng to become a son-in-law? He would never consent to such a thing." Su Kewei's face flushed with indignation as she retorted. Xiao Hongli, exuding a hint of allure, replied with a playful laugh. "Who said he would be his son-in-law? At most, our future child might bear the surname Xiao. Do not underestimate the resolve of a prominent family." Su Kewei's complexion paled, her entire being trembling. She found herself at a loss. The girl before her was an adversary she could not hope to vanquish, outclassing her in beauty and lineage, rendering her own years of treasured affection for Chen Yipeng seemingly insignificant. "Why must you compete with me? Have I wronged you in any way?" Su Kewei uttered in a hoarse whisper, her gaze vacant. "Because I love him," Xiao Hongli confessed unabashedly. Su Kewei, snapping back to reality, gritted her teeth and declared, "I love him too." To which Xiao Hongli feigned surprise, asking, "So, while you love him, you can still date and embrace other men?" Su Kewei, hearing her rival's words, reacted like a cat with its fur bristled, exclaiming, "I was deceived." When I got out of the car, he forcibly hugged me. I managed to break free. But Yipeng does not believe me. Had I been in your position, I too would find it hard to believe. However, I can offer you a solution. If you can achieve this, I believe Chen Yipeng will fully trust you and forgive you. Xiao Hongli spoke in a coaxing tone, slowly revealing her intentions. Su Kewei, bewildered, questioned, "Are you truly so benevolent? What is this method?" Bang! Xiao Hongli forcefully pierced a fork into a slice of cake, her voice icy as she remarked, "Did you not claim that you were forcibly embraced? Then go and kill him. Cleanse yourself with his blood." "What? That's a crime. You want me to kill Han Xiaoyang?" Su Kewei's voice trembled with fear. Xiao Hongli displayed a dismissive expression, stating, "Afraid to kill? Then, as a compromise, sever the hand that held you. Is this your plan? You've lost your mind. You're insane. I would end up in prison." Su Kewei gazed at the stunning girl before her, a chill creeping into her heart. Xiao Hongli delicately sipped her papaya milk tea and said, "So your fear of imprisonment far outweighs the loss of Chen Yipeng? Is your love truly so shallow? Believe me, if the roles were reversed, I would gladly mutilate Han Xiaoyang to prove my love." Su Kuwei longed to dismiss Xiao Hongli's claims as mere bravado. Yet the seriousness etched on Xiao Hongli's face and the madness in her eyes silenced her doubts. After a moment of silence, Su Kuwei slumped on the sofa, despair washing over her as she confessed, "I truly cannot compare to you. I concede defeat. Now, we must address the main topic. You do not think I invited you here merely to mock you, do you? My time is exceedingly limited. Every minute is worth millions. To indulge in romance with Yipeng. I have postponed numerous collaborations." Xiao Hongli spoke slowly. Su Kuwei was at a loss to discern the truth in her words, nodding vacantly as she asked, "What do you wish to convey?" "I am in need of a personal assistant, with an annual salary of 2 million. You can live the life you desire and witness the opulence of high society," Xiao Hongli stated calmly. The terms annual salary of 2 million and personal assistant furrowed Su Kuwei's brow, as she did not believe herself worthy of such remuneration. Thus, with caution, she inquired, "What is your ulterior motive? Why are you being so generous?" Xiao Hongli elegantly took a bite of papaya cake and chuckled lightly. "Do not regard me with such suspicion. If you were not connected to my fiancé, you would not be worth a penny." "Wait, you mentioned fiancé?" Su Kuwei's eyes widened in disbelief, her pupils dilating with a burning jealousy. Xiao Hongli nodded and explained, "My mother and Yipeng's mother have already spoken on the phone. An engagement will be arranged shortly. So referring to him as my fiancé is entirely appropriate." "No, that's impossible. You must be deceiving me. How could it be so hasty?" Su Kuwei vigorously shook her head, as if attempting to deny everything she had just heard. Chapter 37. The grievances and helplessness of childhood sweethearts. Thunder rumbled. The previously clear sky was suddenly engulfed in dark clouds. The ominous atmosphere seemed ready to collapse at any moment, and amidst the flashes of lightning and claps of thunder, a torrential downpour threatened to commence. Su Kuwei's emotions mirrored the stormy sky, reaching a peak of discomfort. "Why do you believe we cannot become engaged? Shouldn't love entail giving the best to one another? A relationship without the intention of marriage is nothing but frivolity. I am confident in my ability to endure until the end with him. Naturally, an engagement is a testament to that. We are now all adults. Do not pose such juvenile questions again." Xiao Hongli expressed her dissatisfaction, yet still provided Su Kuwei with an answer. Su Kuwei lowered her head and asked, "Why do you want me to be your life assistant?" "Because you are Yipeng's childhood friend, and due to the relationship between our families, it is impossible for you to completely sever ties. It is said that the vermilion mole must lose to the white moonlight, hence I wish to eliminate any potential hazards. Rather than being blindsided by your sudden emergence and disrupting the harmony between my husband and me, it is preferable to keep you under close watch. Men are creatures of desire. Distance makes the heart grow fonder, while proximity breeds contempt. I need someone to shield me from those temptresses and wildflowers." Xiao Hongli subtly revealed her intentions, yet this manner of adult conversation was particularly hard to accept. Su Kuwei's face flushed with embarrassment and disbelief as she exclaimed, "You want me to be such a life assistant? With an annual salary of 2 million, if I were to recruit someone, I could have a line forming from the county all the way to Linhai City." Xiao Hongli glanced at her watch and remarked, Su Kuwei had only just stepped out of academia and into the realm of adulthood, retaining the naivety and self-importance of her student days. She retorted, "You must be dreaming. The conditions you propose reveal that you are not a virtuous woman. I will reclaim Chen Yipeng with dignity. I will wait for him, anticipating your separation. Do as you please, but my fate with Chen Yipeng is predestined. Only death can part us. Do not attempt any underhanded tactics. Should I become displeased, many will suffer." Xiao Hongli spoke in a low tone, her eyes glinting with an eerie light. Su Kuwei felt a chill run down her spine under Xiao Hongli's gaze. Stubbornly, she declared, "You cannot stop me from contacting Yipeng. I have the right to message him. You may try now. If I am not mistaken, he has likely blocked you. Had I not persuaded him to come over this morning, you wouldn't even lay eyes on him. This man harbors a deep-seated hatred for betrayal, and you are precisely that betrayer." Xiao Hongli smiled faintly and continued, "Think it over and call me back. By the way, I heard you were studying ballet, so you should enroll in a dance program to maintain your physique and flexibility. With that, she rose and exited the CAF. In an instant, Su Kewai felt a surge of fear. Her childhood ballet studies had evidently been investigated by the other party. Meanwhile, the sky had grown completely dark, and the once fine raindrops began to coalesce into sheets, intensifying rapidly. Chen Yipeng held an umbrella steadily above his head, carefully sheltering Xiao Hongli, indifferent to the fact that one side of his body was drenched. "Call your driver. With such heavy rain, you might catch a cold. Otherwise, we could return to the CAF and wait out the storm," Chen Yipeng said in a deep voice. Xiao Hongli shook her head and replied, "My phone is dead. I cannot be contacted for now. Your ex-girlfriend is in the CAF, and I would prefer not to be under the same roof. Let us take a walk. It can be quite romantic." Chen Yipeng felt a sense of helplessness as he embraced Xiao Hongli and made his way home. Yet within mere minutes, the accumulation of water on the road surpassed the drainage capacity, swiftly reaching ankle height. In a moment of resolve, Chen Yipeng hoisted Xiao Hongli onto his back and began to run. He truly could not comprehend what joy could be found in sharing a rain-soaked experience. While Xiao Hongli laughed incessantly, Su Kewai also exited the CAF, gazing at the retreating figures of Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli, feeling a disorienting wave of nostalgia. It was as if she were transported back in time, recalling moments when she too had been carried by that boy in the rain, anxious to prevent her shoes from getting wet. Suddenly, a black sedan splashed through the puddles and came to a steady stop by the roadside. Bai Yin stepped out, opened the car door, and said, "Miss Su, please get in. I will drive you home." "Why isn't Xiao Hongli getting in the car?" Su Kewai asked, puzzled. Bai Yun raised an eyebrow and replied, "Our young lady wishes to be carried by the gentleman. She finds it romantic." "Why? She has a car." "Isn't she concerned about Yipeng catching a cold in the rain?" Su Kewai said, a hint of irritation in her voice. Bai Yin looked at her quizzically. "Why do you think that?" "Our young lady is enjoying the rain with the gentleman, and she has even sheltered him with the umbrella, leaving her own back exposed." Su Kewai opened her mouth to respond, but found herself speechless. Indeed, this romantic gesture seemed somewhat absurd and reckless. Yet how many could truly embrace such spontaneity? Though she yearned to firmly decline the offer, her foot had already moved forward, only to be met with Bai Yun's steadfast presence before her. This realization dawned upon her. Should she refuse, she might find herself unable to leave. Feeling a profound sense of injustice and on the verge of tears, Su Kewai sensed she was being mistreated. The exterior of the black sedan was understated, yet the vehicle was armored, with the windows crafted from thick, bulletproof glass, and the chassis fortified against landmine explosions. Inside, the opulence was undeniable, with leather seats and carpets made from the fur of polar bears. As Su Kewai settled into the back seat, she felt her body relax, as if reclining upon clouds. She discerned that Han Xiaoyang's sports car could hardly compare to this luxurious ride. Bai Yun, seated opposite her, pressed a button on the remote, revealing a small bar that rose from the center, adorned with an array of miniature bottles. "I don't drink." Su Kewai quickly shook her head. Bai Yun did not press the matter, instead focusing on her own tasks, appearing quite busy and uninterested in engaging in idle chatter with the young lady. As Su Kewai gazed out the window at the retreating scenery, a myriad of indescribable emotions surged within her. She realized that perhaps in her lifetime, she might only have this singular opportunity to ride in such a car. Suddenly, her phone rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, she answered, only to be greeted by Han Xiaoyang's drunken voice. "You wretched woman, I command you to come here immediately. Otherwise, I shall come to your house, enjoying my food and drink. And now you think you can escape? Go to hell." Su Kewai shouted, slamming the phone down. A wave of desolation washed over her, leaving her devoid of the courage to lift her gaze. Though the woman across from her remained silent, Su Kewai felt an insidious smirk lurking within her. A flicker of resentment gradually emerged from the depths of her heart. Chapter 38. The unveiling. The howling wind roared in her ears, and the rain lashed against her face. Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli found their garments drenched, clinging tightly to their forms. To shield Xiao Hongli from exposure, Chen Yipeng removed his shirt and draped it over her. After a brief span of minutes, Chen Yipeng dashed into the building with utmost urgency. finally releasing a sigh of relief as tendrils of steam began to rise from his damp hair. Upon returning home, Xiao Hongli tenderly used a towel to wipe the sweat from Chen Yipeng's body, her touch gentle and considerate. "Why don't you take a hot shower first? I will prepare a bowl of ginger syrup for you," she suggested. Chen Yipeng affectionately ruffled Xiao Hongli's hair, smiling as he spoke. He surmised that her intent for braving the rain alongside him stemmed from jealousy, a playful endeavor to tease him. Yet, the thought of her willingness to share the rain and sacrifice her own comfort to care for him left him amused rather than irked. Suddenly, Xiao Hongli took his hand. Biting her lip, her eyes cast downward as she whispered, "I have done something without consulting you beforehand. I hope you can forgive me. As long as it does not involve infidelity, everything is negotiable," Chen Yipeng replied nonchalantly. Xiao Hongli, feigning annoyance, nudged him playfully, saying, "I am being serious. Please, go take a look in your room." Drenched and uncomfortable, Chen Yipeng was perplexed by her antics. Yet, upon entering the room, his mouth fell agape. A door had unexpectedly appeared where the bookshelf once stood. Fidgeting with her fingers, Xiao Hongli stammered, "I purchased the adjacent property, which has already been renovated. After we left this morning, I arranged for the workers to break through the wall. You should call Dad and ask him to come home tonight. I did this mainly for the sake of our elders, so please don't misunderstand." Chen Yipeng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, but chose to ignore her, stepping through the door. Despite the aged and modest nature of the unit, it had been adorned in opulent fashion. A crystal chandelier cast a warm, amber glow throughout the space. In the bedroom stood a circular couple-S bed with a 3-meter diameter. Most striking was the wall adorned with photographs of Xiao Hongli and Chen Yipeng, forcibly merged, resembling wedding portraits. The remaining 2 rooms included a study and a walk-in closet. The kitchen and bathroom were outfitted with the finest luxuries. Even the toilet was gilded. "Cough. Is this a bathtub or a fish tank? Do you plan to swim here?" Chen Yipeng stared in astonishment at the enormous white porcelain bathtub, complemented by a massive projector mounted on the wall. Xiao Hongli blushed, responding bashfully, "I enjoy watching television while soaking. Rest assured, there will be no leaks. I have purchased the units below as well." Even though Chen Yipeng had a premonition that the girl before him lived a life of extravagant luxury, he never anticipated it would reach such exaggerated heights. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain. Xiao Hongli noticed Chen Yipeng's unusual expression and quickly said, "I apologize for not informing you in advance." Never mind. Why don't you take a hot bath first, and we can discuss it further in a while? I see you have prepared your clothes, so please change quickly while I tidy up a bit." Chen Yipeng shook his head and replied. He returned home, entered the kitchen, filled a pot with water, added rock sugar and ginger slices, and let it simmer gently. Then he hurriedly took a hot shower and changed into a clean outfit. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli submerged herself in the bathtub, her brow furrowed. She realized that she had been a bit too complacent, handling matters with insufficient diligence, which could easily lead to a chain reaction. "What should I do?" Xiao Hongli displayed her distress, and after a moment of hesitation, she picked up her phone and dialed her mother, Wu Ge. "What a surprise! My darling daughter decided to call me." Wu Ge teased, her voice laced with humor. The background of the call was filled with a cacophony of clinking glasses, dance music, and laughter, a scene of revelry and indulgence. Xiao Hongli spoke earnestly. "I'm in trouble, a big one. Find a quiet place. You must help me solve this." Soon, the noise on the other end subsided, and Wu Ge yawned before saying, "Go ahead." After Xiao Hongli explained the situation, she added worriedly, "It's become complicated, and I can only blame my oversight. Explaining the housing situation will be difficult. If Chen Yipeng and my mother-in-law suspect ulterior motives, it would be disastrous. Hee. I can help you with this, but there are conditions," Wu Ge replied with a smile. Xiao Hongli took a deep breath and coldly asked, "What conditions?" "You need to provide 1 billion, Wu Ge demanded, eyeing the fortune Xiao Hongli had amassed in the stock market. Xiao Hongli, infuriated yet sarcastic, retorted, "Wu Ge, aren't you afraid of overreaching? After paying the exit tax, I'm left with only 105 billion. You expect me to leave you 5 billion? Greedy, aren't you? Will you give it or not? If not, Just wait for Chen Yipeng and your future mother-in-law to have a chat with you, Wu Gu said gleefully. Xiao Hongli, holding back her frustration, gritted her teeth and said, I'll give it. Hee hee. I'll call your mother-in-law shortly and then tell you how to explain. Wu Gu replied, her tone cheerful. Despite Xiao Hongli's cunning, she was no match for Wu Gu, the seasoned hunter, and found herself firmly in Wu Ji's grasp. At the county senior high school, class 8, what on earth are you all thinking? Is your brain filled with glue? If you can't remember the Helen formula and limit equations, you may as well not go home today. Rong Xian roared from the podium like a mother tigress. The 53 students in the class bowed their heads, silent as the grave, with the timid ones in the front rows already trembling. Buzz! A phone vibrated. Rong Xian frowned and glanced at it, intending to hang up, but upon seeing the caller ID from Linhai City, her heart stirred. Class monitor. Self-study. After finishing her sentence, Rong Xian exited the classroom, her face brightening as she pressed the answer button. Oh dear, it is I, the mother of the red carp. No rush, no rush. You mentioned that Rong Xian's voice gradually faded away. The students in the classroom were hearing the renowned strict teacher, Rong, speak in such a gentle tone for the very first time. They all craned their necks to see, while curious teachers from the adjacent class cast a glance. Since her career began, Rong Xian had never interrupted her lessons. This time, she broke new ground, prompting even the principal to inquire about the situation after class. Due to ties with the Su family, the principal showed particular concern for Rong Xian. After bidding farewell to her inquisitive colleagues, Rong Xian picked up her phone to call Chen's father. Naturally, Chen Yipeng was unaware of this. He had been simmering ginger soup for over half an hour. It still had not seen Xiao Hongli emerge. Chapter 39. The enchanting girlfriend. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating, instead intensifying, casting a gloomy pall over what should have been daylight. Chen Yipeng sat on the sofa in the living room, a bowl of ginger soup before him. At that moment, his mood mirrored the dismal weather outside. He harbored a deep disdain for betrayal and deceit, particularly from those close to him. Thus, even after years of relationship with Su Kawai, should she overstep even slightly, he would decisively sever ties without hesitation or lingering sentiment. Chen Yipeng now found himself ensnared in a painful dilemma, as Su Kawai's actions had left him doubting the very essence of love. If it were confirmed that Xiao Hongli had ulterior motives for her closeness, he could scarcely fathom how he might change. If we disregard my mother's notion of a joyful distraction, then it must be that there is something about me that captivates the other party, something they feel compelled to possess. Surely it cannot be my organs. For those of noble lineage, such matters could be resolved with ease, either through negotiation or by simply abducting the individual. Apart from that, there is only my uncle to consider. Could it be that my uncle holds a special status? Does the other party wish to forge a connection through me to my uncle? Chen Yipeng's mind spiraled with chaotic thoughts, and his expression darkened further. Thunder rumbled ominously. A blinding flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky, rendering it as bright as day. The sound of slippers echoed. Chen Yipeng looked up to see Xiao Hongli emerge, wrapped in a white bath towel, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite and charming face, coupled with skin like fine jade, emanating an intoxicating allure. Even before she drew near, the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance that captivated him. The initial caution he had just felt was instantly beguiled by this enchanting sight. With delicate collarbones and fair legs, Xiao Hongli's irresistible charm made Chen Yipeng wish for more eyes to drink in her beauty. She sauntered towards him with feline grace, her eyes narrowing, and suddenly, with a playful flourish, she loosened her towel and exclaimed, "Tada, a surprise for you." Cough, cough. Chen Yipeng erupted into a fit of coughs. Yet upon seeing her clearly, a sense of loss washed over him. He had instinctively turned his head away, only to forcefully straighten it again. Chen Yipeng had assumed there was nothing beneath the towel, but as he witnessed her revel in his embarrassment, he discovered she wore hot pants and a tank top underneath. Are you disappointed? Be honest with me. What were you hoping to see just now? Moments ago, I was merely testing you. Yet your reaction was so pronounced that your head turned away while your eyes remained fixed on me. A glimmer of cunning danced in Xiao Hongli's gaze as she feigned modesty and spoke. Chen Yipeng, in a fit of anger, slammed his palm upon the table and exclaimed, "Is there any man who can withstand such trials? I am a normal person, not a machine. Furthermore, it is now high time we engaged in a serious conversation. What is your true intention in approaching me? Humph. Are you threatening me? Do you doubt my sincerity?" Xiao Hongli deliberately affected an angry demeanor, biting her lower lip. She widened her eyes, yet the effect was devoid of intimidation, instead resembling a flirtatious exchange. In that instant, even the strongest steel would yield to tenderness. Chen Yipeng felt deflated, wearily gesturing with his hand. "Just drink the ginger soup quickly. Speak if you wish, or remain silent if you prefer." Xiao Hongli lifted the warm ginger soup and gulped it down, grimacing at the spiciness, before lightly gesturing with her slender fingers. "I will tell you when we get home." "Home? Whose home are you referring to?" "This is my home," Chen Yipeng replied sharply. Xiao Hongli's expression shifted instantly. Hands on her hips, she declared, "I will count to 3. If you wish to know the reason, come home with me." For the first time, she displayed a resolute stance, one that would not emanate from someone feeling insecure. Surprised yet undeniably curious, Chen Yipeng stood and allowed Xiao Hongli to take his hand, leading him into the adjacent room. Do not be misled by the ostentatious decor. This is merely basic, hardly remarkable. We will be residing here for a while, so you must acclimate yourself in advance. Moreover, I can instruct you in proper etiquette to avoid disturbing my parents during their rest. It will be even more inconvenient when your brother returns," Xiao Hongli continued, oblivious to his thoughts. Chen Yipeng inhaled deeply. "Let us set these matters aside for now. Speak plainly. What is the purpose of your approach? Spare me the tales of past lives and marital bonds. Such deceitful words are only believed by the gullible." Xiao Hongli disregarded Chen Yipeng's piercing gaze. Reclining on the chaise longue, with her left hand propping up her cheek and her right arm draped around a cushion, she crossed her legs and stated, "Chen Yipeng, I have been observing you for a year. To be honest, I initially found it inconceivable that you could be my future husband. Who would accept a man they have never met as a spouse? With my exceptional qualities and beauty, who could possibly be worthy of me?" Her expression radiated a blend of sorrow and vulnerability, evoking sympathy. Chen Yipeng sensed a hint of insincerity in her demeanor. Her words suggested he was unworthy of her. Furrowing his brow, he replied, "Stop with the nonsense. What do you mean by not believing? Do not speak of any childhood betrothal. I can assure you, there is none. Currently, the Chen household consists solely of Chen Yipeng's father, as his grandparents had long passed away, and even Chen Yipeng himself had never met them. My family has a close relationship with the celestial master of Longhu Mountain, who performed a divination for me. If I am not married before I turn 20, misfortune will befall me. My intended bride bears the surname Chen and is connected to me through 3 lifetimes of fate. The celestial master calculated my birth date and general direction, and my mother conducted inquiries through the Civil Affairs Bureau, leading her to you." Xiao Hongli's slender calves gently swayed beneath Chen Yipeng's gaze, her fair and delicate feet tracing graceful arcs in the air. This time, Chen Yipeng, with remarkable composure, was not easily deceived. He found her reasoning utterly farcical, akin to Rong Xian's conjecture about the auspiciousness of their union. "Do you truly believe in divination? It's all mere deception, isn't it? With the intelligence of both your mother and yourself, one would expect you to be skeptical. According to the principles of fate, if I am the one destined, what if someone else with a similar fate appears?" Chen Yipeng remarked, a tinge of jealousy in his voice. Although he had initially suspected that Xiao Hongli's pursuit was not entirely sincere, the thought that her choice of a spouse hinged solely on an ethereal birth chart left him feeling quite unsettled. Xiao Hongli narrowed her eyes, cursing him silently. She had invested a staggering sum of 1 billion for this idea. Moreover, to lend credibility to her fabricated tale, she not only reconstructed the Grand Hall of Longhu Mountain, but also pledged a donation of 1 billion in its name. Having sacrificed so much, to be met with such a response was utterly intolerable. Chapter 40. I love you. Chen Yipeng, I refuse to be perceived as a frivolous woman. Admittedly, I did not disclose the entire truth from the outset, but my feelings for you are genuine. The birth chart and name are merely references. What truly matters is whether I am fond of you. If not, I would rather perish than marry. Why else would I have observed you for an entire year, only approaching you after you had completely given up on Su Kawai? And do not dismiss the concept of destiny. The old master seldom grants divinations, yet when he does, they are invariably accurate. In this world, it is far better to believe in the possible than to dismiss the impossible. My parents, for my sake, will reluctantly accept you as their son-in-law, so you had best make an effort, Xiao Hongli stated slowly. Her expression and tone were exceedingly serious, leaving no room for Chen Yipeng's disbelief. Chen Yipeng felt considerably reassured. On one hand, his social experience was somewhat limited, rendering him unable to see through Xiao Hongli's deception. On the other, he subconsciously resisted the acknowledgement of being misled. Xiao Hongli was unaware that she need not expend such vast resources. Had she merely provided Chen Yipeng with an answer, he would have compelled himself to believe it. However, there remained a potential risk, which Wu Gu had astutely discerned, prompting her to assist her daughter in eliminating it at its inception. Embarrassed, Chen Yipeng scratched his head, awkwardly sitting beside Xiao Hongli, and said cautiously, "I apologize. I was wrong to doubt you. I shall impose a punishment upon you. Go wash my clothes, which I left in the bathroom." A glimmer of pride flickered in Xiao Hongli's eyes, making her feel her expenditure was justified. Chen Yipeng flushed a deep crimson, stammering, "The intimate garments? Isn't that rather inappropriate? How about I ask my mother to help you? Or we could use a washing machine. You're quite the devoted son. Still seeking your mother's assistance with laundry at your age. Intimate apparel must be hand-washed to ensure cleanliness. Now hurry and do as I say." Xiao Hongli feigned anger, her delicate foot swiftly kicking Chen Yipeng in the back. He hurried to the bathroom, his face reddening as he discovered his clothes dampened by rainwater in the basin. A sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he and Xiao Hongli were indeed spouses from a past life, his proficiency in household chores bewildering him. "You think you can escape me?" she mused, her confidence growing as she listened to the sound of running water, humming a tune while she turned on the projector to watch a trending drama. Minutes later, Chen Yipeng emerged with the basin, utterly embarrassed upon seeing Xiao Hongli, wishing he could vanish into thin air. "Where should I hang these?" he stammered. Xiao Hongli, however, remained unfazed, recalling how in their previous life, it was Chen Yipeng who washed her clothes after their marriage. In an exaggerated sense, if she merely sighed during a winter night, he would carry her to the bathroom, hang them on the balcony, but remember to draw the curtains so the neighbors don't see, she instructed, voicing her grievances about her parents' habitual presence in this place, wishing she had arranged a villa instead. In her past life, returning home for the new year would subject her to the scrutiny of the community, which she found repugnant. This time, she had taken measures to ensure the neighbors she disliked were long gone. Chen Yipeng nervously hung the clothes, ensuring the balcony curtains were tightly closed, then wiped his hands and entered the living room. "My parents are frugal and don't enjoy such a lifestyle. However, small homes have their merits. I'll tidy this place up for them later. You watch TV. I'll go home for a bit." He had barely taken 2 steps when a gust of wind swept by, and he turned just in time to be struck in the face by a cushion. "Home? Which home are you going to?" Xiao Hongli exclaimed, her demeanor resembling that of a feisty cat. She brandished the remote control as if preparing to hurl it at him. Chen Yipeng recoiled, picking up the cushion and feigning disapproval. "Isn't this inappropriate? We haven't even gotten engaged yet. Staying in the same room would imply cohabitation." "You dog, what are you thinking?" she retorted, her tone playful despite the harsh words. Instead of being upset, Chen Yipeng felt a surge of excitement. They had discussed getting engaged after some time, and such a prospect seemed tantalizingly close. I understand," he replied, a tremor in his voice as he gazed at Xiao Hongli's exquisite face, feeling a rush of emotions. She patted the side of her chaise longue. "Fetch me a cool blanket and come lie down with me to watch the drama," she commanded, her tone reminiscent of a queen. Such an extravagant request was impossible for Chen Yipeng to refuse. He brought a brand-new silk blanket, draping it over her before cautiously lifting a corner of the cover to lie beside her. They nestled closely together on the chaise longue, nearly touching. Although this may be the request of Xiao Hongli, her heart is far from tranquil at this moment, and she shyly closes her eyes. After a considerable pause, she cautiously shifts her position, resting her head on Chen Yipeng's shoulder, her long, fair swan neck and the area behind her ears quickly flushed with a rosy hue. Chen Yipeng embraces his fiancée, struggling to swallow, his meticulously honed muscles becoming rigid, and beads of sweat begin to form all over him. Xiao Hongli soon acclimates to the situation, redirecting her attention back to the television drama, and suddenly exclaims, "Have you seen this series?" The male protagonist is truly a scoundrel. He knows his wife is wronged, yet still seeks a divorce. He then pursues other women, and not just one. Would you be like him? At this moment, Chen Yipeng's thoughts are scattered. He has no idea what the drama is about. Instinctively agreeing with Xiao Hongli's words, he replies, "Absolutely not. Such scoundrels deserve to be condemned. I'm most loyal in love." Well said. Scoundrels should meet their demise. Here, a reward. Xiao Hongli beams as she lifts her head and kisses Chen Yipeng. He gently wraps his arms around her, resting his head near her hair. The faint fragrance envelopes him, bringing an unparalleled calm to his heart. "Thank you. Thank you for loving me. I love you too," Chen Yipeng whispers softly, his words carrying more weight than 1,000 romantic declarations. Xiao Hongli feels as though her body has been drained of strength, rendering her powerless. She nuzzles closer and proclaims, "I love you too. Only death can part us." Chapter 41. The most unforgettable is always the first. The two lingered in affectionate conversation for a while. Xiao Hongli's cheeks flushed, playfully chastising Chen Yipeng for making her miss an exciting plot, before refocusing on the drama. After watching for a bit, Chen Yipeng scoffs and remarks, "I think the female protagonist is no saint either. She flirts with her boss behind her husband's back. Doesn't she realize that that's infidelity? You haven't seen the beginning. The female lead is pitiable, deceived by others. Those photos and videos were edited to facilitate their divorce. What is most detestable is that the male lead doesn't even give her a chance to explain," Xiao Hongli retorts indignantly. Chen Yipeng disagrees, asserting, "A fly doesn't buzz around a seamless egg. If she had any sense of boundaries, how could she possibly go to a hotel alone to discuss work with her boss? The screenwriter must have had a lapse in judgment." Xiao Hongli, "Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Hongli bites down hard on Chen Yipeng's arm, leaving a deep impression with her pearly teeth. "I invested in this show. I revised this segment. Who is the one with a faulty brain?" Her eyes glint with a dangerous light, the sound of her teeth biting down audible. Chen Yipeng breaks into a cold sweat, awkwardly saying, "Yes, it's me with a faulty brain. This scene is so realistic. You're definitely winning the Best Screenwriter Award this year. Do you even need to say that? The Film Association has sent me invitations, but I declined. For excessive ostentation is not a virtue." Xiao Hongli chuckled with delight, while Lu Dai raised an eyebrow, a faint dimple appearing on her cheek. Chen Yipeng gazed at Xiao Hongli's exquisite profile, momentarily entranced. Noticing Chen Yipeng's scrutiny, Xiao Hongli awkwardly remarked, "You don't believe me? This has nothing to do with my mother being the honorary president of the association. It's all my own effort. What are you staring at? I'm talking to you. Look at your dimple." Chen Yipeng instinctively replied, "Your dimple holds no wine, yet I am intoxicated like a dog." Initially feeling a tickle, Xiao Hongli erupted into joyous laughter upon hearing Chen Yipeng's cheesy compliment, clutching her stomach in mirth. Chen Yipeng acquired the playful nickname Dog Chen, and Xiao Hongli called it out a few times, provoking him to playfully tickle her under her arms. Rolling around on the sofa, Xiao Hongli eventually tumbled to the floor, gasping for breath from laughter, pleading for mercy before he finally relented. Chen Yipeng, feeling somewhat triumphant, stood up and stretched lazily, then glanced at the time, nearly blinded by the sparkling watch face. It was 2 in the afternoon. Time flew by when they were together, and they hardly noticed its passage. Xiao Hongli, belatedly aware, "Howdy, darling, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? Should I just make instant noodles?" Chen Yipeng scratched his head, contemplating. There had been leftovers from the previous day, but he hesitated to serve them to this young lady of privilege. A refined palate cannot digest the food of the impoverished. And the last thing he wanted was for her to suffer from an upset stomach. Instant noodles would be a better option, nutritious and healthy. Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled as she tugged at Chen Yipeng's sleeve. Will you make me sour soup noodles? I'm craving them, all right? But I don't know how to make that. How about I just add some vinegar to the instant noodles? Chen Yipeng scratched his head again. Xiao Hongli sighed inwardly. In her past life, she had adored her husband as sour soup noodles. Yet her current husband was evidently a novice. I will teach you, and you will make them for me, Xiao Hongli declared earnestly, her expression serious. The sour soup noodles held profound significance for Xiao Hongli. During her previous pregnancy, she had suffered from nausea and could not eat anything. It was Chen Yipeng who tirelessly experimented and perfected the recipe to suit her taste. This dish was more than mere sustenance. It symbolized a husband's love for his wife. Xiao Hongli wished to carry this love from her past life into this one, nurturing it for eternity. Chen Yipeng was taken aback by Xiao Hongli's sudden seriousness, and he too became earnest, realizing that the sour soup noodles likely held special meaning for her. Since she chose not to divulge it, he refrained from inquiring, remembering his uncle's wisdom that spouses should maintain a few secrets between them. As long as it does not involve fundamental issues, an excessive insistence on privacy may, in fact, cool the affections between a couple. The elder had imparted numerous lessons to him during his youth, lessons that he did not fully comprehend at the time. However, after spending a considerable amount of time with Xiao Hongli, Chen Yipeng swiftly integrated those principles. Heat the oil in the pan. Add the chopped green onions to release their aroma. Fry until golden brown, then add aged vinegar and soy sauce. Boil the noodles, just hang them in. Xiao Hongli spoke slowly. Chen Yipeng meticulously followed her instructions, diligently committing each step and even the precise measurements of the ingredients to memory. Once the noodles were cooked and rinsed with cold water, he poured the sauce into the bowl of noodles and mixed them together. After completing the dish, as he turned around, he was met with the sight of Xiao Hongli, her face streaked with tears that glistened like scattered pearls. "Darling," she exclaimed, leaping into Chen Yipeng's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. He held the bowl of noodles cautiously, fearing the hot broth might spill and scald her, and quickly set it aside, asking, "What's wrong? It's just a bowl of noodles. It can't be that moving, can it?" Xiao Hongli, with tears in her eyes, lifted her head to speak, only to be interrupted by a bubble of mucus escaping from her nose. Her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly nestled back into his arms, rubbing her face to wipe away the tears and snot. "This is a shirt I just bought, worn only twice." Chen Yipeng grimaced internally, secretly questioning the stereotype that beautiful women do not get runny noses. He felt that such portrayals were merely fabrications of television dramas. While he harbored a slight obsession with cleanliness, he found himself powerless in the presence of Xiao Hongli. Blushing fiercely, she felt a wave of embarrassment at being seen in such a vulnerable state by her younger husband. Yet, her skin had thickened over the years, and after regaining her composure, she glared at Chen Yipeng, saying, "What are you laughing at? How can you lack emotional intelligence? I am so touched. And you have no thoughts about it? This is the first time you've cooked for your fiancé. It is a moment to cherish for a lifetime." Chen Yipeng was utterly perplexed, sensing something was amiss, but unable to articulate it. He sincerely apologized, promising to remember this day, which finally earned Xiao Hongli's satisfaction. Chapter 42. The ferocity of a girlfriend outside. The rain gradually ceased. Chen Yipeng sat at the dining table, watching Xiao Hongli devour the noodles with a ravenous appetite. He took only a sip of the broth, feeling as though his teeth might decay from the sourness. "Aren't you eating? What a waste!" Xiao Hongli exclaimed, finishing the sour soup and unabashedly reaching for Chen Yipeng's bowl of noodles. He cast a glance at her flat abdomen, bewildered by where nearly half a kilogram of noodles had vanished. Setting aside the question of how she could possibly swallow that sour broth, he marveled at her extraordinary appetite, one that seemed beyond the realm of normalcy. Chen Yipeng swallowed hard and remarked, "If there weren't any savings at home, I fear you would devour us empty." "Nonsense. I haven't eaten that much," Xiao Hongli retorted, letting out a satisfied burp, then leaning back in her chair, unable to move. As Chen Yipeng went to the kitchen to wash the dishes, he returned to find Xiao Hongli peeling a pear for herself. A splendid, succulent pear was carelessly peeled, resembling the gnawing of a dog, with large chunks of fruit flesh tumbling into the trash bin. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Hongli felt quite pleased with her handiwork and eagerly presented it to Chen Yipeng, anticipating his praise. The candid demeanor of the wealthy young lady both amused and endeared Chen Yipeng. After he took the pear and swiftly devoured it, he embraced his beloved while watching the game, his life growing increasingly promising. As evening approached, both Chen's father and Rong Xin returned home simultaneously. Upon hearing the sounds, Xiao Hongli retreated to the cloakroom to change into more modest attire, then crept to the doorway to eavesdrop on the voices in the living room. Chen Yipeng was preparing to explain to Rong Xin how one room had transformed into two, yet to his surprise, Rong Xin was already informed. In a hushed yet spirited tone, she declared, "Red Li's mother called me. She explained everything. The celestial master from Longhu Mountain foretold that you two are destined for each other. They've been observing you for a year. Amitabha, may the Bodhisattva bless you. You behaved well this past year, leaving no bad impressions. We must take a look at your new house soon." "Mom, you already knew?" Chen Yipeng exclaimed in astonishment. Rong Xin rolled her eyes and replied, "Isn't it just purchasing the house next door? The prices in our community are reasonable, and Red Li's family is well off. If they can afford it, then so be it. This way, when you return home, you won't be cramped in one room. Don't you think we are receiving a bit too much? Preparing a house and not asking for a bride price. I feel a bit overwhelmed." "It almost feels like being a son-in-law," Chen Yipeng remarked, clicking his tongue. Chen's father remained silent on the sofa, yet his gaze clearly conveyed disdain for his son's pretentiousness. Rong Xin, however, seemed unconcerned, stating, "Red Li's mother said you are helping her navigate challenges, borrowing some of your fortune. Whatever compensation they provide is entirely appropriate. Rest assured. It's a matter of gratitude. Moreover, she guaranteed that there will be no son-in-law situation. Their first child will certainly bear the Chen surname. Don't act coy. Go to Longhu Mountain with Red Li to express your gratitude to the celestial master. And let's pay respects at the ancestral grave of the Chen family as well." Rong Xin accepted this arrangement with a sense of rightful entitlement. Perhaps in her heart, the celestial master was a divine emissary. Since the gods had affirmed this union, it must surely be destined to succeed. Chen Yipeng was left speechless, and after a long pause, he finally said, "I wish to bring my granduncle to live with us. We will soon be attending university, and the house will be empty otherwise." Rong Xin was somewhat reluctant, yet she understood the significance of Wang Luo in Chen Yipeng's heart. With her son on the brink of engagement, and now an adult, she refrained from intervening further. Chen's father nodded in agreement, stating, "Having your granduncle move in is a good idea. A house left empty for too long loses its vitality. I will keep an eye on him and ensure he remains well. I can't wait to take Red Li to meet him tomorrow and see what he thinks." Chen Yipeng exclaimed eagerly. Within the confines of the house, Xiao Hongli seethed with suppressed rage, yet promptly donned the guise of a dutiful daughter-in-law upon the arrival of Rong Xin and Father Chen, accompanying the elderly couple on a brief tour. Rong Xin initially contemplated assessing whether they needed to procure additional items, but fell silent after the tour. From the grandest furnishings to the most mundane toiletries, every item exuded an air of opulence, the packaging itself replete with luxury. With a hint of grievance, Xiao Hongli linked her arm with Rong Xin and lamented, "Mother, I had intended to purchase some daily necessities for you, but Yipeng would not allow me to present them. He denies me even the opportunity to express my filial piety." Chen Yipeng, caught off guard, nearly collided with the table as he bore the brunt of her words. Father Chen, perceptive to the insincerity of her remarks, sympathetically patted Yipeng on the shoulder, sensing that this prospective daughter-in-law possessed a cunning that might lead to his son's tribulations in the future. Rong Xin shot a disapproving glance at Chen Yipeng, declaring, "He is simply insufferable. Do not take his nonsense to heart." In an instant, Xiao Hongli transformed her frown into a smile, promptly dialing by Yun to arrange the delivery of the daily essentials. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Rong Xin and Father Chen discreetly took their leave, leaving only Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli in the living room, where the atmosphere grew charged with intimacy. With a playful smile, Xiao Hongli opened the bedroom door, gestured invitingly, and asked, "Why are you standing there like a fool? Care to share a bed?" Chen Yipeng, momentarily stirred with excitement, was quickly met with a playful glimmer in her eyes, realizing she was jesting. He chuckled wryly. "All right, you should rest early. I shall return to my own bed." "Huh, clever of you. I have scissors ready," Xiao Hongli declared menacingly, making a scissor gesture with her fingers. Chen Yipeng's heart raced as he sat at his desk, grasping a pen with the intent to jot down the date. Yet, his mind echoed with Xiao Hongli's words, after the engagement. A foolish grin spread across his face, as his thoughts were consumed by her image. Unbeknownst to Chen Yipeng, the moment he departed, Xiao Hongli's expression darkened as she retrieved her phone. "How is the matter progressing? How much longer will it take? Please expedite it. We must not let the gentleman see the video. I do not wish for him to be affected in any way. Do you understand?" The news she received was far from favorable. Concealing the details of a person's demise was no simple task. With a grim countenance, she entered the bathroom, filled the tub with water, and emptied all the ice used for chilling the red wine into the bathtub. "You insufferable man, this is all for you," she muttered with fierce determination, immersing herself in the frigid water. To be harsh on others is one thing, but to be harsh on oneself is true severity. Xiao Hongli was resolute in her determination for Chen Yipeng, willing to sacrifice her own well-being in a bid to feign illness and buy time. Chapter 43. The disappointment of a young plum blossom at 1 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Hongli felt utterly miserable. She had indeed fallen ill as she desired. Her fever causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her body curled in on itself. She longed to make a phone call, yet her strength had abandoned her. Even turning over proved to be an insurmountable task, her mind enveloped in a fog, yearning to call out Chen Yipeng's name. Yet her throat felt as if it had swallowed shards of glass, every swallow a painful ordeal. How foolish she was for not having informed Bai Yun in advance. She felt as if she might perish. "Husband, save me." A wave of regret washed over Xiao Hongli, realizing the folly of her actions. At that moment, Chen Yipeng suddenly opened his eyes, his heart racing, jolted from slumber, enveloped by an unreal sensation. He had distinctly heard Xiao Hongli calling his name, her voice laced with despair and anguish. Was it merely a nightmare? Chen Yipeng felt a pang of frustration, but reassured himself that dreams often misled. However, upon closing his eyes again, sleep eluded him. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to check on Xiao Hongli, willing to face any misunderstandings, even if it meant enduring her reprimand. After all, they were on the brink of engagement. A mere confirmation through the door would bring him peace of mind. Chen Yipeng slowed his pace as he entered the house, inching closer to Xiao Hongli's bedroom in the darkness. After standing for a moment, he faintly heard muffled moans, prompting him to lower his voice. "Hongli, are you all right?" A slight cough emerged, igniting a surge of anxiety within him. He disregarded any reservations and opened the door, illuminating the room with the dim light of his phone. "Husband, I feel unwell," Xiao Hongli said in a feeble, tear-choked voice, her tone hoarse and subdued, barely audible if not listened to intently. Chen Yipeng pressed his hand to her forehead, feeling the heat radiating from her skin, instantly realizing she was ill. He turned on the bedroom light, revealing the girl curled up, her cheeks flushed, her gaze somewhat unfocused. "You have a fever. We must go to the hospital immediately. I will call my bodyguard to prepare the car," he stated firmly. However, Xiao Hongli weakly raised her arm, her lips trembling. Leaning closer, he strained to hear her words. "Don't call the bodyguard. Take me yourself. I don't want my parents to worry. It wouldn't be fair to you." "No." Chen Yipeng's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by the sight of the girl in such a state, still considering his feelings. How could he possibly allow that? He wished to argue, yet Xiao Hongli's stubbornness left him no choice but to relent. He fetched 2 fever-reducing pills, helping her swallow them before assisting her into her clothes. Throughout the ordeal, Chen Yipeng harbored no ulterior motives, his heart solely filled with urgency and concern. Xiao Hongli's eyes misted over, brimming with affection. The despair she had felt moments ago was now replaced by exhilaration. Hearing Chen Yipeng's voice felt akin to witnessing a heroic figure descended from the heavens to rescue her. Chen Yipeng hesitated, deciding against waking his parents. Mindful that they had work in the morning. Gently, he lifted Xiao Hongli and exited the house, fortuitously hailing a taxi outside the community. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Zhao Hu furrowed his brow, instructing the driver, "Keep your distance and do not turn on the lights." Bai Yun had been dispatched on an errand, and Zhao Hu, of a lower rank, dared not act without orders. The county town was not large. It took less than 10 minutes by car to reach the hospital. After Chen Yipeng registered for emergency care, he held Xiao Hongli in his arms as they awaited the doctor. There were 2 doctors on duty, 1 male and 1 female. Despite her considerable discomfort, Xiao Hongli was unwilling to be examined by the male doctor, preferring to wait for 2 more patients ahead of her, perhaps due to her illness. She appeared exceptionally fragile, needing Chen Yipeng to carry her even while he went to settle the payment. The male doctor, observing this, scoffed slightly, expressing some bitterness. "It's merely a common cold. She is not at the point of being unable to care for herself." The female doctor, however, displayed a deeper understanding, recognizing that a girl's constitution is inherently weaker and requires extra care. With the payment slip in hand, Chen Yipeng made his way to the laboratory in the emergency department. The crowd was sparse that evening, yet he spotted familiar faces in the corridor. Su Kewai and her mother were seated on a bench, leaning against each other, seemingly awaiting test results. Su Kewai, whose health had never been robust, had succumbed to a fever after a bout of emotional distress, even without being caught in the rain. "Yipeng, what brings you here? Liu Yi inquired, her voice laced with surprise. Su Kewai, who had been languidly opening her eyes, initially showed delight, but her expression soured upon seeing Xiao Hongli. "Aunt Lu, Hongli is unwell. I brought her for a checkup. I'll go for the test now," Chen Yipeng said, nodding as he sat down with Xiao Hongli, deliberately avoiding any gaze towards Su Kewai, as though she were merely a wisp of air. Su Kewai's eyes quickly dimmed, and she instinctively tightened her grip on her mother's arm, as if to alleviate her own sense of disappointment. At the laboratory, a nurse, holding a syringe, gazed enviously at Xiao Hongli's fair arm and remarked, "Your skin is truly beautiful." Xiao Hongli, however, remained unresponsive, resembling a startled quail as she buried her head in Chen Yipeng's embrace, whispering in a tone of vulnerability, "Darling, I'm scared of the pain." What others might perceive as feigned delicacy genuinely tugged at Chen Yipeng's heart. He gently stroked her hair, soothingly assuring her, "It'll all be over quickly, just a moment longer." Witnessing this exchange, Su Kewai nearly bit her lip in frustration, her emotional turmoil evident to Lu Hui. "All right, don't dwell on it too much," Lu Hui whispered in consolation. Su Kewai choked back her emotions, asking why. "Why won't he even glance at me? Can't we even be ordinary friends?" Lu Hui sighed. Is there truly such a thing as pure friendship between men and women? After all, Yipeng's girlfriend is by his side. Maintaining distance is a sign of his responsibility. You must learn this well. Once you have a boyfriend, refrain from getting too close to other males. Testing your boyfriend with jealousy and suspicion will only erode his affection for you. No one can offer enduring companionship when giving and receiving are imbalanced. It inevitably leads to separation. Lu Hui spoke slowly, a fleeting shadow of sorrow and regret crossing her gaze. Su Kewai, touched by her mother's words, lamented, "Mom, why didn't you tell me this sooner? I had intended to wait until you reached adulthood before imparting my teachings. However, who could have anticipated your own resolve? It is indeed my fault for placing too much trust in Yipeng," Lu Hui lamented with a wry smile. Chapter 44. The melancholy of childhood companions. A few black sedans glided silently into the hospital's underground parking lot. Zhao Hu voluntarily opened the car door, only to be met with a swift kick to the abdomen from Bai Yun, sending him sprawling to the ground, though he quickly regained his footing. Bai Yun inhaled deeply and remarked, "Useless. If anything were to happen to the young lady, you shall be the first to face my wrath." Assistant Bai, my orders are to accompany the gentleman. Safeguarding the young lady does not fall within my responsibilities, Zhao Hu replied impassively. Bai Yun's expression darkened, as if recalling something important. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Then what are you doing here?" "Leave," having just received a message on her phone while managing post-incident affairs. She had only recently noticed its contents. At that moment, the director approached Bai Yun, flanked by several bodyguards, his demeanor obsequious as he said, "Hello, Miss Bai. Is there anything I can assist you with? I have brought a few individuals. You are to arrange their entry into the hospital, as their duty is to protect an important dignitary. Furthermore, you will personally attend to another matter," Bai Yun instructed in a low voice. Within the confines of the hospital, the director wielded considerable power. The tasks assigned by Bai Yun were trivial to him. What truly mattered was currying favor with the higher-ups of the organization. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng sat in the corridor, cradling Xiao Hongli as they awaited the test results. The chairs were connected, and he sat one seat away from Lu Hui. After taking cold medicine, Xiao Hongli had regained some strength, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her spirits lifting. Yet, she still feigned weakness. Leaning against Chen Yipeng's chest with her eyes half closed, covertly observing Su Keiwei with her peripheral vision. Su Keiwei, keenly aware of the scrutiny upon her, found the sensation ineffable. Turning her head, she quickly locked her gaze onto Xiao Hongli, internally cursing her as a green tea, a term for a manipulative woman. At that moment, Lu Hui engaged Chen Yipeng in conversation, subtly inquiring about Xiao Hongli's condition. Out of respect for Lu Hui as an elder in his own upbringing, Chen Yipeng suppressed his discomfort, managing to respond to her inquiries with reluctance. "Yipeng, it's not that Annie is criticizing you, but isn't it a bit hasty to get engaged at such a young age? You are about to enter university. Your studies should take precedence." Lu Hui feigned concern. Chen Yipeng shook his head, replying, "It was a decision made by Hongli's mother and my own. I have no objections. My grandfather once shared a tale with me about a wandering hero who left behind a saying, 'Who says one cannot traverse the world with a wife by their side?' I believe that marriage does not conflict with education. It not only instills a sense of responsibility, but also clarifies my future goals. By bypassing the dating phase, I can conserve more time." Chen Yipeng possesses a rare rationality and depth of thought, qualities that Lu Hui greatly admires. Observing his attentive care for his girlfriend only deepens her sense of regret and frustration. At that moment, the corner of Lu Hui's garment was gently tugged. Once she regained her composure, recalling the discussion she had with her daughter, she cautiously inquired, "Yipeng, where do you plan to apply?" "Red Lily is from Linhai. I will likely apply to Linhai University. However, the final choice will depend on her preferences." Chen Yipeng's previously cold tone softened unexpectedly, a hint of affectionate amusement gracing his lips. Su Keiwei felt a pang of anguish in her heart, unable to suppress her emotions as she stood up, disregarding her mother's attempts to restrain her, and exclaimed, "You clearly promised to apply to universities in the capital with me." Xiao Hongli perked up, placing her hand on Chen Yipeng's waist, ready to exert pressure. Chen Yipeng frowned, refraining from speaking harshly in front of Lu Hui. Yet his demeanor grew icy as he retorted, "I never said I would go to the capital with you. My exact words were, I will spend 4 wonderful years with the person I love." Chen Yipeng, known for his reserved nature, had intended this as a subtle confession when he spoke to Su Keiwei, yet she had not offered any clear response. "You should go to the capital, please. Will you consider it?" Su Keiwei's voice trembled, her tears cascading like pearls from her cheeks. Lu Hui felt a deep sense of discomfort, but, as an adult, was capable of weighing the pros and cons. She decisively pulled Su Keiwei back to her side and turned to Chen Yipeng, speaking gently. "Keiwei is merely making a suggestion. Yipeng, do not overthink it. You and Keiwei have been close since childhood. Now that you are on the brink of engagement, treat each other like siblings. I will also encourage her to apply to Linhai University, and until she find a boyfriend, you should take care of her for me." Her pragmatism was evident. She recognized Chen Yipeng's potential for great success and sought to maintain their relationship, hoping it might benefit her in the future. Su Keiwei longed to shake off her mother's hand, unwilling to accept the notion of being siblings. However, the thought struck her that if she let this moment slip away, she might lose even the friendship she cherished with Chen Yipeng. Thus, despite her reluctance, she resolved to endure. Gazing at Chen Yipeng with a sorrowful expression, she implored, "Yipeng, I'm sorry. Could you consider me as your sister from now on?" Memories surged in Chen Yipeng's mind as he looked at the delicate Su Kewai, a flicker of compassion igniting within him. Just as he was about to acquiesce, he felt a sharp pain at his waist. Xiao Hongli's nails dug into him tightly. "Ouch!" Chen Yipeng gasped, feeling as if death had brushed against him. He quickly diverted the conversation, saying, "Aunt Lu, I need to check the test results." Su Kewai offered a bittersweet smile, collapsing helplessly into her chair. Chen Yipeng, holding Xiao Hongli, retrieved the test results, initially believing he could return home after the injection, only to be informed by the doctor that he needed to stay for 2 days of observation. Subsequently, Su Kewei was also asked to be hospitalized. Whether by coincidence or fate, the two were arranged to share the same room. Around 4 in the morning, after Lu Hui completed the payment, she appeared somewhat troubled and, with a hint of embarrassment, addressed Chen Yipeng. "Yipeng, your Uncle Su has gone to a flood control meeting, and I am alone at home, unprepared for anything. I need to return home briefly to gather some things. Could you please help take care of Kewei for a while? If you need anything, I can bring it for you. I assure you, I will be back before 8 in the morning." The hospital has a convenience store open 24 hours, with money. Anything can be procured. Lu Hui's request, coming from an elder, left Chen Yipeng feeling somewhat awkward. He forced a gentle smile and replied, "It's all right, Auntie. You go ahead. I will look after Su Kewei." Chapter 45. The despicable tactics of Xiao Hongli. Lu Hui exchanged a knowing glance with Su Kewei before hastily departing. Su Kewei understood her mother's intention was to ease the tension between her and Chen Yipeng, and she felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. A nurse entered the room with an 4 drip. Chen Yipeng meticulously checked the medication and, once the 4 was set up, spoke softly to Xiao Hongli, saying, "I will fetch you some warm water. You should rest for a while." Xiao Hongli, with an exaggeratedly delicate tone, replied, "Thank you. Are you certain you don't want to inform your family?" Chen Yipeng hesitated before asking. Xiao Hongli shook her head. "We are all adults. There is no need to trouble our families over every little matter and cause them unnecessary worry." Su Kewei felt a pang of jealousy, her heart heavy with bitterness. This gentleness had once been exclusively hers, and now it seemed unattainable. Xiao Hongli squinted her eyes, striving to speak in a raspy voice. "Please prepare some water for Kewei as well. After all, it is Aunt Lu's request. We wouldn't want to put our parents in a difficult position." If it were not for the marks left by her nails on his waist, Chen Yipeng might have believed that Xiao Hongli was a gracious and magnanimous young woman. The fiery sting served as a reminder for him to be cautious with his words and actions. Chen Yipeng went to the convenience store, purchasing not only a hot water bag and a cup, but also some mint candies and canned peaches. During this time, the room was occupied solely by Xiao Hongli and Su Kewei. Unable to contain herself, Su Kewei spoke up, "Xiao Hongli, do you find this amusing? Where are your assistants and bodyguards? Must you make things difficult for Yipeng? Is this your way of showing love for him?" Coughing slightly, she continued, "You are so naive. If my bodyguard finds out, my parents will surely hear about it and blame Chen Yipeng for not taking proper care of me. I am not like you, who feels entitled to care without so much as a thank you." Xiao Hongli's derision was palpable. She had arranged for Su Kewei to share a room precisely to provoke this rival, relishing in her malicious amusement. Su Kewei's face turned pale, shaking with anger, feeling dizzy and closing her eyes to shut out the venomous woman before her. Although Su Kewei chose silence, Xiao Hongli was relentless. "You went to the concert with Han Xiaoyang and stayed overnight, didn't you? In the same room, on the same bed?" Xiao Hongli's laughter was wicked and triumphant. Su Kewei suddenly opened her eyes, turning to Xiao Hongli with a mixture of terror and fury. We do not live together. I kicked him out." "Oh, really? Do you have any evidence? Who can testify?" Xiao Hongli replied slowly, her voice soft and strained due to a sore throat. Instinctively, Su Kewei picked up her phone and a series of notification chimes rang out. A pink cat icon had sent her a video. "Is that you, Your Majesty?" Su Kewei exclaimed in disbelief. About a year prior, this Your Majesty had added her on a messaging platform, only to later claim it was a mistake. Initially, Su Kewei intended to block her, but fate led her to open the other's photo album. What she found was a collection of luxurious items and an extravagant lifestyle she had never imagined. Driven by a sense of vanity, she gradually began to converse with the other woman. The topics discussed and the attitudes towards marriage and relationships profoundly impacted Su Kawai's worldview. Without the subtle persuasion of this, Your Majesty, it is unlikely that Su Kawai would have entertained any connection with Han Xiaoyang. Before she agreed to attend a concert with Han Xiaoyang, she sought advice from Your Majesty. Although she knew it was unwise to go out with a boy, Your Majesty encouraged her, asserting that being single should not constrain her. Youth should be indulged. If it was true love, there would be no need for reservations. As long as she did not commit, did not initiate, did not refuse, and did not take responsibility, she could still be considered a good girl. Once, Su Kawai regarded this Your Majesty as a spiritual mentor, but after losing Chen Yipeng, she began to see her as a negative influence. Merely forgetting to delete her contact recently, realizing that everything could be part of a scheme, Su Kawai's breath quickened as she trembled and clicked on the video. In it, she and Han Xiaoyang walked side by side into a hotel, then entered an elevator, and finally into a room together. The video lasted less than 15 seconds, yet felt interminable. It had been edited. Su Kawai vividly recalled pushing Han Xiaoyang out the door, changing her clothes, and coming back out. Yet no one could vouch for her innocence. Her smile in the video appeared glaringly conspicuous. If she were to claim deception, her own parents would likely not believe her. After the initial fury came fear. Su Kawai struggled to turn her head, her teeth chattering as she stammered. What do you want from me? I didn't do anything. Isn't this all your choice? I didn't force you to date Han Xiaoyang, nor did I compel you to embrace him. Xiao Hongli retorted with a cold laugh. Gasping for breath, Su Kawai furiously declared, I will tell Yipeng that this is all your scheme. You were the one who enticed Han Xiaoyang to seduce me. Flies don't buzz around a seamless egg. You have to prove that your egg is rotten. Enough. Yipeng is coming back. You better keep your mouth shut, and I might consider not posting the video online. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines will feature you prominently. Xiao Hongli said coldly. Su Kawai realized that her defeat was not unjust. She simply could not match Xiao Hongli's ruthlessness. This woman was utterly insane, concocting such a scheme in her relentless pursuit of a man. Despair enveloped Su Kawai's heart as she slowly closed her eyes, the sound of footsteps reaching her ears. Chen Yipeng hurried into the ward, first placing a hot water bottle beneath the floor, then carefully pouring warm water and gently assisting Xiao Hongli to sit up. Xiao Hongli smiled as she finished the water, leaning her head against Chen Yipeng's shoulder, playfully nuzzling like a kitten, saying, Thank you, darling, you're so wonderful. Please fetch a glass of water for Kawai. Just look at her pallor. Su Kawai felt an overwhelming urge to spit in Xiao Hongli's face. Yet she was acutely aware of her vulnerabilities, and even in her anger, she could only endure for the moment. Chen Yipeng frowned at Su Kawai's evident distress, feeling a twinge of sympathy. He poured a glass of water and placed it on her bedside table, saying, Drink some more. I also brought canned fruit. If you're tired, just rest. Unbeknownst to him, he could not see the storm brewing on Xiao Hongli's face. Chapter 46. Only in loss do we learn to cherish. Su Kawai longed to be defiant, yet ultimately, she reached for the cup. This was merely a glass of ordinary water, yet it bore a bitter taste for her. As the warm liquid coursed down her throat into her stomach, she drank while tears streamed down her face, ultimately choking and coughing uncontrollably. Chen Yipeng offered her a napkin, maintaining a respectful distance. Thank you, Su Kawai murmured softly as she accepted it. In the past, such a gesture would have been unfathomable. She would have scorned him for not providing a handkerchief or for failing to prevent her from choking. Chen Yipeng felt no stirrings of emotion within. Her change of heart seemed too late. It echoed the adage that belated affection is worth less than a dog's loyalty. Xiao Hongli feigned fatigue, prompting Chen Yipeng to leave the room to rest outside. After the lights were extinguished, the ward was enveloped in darkness. Surprisingly, Su Kawai did not feel her usual fear. Instead, she experienced an indescribable sense of security. After an indeterminate amount of time, she suddenly spoke. Why are you doing this? Do we have a feud? Or do our families harbor animosity? I find it hard to believe that your scheming against me is solely for Chen Yipeng's sake. What benefit would that bring you? Sukaway, still young, could not contain her thoughts. Xiao Hongli had not fallen asleep either. She possessed an extraordinary patience, allowing Chen Yipeng to leave to create an opportunity for Sukaway to speak. I truly am doing this only for Chen Yipeng, and I have not plotted against you. I merely offered some guidance for you to confront your own heart. Even without Han Xiaoyang, there would be Wang Xiaoyang. Rather than allowing Chen Yipeng to suffer further down the line, I prefer to detonate this minefield of yours in advance. What I seek is not for Chen Yipeng to hate you, for to hate someone often signifies that one still holds feelings for them. What I intend to do is to make him completely disregard you, and you should be feeling it now, Xiao Hongli said with a hint of pride. Sukawai, in disbelief, responded, what is so good about him? Do you think he's not good? Xiao Hongli countered. Sukawai could not deceive her own heart. She had wavered before. Even if it was just once, it was enough to prove that she was not solely devoted to Chen Yipeng. Sukawai's reaction was anticipated by Xiao Hongli. With a gentle smile, she declared, I think Chen Yipeng is wonderful, in every conceivable way. I would do anything for him, even if it meant sacrificing my life, something you could never do, for you do not love him, you only love yourself. The affection you display is merely a response to the fear of losing the pampered life you once had, coupled with the dread of facing a life without support. Therefore, consider my proposition carefully. This is your chance to alter your fate. This was the second invitation, and Sukawai felt a stir within her. She wanted to assert that she was not the selfish girl Xiao Hongli portrayed. Yet, Xiao Hongli, like a healer peeling away a scab, compelled her to reveal her most vulnerable self. For a fleeting moment, Sukawai contemplated surrendering to despair and acquiescing. But the sudden sound of footsteps from outside the ward interrupted her thoughts. You are insane. You are nothing but a devil. My 10-year relationship with him is not something you can tear apart. We shall see. After leaving this remark, Sukawai turned her back on Xiao Hongli. Repeating her words served to hypnotize herself. She needed to prove that she was not the woman Xiao Hongli claimed her to be. With her eyes tightly shut, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She felt no inclination to respond to the message from her mother, Lu Hui, on her phone. Lu Hui, pragmatic and opportunistic, had already inferred Xiao Hongli's family background through Rong Xian's inadvertent display. Even if Chen Yipeng became a son-in-law, as long as his social standing reached a certain level, even a mere trickle of wealth could sustain an ordinary life. However, as a mother, she could not express her intentions too overtly, hoping that Sukawai would grasp the meaning on her own. At that moment, Chen Yipeng arrived at the staircase of the emergency exit, leaning against the wall to ensure he could always see the ward. He waved his hand and asked, Do you have a cigarette? Footsteps echoed from the upper floor, followed by the activation of the motion sensor lights. Zhao Hu approached Chen Yipeng, offering a cigarette with curiosity. How did you know I was here, sir? During our last encounter, I detected a hint of tequila on you. It is a rare drink, so I surmised you must have lived abroad, Chen Yipeng replied. I was a foreign mercenary for 5 years. You are quite perceptive, sir, Zhao Hu said respectfully, then produced a lighter. This marked Chen Yipeng's second experience with smoking. He recalled his father's habit. Mimicking the process, he removed the filter from the cigarette and lit the paper. A sharp, spicy taste nearly induced a cough, prompting him to expel the smoke before it could reach his throat. Zhao Hu, somewhat astonished, remarked, Sir, you are also a soldier? I apologize, I forgot your age. This method of smoking is said to have gained popularity 2 decades ago, originating from the military forces in the northern frontier, where officers would smoke in this manner before charging in a battle. Chen Yipeng refrained from mentioning his father, for such words held no value. He was not well acquainted with Zhao Hu. His uncle once advised him, 1,000 words cannot equal a moment of silence. Those in positions of power should strive to express their opinions sparingly and refrain from trivial discussions. A touch of mystery can enhance one's authority, rendering one's character and preferences inscrutable. In truth, as Zhao Hu gazed upon this young man, the unusual composure he exhibited, so contrary to his age, resembled a tranquil lake, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Very well, you may leave, said Chen Yipeng, extinguishing his cigarette with his fingers and carefully securing the unfinished smoke, ensuring not to discard it carelessly. Among the many lessons imparted by his uncle, the most crucial was to avoid leaving any personal traces in public. For instance, a cigarette butt, if picked up by a discerning individual and discarded at a crime scene, could become damning evidence against him. Xiao was taken aback by Chen Yipeng's summons, as he said nothing, seemingly only seeking a cigarette. He had anticipated inquiries regarding the Xiao family and had rehearsed his responses in his mind. Yet, Chen Yipeng's demeanor left him feeling uneasy, unable to contain himself. Xiao, who ventured, "Do you not wish to know anything?" Chen Yipeng retorted, "If I were to inquire about the Xiao family, would you speak the truth?" Xiao, who hesitated before replying, "Certain public information can be shared." "Then what of it? If it is public knowledge, I can procure it through open channels myself. Asking you would not only place you in a difficult position, but could also skew my judgment of the information due to your subjective perspective." Chen Yipeng provided his answer, leaving Xiao Hu with a stylish silhouette as he departed. Chapter 47. A different treatment. At 10 in the morning, Rong Xian and Lu Hui arrived together. The mother's face was ashen, her arms laden with various bags. Upon seeing Chen Yipeng, she exclaimed sharply, "Aren't you going to come help me with these? Your audacity is remarkable." Ahem, it was Hongli's suggestion. She did not want to disturb your rest. "Besides, we are all adults now," Chen Yipeng replied sheepishly, quickly taking the items from her grasp, feeling somewhat intimidated before his mother. Rong Xian awaited the moment his hands were free, then raised her palm and struck him several firm blows on the back. The sound of slaps echoed as Chen Yipeng grimaced, yet he dared not retaliate. As a son, even at 60, he remained a child in the eyes of his 80-year-old mother, who would not hesitate to discipline him when displeased. No matter the stature or wealth he amassed outside, a rolling pin wielded by his mother could send him scurrying in surrender. Lu Hui felt vindicated in her heart, but voiced her objections, saying, "Rong Jia, that's enough. After all, he is still just a child, utterly naive." Had Lu Hui not uttered those words, Rong Xian might have struck a few more times, but being a person of considerable pride, she promptly lowered her arms and inquired, "How is Hongli?" "She's better now. The fever has subsided, and she just had her 4 removed," Chen Yipeng replied. At that moment, the doctor made his rounds. Accompanied by the dean and the vice dean, followed by several department heads, a formidable group of over 10 individuals. The patients in the wards felt a sense of astonishment at this unexpected attention. Upon noticing the commencement of the rounds, Rong Xian quickly entered the room, where the 2 girls, who had been resting, awakened simultaneously. "Aunt Rong," Su Kewai whispered. Rong Xian was utterly oblivious, failing to notice Su Kewai's presence as she hurried to Xiao Hongli's side, placing her right hand on her forehead to confirm the absence of fever. She expressed her concern. "Hongli, how are you feeling? Is it any better?" "Much improved. Thank you, Mom," Xiao Hongli replied, managing a faint smile before succumbing to a weak cough, appearing quite feeble. Rong Xian embraced Xiao Hongli, her heart aching with compassion, showering her with affection as if she were her own daughter. Su Kewai felt a pang of discomfort, recalling how Rong Xian had treated her similarly in her youth. Yet, she was unsure when their relationship had begun to wane, as she had gradually distanced herself from Aunt Rong, particularly in the past couple of years, when she had scarcely even shown her face. "How are you?" Lu Hui asked, sitting beside her daughter and blocking her line of sight. "I've spoken with the doctor. It's best for you to stay for at least 2 days." Su Kewai, with pale lips, shook her head, stating, "Mom, please take me home. I fear I won't be able to rest well here." "Are you sure? You have your brother Yipeng and sister Hongli here. It's more lively than at home." Lu Hui replied, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the gemstone necklace adorning Xiao Hongli's neck. Just the previous evening, she had doubted her own eyes, questioning which family could afford such extravagant jewelry. However, when Xiao Hongli inadvertently revealed the label on her clothing, Lu Hui became acutely aware of her affluence. Su Kewai resolutely shook her head and, in a barely audible voice, declared, "If I stay here any longer, I will perish." This startled Lu Hui, who realized that the situation could not continue this way. She feared that if their relationship deteriorated, her daughter's mental well-being might be jeopardized. Upon noticing Su Kewai beside her, Rong Xian was taken aback. Just moments ago, Su Kawai had been a lively, healthy girl, and now she appeared gravely ill, as if afflicted by a terminal ailment. What has happened to Kawai? She urgently asked. Just a common cold. I will arrange for her discharge shortly and take her to the city for a checkup, Lu Hui replied, forcing a smile. Lu Hui, already connected within the county, swiftly organized transportation. As Su Kawai was assisted by her mother and was about to exit, she bitterly addressed Rong Exen, saying, Annie, Kawai is leaving. Zong Xin Shaivo, feeling that those words resembled a farewell, imbued with an ominous tone. She wanted to reach out and offer a few words of reassurance to Su Kawai, but feared it might upset Xiao Hongli, so she suppressed her urge. With Su Kawai's departure, Xiao Hongli lost interest in remaining there. She deliberately arranged for the two to stay together, intending to showcase their affection and feed Su Kawai a dose of jealousy. However, she did not anticipate that Su Kawai would make a sudden escape, seemingly having seen through her intentions. Mom, I want to go home too. It's just a common cold. I don't want to stay here, Xiao Hongli said, her eyes glistening as she spoke in a petulant tone. Not that Chen Yipeng was without defenses, but even Rong Exen found herself at a loss. After a moment's hesitation, she looked at Chen Yipeng and suggested, Why don't you ask the doctor? The outcome of Chen Yipeng's inquiry was, of course, reassuring. It was merely a cold. And had Xiao Hongli not orchestrated this arrangement, he could have gone home right after his injection. Xiao Hongli was carried back home by Chen Yipeng under the pretense of wanting some fresh air, claiming she felt nauseous from the car ride. Chen Yipeng was aware that Xiao Hongli was being deceitful, yet Rong Exen remained oblivious. She merely felt pity for Xiao Hongli and held an unwavering belief in her so-called divinations. With such frail health, she feared that Xiao Hongli might not live beyond 20, which made her heart ache to the point of tears. That's enough, Chen Yipeng said, lowering his voice. Xiao Hongli wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered into his ear, Darling, do you not love me anymore? Her hoarse voice, imbued with a beguiling tone, seemed to possess a unique charm. It was as if a soft brush had lightly grazed the chambers of his heart, nearly causing Chen Yipeng to buckle at the knees. Chen Yipeng, be careful. If you drop Hongli, just see how I'll deal with you. Rong Exen admonished, a hint of anger in her voice. In truth, she was concerned for her son, having kept vigil all night without sleep and skipping breakfast. However, she knew that women could be quite sensitive, and certain small grievances could be remembered for a lifetime. Chen Yipeng firmly supported Xiao Hongli's sturdy thigh and lifted her a little, assuring, Don't worry, I've got it. She doesn't weigh more than half a pork leg. Xiao Hongli, incensed, bit down on Chen Yipeng's shoulder and retorted, You better clarify. Who has the pig here? Your weight is around 115 pounds, fluctuating no more than 2. Half a pig indeed. Chen Yipeng feigned ignorance with a mischievous grin. A woman's weight is a secret not to be divulged. Xiao Hongli's ears reddened. She was aware of her recent weight gain, but could not allow Chen Yipeng to announce it publicly. She exclaimed, I weigh under 100. I'm neither flat nor short. My flesh is growing in all the right places. This was not untrue, as Chen Yipeng had certainly noticed, particularly when navigating the stairs. Rong Exen observed the bickering couple, a tender smile gracing her lips. Chapter 48, Trouble Afoot. Rong Exen initially planned to take half a day off, but Xiao Hongli, under the guise of needing care and expressing filial piety, insisted that she not remain at home to attend to her. Recognizing Xiao Hongli's desire to flirt with Chen Yipeng, Rong Exen wisely decided to head to work. Chen Yipeng, feeling drowsy, yawned repeatedly. Upon arriving home, he placed Xiao Hongli on the bed and intended to nap in the living room. Chen Yipeng, can't you take a hint? I haven't even changed my clothes yet. Xiao Hongli glared at him with her beautiful eyes, appearing genuinely upset. Chen Yipeng felt a touch of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose, taking his fiancée's pajamas into the room. Hongli, I believe you should cease testing my patience. In her eyes, a veil of mist gathered, and a blush, reminiscent of the twilight sky, gradually spread from her cheeks to her swan-like neck. She lowered her head, spat playfully, and retorted, Who is testing you? Shameless. Burying her face into the pillow, she swiftly changed out of her dress and tossed it at Chen Yipeng's face. He found himself utterly devoid of irritation towards his fiancée. The dress that struck his face exuded a rich fragrance, leaving him slightly dizzy as he stumbled back a couple of steps, nearly losing his balance. Simultaneously, images of the recent moments flashed through his mind. The young Mr. Chen had thoroughly succumbed to the subtle tactics of his past life as wife. While Xiao Hongli slept soundly, Chen Yipeng became acutely alert, clutching the dress as he made his way to the bathroom. Initially, he intended to take a cold shower, but upon entering the bathroom, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Something felt amiss. The bathtub still held water, 2/3 full, with residual droplets on the floor. Habitually, he dipped his hand into the water and surveyed the bathroom as condition. Oddly, although she had bathed the previous night, she had not drained the tub. The water was pristine, indicating no bath gel had been used. She could not have forgotten. Rather, she was in a rush, her intent not merely to wash. The water temperature was also peculiar, slightly cooler than room temperature, as if it had just flowed from the pipes. Chen Yipeng slowly pieced together the puzzle. Unwittingly wandering into the living room, he glanced at the refrigerator, cautiously opening the door, only to discover that the ice cubes were gone. This confirmed his suspicions, prompting him to sit on the sofa and contemplate. Xiao Hongli had placed ice cubes in the bathtub. She seemed intent on catching a cold. But what was her motive? Did she know that Su Qian would also be at the hospital? Was it merely to show off in front of her? As Chen Yipeng continued to reason, he found himself at a loss for clues, realizing he should seek his uncle's insight. However, as soon as the thought of his uncle crossed his mind, a thread of understanding grasped him. Was Xiao Hongli attempting to prevent me from meeting my uncle? Or did she simply not wish to see him? What was she concerned about? Chen Yipeng pondered quietly, harboring a lingering suspicion towards Xiao Hongli that had not dissipated, although she had continually provided explanations. The involvement of his uncle triggered an eruption of his concealed doubts. Feeling a wave of anxiety, he approached the bedroom door to confirm that Xiao Hongli was indeed asleep before stepping into the neighboring room to call the nursing home. A familiar caregiver answered the phone, and upon hearing his inquiry about Uncle Wang Luo, the caregiver's tone was noticeably off. Instead of the usual impatience, there was a hint of trepidation and anxiety. "You're asking about your uncle, Wang Luo? He is currently unavailable to take calls. He just settled down for a rest. Please leave a message, and I will ensure he responds," said the caregiver. Chen Yipeng narrowed his eyes and replied, "Understood. Thank you for your assistance." The phone call confirmed his suspicions. Indeed, something had happened to his uncle. He entered the room of Xiao Hongli, hesitating momentarily before deciding against waking her for inquiries, opting instead to conduct his own investigation. "Xiao Hongli, I hope my premonition is erroneous." Chen Yipeng took a deep breath, gently covering her with the cool blanket. In times of great concern, one must maintain composure. Reflecting on his uncle's sage advice, he endeavored to calm his mind and lay down to rest. His phone remained close at hand, ensuring he would be promptly alerted should the nursing home call. However, his sleep was restless, plagued by nightmares, and he awoke to find it was already 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Instead of receiving a call from the nursing home, he was met with a call from his father. "What? My uncle was taken away by distant relatives? Impossible, absolutely impossible," Chen Yipeng declared vehemently. Instinctively glancing towards the room where Xiao Hongli lay, his gaze sharpening with intensity, his father replied coolly, "I confirmed with your uncle over the phone. He intends to return to his hometown for retirement and chose not to inform you to spare you any distress. But isn't his hometown right here? Where could he possibly go? When did he leave?" Chen Yipeng pressed eagerly. Initially skeptical, his father's assertion of having verified the information left him conflicted. His father continued indifferently. "He is likely already on a plane. His destination remains unclear. Your uncle's actions are often inscrutable. He left you a message, saying he would seek you out after your university graduation, marriage, and the arrival of children. Do you believe that? This is not his style. Something must have happened." Chen Yipeng retorted, frustration mingling with incredulity. His father maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "Very well, let it be. If fate allows, you shall meet your uncle again. For now, your priority is to care for Hongli. She is your fiancée." After the call ended, Chen Yipeng felt on the verge of madness, pacing restlessly in the living room. He returned to Xiao Hongli's bedroom, checking once more to confirm she did not have a fever before pouring a glass of warm water. Sitting beside her, he quietly observed the serene beauty of his fiancée as she slept. Her dark hair lay tousled, a few strands clinging to her cheeks from perspiration, partially obscuring her exquisite features. Her gentle breaths emitted a soft sigh, rendering her both delicate and endearing. As if sensing his presence, Xiao Hongli stirred from her slumber, her eyelashes fluttering before she opened her eyes. "Darling, I need to go to the bathroom," she yawned, her tone playful and enticing, making it difficult to refuse her request. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yipeng scooped her up in a princess carry and transported her to the bathroom. After hearing the sounds of flushing and washing, he returned her to bed. Having consumed several glasses of water, Xiao Hongli's complexion improved significantly, and she clasped her stomach, declaring, "I want to eat sour soup noodles." Chen Yipeng was eager to fulfill her every request, but before doing so, tentatively inquired, "What happened to the ice cubes in the refrigerator? I wanted to make a cold noodle dish." Upon hearing the mention of ice cubes, Xiao Hongli felt a wave of guilt wash over her. However, she was quite the actress. With a playful blink of her eyes, filled with innocent foolishness, she softly inquired, "What ice cubes? I have no idea. Did you forget to turn off the refrigerator, causing the ice to evaporate?" Within the limited realm of Xiao Hongli's scientific knowledge, she believed that ice, upon melting into water, would eventually transform into water vapor. As for how long it would take to evaporate entirely, she had no concept at all. Chen Yipeng's lips twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and managed a strained smile. Perhaps it might have evaporated. "I knew it was evaporation," Xiao Hongli said with a hint of pride, feeling she had deftly brushed it off. Chen Yipeng's suspicions about Xiao Hongli deepened, lacking evidence. He refrained from direct questioning and decided to probe further. After preparing the sour soup noodles, he brought them to the bedside and, with a serious expression, stated, "My dad just called. Uncle has been taken away by his relatives." "Oh, that's good. At his age, he should return home to enjoy his retirement," Xiao Hongli replied nonchalantly. Chen Yipeng frowned and asked, "How do you know Uncle is going back home to retire? I don't recall mentioning the reason, did I?" I just guessed he—" Xiao Hongli said, lowering her head in an attempt to conceal her discomfort as she began to eat the noodles. A chill washed over Chen Yip. The girl before him was lying, and it pierced his heart like a sharp blade, causing his right fist to clench involuntarily. Though their acquaintance had spanned only a few days, his feelings for Xiao Hongli far surpassed those he held for Su Kawai. They had promised to be honest and not deceive each other, yet the woman before him had chosen to lie. Chen Yipeng locked away his affection and, feigning indifference, remarked, "I'll go pick up a package shortly and swing by to fetch my mom. She seemed to be heading to the supermarket when I spoke with her. You should be fine resting here alone." Reluctantly, Xiao Hongli hesitated, primarily due to the ominous feelings sparked by Chen Yipeng's earlier inquiries. However, forcing him to stay lacked a suitable justification, and after devouring a large bowl of sour soup noodles, she hardly appeared frail. "All right, go ahead," she said dismissively, waving her hand. Chen Yipeng smiled as he exited the bedroom, only for his expression to darken immediately. Once outside the community, he chose not to head directly to the nursing home. Instead, he went to pick up Rong Xin to return home. His intention was to lower Xiao Hongli's guard, facilitating his covert investigation. Meanwhile, upon receiving a message from Zhao Hu, Xiao Hongli felt a wave of relief and eagerly opened her phone, beginning to pester Su Kawai. It is worth noting that in her 2 lifetimes, Xiao Hongli could sometimes be amusingly naive. She sent Su Kawai a photo of their group picture hanging on the wall and a snapshot of the sour soup noodles, accompanied by a message, "A warm, happy home. The meal my dear prepared for me. Someone to help change clothes when sick." These sentiments, even through a screen, exuded the unmistakable scent of young love. At that moment, Su Kawai lay in bed, cradling a bottle of origami cranes, her gaze vacant and numb, when her phone chimed with the alert of a message from the troublesome woman. She instantly recognized who was reaching out to her. She did not delete the contact of Fei Sun. Instead, she set a special ringtone. Deep down, Su Kawai was quite stubborn. Xiao Hongli's near-humiliating suppression only ignited her competitive spirit. Initially, Su Kawai had steeled herself to remain unperturbed by whatever the other party might send. Yet upon seeing the photos and messages, a wave of oppression surged in her chest. Why are you so cruel? I do not wish to be a life assistant. Su Kawai's face turned pale, her body trembling with anger, and as her breath quickened, her hands and feet began to tingle uncontrollably. After a lengthy pause, she finally regained her composure, her gaze suddenly turning icy as she scoffed. Xiao Hongli, you fear me. I understand now. It is because you care too much about Chen Yipeng, and you too have vulnerabilities. I am the sole chink in your armor. After 10 years of emotion, you have begun to fear. Unbeknownst to Xiao Hongli, her incessant provocations had inadvertently propelled Su Kawai's spirit towards an unforeseen direction. Su Kawai's expression was bizarre. One half of her face wept while the other smiled. Gently twisting open a bottle, she retrieved a paper crane. As she unfolded the crane, she discovered a message inscribed upon it, along with a date, wishing my little princess eternal beauty and everlasting joy. After reading it aloud, she promptly stuffed the paper into her mouth, swallowing it with fervor as if it were a delightful confection. This crane, bearing a blessing, acted as a miraculous elixir. A rosy hue, akin to the evening glow, blossomed on Su Kawai's cheeks, and her complexion improved significantly. Outside, Lu Hui was on the phone with Su Hong. Her voice choked with emotion. I just asked a friend, my daughter is suffering from a mental ailment, and if it continues, it could lead to depression. Lao Su, what should we do? If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live. Tears streamed down Lu Hui's face. After a moment of silence, Su Hong replied, I will return as soon as I finish my matters here. What do you think about moving our family to the capital? It offers a fresh environment, and there are many hospitals there. In the past, Lu Hui would have firmly opposed such a notion, but considering the potential for Su Kawai's recovery in a new setting, she found herself inclined to agree. However, in the next moment, Su Kawai emerged with a smile, saying, Mom, I am hungry. Please cook me some noodles. I crave sour soup noodles. By the way, I no longer wish to go to the capital. I want to attend the same school as Yipeng. Lu Hui gazed at her daughter, a chill coursing through her, as a sense of unfamiliarity enveloped her, despite the undeniable bond of motherhood. On the other end of the line, upon hearing his daughter's words, Su Hong said, Kawai, you are now an adult. Consider your own matters carefully. Your parents will always support you. Thank you, Dad, Mom. I have made my decision. I can be friends with Yipeng and Hongli, and it will undoubtedly benefit my future. A faint smile graced Su Kawai's face as she settled beside her mother, Lu Hui. Su Hong exchanged a few more words before ending the call. Lu Hui observed her daughter closely once more, confirming that she was indeed well, and her heart instantly relaxed. As long as you've thought it through, that's all that matters. You nearly frightened me to death these past few days. I'm sorry, Mom, for worrying you. It won't happen again, Su Kawai replied softly. Could you please help me find out where Yipeng plans to apply? Lu Hui sighed and said, I will do my best, but your Aunt Rongxin hasn't been entirely truthful with me lately. Mom, I don't know how to cook. Could you teach me over the next few days? I've been rather thoughtless in the past, Su Kawai said with a smile. The Su family appeared to have returned to normalcy, yet no one could perceive the changes occurring within Su Kawai's heart. Chapter 50. Doubts about his girlfriend Rongxin took to the kitchen to prepare soup for her future daughter-in-law, along with some light dishes, the highlight being a steamed fish. Although Rongxin herself was not fond of fish, she had learned to prepare it specifically for Xiao Hongli, who relished it. The fresh sea fish, tender and succulent, ultimately found its way into Chen Yipeng's stomach. Xiao Hongli, feeling unwell, sat feebly at the table. Managing only a few bites, though, she was already satiated. Rongxin, unaware of this, assumed her cooking did not suit Xiao Hongli's taste and felt guilty for quite some time. Mom, it's just that I lack an appetite. Your cooking is excellent. It's my fault, Xiao Hongli said, somewhat embarrassed, though her expression revealed gratitude, with her reddened eyes convincing Rongxin of her sincerity. Chen Yipeng observed coldly, watching Xiao Hongli feign affection towards his mother, feeling no amusement at all. Under normal circumstances, he might have found her endearing, but through his tinted lens, every action of Xiao Hongli seemed to exude a sense of deceit. Once Rongxin finished tidying up, she instructed Yipeng, "Help Hongli back to her room to rest. Make sure she sleeps early tonight and doesn't stay up late." "Mom, isn't Dad coming back tonight?" Chen Yipeng asked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the time. Rongxin replied naturally, "He is working overtime tonight. He'll probably be back by tomorrow morning. What would you like for breakfast? I'll prepare it for you." Hearing that his father was working late, Chen Yipeng did not inquire further. After exchanging a few perfunctory words, he returned home with Xiao Hongli. Xiao Hongli was indeed exhausted, but still forced herself to engage in conversation with Chen Yipeng, laughing and acting as if nothing had transpired. Several times, Chen Yipeng attempted to ask her about her condition, but ultimately restrained himself. By 9 o'clock that evening, Chen Yipeng handed Xiao Hongli some cold medicine, saying, "Take the medicine first, and then rest quickly. Put your phone on silent." Xiao Hongli obediently accepted a capsule and a tablet, grimacing as she swallowed each one down with a large gulp of water. Chen Yipeng felt relieved once he saw her take the capsule. This particular capsule contained a special concoction he had prepared, designed to nourish the heart, calm the spirit, supplement blood, and aid sleep. The recipe and pharmacology had been taught to him by his uncle, ensuring no harm to Xiao Hongli, allowing her body to heal itself through rest and recover swiftly. "Honey, thank you. Will you stay with me tonight? I'm a bit scared to sleep alone," she said. Xiao Hongli's beautiful eyes sparkled with light as she gently whispered a request. She shifted her body slightly to create some space, a delicate blush blooming on her exquisite cheeks. Chen Yipeng, having been pranked by Xiao Hongli multiple times, found himself uncertain about which of her words were genuine and which were mere fabrications. "I'm getting on the bed, but you wouldn't kick me off, would you?" Chen Yipeng said, his voice laced with suspicion. Xiao Hongli turned over, closed her eyes, and lazily replied, "Feel free to lie down. No one is forcing you. The pajamas are on the bench at the foot of the bed, just for you." With a soft sigh, Chen Yipeng changed into the pajamas, then pulled back the cool blanket and lay down, intending to wait until she fell asleep before making his exit. Once the lights were extinguished, the bedroom was enveloped in darkness. Xiao Hongli lay on her side, facing away from Chen Yipeng, but after a couple of minutes, she could no longer contain herself. Especially feeling the distance between them, she inwardly cursed the man for being so oblivious. She subtly shifted closer, draping her arm over Chen Yipeng's, and warned, "I advise you not to make any sudden moves, or I might just bite you." Young mister. Chen truly lacked an understanding of a woman's heart. Despite the wisdom imparted by his elder, he remained inexperienced in this regard. When a woman says no, it is often a modest invitation. Xiao Hongli had already dropped hints, yet Chen Yipeng remained entirely oblivious. "Rest assured, I would never take advantage of a vulnerable moment," he declared simply. Xiao Hongli felt her temper flaring, yet she soon deduced the reason behind his naivete, sighing internally. One must cherish their own man. One must teach their own husband. Resolutely, she turned to face Chen Yipeng, embracing him closely and feigning discomfort as she said, "Hold me tight. I feel a bit cold." A wave of warmth, fragrant like orchids and musk, enveloped Chen Yipeng, stirring his heart. He gently patted Xiao Hongli's back, softly encouraging, "Sleep now." The calming effects of the sedative were swift. Xiao Hongli intended to enlighten Chen Yipeng, but before she could utter many words, drowsiness overtook her, and she succumbed to sleep. Chen Yipeng cautiously withdrew his arm, made a trip to the bathroom, and after making some noise, tentatively called out to Xiao Hongli twice. Illness compounded with the sedative rendered her utterly unresponsive. "I'm sorry, but I need to verify some matters. I hope I am mistaken," Chen Yipeng thought to himself. He powered off Xiao Hongli's phone, applied glue to his fingertips, donned a mask and hat, and took one last glance at the bedroom before departing. To avoid detection by Zhao Hu and others, Chen Yipeng did not exit through the front door, but instead climbed down from the balcony. He hailed a taxi, stopping a street away from the nursing home before proceeding to its back entrance. Silently, he scaled the wall into the courtyard, making no sound throughout the process. The nursing home was eerily quiet, and familiar with the layout, Chen Yipeng swiftly arrived at his elder's door. Using a homemade lock-picking tool, he skillfully inserted it into the keyhole and easily unlocked the door. With a decisive click, the door swung open. Chen Yipeng switched on a small flashlight and cast a quick glance around the room, his expression instantly darkening. The entire space had been completely vacated. Not a single item belonging to his uncle remained. Moreover, the caregivers at this nursing home were not particularly diligent. It was implausible that they had managed to clean the room to such an immaculate state, leaving no corner untouched. The absence of any clues or traces only served to underscore the suspicious nature of the situation. He recalled his uncle mentioning a specialized group, known as cleaners, who were adept at meticulously clearing away scenes. Chen Yipeng's suspicions regarding Xiao Hongli deepened. Individuals with such professional capabilities were not easily engaged by the average person. Having anticipated this scenario, Chen Yipeng refused to abandon his plan despite the interruption in leads. He exited the room and made his way directly to the surveillance room at the corner of the top floor. Effortlessly, he opened the door and slipped inside, quickly accessing the computer to browse through the footage. Nothing? He found no record of his last encounter with his uncle, nor of the following day. The surveillance system's memory had been meticulously cleared, exhibiting the same level of professionalism. Although Chen Yipeng had steeled himself for this outcome, he was still consumed by frustration. Chapter 51. By any means necessary, the sound of footsteps approached, growing louder. Chen Yipeng swiftly shut down the computer and concealed himself at the doorway. Knowing it was the security guard returning from his rounds, potentially a source of valuable information. Yawn. The guard outside stifled a yawn, completely oblivious to any unusual occurrences. However, as he stepped inside, an overwhelming force struck him and he was swiftly pinned to the ground. Don't shout, don't move. Otherwise, I shall let you bleed. Chen Yipeng hissed in a chilling tone, his voice laced with menace. The guard, startled, felt the sharp tip of a pin pressed against his neck. The pain a stark reminder that the person behind him was not jesting. He immediately ceased his struggle, stammering, "Spare me, good sir. I have no money. I'm just a destitute man. I ask no money. I merely seek answers to a few questions. Answer honestly and do not lie." Chen Yipeng replied calmly. In that moment, he seemed transformed, embodying the essence of his uncle's earlier assessment. Unless driven to a certain point, he would never unleash his hidden potential. Chen Yipeng shared a bond with his uncle akin to that of father and son. When it came to his uncle's life or death, he was capable of anything. The guard nodded fervently, his fear palpable as he quickly responded, "Please, you may question me. I will tell you everything I know. What has become of the occupant of room 017? Chen Yipeng inquired. The guard froze, panic evident in his eyes as he shook his head, insisting, "I don't know. I truly don't." From the guard's reaction, Chen Yipeng discerned that he was concealing information. A sense of relief washed over him, and he tightened his grip slightly, stating, "Very well, those of no use may as well meet their end." The pen's tip pierced the skin, and a trickle of blood emerged. The security guard spoke with palpable fear. "I truly do not know. Just a couple of days ago, the nursing home suddenly required a fire inspection, and everyone was evacuated. Do you know why I sought you out? It is because I am aware that you have witnessed certain events and overheard particular conversations. Tell me, my patience is limited." Chen Yipeng replied slowly. The guard swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably, and said, "I installed hidden cameras in the corridor and restroom, linked to my phone. I saw individuals entering and exiting room 017, packing up everything. As for the people, I have not seen them. They were formidable, erasing all the records in the surveillance room. The director also warned us not to speak out. They're subordinates of significant figures. The video is on my phone. I fear these individuals may come after me. I still have it. I'm sorry, I know nothing." Amidst a maze of uncertainties, a glimmer of hope appeared. The security guard's illicit act of installing hidden cameras inadvertently left behind crucial evidence. Chen Yipeng was elated and swiftly retrieved the guard's phone, urging him to unlock it and locate the videos. The footage commenced from the most recent day. It depicted individuals disguised as firefighters, each wearing masks and gloves, moving with remarkable speed. They were not merely transporting the personal belongings of Uncle Wang Luo. They even replaced beds, wardrobes, curtains, and did not spare the light bulbs. Ultimately, they completely renovated the room. Everything aligned perfectly. Chen Yipeng muttered to himself, He then produced leftover cable ties from his home renovation and bound the guard's thumbs together. The guard, confined within the wardrobe, offered no resistance. As long as Chen Yipeng spared his life, he was willing to cooperate. Chen Yipeng sat in a chair, contemplatively gazing at his phone, pondering his next course of action. Soon, he began his preparations, first locating the guard's hidden camera and placing it within the surveillance room. Then, using the guard's phone, he sent a message to the nursing home director. "Director, I have uncovered a secret. I demand 1 million in cash. Otherwise, I shall release the video online." An hour later, in the security monitoring room, it became evident that the nursing home director was not merely an instigator, but also a participant, possessing more knowledge than the guard. Chen Yipeng's objective was to stir the grass and startle the snake, utilizing the information disparity to mislead the other party. With video evidence in hand, deception was unavoidable. Now, he needed to wait quietly for the other party to arrive, whether it be to silence him or to pay him off. Someone would surely come. In less than 30 seconds, the director's call rang on the guard's phone. Chen Yipeng decisively hung up, exited the nursing home, and, while keeping an eye on his phone screen, borrowed a motorcycle from the roadside. As Chen Yipeng had anticipated, half an hour later, a black sedan entered the nursing home premises. On the phone screen, he recognized a familiar figure. Bai Yin pushed open the door to the surveillance room. Clad in a tailored black suit befitting a corporate elite, flanked by 2 bodyguards, one of whom carried a cash box. "Is anyone here? Let us go," she said, her brow slightly furrowed, displaying remarkable decisiveness as she left without even inspecting the room. Outside, Chen Yipeng was seething with rage, his teeth nearly grinding together as he uttered in a chilling tone, "Xiao Hongli, Bai Yun, if anything happens to my uncle, I will take your lives." After Bai Yun's car departed, Chen Yipeng followed at a distance. At that moment, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, shrouding the entire county in darkness. The streets eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. The black sedan entered an underground parking garage, and Chen Yipeng squinted, hesitating as he questioned whether he had been detected. However, his concern for his uncle's safety outweighed his fear, compelling him to pursue the vehicle. The underground garage was illuminated only by incandescent lights along the passageway, while the parking spaces remained engulfed in darkness. Chen Yipeng spotted the black sedan parked within the corridor, its front facing him. Suddenly, 2 headlights flared to life, blinding him instantly. In the next moment, a figure leapt down from the side of the car, brandishing a baseball bat and swinging it fiercely toward Chen Yipeng's head. Realizing the imminent danger, Chen Yipeng relied on his well-honed instincts, leaning back to evade the bat and countering with a powerful punch. The assailant, one of Zhao's bodyguards, was taken aback by Chen Yipeng's swift reaction. After missing with the bat, he was struck squarely on the temple. Without uttering a word, the bodyguard's gaze dulled as he crumpled to the ground. Regaining his sight, Chen Yipeng disregarded the fallen man and dismounted his motorcycle, advancing toward the black sedan. Chapter 52. A foreboding since the black sedan's door swung open, and 2 figures emerged. One was Bai Yun, the other a burly driver and bodyguard, possessing remarkable physical prowess. Bai Yun furrowed her brow, crossing her arms as she inquired coldly, "Who sent you?" Chen Yipeng remained silent, dashing toward Bai Yun. The bodyguard stepped protectively in front of her, launching a rapid and ferocious punch toward Chen Yipeng. If the strike landed on an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly prove fatal. Yet, Chen Yipeng was no ordinary individual. Conditioned through years of specialized training, he had been compelled to master various combat techniques. Even without practical experience, his body instinctively responded faster than his mind. He sidestepped the punch, then lifted the bodyguard's arm with his left hand, bending his body as his right fist drove powerfully into the bodyguard's abdomen and ribs. The blow dropped the bodyguard to his knees, agony rendering him incapable of standing. Despite a brief hesitation in his strike, the exertion brought Chen Yipeng an inexplicable thrill, as if his blood were boiling with exhilaration. A hidden desire for battle, long buried within, suddenly surged forth, igniting an unexpected craving for violence within him. "Your skills are commendable, yet you underestimate your own capabilities," Bai Yun remarked with a cold smirk. She extended her right hand, her fingers splayed like the talons of an eagle, joints cracking audibly. However, as Chen Yipeng approached step by step, Bai Yun was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless, exclaiming, "It's you!" At that moment, Chen Yipeng had already raised his right fist, a formidable force coalescing within it as he struck out. Surprised by Bai Yun's lack of resistance, he hesitated and shifted his fist slightly to the left. Under no circumstances would Chen Yipeng resort to striking a woman. Should Bai Yun be willing to disclose the whereabouts of his uncle, he might consider sparing her. Bai Yun stood rooted to the spot, watching in disbelief as the shadow of the fist loomed larger in her vision. She suppressed the urge to retaliate. Boom! The fist grazed her cheek, the force of the punch stirring her hair in disarray before it came to a steady halt. The rush of air from the punch reverberated in her ears, instilling a profound sense of survival instinct within her, despite her belief in her own prowess. Bai Yun was taken aback by the sheer power of Chen Yipeng's strike, a primal fear coursing through her, to say the least. She genuinely feared for her life moments ago. "Bai Yun, where's my Uncle Wang Luo?" Chen Yipeng inquired coldly, removing his mask. His eyes shimmered with a chilling intensity, resembling a ferocious tiger lurking in the dimly lit underground parking lot. Bai Yun's expression shifted dramatically. After a moment of silence, she replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot divulge that information. I hope you understand it's for your own good. It matters not if you refuse to speak. I can seek out Xiao Hongli. I possess countless methods to extract the truth from her." Chen Yipeng's lips curled into a cruel smile. Bai Yun stiffened, her complexion paling as she hesitated before saying, "Please allow me to make a phone call. I need to seek approval." "Approval? If it concerns Xiao Hongli, there is no need for a call," Chen Yipeng replied nonchalantly. Bai Yun furrowed her brow, her voice dropping to a serious tone. "What have you done to the young lady?" "For now, nothing. But that may soon change. If anything were to happen to my uncle, you all will bear the consequences," Chen Yipeng stated slowly, his tone growing increasingly frosty. Bai Yun gazed intently at Chen Yipeng, then took out her phone to make a call, reporting the situation with utmost respect and receiving a response. "Come with me. I will take you there," Bai Yun said firmly. Chen Yipeng did not hesitate or worry about any tricks. He simply followed her into the car. Bai Yun started the vehicle, exiting the underground parking lot and heading northwest. It was now 2 a.m. Dark clouds shrouded the night sky, and a gentle, persistent rain fell like fine threads, seeping through the car window and bringing a chill. "Do you have a cigarette?" Chen Yipeng inquired. Bai Yun casually produced a pack of lady cigarettes, saying, "Mint flavor. I hope it suits your taste." "Never mind," he replied. Chen Yipeng shook his head and inquired, "Can you enlighten me as to why Xiao Hongli is drawing near? Is it for my uncle, or is there another motive?" Bai Yun cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yipeng, her eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. She did not directly address his question, but merely remarked, "You shall understand upon arrival. Frankly, I find it perplexing what the young lady sees in you. Foolish and reckless. I detest deceit. Xiao Hongli assured me she would not lie. Yet appears she has contradicted her own words," Chen Yipeng slowly articulated. The mere thought of Xiao Hongli's betrayal filled him with an unprecedented sense of turmoil and anguish. Bai Yun scoffed, "Not all deception in this world is malicious. I trust that when you uncover the truth, you will grasp the young lady's sincere intentions. She has been exceedingly kind to you, to the extent that you seem oblivious to your own insignificance. You are hardly worthy. Worthiness is not for you to decide. I possess my own standards of judgment. I abhor when others presume to make decisions on my behalf, all under the guise of goodwill," Chen Yipeng retorted, his irritation palpable. Bai Yun fell silent, pressing the accelerator as the car picked up speed. The surroundings grew increasingly desolate until they turned onto a narrow street lined with paper effigy shops. Eventually, the vehicle entered a courtyard, and Chen Yipeng's mind buzzed as he beheld the large characters before him. "Lingbao Funeral Home. Why have you brought me here? Why will my uncle come to this place?" Chen Yipeng swallowed hard, his muscles tensing as a sense of foreboding washed over him. After disembarking, Bai Yun mockingly stated, "Did you not wish to uncover the truth? Follow me." Taking a deep breath, Chen Yipeng was enveloped by the scent of burning joss paper and candles. A stark reminder of mortality in such an environment. He discreetly clenched the blade concealed within his sleeve. Should he uncover that harm had befallen his uncle, he would demand retribution from all involved. The funeral home was modest, comprising only 7 or 8 farewell halls, each already occupied. Grieving family members wept sorrowfully, while some friends gathered to play cards and drink. Chen Yipeng followed by Yun to the furthest end, where the largest farewell hall awaited. The entrance was adorned with white wreaths, and the mournful music emanating from within caused Chen Yipeng's heart to leap into his throat. Chapter 53. The thunderbolt has exploded. Chen Yipeng was uncertain how he had entered the farewell hall. His legs felt as though they were encased in lead. Before him lay a black and white photograph of his uncle, alongside a transparent glass casket. "Uncle!" Chen Yipeng rushed forward, only to find his mind blank upon seeing the figure within the casket. His uncle lay there, devoid of color, shrouded in a golden ceremonial blanket. Who has slain you? Was it Xiao Hongli? I will annihilate her entire family." Chen Yipeng's eyes reddened, his body trembling with overwhelming rage and sorrow as he silently screamed within. "You are Yipeng?" A woman's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chen Yipeng suddenly turned around, and before him stood a beautiful woman appearing to be in her 30s, clad in a black dress and adorned with a pearl necklace. This woman was surrounded by a dozen bodyguards in dark suits. Though her expression was gentle while speaking, her every gesture exuded the unique aura of a person of great stature, radiating an imposing authority without the need for anger. "Who are you? Did you kill my uncle?" Chen Yipeng asked, his voice laced with an unwavering courage as he clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. An overwhelming intent to kill caused all the bodyguards to instinctively become alert. "Enough! How rude!" The speaker was Chen's father, who entered the farewell hall briskly, holding some paper money and candles. Upon seeing his father, Chen Yipeng's emotions surged to a peak as he roared. "You know, who exactly killed my uncle?" Chen's father's expression was frigid as he first addressed the woman with respect, stating, "I apologize, Ms. Wu. I did not anticipate his arrival. My son is seldom so reckless. It's quite all right, I understand. We shall be in-laws from now on, so let us not be so formal." The woman replied with a smile, gently nodding. "Yipeng, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Wu Gu, the mother of Hongli." Chen Yipeng remained silent, a flicker of doubt igniting within him, as the last remnants of his rationality informed him that there were matters of which he was unaware. Chen's father sighed and said, "Ms. Wu, please excuse me for a moment. I need to speak with him." Wu Gu nodded and, accompanied by her bodyguards, exited the farewell hall and moved to an adjacent room. "Father, what on earth is going on?" Chen Yipeng stammered. Chen's father shook his head, handing a letter to Chen Yipeng. "Do you remember the last time you saw your uncle?" It was at that moment he departed. "What?" Chen Yipeng impatiently opened the letter, the handwriting strikingly familiar. He felt an absurdity wash over him as he stuttered, "Impossible. Why would my uncle take his own life? There's no reason. Did Xiao Hongli send someone to threaten him?" "Chen Yipeng, you disappoint me greatly. Suspecting anyone is one thing, but you should never suspect Hongli. If it weren't for their assistance, I would likely be visiting you at the police station right now," his father said, patting him on the shoulder in disappointment. Chen Yipeng was utterly bewildered, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with me? Your uncle suffered a health crisis, and the nursing home had installed a surveillance camera in his room. When you visited him, the two of you engaged in a struggle. At that moment, your uncle impaled himself on the dagger. That wound caused him to bleed profusely. I cannot ascertain your uncle's intentions, but regardless, his death is inextricably linked to you. Even if you can explain it, the outcome is still troublesome. If it weren't for Hongli's people protecting you and promptly noticing the situation, and if Hongli's mother hadn't personally intervened to assist you, you would have been apprehended by now. Early this morning, Hongli's mother clarified the situation to me, fearing you might misinterpret it, and even showed me the video. I personally changed your uncle's clothes and conducted an examination. The facts are indisputable." Chen's father spoke slowly. Chen Yipeng's mind was a blank slate. He yearned to declare that all of this was a fabrication. However, upon reflecting on the vivid scenes from days past, he comprehended that his father had not been deceitful. To achieve great ambitions, even kin may be sacrificed. This was the final admonition imparted by his uncle. Chen Yipeng fully grasped the essence of those words. His uncle intended to use his own life to mold him into a cold-hearted individual. Though Chen Yipeng could not endorse such a philosophy, it was nonetheless his uncle's dying wish. He felt as though his mind had been cleaved in two by a razor-sharp blade. The excruciating pain brought him to his knees, where he wailed in anguish, overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt and self-reproach that nearly caused him to faint. His father sighed and said, "Hongli concealed the truth because he feared for your well-being. Your mother and I also intended to keep this hidden, but we never anticipated you would discover it on your own. Since being struck by lightning, your uncle's character has become increasingly erratic. I do not wish for you to turn out like him. Father, I was wrong." Chen Yipeng struggled to rise, his gaze vacant and his expression devoid of emotion. The depths of his suffering rendered him eerily calm. "Go apologize to Hongli's mother. This entire affair has merely caused her distress," his father spoke sternly. Chen Yipeng did not immediately heed his father's directive. Instead, he opened the coffin to examine his uncle for himself. The reality matched his father's account without deviation. The gaping wound was painfully conspicuous. His uncle had not removed the knife after being struck. The blade had obstructed the blood flow, preventing him from realizing the severity of his injury in time. Gazing at his uncle's face, Chen Yipeng muttered, "Uncle, must one be ruthless and mercenary to achieve greatness?" In the restroom, he inserted a hidden silver needle into the Zhongwan acupoint for the first time. Minutes later, when he lifted his head again, his expression was one of detachment, and he had attained an extraordinary level of calm. Upon withdrawing the needle, he leaned against the sink, gasping for air, his forehead glistening with cold sweat. He then exited the restroom, following his father into the lounge adjacent to the farewell hall. The funeral home in the small county was quite rudimentary. Even the finest farewell hall was poorly decorated. The lounge was breezy, furnished with a filthy, dilapidated bed, a few plastic chairs, and a mahjong table. Nothing more. Yet Wu Ge, dressed in an exquisitely luxurious custom gown, showed no signs of disdain, directly seating herself on a plastic chair. Holding a cup of hot tea, she exuded elegance and an air of grandeur that could not be concealed. Chen Yipeng bowed deeply and said, "I apologize, Aunt Wu. I acted rashly." "Thank you." Wu Ge set down her cup, sighed softly, and replied, "Yipeng, I had not anticipated our first meeting would unfold in this manner. As Hongli's mother, I must offer you some criticism. A gentleman does not place himself against a crumbling wall. In the future, you must think twice before acting, otherwise, how could I entrust Hongli to you? Now, I wish to hear your thoughts regarding your uncle. Are you inclined towards a grand funeral or a more subdued affair? Conducting a funeral is partly for the living. Since your uncle had no close relatives or friends, I can fulfill my filial duty by seeing him off." Chen Yipeng replied slowly, his eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Chapter 54. A peculiar state of mind. The funeral was conducted quite simply. Chen Yipeng donned mourning attire, fulfilling his role as a dutiful son, and subsequently bid farewell to his uncle. The urn was placed in a public cemetery, with a gravestone that had been pre-ordered. Inscribed upon it were the words, "Adoptive Father Wang Luo. Son, Chen Yipeng, daughter-in-law, Xiao Hongli." Upon seeing the gravestone, Chen Yipeng was engulfed by a tumult of emotions. He felt both gratitude and affection for Xiao Hongli, yet an instinctive wariness lingered within him, as if his mind had been cleaved in two, his feelings similarly fragmented. At times, it felt as though another presence resided within his mind, whispering warnings to be cautious and not to place his trust in Xiao Hongli too readily. Wu Ge respectfully offered incense, and then glanced at the time, saying, "Yipeng, would you mind if I visited your home? My visit is rather impromptu, but I believe it's essential for us to meet." After a moment's hesitation, Chen's father replied, "Of course, I will inform my wife to make the necessary preparations. There is no need for any elaborate arrangements, as I must return to Linhai shortly to attend to matters. I can only spare a couple of hours at most. Besides speaking with Hongli, we should also discuss the preliminary arrangements for the children's engagement." Wu Ge smiled as she spoke. Chen Yipeng slowly interjected, "Annie Wu, perhaps we should postpone the engagement for now. I feel unworthy of Hongli. Had it been a day prior, he would have eagerly accepted the proposal. Your union is destined by the heavens. Even fate itself acknowledges your compatibility. Who among the youth is free from mistakes? I have heard from Hongli that she has already changed her tune, so you need not address me as Annie any longer, Wu Gu remarked with a smile. Realizing he could not disregard the kindness extended to him, Chen Yipeng obliged and called her mother. Wu Gu then handed him a bank card, stating, "This is the compensation I offer you for addressing me appropriately. In the presence of your uncle, I acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Your uncle's methods are radical and extreme. Do not emulate him." "I understand," Chen Yipeng replied. His previously stern demeanor softened, and the numbness in his eyes gradually returned to a semblance of normalcy. This time, he did not refuse and accepted the bank card. As time passed, he noticed the effects of the silver needle's stimulation of the central acupoint were waning, and his suppressed emotions began to resurface. His affection for Xiao Hongli temporarily overshadowed his doubts and suspicions. Unbeknownst to him, the seed of longing he had sown would inevitably take root and flourish. Wu Ge noted the change in him, but attributed it merely to his profound sorrow, without further contemplation. The group traveled homeward, yet Wu Ge did not hasten the driver to take them to Chen Yipeng's residence. Instead, she first sent Chen's father home, before taking Chen Yipeng to a shopping mall in the county. Her meticulous approach was not truly about purchasing items, but rather to afford Rong Xin some preparatory time. At around 6 in the morning, the streets were sparsely populated. Wu Ge directly linked her arm with Chen Yipeng's, which made him feel a tad awkward and uncomfortable. With a smile, she remarked, "What is there to feel shy about? I shall be 50 next year. At 30, I was blessed with Hongli, my most cherished treasure. A son-in-law is akin to a biological son in my heart. She has firmly set her sights on you, so do not feel distant. Understood?" Chen Yipeng, blushing, stammered in response. "Give your mother a moment. Let us converse. Do you have any plans for the future?" Wu Ge inquired with a smile, her words enveloping him in a gentle warmth that eased the tension in Chen Yipeng's heart. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I intend to attend university in Linhai alongside Hongli. Indeed, you are still young and should focus on your studies. However, should I be granted the joy of holding a grandchild sooner, I would not object." Wu Ge chuckled lightly, her gaze imbued with playful mischief. Chen Yipeng's face flushed once more as he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. This future mother-in-law bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Hongli, not only in appearance, but also in her teasing nature. Once her laughter subsided, Wu Ge remarked, "I am not jesting. You are both adults and must make your own decisions regarding your lives. What about your field of study? I heard from Hongli that you excel at the piano. Are you considering a career in the arts?" "I plan to apply to Linhai University for a degree in political science and law," Chen Yipeng stated seriously. Wu Ge raised an eyebrow, asking, "Could you share your reasoning?" "My uncle once told me, a prosperous merchant cannot thrive without governance, and a stable government cannot exist without commerce." Xiao Shu, "No, my father was the former chairman of Linhai City, and while he has retired, he can still provide some protection for Hong Li's endeavors. However, one cannot escape the reality of shifting tides. I aspire to be a lawyer, providing legal assistance to the common people, and once I have amassed a sufficient reputation, I aim to enter parliament through election. This way, I can not only inherit the political legacy of the Xiao family, but also safeguard Hong Li's ventures." Chen Yipeng spoke candidly, without evasion. Most might misconstrue his intentions, believing he sought to leverage the Xiao family's political clout for personal gain, or might worry that he would abandon their daughter once he attained a certain status. Yet, Wu Ge's perspective was refreshingly unique. She regarded him with admiration and said, "Your uncle is indeed an extraordinary individual. It is regrettable that I did not have the opportunity to know him beforehand. He has clearly imparted wisdom to you, which reassures me. Xiao Changhe, Hong Li's father, has a notable reputation, yet he also has many political adversaries. If you wish to enter parliament, be prepared for the challenges ahead. Relying solely on legal assistance to build a reputation would be a slow process. Moreover, once you marry Hong Li, you will naturally carry the mark of a prominent family, which may adversely affect your future candidacy, as the common folk might harbor reservations about your allegiances. Thus, I encourage you to contemplate your approach thoroughly. I believe your intellect can find a harmonious solution. Understood, Chen Yipeng said, falling into deep thought, feeling a genuine respect for this future mother-in-law. The two descended to the ground floor of the building, where the bodyguards did not follow and remained out of sight. It was now 7:30, and neighbors began to emerge for work. Upon seeing Wu Ge, they could not help but inquire further, while Chen Yipeng, feeling slightly awkward, merely stated that she was a relative. As for the beliefs of those individuals, they are no concern of Chen Yipeng. He is currently contemplating having his parents relocate, especially since there may be idle gossip once he marries Xiao Hongli. In the living room, Rong Xin has just finished mopping the floor, the sofa adorned with new cushions, the dining table set with freshly washed fruits, and new cups prepared. Glancing at the time on the wall, she remarked, "Could you make a call to check their arrival status? They should be here soon." Chen's father sat on the sofa, eyes closed in repose. Rong Xin complained, "That little rascal Chen Yipeng, why didn't he inform me earlier that Hongli's mother was coming over? And so early at that." "Don't be too anxious," Chen's father replied. "If Hongli's mother knew her daughter was unwell, she would have come over immediately. She specifically requested not to disturb your rest. Yipeng informed me, and I am accompanying him to receive her." Rong Xin sighed, feeling somewhat apprehensive. What is Hongli's mother like? Is she easy to talk to? She is a lady from a prestigious family, possessing grace and propriety. There is no chance of encountering the kinds of situations depicted in romantic dramas. A woman lacking intellect cannot become the matriarch of a distinguished household, Chen's father assured her. Chapter 55. Inner Apprehension and Doubt. Although Chen's father had reassured her, Rong Xin remained troubled, feeling as if she had forgotten something important. When a knock at the door echoed, she eagerly opened it, only to find herself momentarily stunned. Anyone encountering Wu Ge would be astonished, not solely due to her exceptional demeanor, but primarily because her appearance belied her age. She seemed to be in her early 30s. While Rong Xin was reasonably attractive, she paled in comparison to Wu Ge. "You must be Sister Rong. Hello. I am Wu Ge. I hope I'm not intruding," she said, taking Rong Xin's hand with a gentle warmth. Wu Ji's charisma quickly put Rong Xin at ease, creating an unparalleled sense of intimacy. "Hello, hello. Please come in. Yipeng, pour some water," Rong Xin hastily urged. After Chen Yipeng entered and served tea, he quietly stood in the corner of the room. Chen's father exchanged a few pleasantries before excusing himself due to urgent matters at work. Wu Ji's visit was to address certain affairs, not a formal introduction. Thus, he felt it best not to linger and become a hindrance. Once Chen's father departed, Rong Xin's words flowed freely as she began. "Hongli's mother, my husband is quite reserved. It's better that he has left." She continued, "I truly owe you an apology. Hongli fell ill shortly after arriving at our home, and I feel remiss toward your family. Dear mother-in-law, please do not say such things. Yipeng is a wonderful child, and I am very pleased. Hongli is not overly pampered. After all, who does not fall ill? With Yipeng caring for her, I am quite at ease," Wu Ge replied with a smile. The title of mother-in-law was sweeter than honey, filling Rong Xin with joy and causing her face to blossom with a radiant smile. Wu Ge then presented a modest gift, a necklace, not particularly expensive. She patted Rong Xin's hand, saying, "Today is not a formal visit. I merely stopped by on my way. Please do not feel compelled to make a fuss. When I return with Father Hongli, I shall certainly not neglect you." Ordinarily, even if Wu Ge were to bestow extravagant gifts worth millions, it would be of little consequence. However, she is adept at managing relationships and wishes to avoid placing undue pressure on her in-laws. Yet, when the next visit is formally arranged, everything will assuredly change. Rongxin skillfully gauged the mood, and upon ascertaining the value, she collected the items with a beaming smile. The two then indulged in light conversation. At that moment, Xiao Hongli finally stirred from her slumber, still with her eyes closed, instinctively calling out, "Husband, I want water." Chen Yipeng. The sound traveled to the adjacent house, prompting Wu Ge to feel both exasperated and amused, repeatedly apologizing. "My daughter has been spoiled. I hope you can understand. What does it matter? It's only fitting that the esteemed Miss Hongli supports Chen Yipeng a bit more," Rongxin promptly remarked. Chen Yipeng, wide-eyed, glanced at his mother, who had made a promise. and was then urged to fetch a glass of water for the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Chen Yipeng found Xiao Hongli still not fully awake. Enveloped in a serene silence, a soft, hazy light filtered into the room, allowing a vague glimpse of Xiao Hongli's appearance. Her lips were pale and cracked. Her delicate nose breathed faintly, and her long eyelashes curled gracefully. Her beautiful eyes remained peacefully shut, while her lustrous, dark hair cascaded around her, embodying tranquility. A lightweight, cool blanket draped over her form, accentuating her graceful curves. Chen Yipeng placed the glass on the bedside table, quietly observing Xiao Hongli's visage, a complex array of emotions swelling within him. He sat at the edge of the bed, gently caressing her head, and in a tender tone, he said with a smile, "Hongli, it's time to wake up and drink some water." "No, I want you to feed me," Xiao Hongli murmured, a soft, dreamy protest escaping her lips, perhaps without the filter of thought. Chen Yipeng found her utterly adorable. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned down to offer her water. Xiao Hongli opened her eyes, a twinkle of laughter within them, and playfully looped her arms around Chen Yipeng's neck, saying, "Why are you feeding me water? I'm not a child. Get up. You haven't taken your morning medicine," Chen Yipeng replied gently. "I don't want to take medicine. Stay with me a little longer." "I want to sleep in today," Xiao Hongli said, seemingly in a playful pout, closing her eyes once more. A vague sense of unease washed over her, as if she sensed a change in the man beside her, though she could not articulate it. With surprising strength, Xiao Hongli abruptly pulled Chen Yipeng onto the bed beside her. "Husband, I want to eat sour soup noodles for breakfast," she declared, nestling closer like a little pig. Nuzzling against him restlessly, Chen Yipeng mentally chastised himself for forgetting to buy breakfast for his mother-in-law. The previous night had been so hectic that no one had remembered. "Hongli, stop fooling around. Your mother is here," he said with exasperation. Xiao Hongli's body instantly stiffened, her eyes flying open in surprise. "My mother is here? How is that possible?" "Indeed, she said she came by to check on you and is currently in the living room talking to my mother next door," Chen Yipeng confirmed with a nod. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why did she arrive without a greeting?" Xiao Hongli hurriedly exclaimed as she lifted the quilt. A fragrant aroma, reminiscent of musk, wafted towards Chen Yipeng, who could not help but inhale deeply, intoxicated as if by fine wine. He paid little attention to the enchanting scene and began searching for Xiao Hongli's slippers. "Where are my shoes?" Xiao Hongli, already fuming, exclaimed, her nightgown not properly fastened. As she began to shout for her missing footwear, Chen Yipeng reluctantly ventured into the living room, retrieving a pair of adorable pink slippers. Upon returning to the bedroom, he remarked, "You must have forgotten you left them in the living room. Last night, I had to carry you to the bathroom. Please don't leave things behind next time. If I could remember, what would I need my husband for? To carry me to the bathroom?" Xiao Hongli pouted playfully, arms outstretched. Did Xiao Hongli truly forget? Surely not. She merely wished to feign a sense of vulnerability. In a moment, Chen Yipeng embraced her. He whispered softly in her ear, "Thank you. Thank you for everything you do for me. I love you." Xiao Hongli, utterly bewildered, gazed at the man before her in astonishment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, tenderly wrapping her arms around her beloved, declaring, "I am by your side, always. I would do anything for you. I love you too, my husband." The two held each other quietly, their feelings burning like a fervent flame. However, Xiao Hongli failed to notice the depths of Chen Yipeng's gaze, where alongside profound affection lay a concealed sense of wariness and doubt. Xiao Hongli, in her moment of self-satisfaction, remained oblivious to the fact that in a previous life, her ineffectual husband had developed a self-deprecating persona due to the betrayals of both his uncle's death and his childhood sweetheart. Yet, Xiao Hongli's series of actions acted as a whetstone, compelling Chen Yipeng's mentality to shift towards that of an ascendant. Chapter 56. My delicate girlfriend, Xiao Hongli hastily completed her morning routine and donned a fresh nightgown. Having recently recovered from a serious illness, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, bearing a hint of frailty. "Come, support me. I feel dizzy," she feigned weakness, her left hand lifting delicately while her right rested upon her heart. In tranquility, she resembles a delicate flower reflected in water, Her movements are like a frail willow swaying in the breeze. With a heart more discerning than a wise sage, she appears more enchanting than the fairest beauty. Chen Yipeng recalled these words, having heard them from his uncle during leisurely conversations. At the time, he found them incomprehensible and thought such women could not possibly exist. Yet, before him, Xiao Hongli's exaggerated display indeed possessed a charm that evoked sympathy. Chen Yipeng, fully aware that Xiao Hongli was merely performing, found her antics endearing and delightful. He chuckled as he took her slender, pale hand, saying, "Come, my lady, let us be off." Upon entering the living room, Xiao Hongli's expression shifted slightly upon seeing Wu Ge. Unable to express her irritation in front of Rong Xian, she instead said dutifully, "Mother, I truly feel unwell today. I am grateful for your visit. I am quite ashamed." Rong Xian's heart ached at the sight, prompting her to rise and embrace Xiao Hongli, fearful that her daughter-in-law might accidentally stumble. However, Wu Ge swiftly interrupted, sneering, "Stop pretending. Call her what you normally would at home. Before your future mother-in-law, it is best to maintain your original demeanor. Otherwise, you may find yourself perpetually acting." Xiao Hongli raised her eyebrows, suppressing her fury, and playfully embraced Rong Xian, stating, "My mother-in-law adores me more than my own mother." Rong Xian felt a surge of joy and replied, "Hongli, one mustn't speak carelessly. Your mother has traveled a great distance to visit you." Chen Yipeng interjected, "Mom, let me prepare breakfast for you all. It's getting late." Xiao Hongli expressed her desire for sour soup noodles, asking if anyone else had preferences. Zhong Xin, suddenly realizing her oversight, smacked her forehead and stood up, filled with regret, exclaiming, "I truly apologize. I have been remiss. I completely forgot. I shall prepare breakfast for you at once." However, Wu Ge was unconcerned, waving her hand with a smile. "We're all family. It matters not. It is a perfect opportunity to sample Yipeng's culinary skills." "Yipeng, I do not eat cilantro." "Understood, Mom," Chen Yipeng replied somewhat sheepishly, as he felt a sense of professional integrity after receiving the family's monetary gift. Xiao Hongli gasped in disbelief, pondering what sort of enchantment her mother had been under. Noticing the mother-daughter duo had much to discuss, Rong Xian discreetly followed them into the kitchen, intending to prepare a couple of scallion pancakes. With the living room now empty, Xiao Hongli seized Wu Ji's arm and swiftly retreated to her bedroom, carefully closing the door behind her. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "If I hadn't come, your performance would have been a disaster." Wu Ge replied with a cold smirk. Xiao Hongli crossed her arms, dissatisfied, asserting, "Everything is under my control. Do not think you can swindle my money." "Control? Without my assistance, Chen Yipeng would have created a catastrophe last night. Would you have been able to sleep soundly?" Wu Ge retorted, detailing the events of the previous night. "You intended to arrange for someone to feign that his uncle had been taken by relatives. But there is no wall that does not let the wind through. Moreover, that excuse is far too flimsy. It is evidently problematic. After Bai Yun reported to me, I hastened to assist you. No wonder. No wonder that scoundrel appeared unsettled. It was due to his guilt. That dog of a man pretended so convincingly, yet secretly investigated me." Xiao Hongli fumed, her face flushed with anger, her voice lowered to a growl. Wu Ge observed her daughter intently, asking, "So, does this mean you no longer wish to marry?" "Marry? Why wouldn't I? This matter. I shall reap the benefits of his lifetime," Xiao Hongli declared vehemently. "The man you have chosen is not simple. He harbors a fierce spirit. When pushed to the edge, he could become ruthless. Thus, you must be sweet and accommodating. Do not present that sour face of yours," Wu Ge admonished. Unbeknownst to Wu Ge, her daughter transformed entirely in the presence of her beloved. Xiao Hongli had learned from past experiences and possessed considerable knowledge regarding the intricacies of marriage, perhaps even more than Wu Ge. Yawning nonchalantly, Xiao Hongli remarked, "I understand. What news from my father? I do not intend to host a grand affair. I do not wish to see those parasitic relatives of the Xiao family. Do you think that is feasible? Xiao Changhe has only you as his heir for his daughter's marriage. Yipeng is not a son-in-law by marriage, yet he resembles one in every significant regard. If you ask me, you should take your time. You have only just come of age, and I fail to comprehend your urgency." Wu Ge furrowed his brow and finally expressed the thoughts that had been weighing on his heart. Xiao Hongli exclaimed in frustration, "How can I not be anxious? University is just around the corner. If we do not solidify our relationship beforehand, what if some vixen lures him away?" Indeed, Chen Yipeng is a fine young man, though not remarkable to that extent. Conversely, his uncle is quite extraordinary. He must be a hidden genius, having been guided by such a person from a young age. I find myself intrigued by Chen Yipeng's future prospects. Wu Gu pondered before speaking slowly. Xiao Hongli felt a mix of pride and resentment. For in her previous life when they wed, she had never heard of such an uncle. Wu Gu embraced his daughter, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and remarked with a touch of nostalgia, "Unconsciously, you have blossomed into a young woman. I once thought you would never marry. You have always shunned the company of boys. How did you become so fixated on Chen Yip? I am bound by a love that transcends lifetimes. I would rather perish than be apart from him," Xiao Hongli declared, her eyes radiating determination. While they conversed, the noodles prepared by Chen Yipeng were ready. Rong Exen tasted a bite and grimaced at the sourness. Yet since her daughter-in-law relished the taste of vinegar, she could only oblige and eat alongside her. Chen Yipeng called Wu Gu and Xiao Hongli to the living room, where the four gathered around the table for breakfast. Rong Xin had prepared new chopsticks and bowls for Wu Gu, anxious that her future mother-in-law might find them lacking, and thus remained somewhat reserved in her presence. After taking a bite of the noodles, Wu Gu abruptly raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Is this the sour noodle soup you have been yearning for? How does it differ from what I make? The one who prepares it varies, and thus the essence is distinctly different. You simply cannot discern it," Xiao Hongli replied, her head bowed as she savored the noodles with unrestrained delight. Chen Yipeng, curious, inquired, "Mom, does Hongli have a particular fondness for sour flavors? She does not add vinegar to her meals, yet she exclusively enjoys this sour noodle soup, and only when you prepare it." Wu Gu spoke with a knowing glance, having always found her daughter to be an enigma, though she never sought to pry too deeply. Yet, as is the nature of humans, curiosity is innate, and gaining insight from a distance is indeed beneficial. Chapter 57. Enduring hardships, Chen Yipeng found truth in Wu Ji's words, and an amused sense of intrigue blossomed within him. If Xiao Hongli did not enjoy vinegar, why then did she relish sour noodle soup? "All right, I have finished," Xiao Hongli declared with a stoic expression, draining the soup. For her, the dish symbolized not merely a meal, but a poignant memory from a past life, a constant reminder. Wu Gu set down her chopsticks, elegantly dabbed her mouth, and smiled as she proposed, "Let us schedule the engagement for 2 months hence, with only 7 or 8 days remaining before your university term begins. I have a suggestion. Yipeng's mother, please do share." Rong Xin responded eagerly. Wu Gu nodded and continued, "I propose that we do not permit them to live in extravagance. Their daily needs should mirror those of an ordinary family. On one hand, this can foster your emotional foundation and self-sufficiency. On the other hand, it enables you to concentrate on your studies. Impossible. My company has numerous matters to attend to." Xiao Hongli slammed her hand on the table and abruptly stood up. This display was a first for Rongxin, and she couldn't help but be taken aback. Realizing her loss of composure, Xiao Hongli quickly grasped Rongxin's arm and exclaimed, "Mom, you can't possibly think my mother is being unreasonable. All that money is mine, intended for living expenses for Yipeng and myself." Rongxin hesitated to voice her thoughts. Although she agreed with Wu Ji's perspective, her daughter-in-law's opinion evidently held more weight. Wu Gu, with an expression devoid of emotion, stated, "The professionals your company employs are all seasoned managers. Your presence in the company not only proves ineffective, but often complicates matters further. Bayan has relayed this to me multiple times. It would be prudent for you to take this time during your studies to reflect. I shall temporarily oversee the operations of your company. The annual return will not dip below 35%. If it does, I shall compensate for the shortfall. During significant decisions and board meetings, you are welcome to attend and voice your opinions." "Yipeng, what do you think?" "Mom, I have no objections. However, I hope to ensure that Hongli's quality of life does not diminish. I will strive for this and hope you do not hinder me," Chen Yipeng responded solemnly. He could not bear to see Xiao Hongli suffer, and thus, Even in the presence of his future mother-in-law, he would not retreat an inch. Wu Ge nodded approvingly and remarked, "Very well, a monthly allowance of 100,000. Should you exceed this budget, the responsibility will fall upon you both." Initially, Rongxin speculated that Wu Ge was testing her son, but upon hearing the figure of 100,000, her jaw nearly dropped. She realized that, in the minds of the affluent, a monthly sum of 100,000 was considered living frugally. Xiao Hongli, however, responded with a cold smile. Love can suffice for sustenance. With Chen Yipeng, even 1,000 a month would be sufficient. In her past life, when they first came together, Xiao Hongli had adamantly resisted family assistance, working hard to earn her own living, enduring a period of hardship. In truth, she did not place great value on material wealth. She could relish abalone and coffee or enjoy hot pot with tripe and scallions. Both are merely facets of life. What truly matters is the company one keeps. Rongxin felt a deep sense of relief and joy. Wu Ge shook her head and said, "Forget the financial aspects. I shall not interfere, as long as you remain mindful of your impact and avoid causing a public uproar. Additionally, your company is currently facing some troubles, and I need to assist in resolving them. A large tree attracts the wind, and this situation is not beneficial for you." Xiao Hongli grasped the situation. It likely related to the recent financial incident, which, although seemingly minor, had significant repercussions. Many had followed the trend, and it was certain that someone would need to compensate for the losses incurred by Yingjiali. After a brief exchange, Wu Ge rose to take her leave, indicating she would return after a while. However, Rongxin firmly declined, asserting that the male party should be the one to go to Linhai first. She had sensed something peculiar earlier. Wu Ji's demeanor resembled that of someone coming to formally propose to her son. Once Wu Ge departed, Rongxin hurried off to work, leaving the home to Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere suddenly becoming both awkward and ambiguous. It proved to be exactly as Wu Ge had said. Xiao Hongli appeared utterly at leisure, entirely unlike the archetypal female CEO depicted in dramas or novels. Chen Yipeng, with a hint of exasperation, suggested, "Perhaps you should take a nap. You've just recovered from your illness." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hongli's ire flared. "And what would you do while I sleep? Go on a date with your ex-girlfriend? I have already clarified that she is not my ex-girlfriend. I'm merely going to read and contemplate future matters." Chen Yipeng replied with a hint of seriousness. Xiao Hongli stretched her arms, stifling a yawn, and said, "Carry me to the bedroom. I feel a bit drowsy, and you must update me on your conversation with my mother. Are you planning future matters without my involvement?" While most might find Xiao Hongli's petulance irksome, Chen Yipeng maintained an air of calm. He, possessing a depth of thought, preferred not to display his emotions on his face. After settling her comfortably, he sat at the edge of the bed and earnestly articulated his plans. "What? You're not applying to the music department?" Xiao Hongli furrowed her brows in astonishment. Chen Yipeng, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Since being with you, I must consider our future. Becoming a lawyer, participating in elections, and entering the council is the most prudent course." A wave of anxiety washed over Xiao Hongli. Her foreboding about the future surged. Thus far, everything had been informed by her own foresight. However, Chen Yipeng's decision seemed to herald a shift in their trajectory, leaving her disoriented. Noticing her troubled expression, Chen Yipeng lay beside her, gently embracing her, and reassured, "This is a conclusion I have reached after careful consideration. You need not worry." Xiao Hongli sighed, mustering her spirits, and managed a forced smile. "My mother often says my intellect cannot manage my wealth, so we shall rely on you in the future. Rest assured, I will not let our mother down." Chen Yipeng affirmed with determination. Xiao Hongli playfully rolled her eyes, remarking, "What do you mean our mother? It feels too soon to refer to her that way, since I haven't even moved in yet." Chen Yipeng, perceiving the contradiction in his fiancée's words, cradled her face in his hands and gently proclaimed, "You will never escape me. Do you wish to treat me as a canary? However, the cage that confines me is quite costly. In the future, once you achieve success, you may find me aged and unattractive and cast me aside." Xiao Hongli relished Chen Yipeng's sweet nothings. His words invariably uplifted her spirits. Yet, she continued to feign sorrow, akin to a forsaken woman. Chen Yipeng smiled softly, then earnestly declared, "You are not a canary. You shall be my wife, my beloved. Regardless of my achievements, you shall share in half the credit. Even if one day you wish for me to forsake all and become a devoted house husband, I would have no objections. That is my promise to you." Chapter 58. The subtle machinations behind the childhood sweethearts. Xiao Hongli dreaded Chen Yipeng's serious demeanor. While it was undeniably touching, it also bore an immense weight of pressure. I believe that the essence of companionship lies in the joy shared between two individuals. We are not lacking in financial resources, and we can indulge in delightful meals, embark on travels, or simply enjoy our time at home watching television and playing games. As Xiao Hongli spoke, her voice diminished, perhaps realizing that her thoughts seemed rather juvenile. Chen Yipeng gently ruffled Xiao Hongli's hair and remarked, "A man is innocent, yet possessing beauty brings trouble. Your beauty is striking, and if I lack the strength to protect you, trouble will inevitably find us. The allure of beauty is not at fault. Rather, it is the incompetence of others that breeds resentment. I wish to safeguard you, allowing you the freedom to pursue your passions." Tears welled in Xiao Hongli's eyes as she gazed at her youthful husband, her heart swelling with a complex array of emotions. Chen Yipeng was rapidly evolving, becoming increasingly articulate. He looked directly into Xiao Hongli's eyes with sincerity until she blushed and turned away shyly. After a moment, resting her head on Chen Yipeng's arm, she hesitantly inquired, "Darling, what major do you think would be best for me? Something that could also assist you? Culinary arts? I fear fire. Music? I am tone deaf. Perhaps I should take up dance? You have a decent physique." Chen Yipeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he replied eagerly. Xiao Hongli playfully pinched him, feigning annoyance. "I asked for serious advice, yet you lead me to mischief. You want me to practice dance, which would only benefit you, right? Let me tell you, I have studied dance before." Indeed, Xiao Hongli had undergone professional training, especially in ballet, but she eventually abandoned it due to the rigors involved. Chen Yipeng shrugged, saying, "Then it seems there is no alternative. We cannot merely drift through life. If not, once you graduate, you could become my secretary." "Absolutely not. I could be an actress, an artist." Xiao Hongli squinted her eyes and declared, "I will write my own scripts, invest in them, and act in them myself." "Then perhaps you should enroll in a directing program. Being an actor does not confer high social status, but directing would be a different matter," Chen Yipeng thoughtfully analyzed. Although he viewed the entertainment industry as somewhat chaotic, he believed Xiao Hongli's background would shield her from difficulties. Xiao Hongli nodded in agreement, considering it a splendid idea, even envisioning herself commanding the set with confidence. Meanwhile, the spirit of Su Kuei was deteriorating. She had adorned herself beautifully, donning a new dress, and just before leaving, she sent a message to Chen Yipeng. "Brother Yipeng, I will be arriving shortly. Please wait for me." The phone displayed a solitary red exclamation mark. Yet, Su Kuei seemed to experience a moment of delusion, her frosty demeanor yielding to a sweet smile as she turned to her mother, saying, "Mom, Brother Yipeng has invited me out, so I want to be home for lunch." "All right, return home early," Lu Hui responded with concern, increasingly sensing something amiss with her daughter. However, Su Kuei had been acting normally in recent days, taking her medication and studying, though her disposition had grown somewhat colder than before. Once outside, her expression darkened dramatically. She understood that she was deceiving herself, yet images would occasionally flicker through her mind. It seemed as if everything remained unchanged, as if that boy who cherished her was still by her side. The heart's affliction requires a remedy from the heart. Su Kuei astutely recognized her mental turmoil. However, any hope of resolution rested solely upon Chen Yipeng. The first step was to restore their relationship to a semblance of normalcy, she mused to herself. She ventured into a mall to purchase a pair of sneakers and some snacks. Then, burdened with her belongings, made her way to the county's experimental junior high school. With summer vacation now upon them, the school was largely deserted, save for the athletic students engaged in intensive training. Unable to reach Chen Yipeng, she decided to approach his younger brother, Chen Yisong, instead. "Excuse me, could you please call for Chen Yisong? I have some things for him. I am his sister." Su Kuei smiled at the security guard. The guard, slightly perplexed, replied, "I don't believe I've seen you before." It's usually his brother who comes by. I am his brother Chen Yipeng's girlfriend. He has been busy with college applications and asked me to drop by, Su Kewai stated confidently. The guard did not press further and notified the sports team to summon Chen Yisong. At merely 16, Chen Yisong towered at over 6 feet. His physique robust and muscular as if chiseled from stone. He arrived at the entrance surrounded by a throng of athletes, and upon spotting Su Kewai, he appeared quite taken aback. The surrounding athletes were equally astonished, having never encountered a girl as beautiful as Su Kewai, and began to chatter excitedly. Silence. Get back. This is my brother's girlfriend. Do not speak carelessly. Chen Yisong bellowed, his voice booming like thunder, exuding a fierce presence. The athletes promptly ceased their chatter, addressing Su Kewai as sister-in-law. Chen Yisong's formidable aura stemmed primarily from his strength. Though not particularly astute, he commanded respect, and anyone who dared provoke him would soon find themselves subdued by a single punch. Su Kewai felt a mix of delight and regret. She wished she had come sooner to forge a better relationship with Chen Yisong, thus avoiding her current state of isolation without even a voice to support her. Yisong, I brought you some snacks and shoes, Su Kewai said, handing him the items with a smile. Chen Yisong scratched his head in an endearing manner and replied, Thank you. Kewai, I would like to speak with you privately for a moment, Su Kewai said softly, her lips pursed delicately. Chen Yisong dismissed his companions, and once they were alone, he said, Sister, go ahead. After a moment of careful consideration, with her eyes glistening, Su Kewai whispered, Yisong, I want to hide anything from you. I've had a falling out with your brother, and he is currently ignoring me. He has a new girlfriend who treats him well. What I want to convey is that regardless of how my relationship with your brother evolves, I will always be your sister. You can always come to me if you need anything. Su Kewai refrained from mentioning her past actions, conveying an air of vulnerability that painted her as the abandoned one. As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks, rendering her exceedingly pitiable. Chen Yisong was momentarily flustered and hastily remarked, Sister, is there some misunderstanding? My brother is certainly not that kind of person. Never mind. You will understand when you return home. Perhaps my brother and I are simply fated to be apart. Su Kewai gently wiped away her tears and bitterly replied. Chapter 59. Xiao Hongli's second plan. Chen Yisong, somewhat simple-minded, often thought in a linear manner. His attitude towards Su Kewai was entirely dependent on his elder brother. Should Su Kewai's relationship with his brother falter, she would hold no significance in his eyes. Sister Kewai, I'm unaware of what transpired between you and my brother. Even if you quarreled and parted ways, it surely was not his fault, Chen Yisong stated. This remark struck like a sword, leaving Su Kewai utterly astonished. She had never anticipated that she could not even deceive the simplest of minds, rendering her momentarily speechless. To be candid, Su Kewai had never regarded Chen Yisong with much consideration. To her, he was merely Chen Yipeng's foolish younger brother, clumsy and dim-witted, having caused numerous mishaps during their childhood escapades. After a moment's hesitation, she confessed, Yisong, to be honest with you, I wish to be your brother's girlfriend. But he no longer wants me. I yearn to win him back. Could you assist me in arranging a meeting with him? Of course, I think quite highly of you. Chen Yisong replied, clearly distracted. Well, that is all I wanted to share. I shall take my leave now. Feeling somewhat weary, Su Kewai forced a smile before departing. After watching Su Kewai leave, Chen Yisong shook his head and returned to school. He could not make sense of the situation and preferred to remain uninvolved. Meanwhile, the individuals arranged by Xiao Hongli were covertly monitoring Su Kewai. Following her encounter with Chen Yisong, the information was promptly relayed to Xiao Hongli. Observing Chen Yipeng cooking in the kitchen, Xiao Hongli increased the volume of the television slightly, then retreated to her bedroom, speaking into her phone in a low voice. This woman possesses a modicum of cleverness. Let us execute the second plan. I shall orchestrate a scheme to catch her in the act, and I will see if she still dares to approach the Chen family. In her previous life, Xiao Hongli had harbored a dislike for Chen Yisong, primarily due to his obstinacy, akin to that of a mule, with a mind solely focused on his brother's words. Unfortunately, Chen Yipeng lavished care upon his younger brother, acting as a devoted servant and siphoning away much of the affection that rightfully belonged to her. Hongli, dinner is ready. Chen Yipeng's voice echoed from the living room. Xiao Hongli hastily ended the call, then changed into a nightgown before exiting her bedroom. Inhaling the aroma, she inquired, "What have you made that smells so delightful?" "Braised carp. I recall you mentioned wanting it. It's my first attempt. I'm unsure of how it will turn out," Chen Yipeng said, emerging from the kitchen in an apron. Brimming with anticipation. Relieved of her worries, Xiao Hongli joyfully filled a bowl with rice, exclaiming, "Then I shall savor it thoroughly. Starting tomorrow, I will take over the cooking." She refrained from relegating all household chores to Chen Yipeng as she had in her past life. Sharing the domestic responsibilities not only lightened the load, but also served as a lubricant for their relationship. However, if one person continuously manages the household chores, fatigue will soon set in, ultimately eroding their affection for one another. Chen Yipeng found Xiao Hongli to be exceptionally gentle and understanding, in stark contrast to the portrayals in novels, yet he harbored a lingering concern. Although their relationship was blossoming, life was long and fraught with uncertainties. No one could assure them that unexpected setbacks would not arise. "Honey, this fish is absolutely delicious. I adore it," exclaimed Xiao Hongli, her eyes narrowing with delight as she savored the familiar taste. "If you enjoy it, do indulge in more," Chen Yipeng replied, elated that his efforts were not in vain. In the past, the pastries and confections he had prepared for Su Kawai had never been appreciated, often met with various criticisms: too sweet, too bland, lacking crispness, or poor texture. Discouraged, he nearly lost interest in cooking, only to realize that the issue lay not in his culinary skills, but rather in the absence of an appreciative audience. "What shall we do this afternoon?" "I want to go out," Xiao Hongli inquired eagerly. Chen Yipeng, while patiently picking out fish bones, replied without looking up, "You are still unwell. You should rest at home for a few more days. I plan to write a novel this afternoon." "Write a novel?" Xiao Hongli responded, a hint of surprise in her voice. "Is it a romance?" Chen Yipeng placed a piece of fish in her bowl and patiently explained, "I intend to create a literary work that is enlightening and educational, or one that critiques reality and incites significant societal impact." "Do you aspire to be a writer? Is that even feasible?" "My parents once said that writers are the penmen of the divine on earth, a feat not achievable by just anyone," Xiao Hongli expressed, her skepticism evident. She was unaware of his latent talent for writing, having only witnessed his guidance over their daughter's kindergarten diary entries. After a brief silence, Chen Yipeng replied, "I understand it is difficult, but I have no other options." "What options? Who is pressuring you? Is it my mother?" Xiao Hongli raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharpening. Chen Yipeng shook his head. "No, it is my own choice. To enter the parliament, being a lawyer is a commendable profession. However, without a reputation, it is challenging to garner public votes. Given that the Xiao family is a prominent clan, my status as a commoner does not enhance my appeal, failing to attract support from the same social class. Thus, I aspire to use literary works as a breakthrough, for writers hold high esteem and status in society. Through their creations, they reflect reality, explore human nature, and enlighten the public, elevating their intellectual horizons. Throughout history, governments have shown reverence and sought to cultivate relationships with writers." Moved by his words, Xiao Hongli felt inadequate, her vision less discerning than her husband's in his youth. "Darling, I believe in you. You will surely succeed," she declared, propping her chin on her hand, her gaze somewhat dreamy. Encouraged by her faith, Chen Yipeng's resolve was once again fortified. His confidence still emanated from his uncle, who had shared with him numerous captivating and intricate tales. Many of these narratives delved into the depths of human nature and critiqued contemporary issues, leaving a profound impact on Chen Yipeng. He was certain that no similar stories existed in the world. With just a touch of embellishment, success was assured. "Darling, let us establish a publishing house. You only need to provide the material and outline, and I shall find someone to craft it into a manuscript. When the time comes, I will publish it under your name and promote it." Xiao Hongli, believing herself to be a genius, proposed this idea. Her suggestion aligned perfectly with the persona of a pampered heiress from a prestigious family, which also boasted a high success rate. However, this was not what Chen Yipeng desired. As he tidied the dishes, he chuckled and remarked, "There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The kind of people you mention often vanish like shooting stars, leaving nothing of value behind." Truly exceptional works do not require advertisement. I intend to give a try myself. Chapter 60. Xiao Hongli's filial piety. The publishing industry is no less murky than the entertainment sector. Nevertheless, Chen Yipeng resolved to rely on his own efforts. A good work, akin to gold, will always shine forth. Relying solely on the influence of the Xiao family would inevitably lead to disdain, diminishing his confidence when speaking at home. Seated at the table, he meticulously arranged the sheets of manuscript paper and filled his fountain pen with ink. A myriad of stories flashed through his mind. Considering this was his inaugural work, and in light of his age, a love story seemed most fitting. Deep-sea affection. Chen Yipeng diligently inscribed the title before continuing with the outline. The empire had constructed a magnificent cruise ship, embarking on its maiden voyage to England. A young man named Dick encountered a noble woman, Wenlu, on the deck, and they fell in love despite their differing statuses. The cruise ship met with an iceberg. Chen Yipeng wrote fluidly, recalling the genuine emotions that had moved him when he first heard this tale. Ultimately, the ship sank. Dick pushed Wenlu onto a floating plank and, with his last ounce of strength, declared, "Meeting you is the most beautiful thing in my life. I am grateful for it all. Promise me you will never give up." Wenlu, tears in her eyes, bid farewell to her beloved and lived on, carrying his last wish. Feeling fatigued, Chen Yipeng set down his pen, realizing that 2 to 3 hours had slipped away unnoticed. Then, someone nestled close behind him. Xiao Hongli, with tear-filled eyes, embraced Chen Yipeng's neck, pleading, "Darling, please do not let Dick die, okay? They could be so happy together." Chen Yipeng motioned for Xiao Hongli to sit beside him, and, with a sense of nostalgia, replied, "The greatest love stories in the world often conclude with regret. Human emotions are filled with joys and sorrows, as the moon waxes and wanes. It has always been difficult to achieve completeness. I have not yet finished. This is merely the outline. In the coming days, I will refine it on the computer." Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled with admiration, marveling at how truly remarkable her husband was. Chen Yipeng was uncertain whether this story would garner popularity. Yet with the encouragement of Xiao Hongli, he swiftly regained his spirits. Time passed swiftly, and Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli became accustomed to their days together. Each day was filled with purpose for Chen Yipeng. He would rise early to exercise, spend his mornings writing, prepare lunch for Xiao Hongli at noon, enjoy watching television together in the afternoon, and take leisurely strolls in the evening. Notably, Xiao Hongli had prepared a heartfelt lunch for Rong Xian. However, the meal was regrettably inedible, with burnt lobster and undercooked rice, ultimately discarded as a feast for the ants. Even the dogs at the school security office turned up their noses at the food. Rong Xian, witnessing such exquisite ingredients being wasted, felt a pang of sorrow and quietly expressed her grievances to Chen Yipeng. "Yipeng, perhaps you could kindly mention to Hongli that I simply cannot eat this," she lamented in a hushed tone. Chen Yipeng, feeling helpless, replied, "It's difficult to dissuade her. Hongli wishes to express her filial piety. Could you endure a little longer?" "No, not even for a second. After just one bite of shrimp last time, I was ill for an entire day. Can't you, as a grown man, manage your wife?" Rong Xian retorted, her eyes wide with indignation. While she dared not show any displeasure towards Xiao Hongli, she felt no such reservations with her son. Observing Xiao Hongli emerging from the kitchen with a lunchbox, Chen Yipeng hastily signaled to his mother before approaching her with feigned earnestness. "Thank you for your hard work in making breakfast so early," he said with ingratiating demeanor, which made Rong Xian grit her teeth in annoyance. Yet she feigned gratitude, saying, "You truly are a blessing to us, Hongli. Mother, my labor is nothing. I must honor you well. Today, I prepared Coca-Cola salmon, inspired by the recipe for Coca-Cola chicken wings, accompanied by my homemade vegetable salad." Xiao Hongli seemed oblivious to any underlying implications, proudly displaying her creation. The salmon in the lunchbox looked as green as Rong Xian's face, while the vegetable salad was little more than a gloppy mess of dressing with scant vegetables. Chen Yipeng's lips twitched slightly as he inquired, "Hongli, what kind of Coca-Cola did you use? The color is rather unusual. It's not toxic, is it?" "How could that be? I used a special edition Coca-Cola. The color is naturally green, rich in chlorophyll, and full of nutrients. It looks quite appetizing, doesn't it?" Xiao Hongli replied, casting an expectant glance at Rong Xan, seemingly awaiting praise. Rong Xan, steeling herself, accepted the lunchbox and hurried out the door for work, fearing that her dear daughter-in-law might present her with a bowl of soup that would be her undoing. A flicker of pride crossed Xiao Hongli's eyes, though she quickly masked her expression, tossing her apron into Chen Yipeng's arms as she announced, "I'm going downstairs to meet Bai Yun. There are matters at the company to attend to. Although I've entrusted them to my mother, I still need to provide instructions. If you find yourself free, accompany me. The novel is nearing its conclusion. You go about your business." Chen Yipeng replied with complete assurance. In her presence, Xiao Hongli provided Chen Yipeng with an unwavering sense of security. Regardless of where she went or whom she encountered, she would invariably report back. Even during a phone call with her close friend, if the conversation extended for too long, she would activate the speakerphone, allowing Chen Yipeng to listen in with peace of mind. Each time, it was due to the audacity of the topics discussed that Chen Yipeng, unable to bear it, would discreetly distance himself. Xiao Hongli returned to the cloakroom to change into formal attire, and with her phone in hand, she descended the stairs. Before exiting the unit and entering the car, she waved toward the windowsill. Chen Yipeng reciprocated the gesture, watching as Xiao Hongli settled into the vehicle. The car did not depart immediately. Inside, Xiao Hongli casually asked Bai Yun about the company's status. "Everything is well. Our group's primary business is secure by the madam, ensuring annual profits," Bai Yun responded. Xiao Hongli continued, "What about Su Keiwei? She has been rather subdued lately. This is concerning." Bai Yun replied, "There was a quarrel within the Su family, though the details remain unclear. Xiao Feng is prepared and can initiate the plan at any moment." With a smile, Xiao Hongli suggested, "Let us execute it tonight, coinciding with the end of the registration period, to surprise my mother-in-law. By the way, where's the burn ointment I asked you to prepare? Hurry and apply it. I've burned my hand again." Bai Yun, not daring to be negligent, produced the finest burn ointment. She intended to assist Xiao Hongli in applying it, but was met with refusal. "Miss, I truly cannot comprehend why you insist on cooking yourself. You are not adept at culinary arts. I can easily arrange for a professional chef to handle it," Bai Yun remarked, her brow furrowed in concern. "Lack of skill does not equate to inability," Xiao Hongli retorted with a cold smile. "I can indeed cook. In fact, I possess a certain talent. However, I have a natural inclination towards laziness. If I find something interesting, I might engage, but if not, I wouldn't even step into the kitchen. While my culinary creations may not meet the standards of a professional chef, they certainly wouldn't be classified as culinary disasters, unlike burning salmon to the point of injury." Bai Yun remained perplexed by her stance. Xiao Hongli continued, "If I were to cook exceptionally well, my mother-in-law would undoubtedly take advantage of that, inviting a throng of relatives and friends over tomorrow. She is quite image-conscious, but why should I cook for those people? I might as well make it less palatable," putting an end to her ambitions. Recalling the circumstances shortly after her previous marriage, Xiao Hongli felt a pang of resentment. The New Year's Eve dinner had demanded over a dozen dishes, and she had been left to manage them all. Her husband, Chen Yipeng, had been shooed away by Rong Xan, clearly intending to undermine her. Fortunately, Chen Yipeng had supported her, nearly appending the table in protest. Having spent years understanding her mother-in-law's character, Xiao Hongli was determined to preemptively seal any potential loopholes before the marriage, denying her the opportunity to exploit them. After exiting the car, she skipped back home and playfully called out, "Darling, I've burned my hand. Come quickly and help me. It hurts so much." In the study, upon hearing her voice, Chen Yipeng felt a shiver run down his spine, reluctantly leaving his keyboard as he replied, "I'm coming, just a moment." He glanced at the time and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that his absence would consume the entire morning. The relationship between the two had progressed rapidly, and Chen Yipeng was utterly defenseless against the allure of tenderness, completely ensnared in its embrace. At 6 p.m, Chen Yisong had just exited the school, preparing to walk home. While waiting at a traffic light at an intersection, a yellow-haired thug engrossed in a phone conversation approached him. "Hey, Laolu, I'll be there shortly. Han Xiao has prepared a grand surprise for us. I heard Su Keiwei is coming. She is the belle of number 1 high school, but she hasn't been won over by our Han Xiao yet. You wouldn't believe how devastated her boyfriend was. The yellow-haired thug proclaimed loudly, unperturbed. Upon hearing Su Kuei's name, Chen Yipeng's ears perked up, and as he listened further, his expression darkened. He had long sensed something amiss with Su Kuei, and now his suspicions were confirmed, igniting a flicker of anger within him. The thug continued. Han Xiao said he is no longer interested in Su Kuei. He is going to hand her over to us. But there is one thing to take care of. This guy named Chen Yipeng didn't show Han Xiao any respect and even slapped him. Han Xiao wants us to teach this guy a lesson. Just then, the traffic light turned green. As the thug prepared to cross the street, an immense force suddenly yanked him back. The thug, Xiao Feng, had been following the plan to incite Chen Yipeng, but before he could finish his words, he was seized by Chen Yipeng. Chen Yipeng, known for his fiery temperament, was overwhelmed by anger, gripping Xiao Feng by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. His palm, broad as a fan, acted like a hydraulic clamp, leaving Xiao Feng with no chance to retaliate. He hastily began to pat Chen Yipeng's arm, exclaiming in pain, "Put me down. You're going to kill me. What do you want from me? I can cooperate with anything." Chen Yipeng hurled Xiao Feng to the ground, stepping on his chest with a cold glare. "Are you planning to attack Chen Yipeng?" "Not me. It was Han Xiaoyang's orders. After Chen Yipeng hit him, he wanted revenge. It has nothing to do with me." Xiao Feng hastily clarified. "Where are Su Kuei and Han Xiaoyang?" "At the Moonbay Club at 7:30. I can take you there." Xiao Feng gasped, feeling as if a massive weight was pressing against his chest, struggling to breathe in agony. Chen Yipeng raised his foot, his expression impassive as he commanded, "Take me there. If you deceive me, I will take your life. Big brother, I will take you." Xiao Feng stammered, struggling to stand, his eyes filled with terror. The original plan was to lure Chen Yipeng, and now it didn't seem to deviate from that course. However, Xiao Feng was genuinely frightened, and simultaneously a surge of nameless rage welled up within him. As an elite from the Xiao family's training program, he had anticipated recognition and a smooth ascent, only to find himself humiliated by a country bumpkin. First, Chen Yipeng had stolen the heart of the young lady, and now, in plain view of the public, Chen Yipeng had treated him like a mere ball to be kicked. This humiliation was driving Xiao Feng to the brink of madness. Fortunately, Xiao Feng maintained his composure, aware that members of the Xiao family were covertly observing him. With a forced smile, he said, "Elder brother, allow me to take you there. I shall be entirely honest." Meanwhile, Su Kuei sat before her vanity mirror. She remained strikingly beautiful, yet a cloud of melancholy shadowed her features. Her fair visage was lightly adorned with makeup, and the lipstick masked her pale lips, but it could not conceal her weariness. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her mobile phone pierced the silence. Upon answering, her expression grew even more frigid, and with disdain, she remarked, "Isn't it only 7:30? There's still plenty of time. Han Xiaoyang, we had an agreement. I will return your belongings and sing with you once more, and then we shall consider the matter settled. Moreover, you must not retaliate against Chen Yipeng. Of course, I am a person of integrity. I am already downstairs. Hurry. Make yourself presentable and do not tarnish my reputation." The insufferable voice of Han Xiaoyang emanated from the phone, almost provoking Su Kuei to hurl it against the wall. After terminating the call, she grabbed her shoulder bag and, almost instinctively, slipped a paper cutter into it before stepping outside. As she descended and exited the community, she could not suppress the feelings of confusion and trepidation that enveloped her. She questioned whether her actions were justified, recalling the words of Xiao Hongli. No one can commit a wrongful act without facing consequences. If you wish for Chen Yipeng's forgiveness, it is quite simple. A red sports car suddenly sped past her, abruptly slamming on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, leaving dark skid marks, and the engine roared with a deafening growl. Passers-by grimaced, casting disdainful glances. In her former state, Su Kuei would have found this spectacle exhilarating. However, the crass display of ostentation made her wish to vanish into thin air. "Huh, good, you're obedient. Get in the car, quickly," Han Xiaoyang boomed. With a cold countenance, Su Kuei took her place in the passenger seat and replied, "Let us go. Don't embarrass yourself." "Who are you referring to?" Han Xiaoyang retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice as he reached for her arm. Chapter 62. The Resistance of the Young Plum Blossom as Su Kuei faced Han Xiaoyang's unwelcome advances. She swiftly evaded his grasp, using her bag as a shield. "If you continue to behave this way, I will inform my father," she declared with distaste. "Huh, very well." Han Xiaoyang raised his hands in mock surrender, yet a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. His father's project was nearing completion, soon to relocate their enterprise to the coastal city, elevating the Han family to the ranks of a prominent consortium. Thus, Han Xiaoyang felt unencumbered by concerns for Su Hong. Had it not been a public setting, he would have already taken advantage of Su Kuei. The sports car swiftly made its way to the Moonbay Club, a chain of entertainment establishments reputed for their powerful connections, discouraging any disturbances. Chen Yipeng lounged a short distance across from the club, appearing nonchalant, while Xiao Feng stood nearby, visibly anxious, glancing at his phone from time to time. The security personnel at the club had long noticed the two individuals, particularly the one with golden hair, Xiao Feng, who seemed to be looking for trouble. Consequently, the guard approached and loudly commanded, "Hey, you can't stay here. Hurry up and leave." Chen Yipeng disregarded the warning, his gaze fixed firmly on the entrance of the establishment. At that moment, Han Xiaoyang's red sports car came to a halt, and out stepped Su Kuei, clad in a flowing white gown, radiating an aura of innocence. Upon seeing the two, Chen Yipeng abruptly rose to his feet, standing at a staggering height of nearly 2 meters with a robust physique akin to that of an ox. He startled the guard, who instinctively took several steps back. "Big brother, we are with Han Xiao. He instructed us to wait here. We will head in shortly," Xiao Feng said with a sycophantic smile, offering the guard a cigarette. "With Han Xiao? You may enter, but please do not cause any disturbances," the guard replied, sizing up Chen Yipeng and noticing his rather naive expression, which prompted a sigh of relief. Chen Yipeng, however, paid no heed to the exchange, seizing Xiao Feng by the collar as they made their way into the club. Familiar with the layout, Xiao Feng was well aware of Han Xiaoyang's private room, but deliberately led Chen Yipeng in circles within the premises. Originally, he was supposed to escort Chen Yipeng directly to the room, but his underlying resentment sparked other intentions. Inside the room sat a group of 7 or 8 young men, all of whom were associated with Han Xiaoyang, each accompanied by their respective girlfriends. Their hair was dyed in various garish colors, adorned with tattoos on their arms, and they sported metal rings in their noses and ears, resembling a band of misfits. The arrival of Su Kuei instantly ignited the atmosphere within the room, eliciting cheers and raucous applause from the crowd. Su Kuei's enchanting demeanor and pure beauty stood in stark contrast to the environment. The lowest echelon of society's miscreants took great pleasure in seeing such a virtuous girl dragged into their world. Han Xiaoyang's vanity was greatly satiated as he boasted, "What do you think? Isn't my girl stunning? She's about to enter university, a model student." Su Kuei's complexion turned even paler, her disdain for Han Xiaoyang reaching its zenith, gradually morphing into a deep-seated hatred. The gaze of the surrounding individuals, akin to that of lunatics, sent chills down her spine. The foul air, thick with the stench of smoke and alcohol, made her stomach churn with nausea. "Han Xiao, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful girl? Share your secrets with the brothers." A chubby youth with a face full of acne inquired, grinning broadly. Leaning back with an air of arrogance, Han Xiaoyang replied, "I've figured it out. Let these vain girls indulge in high-end experiences. For those striving to succeed, offer them quick money. This Su Kuei is the former. I took her to a couple of concerts, and she was mine, even accompanying me to a hotel. You wouldn't believe it. She has a childhood sweetheart." And upon learning of this, he cried like a dog. "That's absurd. It's not like that at all. Who went to a hotel with you?" Su Kuei trembled with rage, the lewd and contemptuous gazes of the thugs around her piercing her heart like a barrage of arrows. Han Xiaoyang furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "You wretched woman, we are merely here for amusement. Why pretend to be virtuous? Do you think yourself so noble?" With that, he yanked Su Kuei's hair and forcefully threw her onto the sofa. As she struggled to rise, tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "Han Xiaoyang, you are inhuman. I want to go home." Noticing the escalating tension, the others quickly vacated the private room, fearing trouble. The sudden emptiness suited Han Xiaoyang's intentions perfectly. He retrieved his wallet and sneered, "What are you pretending for? Isn't it all about money? I have plenty. A stack of bills rained down upon Su Keiwi's face, the humiliation striking her like a slap. Trembling, she shouted, "Who wants your filthy money? Get lost. The only one I love is Chen Yipeng." Nonsense. If you truly loved him, you wouldn't come running at my beck and call, like a well-trained pet, Han Xiaoyang mocked, relishing her despair. I recall that day was that fellow's birthday, wasn't it? Do you enjoy placing your beloved in such a position? Seeing Su Keiwi's breakdown, Han Xiaoyang chuckled with delight. The verbal degradation stung deeper than any physical pain. As he unbuttoned his shirt, he sneered, "I've invested so much time in you without tasting a morsel. How shameless can you be? You can't possibly think I merely invited you for karaoke, can you? You really are dim-witted." A flicker of resentment flashed in Su Keiwi's eyes as her right hand delved into her bag. In the instant, Han Xiaoyang lunged at her. She grasped a utility knife and thrust it into his abdomen. The blade, though sharp, was fragile. As she attempted to drive it deeper, it broke. "Ah, blood! Su Keiwi, I will kill you!" Han Xiaoyang roared in terror, clutching his wound. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open. Chen Yipeng stood frozen upon witnessing the scene, but his shock quickly morphed into fury. Spotting the utility knife in Su Keiwi's hand and the injury on Han Xiaoyang, he deduced that she had acted in self-defense. Had he walked in to find them entwined in an embrace, both would have faced his wrath. "Take me to the hospital. I have money." Han Xiaoyang trembled, mistaking Chen Yipeng for security, as he shakily brandished cash in fear. Su Keiwi's heart raced upon seeing Chen Yipeng, a surge of shame washing over her, compounded by the terror of her recent actions, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Do you know who I am? I am your grandfather, Chen Yipeng. How dare you, scum, vie for a woman with my brother? Go to hell." Chen Yipeng's eyes blazed with fury as he launched a formidable punch, connecting squarely with Han Xiaoyang's face. The sound of shattering bones echoing through the room. Han Xiaoyang's nasal bridge was shattered, and his entire face was on the verge of caving in, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. The force of the punch had struck him as if he had been hit head-on by a truck, plunging his consciousness into a haze of unconsciousness. Oof. Trying to play dead? Chen Yipeng, like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, unleashed another punch. This blow landed on Han Xiaoyang's abdomen, causing him to gasp and expel a copious amount of blood. The third strike connected with Han Xiaoyang's chest. His pupils dilated, and his body slumped to the ground, breath completely extinguished. With 3 punches, Chen Yipeng had taken Han Xiaoyang's life, and only then did his fury begin to subside. Covered in blood, he resembled Ashura risen from the depths of hell. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Keiwi hastily grasped Chen Yipeng's arm, exclaiming, "Yipeng, this has nothing to do with you. I am the one who killed him. This is entirely my fault. Han Xiaoyang instigated discord between me and your brother. I intended to eliminate him. You must leave quickly." Upon hearing Su Keiwi's words, Chen Yipeng's serious demeanor softened into a more amiable expression as he smiled and said, "Sister Keiwi, go find my brother and explain the situation. This man was killed by me. It has nothing to do with you." Though Chen Yipeng appeared simple-minded, he was far from foolish. After speaking, he seized the paper cutter from Su Keiwi's hand and pushed her out of the private room. Outside, Xiao Feng observed this scene with a cold smirk before dialing the police station to report the incident. Given that a murder had occurred and the victim was the son of the county's wealthiest man, the police took the matter with utmost seriousness. The deputy chief personally led a team to the Moon Bay Club, where all officers stood alert, drawing their firearms as they cautiously approached the private room. Bang! The officers burst inside. The deputy chief bellowed, "Everyone freeze." However, upon witnessing the scene within, all were rendered speechless. The floor was awash with blood. Han Xiaoyang's corpse lay crumpled in a corner, while the perpetrator sat on the sofa, engrossed in homework. The deputy chief swallowed hard, stammering, "Raise your hands. Our teacher has assigned homework. Does anyone know what the sign of 30 degrees is?" Chen Yipeng scratched his head in distress. The deputy chief suspected that this burly man was deranged and signaled his subordinates to proceed with the arrest. The officers cautiously placed handcuffs on Chen Yipeng, who complied throughout the process. However, when they discovered his identification card, Their eyes widened in disbelief. What? 16 years old? The deputy chief was taken aback and hurriedly contacted the records office for verification, which confirmed Chen Yipeng's basic information. Realizing the complexities of the situation, the deputy chief regretted his presence and waved his hand for his subordinates to remove the handcuffs. Regardless of how mature Chen Yipeng appeared, he was, in truth, still a child, and any publicity would undoubtedly lead to trouble. The deputy chief escorted Chen Yipeng away, intending to return to the police station and await further instructions from superiors. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli had just completed their college application forms. Although they had 2 days to fill them out, they had finished at the earliest opportunity. Rongxin remained utterly unconcerned, confidently entrusting the decision-making authority to her son. In celebration, she resolved to prepare a feast at home, enlisting Xiao Hongli to assist her in the kitchen. Rongxin had not abandoned her aspiration to cultivate Xiao Hongli's culinary skills. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng, listening to the chaotic sounds emanating from the kitchen, shook his head in exasperation when his phone rang. The unfamiliar number led him to surmise it was Su Kewai calling, prompting him to dismiss the call without answering. Shortly thereafter, a frantic knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Su Kewai's distressed sobs. Yipeng, open the door quickly. Something has happened. Upon hearing the commotion, Rongxin and Xiao Hongli emerged from the kitchen. Xiao Hongli, delighted internally, feigned calmness and remarked, "Sister Kawai must need you for something important. Hurry and open the door." Her plan was to have Chen Yipeng catch Su Kawai in the act, not only to unveil her true nature but also to exact her vengeance. Rongxin, misinterpreting Xiao Hongli's words, quickly reassured, what could she possibly want? She's likely here to discuss her college applications. However, Chen Yipeng sensed something amiss. Frowning, he opened the door and was taken aback by the sight before him. Su Kawai stood there, her hair disheveled, panic etched across her face. Her white dress stained with blood. Having known each other for years, Chen Yipeng couldn't help but feel a surge of worry and asked, "What happened?" Su Kawai collapsed into Chen Yipeng's embrace, trembling as she stammered, "Something terrible has happened. I killed Han Xiaoyang. Yipeng, I killed him." This revelation sent a shock through Chen Yipeng, and seizing the opportunity, while no neighbors were around, he quickly ushered Su Kewai inside. Once the door was closed, Chen Yipeng was prepared to inquire further, but Xiao Hongli emerged with a cold demeanor, sarcastically remarking, "So you've embraced her so quickly?" Chen Yipeng released his hold, asserting his innocence before gravely stating, "She claims to have killed Han Xiaoyang. I don't know the details." Rongxin, noticing the bloodstains beneath Su Kewai's dress, gasped in horror. "What? You killed someone?" Xiao Hongli felt a jolt of unease, sensing that events were slipping beyond her control. "Kewai, what exactly transpired?" Chen Yipeng pressed for answers, oblivious to the softening of his demeanor upon hearing Su Kewai's confession. With swollen eyes from crying, Su Kewai released her grip, trembling as she recounted. "Han Xiaoyang coerced me to the Moonbay Club. I intended to clarify matters with him, but he attempted to assault me, and in self-defense, I stabbed him. I don't understand why Yisong suddenly appeared. He struck Han Xiaoyang a few times. Then, Yisong urged me to inform you, saying you must hurry to help him. I will turn myself in with you. I killed Han Xiaoyang. Yisong had no part in it." Initially enraged by her implication regarding her second son, Rongxin felt a wave of frustration. Yet, upon hearing Su Kewai's willingness to confess at the police station, a deep sigh escaped her lips. Xiao Hongli felt a sense of foreboding, setting aside the fact that a life had been lost, which was never part of her plan. If Su Kewai were to shoulder the blame, she would undoubtedly win Chen Yipeng's favor. As she had previously stated, no one can err without facing consequences. Chapter 64. The greatest concern, Xiao Hongli's greatest worry, was unfolding before her eyes. Su Kewai gazed at Chen Yipeng with earnest eyes, her voice trembling as she pleaded. "Yipeng, ireolis mi mistalkis. Will you forgive me? I truly care for you. I have not forgotten my vows. As the saying goes, just before death, a person speaks words of kindness. Just before a bird's demise, its song is filled with sorrow." In Chen Yipeng's heart, it was highly likely that Su Kewai would face imprisonment. Thus, in the face of such a heartfelt confession, he could not maintain an indifferent demeanor. I forgive you. Chen Yipeng sighed, gently ruffling Su Kawai's hair. Quickly call Uncle Su. Do not change your clothes just yet. There may be fingerprints. Mom, please call Dad and explain the situation. Isong has also been involved. He is likely at the police station. I will go check on things. Rong Xian immediately thought of her second son entangled in the case, and panic began to swell within her as she hurriedly contemplated making the call. Chen Yipeng remained composed, stating firmly, Hongli, stay here with my mother. When my father returns, you both could drive over. Kawai will accompany me to the police station. It would be too time-consuming to go back and forth. Let us travel together to the police station. We will leave Kawai and my mother in the car to wait while we investigate the situation, suggested Xiao Hongli, feeling a sense of trepidation. Xiao Hongli worried that Su Kawai and Chen Yipeng might rekindle their past affections during their time alone together. In her urgency, she could only think of going along with them. After some contemplation, Chen Yipeng agreed that it was indeed a prudent plan. After all, the Han family's influence was not insignificant. Should they seek revenge, it could lead to complications. Then let us go together. Hongli, tell my mother, take it slow, Chen Yipeng instructed. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hongli sent several messages, urging Bai Yun to investigate why the plan had gone awry. Bai Yun was equally vexed. She attempted to call Xiao Feng, but was unable to reach him, and her unease grew. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Han had indulged excessively and lay unconscious on the bed, completely unaware that his beloved son had perished. Upon receiving a call, his female secretary anxiously helped him sit up, exclaiming, Boss, something has happened to young master. Finally responsive to her urgency, Han drank several sips of water and, after a brief trip to the restroom to vomit, regained some semblance of lucidity. What trouble has that rascal gotten into? Has he beaten someone? Or is it a matter of unpaid debts? Handle it, he wearily instructed. The secretary, her brow furrowed with anxiety, replied, The police have called. Young master was killed at the Moon Bay Club. In the next moment, Han seized her hair, forcefully pulling her closer. His eyes gleamed with a ferocious light. Bloodshot and filled with rage, resembling a vengeful spirit as he grit his teeth and demanded, You mean to say my son was killed? Who? Who did it? Boss. I do not know. I am so sorry. The secretary pleaded for mercy. When did this happen? Half an hour ago. I was incessantly calling you a worthless fool. Han overwhelmed by his pent-up rage, seized a nearby bottle and struck it against the head of his female secretary. Blood gushed from her wound as she collapsed, plunging into unconsciousness. Han was utterly indifferent to her fate. His expression darkened as he picked up his phone and dialed the number of the chief of the Public Security Bureau, Changbin. Changbin answered swiftly, clearly having anticipated Han's call. My son is dead. Han uttered, his voice a mere whisper of anguish. Changbin tapped his fingers on the table, responding, Mr. Han, my condolences, but the situation is rather complicated. Who did this? How much will it cost? Han inquired, his tone grave. After a moment of silence, Changbin replied, This isn't a matter of money. Your son harbored ill intentions towards Su Heng's daughter and was killed while being restrained. The surveillance footage and testimonies are decidedly unfavorable for your son. Su Heng, what of it? A life for a life. Debts must be repaid. That's the only principle I acknowledge. Han gasped, his frustration palpable. The individual who killed your son has just turned 16. How do you expect justice? Do you believe the Public Security Bureau and the courts are at your beck and call? Get a grip. Changbin rebuked. Han finally shed his facade, reverting to his brutish demeanor, roaring, You ought to get a grip. He must die. I declare it. Not even the Almighty can save him. If I were to hand over the evidence I possess about you, prepare for your execution. This is your last warning. Han Changbin concluded, abruptly ending the call. Outside the County Public Security Bureau, members of the Chen and Su families had gathered. Su Heng arrived last, and upon seeing Su Kawai, he slapped her without hesitation. Turning to Chen's father and Rong Xian, he lamented, I apologize, brother, sister-in-law. It is my failure in discipline that has led to Isong's predicament. Su Kawai covered her face. Her head bowed in silence as tears streamed down her cheeks. Lu Hui embraced her daughter and exclaimed, You, Su, do not take your anger out on your daughter. Is that Han Xiaoyang who threatened our girl? Did you not say it was resolved? How dare he be so audacious? Su Heng's face turned ashen. His fists clenched tightly as he declared, "This matter will not conclude so easily." Rong Xan, supported by Xiao Hongli, wept incessantly, exclaiming, "Yisong is only 16. Why won't they release him? They won't even allow us to see him." Chen Yipeng squinted, stating slowly, "The Han family wields considerable power and wealth in the county. If they insist on holding him, the Public Security Bureau will likely comply without question. Do not despair. I will investigate." Yisong acted heroically. He will surely be released. Su Hong inhaled deeply, his resolve firm. The group harbored hope in Su Hong. Yet the truth was brutally harsh. He could not even secure an audience with Director Qingbin. Frustrated, Su Hong had barely begun to simmer when an intermediary contacted him with a request. "Chairman Liu, my daughter has been wronged, and now they wish to imprison the one who acted bravely. This is utterly unreasonable. Who told you that Han Xiaoyang is my daughter's boyfriend? Who suggested they were merely playing?" Su Hong's face flushed crimson as he spoke into the phone, his voice rising to a high pitch. Although the words from the other end were not audible to the others, their implications were unmistakable. Chen Yipeng furrowed his brows, having already explored the worst possible outcomes. Yet reality proved to be even more disheartening. As the head of the county council, Chairman Liu could personally exert pressure on Su Hong. It was evident that he had resolutely decided to eliminate Chen Yisong. Chen Yipeng even harbored doubts that, should Chen Yisong be released, he would likely face He's relentless pursuit. Ultimately, this entire affair had no bearing on the Chen family. Yet if they were to bear the consequences, it would be utterly unjust. A fleeting sympathy for Su Kewai in Chen Yipeng's heart was swiftly replaced by disdain. Chapter 65. A counterattack against Qingmei. Su Hong received several phone calls before returning with a face full of shame, somberly informing everyone. He insists that Kewai is in a relationship with Han Xiaoyang, even presenting their photographs as evidence. They intend to convict Yisong. I will never acquiesce to this. I'm going to confront he right now. Oh, my unfortunate son. How could he be so foolish? Their romantic escapades have nothing to do with you. Zong xin wept bitterly, embarking Xiao Hongli. Her words, veiled in metaphor, left the Su family feeling utterly humiliated. Su Kewai fell to her knees before Rong Xian and Chen's father, bowing her head in desperation, exclaiming, "Uncle, aunt, it is all my fault. If anything happens to Yisong, I will pay for it with my life. I am the one who harmed him. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Liu Hui anxiously attempted to lift her daughter, but Su Kewai resolutely remained on the ground, her forehead bruising from repeated blows. Xiao Hongli sensed the moment was ripe. Although the plan had encountered unforeseen variables, if she were to intervene and save him, she would forever be indebted to the old Chen family. The thought filled her with delight, yet she maintained a serious demeanor, furrowing her brows as she stated, "Mother, please stop crying. You might harm your health. I will plead with my uncle. As long as he intervenes, Yisong will surely be released." "Really?" Yes. You're the eldest daughter of the Xiao family. You must have connections," Rong Xian exclaimed, clutching onto this glimmer of hope. After a moment of silence, Chen's father replied, "Hongli, you are not yet married. This matter may affect your family, so do not leverage your family's connections. I believe the Public Security Bureau will deliver a fair outcome. If necessary, I will seek out a few old friends." Su Hong looked at Chen's father in astonishment. "Brother Chen you intend to seek them out?" "It is only natural to repay a debt of life from years past by ensuring the safety of my son," Chen's father replied, slowly straightening his slightly hunched figure, a fleeting aura of formidable resolve passing over him. Chen Yipeng was taken aback by his father's transformation and began to speculate internally. However, Xiao Hongli was determined not to let Chen's father sabotage her plan, quickly interjecting, "Father, we are family. Why speak of two families? If you continue this way, I shall be displeased." Yisong was acting heroically. "I merely wish to inquire about the situation. I guarantee a fair and just outcome." Chen's father was at a loss for words in the face of his future daughter-in-law's retort, his earlier resolve punctured like a deflated balloon, leaving him once again dejected. Rong Xian cast a glance at Chen's father, her heart aching as she gently pulled Xiao Hongli closer, expressing her gratitude. "Do not heed your father's nonsensical ramblings. Who could he possibly know? He has spent his entire life in a state of mediocrity, merely a caretaker of pigs in the army. He boasts of having been on the battlefield, but that is nothing more than a deception aimed at you youngsters. Su Hong hesitated to speak, yet ultimately chose to respect the Chen family's perspective. Since Xiao Hongli intended to garner the Chen family's favor, she was determined to handle matters with utmost finesse. Thus, she led Chen Yipeng aside and, retrieving her phone, dialed a number. "Hello, Uncle, it's Hongli. I have a situation here." She succinctly conveyed the circumstances. "This is but a trivial matter. I shall have my secretary make a call to your county," came the voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. Warm yet authoritative. Xiao Hongli's expression shifted dramatically as she retorted, "Wu Xiangquan, I have shown you respect. You treat my call with such indifference after I addressed you as uncle? I demand you come personally to resolve this. My brother-in-law acted heroically, yet he is being detained without family visitation. There is surely something amiss here. Conduct a thorough investigation, especially concerning the Han family." Xiao Hongli spared no formality with her uncle, treating him as one would a subordinate. Chen Yipeng was taken aback. This was a side of Xiao Hongli he had never witnessed before. Once she ended the call, she sighed, "My uncle will be here shortly. He is the deputy director of the Jiangnan Public Security Bureau, responsible for this county. Please do not take offense at my tone. He only heeds my mother's commands. If I do not scold him, he will certainly not take it to heart." "I understand. Thank you," Chen Yipeng replied gratefully. His curiosity piqued regarding the internal dynamics of the Xiao family. Instead of seeking assistance from her own relatives, Xiao Hongli turned to the Wu family, suggesting that her mother, Wu Gu, held a higher standing within the household. Could it be that her father, Xiao Changhe, was also submissive? "Let's go. Mother must be anxious," Xiao Hongli urged, eager to present her accomplishments. Chen Yipeng watched in astonishment as his fiancée exhibited a long-lost talent for swiftly changing her demeanor, her earlier authoritative stance now replaced by an almost pitiful expression. "Mother, the matter has been resolved. My uncle will arrive shortly." Xiao Hongli's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she managed a faint smile, gently dabbing at the corners of her eyes. To an outsider, it would seem she had been reproached by her family, bearing the weight of their disappointment. "Oh dear, how you have suffered. Hongli, you are truly my beloved daughter," Rong Xen exclaimed, moved to tears as she embraced Xiao Hongli, repeatedly patting her back. Chen Yipeng's lips twitched, refraining from exposing his fiancée's little ruse. She merely sought to curry favor and display her charm before her future mother-in-law. This was a subtle art unique to young women, and Chen Yipeng fully comprehended it. Moreover, Xiao Hongli's willingness to make the call in front of him and disclose her uncle's position was a testament to her unwavering trust. Meanwhile, Su Kewai observed the scene with gritted teeth, her jealousy well concealed beneath a facade of guilt as she approached Chen Yipeng, her voice trembling. "I am truly sorry, Yipeng. It is all my fault. I should not have come to the club. I contemplated sacrificing my own life for revenge against him, only to inadvertently involve Yisong." As I spoke, crystalline tears cascaded down my cheeks once more. "It's nothing. It doesn't concern you. Do not shoulder the burden of the villain's misdeeds," Chen Yipeng remarked, his heart heavy with complexity. Xiao Hongli, basking in her mother-in-law's affection, felt an immediate surge of anger upon hearing Su Kewai's name. After a period of absence, it was evident that Su Kewai's manipulative charm had escalated significantly. Though others might remain oblivious, her cunning was transparent to Xiao Hongli. Clearing her throat gently, she pressed her hand against her abdomen, her brow furrowing slightly. "Mother, I'm feeling rather unwell. Chen Yipeng, fetch your wife some hot water." Rong Xian immediately understood and stood by Xiao Hongli, calling out to Chen Yipeng. With a sigh, Chen Yipeng replied, "All right, I shall retrieve it at once. Kewai, if there is nothing else, you may return home." Su Kewai opened her mouth to respond, but could only watch as Chen Yipeng's figure faded from view. The sound of Xiao Hongli's bell-like laughter, filled with mockery, echoing in her ears. Chapter 66. The overbearing Xiao Hongli father Chen and Su Hong stood nearby, sharing a cigarette and exchanging casual remarks. With a sigh, Su Hong said, "I apologize, my daughter has been spoiled. Brother Chen, if it weren't for your daughter-in-law, would you be considering reaching out to those in Beijing?" "Indeed, I have long harbored such thoughts. Yisong's temperament is more suited for the military. Remaining at home will inevitably lead to greater troubles, Father Chen replied nonchalantly. Su Hong nodded. Yisong is indeed fit for the army. Allow me to handle this matter as a small gesture of goodwill. Entrust it to you? Huh, can't you see who holds the reins at home? My daughter-in-law is quite resolute, perhaps even more so than her mother-in-law, Father Chen lamented. Su Hong chuckled bitterly. I initially believed the two children would come together, yet someone else has beaten them to it. It's also unfortunate for Kawai. Please, help me convey a message to your daughter-in-law not to hold a grudge against Kawai. My daughter has not been in good spirits lately. I intend to take her to the capital for a checkup. Your daughter's ailment is a heartache, one that cannot be healed. If you don't mind, why not let her be with my son? Father Chen jested. Su Hong's expression stiffened momentarily before he shook his head. My opinion is of little consequence. Let the young ones decide for themselves. Even if we agree, it ultimately hinges on Hongli's stance. The two old war comrades exchanged light-hearted banter, neither taking the words to heart. Approximately half an hour later, several black sedans entered the courtyard of the Public Security Bureau. Dozens of burly men in black suits disembarked, led by Han He, who approached the Chen and Su families with purpose. Upon spotting Su Hong, Han He revealed a chilling smile, saying, In-laws, what a surprise to encounter you here. I was just about to seek you out. With Xiaoyang's unfortunate passing, I thought it prudent to arrange a wedding for the two children. Tomorrow seems quite fitting. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Dream on, Lu Hui exclaimed excitedly, positioning herself protectively behind Su Keiwei. Su Hong coldly retorted, Mr. Han, you have crossed the line. I warned you long ago. What do you think you are, Su Hong? You're nothing but a nobody who can't even enter the council. Just wait until I deal with you. Han He sneered, showing no respect. Clenching his fists, Su Hong prepared to charge at Han He, but was restrained by the latter's bodyguards. Han He then turned his gaze towards the Chen family, and upon noticing Xiao Hongli, his eyes suddenly gleamed with malice as he hissed, Ah, you are from the Chen family? Your son killed mine. Then let her compensate me with a son. He raised his arm, pointing at Xiao Hongli. In an instant, Chen Yipeng lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Han He's abdomen, followed by a right hook. Han He collapsed to the ground, utterly dazed, his nose bleeding profusely and his stomach in excruciating pain, as if his intestines had been ruptured. He was momentarily unable to rise. This was largely due to Chen Yipeng's remarkable speed. The surrounding onlookers were caught off guard, leaving even the bodyguards unable to intervene. With an impassive expression, Chen Yipeng looked down at the fallen Han He and declared, If you don't clean up your mouth, I will take your life right now. In Chen Yipeng's heart, Xiao Hongli was a being worth sacrificing his life for, and he meant every word. He gazed at Han He with eyes as sharp as a blade, exuding an invisible aura of power. Good. What a bold kid. You're courting death. Han He realized that this young man was not jesting. He felt as though he was facing a bloodthirsty beast poised to escape its cage. Although his muscles felt stiff with fear, he could not show any sign of weakness in front of his subordinates. So he bellowed, You are all dead men. Charge at him. If anyone dies, I'll take responsibility. The bodyguards, no longer hesitating, surged towards Chen Yipeng, preparing to encircle him. Just then, a deafening gunshot rang out, causing the bodyguards to halt in their tracks, paralyzed by fear. Firearms were strictly forbidden. Even a tycoon like Han, he would not dare brandish one in public, as any involvement with guns was a serious offense, punishable by severe consequences regardless of intent. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots echoed. All eyes turned to Xiao Hongli, who held a silver pistol, firing into the air. After taking her shots, she raised her arm, the dark muzzle of the gun aimed forward, and began to stride towards Chen Yipeng. The bodyguards parted like the tide under the intimidation of the handgun. No amount of money from Han He was worth risking one's life. No one dared to joke with their existence. Chen Yipeng furrowed his brow, a hint of worry creeping into his voice. Hongli? The girl before him exhibited a completely different demeanor from before, radiating decisiveness and an undeniable elegance. Don't be afraid. My love, if anyone dares to harm you, I will kill them, Xiao Hongli declared fiercely. Chen Yipeng yearned to assert that he was not afraid. As the pen from his pocket was drawn, He regarded the 7 or 8 individuals around him with disdain. Xiao Hongli raised her pistol, shielding Chen Yipeng behind her, and advanced towards Han He, pressing the gun's muzzle against his forehead. The mildly searing barrel sent shivers down Han He's spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end and a wave of goosebumps to ripple across his back, affirming the adage, the older one becomes, the more timid one grows. Han He had long since shed the bravado of his youth. Having washed his hands of past misdeeds, he now fancied himself a businessman, still awaiting the joys of life, unwilling to perish in such a manner. He understood all too well the distinction between the young and the old, when youthful fervor ignites. One may act with reckless abandon, and this was not a moment for a head-on confrontation. Young lady, you are still in the bloom of youth. Do not tread the path of crime, Han He implored, raising his hands in a display of surrender, his voice trembling from overwhelming fear, his teeth chattering. Xiao Hongli let out a cold laugh, retorting, "You look like a pig. Do you think I would bear your child? You are not worthy. Kneel." "No, no, don't shoot. I will kneel. I will kneel." Without a moment's hesitation, Han He, swallowing his humiliation, sank to the ground, cold sweat streaming down his face. Beside him, Rong Xian was on the verge of fainting, trembling as she whispered to Chen's father, "What should we do? What should we do? Why has Hongli drawn her gun?" "Hongli is not acting without reason. She possesses discernment, so do not fret excessively," Chen's father replied, his brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 67. Reinforcements arrived. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, the Public Security Bureau finally stirred into action. Bureau Chief Cheng Bin emerged with his men, his expression grim. Upon seeing the gun in Xiao Hongli's hand, he realized the situation had escalated dramatically. The officers swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at Xiao Hongli, commanding loudly, "Lower your weapon. Release the hostage." "So you finally decided to show yourselves? Did you all turn blind while these men were assaulted at the Bureau's doorstep? How audacious!" Xiao Hongli mocked. The officers, incensed, found themselves at a loss for words. Cheng Bin, suppressing his fury, stated, "Our Bureau operates under strict regulations. I only see you brandishing a weapon and holding a hostage. I have not witnessed any assault. Release the hostage immediately." Ignoring his demands, Xiao Hongli raised her phone to her ear and exclaimed, "Where are you? Why are you so slow? If you don't arrive soon, I will surely be victimized. No call will save you. Brandishing a weapon is a grave offense. Arrest them all." Cheng Bin barked, sensing a shift in the situation and eager to resolve it quickly. He gestured for his subordinates to apprehend the individuals involved. Yu County's Public Security Bureau certainly wields considerable authority. It has reached a point where reform is imperative. Came the deep voice of a robust middle-aged man. Cheng Bin's expression faltered as he turned toward the source of the voice, spotting a man in a Public Security Bureau uniform, in his 30s, approaching. This individual bore a square face, with resolute eyes and an aura of authority radiating from him. Cheng Bin noticed a golden star on the shoulder of the individual before him, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Nevertheless, he stood at attention and saluted, introducing himself. "I am Cheng Bin, the director of the County Public Security Bureau. May I inquire about your identity?" "I am Wu Xianchuan from the Jiangnan Public Security Department's Inspection Office," Wu replied coolly. Wu Xianchuan held a rank 3 levels above Cheng Bin, rendering Cheng Bin unqualified to meet him under normal circumstances. "Sir, please hold on for a moment. I will attend to this case promptly and report back to you personally," Cheng Bin stated, his voice tinged with anxiety. The inspection office was a source of dread for all security officers. Possessing immense authority to supervise the internal workings of the security system and the power to detain suspects for investigation at any moment. Wu Xianchuan paid no mind to Cheng Bin and instead approached Xiao Hongli, saying, "You're no longer a child. Why are you still playing around with a toy gun to frighten others?" "Uncle, why did you take so long to arrive?" Xiao Hongli replied, her dissatisfaction evident. Wu took the toy gun from her, exclaiming in exasperation, "I arrived by helicopter. That is quite fast." The exchange sent ripples of shock through the onlookers. Rong Xian exhaled in relief, repeatedly patting her chest. "Thank the heavens, it's just a toy." Chen's father remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Su Hong. Both were seasoned veterans who could easily discern the difference between a real firearm and a replica. Wu Xianquan clearly favored Xiao Hongli, being the highest-ranking official present. His declaration of it being fake left no room for dissent. Han He, incensed, shouted, "Do you think I'm blind? I'm going to lodge a complaint against you in the council." Chongbin inwardly cursed the situation as Wu Xianquan furrowed his brow slightly and turned to him. "Who do you intend to complain about?" "Mr. Han, this is our superior," Chongbin called out loudly. After being humiliated by Xiao Hongli, Han He, fueled by alcohol, arrogantly slurred. What if he asked the director of the Public Security Bureau? I haven't committed any crime. Just wait. This matter is far from over. This director may protect you for now, but can he do so forever? You will leave eventually, and then we shall see how I deal with them. Wu Xianquan was momentarily taken aback, as he was known for his formidable presence within the Public Security Bureau, and few dared to speak so brazenly in his presence. He instructed his secretary, "Have him sober up before he speaks again. I'm going in first." "Understood." The secretary strode over to Han He and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Furious, Han He attempted to retaliate, and the surrounding bodyguards erupted in noise. However, in the following moment, the secretary drew a firearm and fired at one of the bodyguard's legs. This was a stark contrast to the earlier incident involving Xiao Hongli. As the bodyguard fell to the ground, clutching his leg in agony, the secretary then turned to the stunned Han He and began to deliver sharp slaps, each one laden with force. As Han He attempted to maintain his drunken bravado, the secretary showed no leniency and fired another shot. The bullet grazed Han He's ear, leaving a painful gash on his earlobe, awakening a new wave of fear within him. No longer daring to resist, Han He knelt on the ground, allowing his face to be beaten into a swollen mess. Wu Xianquan then shifted his gaze to Chen's father and Rong Xian, having evidently done his homework. He approached them directly. He exhibited no arrogance. Rather, he spoke with a hint of deference, saying, "I'm the uncle of Hongli. Greetings to you all. I sincerely apologize for the lax management that has caused you distress. I shall ensure that this matter is dealt with severely and pursued to the very end." Zhong Xin, witnessing such courtesy from a high-ranking official like Wu Xianquan, especially in front of her close friend Lu Hui, felt a surge of vanity and excitedly replied, "You are too polite. We are all family, and we trust you to handle matters competently." Lu Hui nudged Su Hong, signaling him to forge connections. But Su Hong instead pulled his daughter back. He understood that at a certain level, his involvement was futile. All he needed to do now was await the outcome. Su Kuei's expression darkened as she recognized her inferiority to Xiao Hongli. When the bodyguards of the Han family had rushed at her, she instinctively thought to retreat. It is human nature to seek benefit and avoid harm. Yet Su Kuei could not forgive herself. Why was it that Xiao Hongli dared to rush forth to protect Chen Yipeng while she merely contemplated retreating? After exchanging pleasantries with Rong Xian, Wu Xianquan turned to Chongbin and stated, "Take me to see Chen Yipeng." "Director Wu, there may be a misunderstanding. We are still investigating. You might need to wait a while," Chongbin replied, his tone firm yet laced with reluctance. Upon observing Chongbin's demeanor, Wu Xianquan's expression soured. He was all too familiar with the conduct of those beneath him. Thus, he jabbed a finger into Chongbin's chest and coldly declared, "Are you employing tactics? Let me make this clear. Chen Yipeng is family. If anything happens to him, I will flay your skin. Lead the way. I'm not discussing this. I am commanding you." Wu Xianquan's attitude was exceptionally uncompromising, leaving Chongbin with no choice. He glanced at the battered Han He and let out a resigned sigh, reluctantly clearing a path. Wu Xianquan beckoned to Chen Yipeng, saying, "Come with me and bring your brother out." Chapter 68. The initiative of Qingmei, the Public Security Bureau, is not accessible to just anyone. Within the bounds of the rules, Wu Xianquan intended for Chen Yipeng to accompany him inside to visit and subsequently secure the release of Chen Yipeng through proper channels, while also ensuring that the situation did not escalate too dramatically. However, Xiao Hongli, with her audacious persistence, insisted on following, which left Wu Xianquan feeling somewhat helpless. While it was easy to reassure the young Chen Yipeng, Failing to provide an explanation to this young lady could prove problematic. Chungbin led them into the interrogation room of the Public Security Bureau. Several officers stood in the corner with their heads bowed, occasionally stealing glances at Chungbin, as if they had committed a transgression. Chen Yipeng sat slumped in a chair, his body bruised, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he had lapsed into unconsciousness. Chen Yipeng dashed inside, embracing Chen Yipeng and exclaiming, "Yipeng, how are you? What audacity! How dare you harm my family? You're courting death." Xiao Hongli shouted furiously. Chungbin, initially feigning authority, kicked each of the officers involved in the interrogation and then, with a mournful expression, turned to Wu Xiangquan, saying, "Director Wu, it is my inadequate supervision that has allowed these errors to occur. I will ensure proper rectification. Everyone operates within the same system. It is not merely a matter of face, but of principle. I am a distant relative of the Cheng family from Lingnan. Under normal circumstances, following a scandal involving torture and coercion, Wu Xiangquan would certainly seek to cover it up to protect the reputation of the Bureau of Public Security. However, with Xiao Hongli watching closely, he is acutely aware of the stakes." Wu Xiangquan's eyes brimmed with sympathy and pity as he softly said, "If I were in your position, I would take my own life to spare my family from the repercussions. Surely it wouldn't come to that. You know how challenging the work below is. I am willing to compensate. Please speak on my behalf. Understanding is paramount." Chungbin attempted to brush the matter aside, yet it was evidently more complicated than that. At that moment, Chen Yipeng had regained consciousness, lifting his eyelids weakly to utter, "Elder brother, it hurts. Everything will be fine. I will take you home," Chen Yipeng said, cradling his brother. Xiao Hongli forcefully pushed Chen Yipeng aside, her anger flaring as she demanded, "Yipeng, how did you sustain these injuries? Speak. Your sister-in-law will seek revenge." "Sister-in-law?" Chen Yipeng turned to glance at his brother, questioning. Chen Yipeng was at a loss for how to respond to Xiao Hongli's audacity, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He could only nod and affirm, "Yes, she's your sister-in-law." "Sister-in-law, they beat me. They said I must pay with my life," Chen Yipeng said, a hint of grievance in his voice, pointing first at Chungbin. Xiao Hongli was reminded of a past encounter when she first met Chen Yipeng, who had knelt before her in public, his towering figure and formidable physique resembling that of a monstrous beast. She'd been so frightened that she fainted, only to be haunted by nightmares for several days thereafter. However, upon their reunion, all fear had dissipated. She had learned in her previous life that as long as she had Chen Yipeng under control, the bull-like Chen Yipeng would comply. "Yipeng, I understand." Xiao Hongli laughed lightly and said, "Darling, take your brother to the hospital first. I will join you shortly. Leave this to me." Wu Xiangquan felt a headache coming on, recognizing that Xiao Hongli was exerting pressure on him, especially since she had referred to him as darling. Chungbin's actions had transcended mere self-interest and had escalated to an insult against the Xiao family. "Be cautious and do not make things too difficult," Chen Yipeng said solemnly. Though he was unaware of Xiao Hongli's intentions, he felt it inappropriate for him to remain. An elder had once told him that when one occupies a certain position, they represent more than just themselves. Losing face equates to losing face for the entire group. Chen Yipeng supported Chen Yipeng as they departed the Bureau of Public Security. Outside, Rong Xin, upon seeing her son's injuries, immediately grew frantic, demanding accountability. Calmly, Chen's father intervened to pacify Rong Xin. Subsequently, Su Heng drove Chen Yipeng to receive medical attention, with others following closely behind. Chen Yipeng remained outside the bureau, waiting for Xiao Hongli, while Su Kuwei, for reasons unknown, chose to stay as well. "Brother Yipeng, Sister Hongli is truly remarkable. Is her family very wealthy?" Su Kuwei whispered, her tone laced with admiration. Chen Yipeng understood that character does not change overnight. Su Kuwei was likely hinting at the disparity between him and Xiao Hongli. "She is truly remarkable. Honestly, I feel unworthy of her." Chen Yipeng smiled faintly and spoke. Su Kuwei discerned the insincerity in his tone and swiftly changed the subject, saying, "Yipeng, I have also enrolled in the dance program at Linhai University. I would like to be your assistant, if you permit." "No way. I fear that Hongli might misunderstand, and besides, I recall that you do not enjoy dancing. Chen Yipeng decisively declined. His demeanor towards Su Keiwei had improved significantly, allowing for normal conversation. This change stemmed primarily from the demise of Han Xiaoyang and the resolution of Chen Yisong's issues, which had released the pent-up tension he had been carrying. Su Keiwei's cheeks flushed slightly as she shuffled her white shoes against the ground, murmuring, "It was Sister Hongli who suggested I assist you, and I am willing." Her bashful demeanor left Chen Yipeng momentarily stunned, only to feel as though he must have misheard, shaking his head and exclaiming, "How could that be? Your Sister Hongli is exceedingly domineering. She would never utter such words. Even if a mosquito were to approach me at home, she would deploy heavy artillery to fend it off." Do not jest. Suddenly, Su Keiwei produced her phone and, after a few taps, the voice of Xiao Hongli resonated from the device. It was their conversation from the CAF. Xiao Hongli would never have imagined that she could be ensnared in a plot. She had underestimated Su Keiwei, believing her to be merely a naive and sweet girl. At that moment, Su Keiwei had recorded their dialogue and, upon returning home, edited it into a new message. The audio revealed that Xiao Hongli had used a commanding tone to compel Su Keiwei to serve as a life assistant, even resorting to threats. Su Keiwei cleverly reframed this as a desire to assist Chen Yipeng rather than Hongli. Chen Yipeng was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of Xiao Hongli's motives. However, considering her mature and composed demeanor, he sensed that there must be a deeper significance behind her actions. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "We shall revisit this matter later. By the time you enter university, you may have a change of heart." "Never. Absolutely not." Su Keiwei's eyes shimmered with profound infatuation as she suddenly embraced Chen Yipeng. He was caught off guard, fearing to hurt her, and was unexpectedly kissed by her. Su Keiwei bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Hongli, showing little regard for Chen Yipeng's feelings. Chapter 69. An abrupt turn of events. Chen Yipeng hastily pushed Su Keiwei away, wiping his mouth, casting a furtive glance around, and then spoke earnestly, "Keiwei, Hongli and I are soon to be engaged, and I believe this is inappropriate. You will encounter someone you truly love in the future. Yipeng, this is my first kiss. You must believe me. I am pure and untainted. I will wait for you, standing by your side as your assistant for a lifetime," Su Keiwei declared with utmost seriousness, enunciating each word clearly. Chen Yipeng suddenly found the girl before him increasingly unfamiliar. The fervor and determination in her gaze momentarily conjured the image of Xiao Hongli in his mind. He sighed, stating, "I cannot offer you any promises. My moral principles and upbringing do not permit me to betray my feelings. Thus, the effort you have expended upon me seems destined to yield nothing but futility. Brother Yipeng, I am here of my own volition. Moreover, I harbor the belief that Xiao Hongli possesses an eccentric temperament, and it is entirely possible she may stray one day. With my vigilance over her, you may find solace. Should she abandon you, I could serve as your final refuge. Brother Yipeng, you stand to lose nothing." Su Keiwei spoke softly. Chen Yipeng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the similarity of her reasoning to that of his elder. When considering the matter purely from a standpoint of gain, Su Keiwei's assertions indeed held merit. Yet Chen Yipeng felt an indescribable discomfort. Just as the atmosphere thickened with awkwardness, a series of gunshots erupted from the Public Security Bureau, followed by a more concentrated barrage of fire. Han He, kneeling at the entrance, was nearly paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror as he implored, "My son is guilty of heinous crimes. He is not connected to me. Please do not take my life." His words were garbled, marred by a swollen face. After answering a call, the secretary lifted her chin and commanded leave. Supported by bodyguards, Han He, having narrowly escaped death, was solely focused on fleeing. Observing Han He's retreat, Chen Yipeng's brow knitted in contemplation. He could not shake off the memory of the threat posed by the man. In the present moment, as an ordinary citizen, he felt utterly incapable of voicing any opinion on how to handle Han He. Wu Xianquan's willingness to assist was entirely predicated on Xiao Hongli's reputation. Su Keiwei also noticed Chen Yipeng's gaze, her eyes betraying resentment and coldness as she murmured, "Brother Yipeng, uprooting the weeds without removing the roots allows them to flourish anew." The Han family wields considerable power, and once Xiao Hongli's uncle departs, they will surely retaliate against our family. Ahem. Let us refrain from using our, lest we invite misunderstandings. I shall resolve this matter without your concern. Chen Yipeng coughed gently. Su Kuei felt a twinge of helplessness, however, having identified a breakthrough. She did not take offense at Chen Yipeng's aloofness. At that moment, Xiao Hongli emerged from the Public Security Bureau. Upon spotting Chen Yipeng and Su Kuei, a shadow seemed to pass over her delicate features. Hongli, how are you? Chen Yipeng approached, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Await tomorrow's news. Xiao Hongli replied coldly. At that instant, she was consumed by regret for failing to safeguard what was hers. Chen Yipeng felt a chill run down his spine from Xiao Hongli's resentful gaze. A profound sense of guilt washing over him. Xiao Hongli produced a handkerchief and handed it to Chen Yipeng, murmuring, "Next time you indulge in infidelity, remember to wipe your mouth clean and take a few extra baths when you return home. You carry the scent of a vixen." Suke is instinct. She had mentally prepared herself for a rebuke from Xiao Hongli, tears poised to spill at any moment. Yet, Xiao Hongli's unexpected magnanimity completely disrupted her plans. "Sister Hongli, I am so relieved you are unharmed. The gunfire earlier terrified both me and Brother Yipeng," Su Kuei said, her voice trembling as she grasped Xiao Hongli's hand with genuine concern. Xiao Hongli's expression faltered. She had not anticipated such a swift and familiar retort from Su Kuei. Employing tactics she knew all too well. "I am certainly unscathed, yet the investigation remains incomplete. The Security Bureau may still seek your testimony regarding your relationship with Han Xiaoyang." Xiao Hongli remarked with a hint of sarcasm, her grip tightening slightly. Su Kuei felt as though her hand might be crushed. There was no need for pretense. As tears streamed down her cheeks, rendering her appearance even more pitiable, Chen Yipeng, overwhelmed, wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and wrapped an arm around Xiao Hongli's shoulder, stating, "Enough of this childish squabbling. Let's go see Yisong. My mother has messaged me, indicating that he is not gravely injured, just some superficial wounds." Xiao Hongli gritted her teeth and linked her arm with Chen Yipeng's as they hailed a taxi by the roadside. "What about Bai Yun? And your bodyguard?" Chen Yipeng inquired, curiosity piqued. Given the tense situation moments ago, where Xiao Hongli had brandished a weapon, the absence of Bai Yun and her companions seemed rather peculiar. Xiao Hongli glanced at her phone, perplexed, and remarked, "I've made several calls, but no one answered. Quite strange." She sent a message to Bai Yun, requesting an investigation into Chen Yisong's presence at the club, yet her words seemed to vanish into the void, caught up in the chaos. She had forgotten until Chen Yipeng's reminder instilled a sense of unease within her. The three of them had now boarded the taxi. Chen Yipeng intended to sit beside Xiao Hongli in the back seat, but Su Kuei insisted on squeezing in as well. However, Xiao Hongli, preoccupied, pulled out her phone only to discover there was no signal, her brow furrowing deeper. She was no naive innocent. Having lived 2 lives, she had encountered numerous scheming and treacherous machinations, and an ominous premonition began to stir within her. "Stop the car. Return to the Security Bureau," Xiao Hongli commanded decisively. Yet, the driver did not comply. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, and the taxi surged forward at an alarming speed. Chen Yipeng swiftly realized the gravity of the situation, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around the driver's neck. The taxi swerved precariously on the road. The driver's face flushed crimson, unable to endure the pressure. He slammed the brakes, breaking free from his restraints and halting the vehicle in the middle of the street. Without delay, he flung open the door and fled in a panic. Su Kuei, bewildered, was entirely unaware of the unfolding chaos. Though she possessed a cunning intellect, her limited life experience rendered her momentarily speechless. Xiao Hongli quickly opened the car door and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" She was the first to leap from the vehicle. Chen Yipeng observed Su Kuei, who sat dazed in the car, and, with a sigh of resignation, grasped her wrist, forcibly leading her out. "There's a signal jammer in the car. We must return to the Security Bureau," Xiao Hongli said, her expression grave. However, escape was far from simple. It was a premeditated ambush. Both directions of the road were obstructed by vans, devoid of license plates, looking dilapidated and akin to scrap vehicles. Chapter 70. Xiao Hongli's resolved. The doors of the vans swung open, and more than 20 individuals emerged, armed with iron rods and machetes. Their masked faces exuded an air of lethal intent. At the forefront stood a burly, crew-cut young man, brandishing a knife and pointing it menacingly at Chen Yipeng, shouting, "It's him! For Han Xiao's revenge! Kill him! Run!" Chen Yipeng seized Su Keiwei and Xiao Hongli, dashing towards the nearest narrow alley. He had contemplated hailing a taxi to escape, but considering that the assailants also had a vehicle, a collision could prove even more perilous. Moreover, from their words, it seemed they were specifically after him, making it unwise to take unnecessary risks. The alley was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few scattered streetlights, and its less than 3-meter width was cluttered with debris, rendering it somewhat cramped. Chen Yipeng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Had Xiao Hongli not sensed the danger in time, if the driver had continued for even a short distance, he would have met a dire fate. Suddenly, Su Keiwei stumbled and fell to the ground, her high heels having broken during the frantic escape, causing her to twist her ankle unexpectedly. Useless. Xiao Hongli cursed as she reached to pull Su Keiwei up, but their pursuers had already caught up. Chen Yipeng immediately turned to confront them, shouting, "Hongli, you go first." In moments of utmost peril, one instinctively thinks of those most dear to them. Su Keiwei, upon witnessing the approaching assailants, turned pale with fear and instinctively screamed. But before she could make a sound, Xiao Hongli struck her across the face. "Shut up. Turn on your phone to record. We need proof of self-defense. Get to the side." Xiao Hongli commanded fiercely, then began to search for a weapon. The disparity between the two women became starkly evident in the face of real danger. At that moment, Chen Yipeng felt an immense pressure. He was touched that Xiao Hongli chose not to flee, yet felt a sense of helplessness. With his beloved girl behind him, he could neither hide nor retreat. His uncle had once told him that he lacked a certain ferocity in his actions, always leaving a way out. But now, with no path left to retreat, Chen Yipeng resembled a cornered wolf, driven to unleash his ferocious spirit. He charged forward, harnessing his momentum to land a powerful punch on one of the thugs. With a faint sound of a nasal bone fracturing, the thug cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground. The steel pipe in his hand was swiftly seized by Chen Yipeng. In this life-and-death crisis, Chen Yipeng unleashed his latent potential, reacting with extraordinary swiftness, swinging the steel pipe to topple another thug. Typically, a person wielding a metal rod would never dare to strike a human head, for such an act could easily lead to fatality. However, Chen Yipeng remembered his uncle's words. When besieged by a crowd, if escape is impossible, one must seize hold of a single opponent and strike with all one's might. Only then would others be filled with dread, granting oneself a chance to survive. The thug who was struck lay on the ground, bloodied and grotesque. These men were professional thugs from the county, ruthless and callous, typically engaged in debt collection and settling disputes, yet they were momentarily intimidated by Chen Yipeng's reckless determination. "Every one of you get in. Han Yi has ordered a bounty of 500,000 for his life." The youth with a buzz cut shouted loudly, then charged forward with a knife aimed at Chen Yipeng. Chen recognized the buzz-cut youth as the notorious leader of local ruffians, known as Scarface. Consequently, he took a step back and instinctively pulled one of the thugs in front of him as a shield. Scarface was ruthless, even with his own subordinate before him. He did not hesitate to strike, landing a deep cut on the young thug's back. Chen pushed the thug aside and swung a steel pipe toward Scarface's face. Though Scarface lacked formal combat training, years of street brawling had honed his reflexes, and he instinctively blocked the blow with his knife. The steel pipe clashed with the blade, sending sparks flying. "What are you waiting for? Attack him!" Scarface bellowed. However, the alley was too narrow to accommodate many fighters. One thug managed to squeeze in beside Scarface, joining him in an assault on Chen Yipeng. At that moment, Chen was occupied blocking Scarface's knife and could not free his hands. Suddenly, a beer bottle arced through the air and smashed against the thug's head with a resounding crash. The bottle shattered, and the thug cried out in pain, clutching his head. "I'll help you, darling," shouted Xiao Hongli, her eyes steely with determination as she hurled another beer bottle she had found. Su Kewai held her cell phone aloft, trembling and completely devoid of strength to rise. In the darkness, it was unclear whose head the bottle had struck, and the thugs instinctively recoiled. "You useless fools! Go around and kill him!" Scarface shouted in frustration. One thug climbed the wall, circled around, and leaped down, swinging a steel rod towards Chen Yipeng's back. "Watch out, darling!" Xiao Hongli cried, throwing herself in front of Chen to shield him from the thug's attack. Chen felt Xiao Hongli slide off his back, and his eyes instantly filled with tears, releasing a heart-wrenching howl akin to a wolf's cry. He bore a blow from Scarface's knife on his back, and, in a surge of vengeance, thrust the steel pipe directly into the thug's eye socket. Blood splattered as the thug collapsed. Chen followed through by crushing the thug's throat underfoot, then charged at Scarface. Finally, fear flickered in Scarface's eyes, though he was a killer without hesitation. He had no desire to perish alongside this young man, who was evidently unhinged. Chen's gaze burned with murderous intent, a throbbing pain echoing in his mind as if it might split in two. "You will all die," a voice echoed within him. He was unaware of Xiao Hongli's condition, but the thought of his beloved girl being hurt while trying to protect him twisted his heart in anguish. Seeing that Chen was unarmed, Scarface gritted his teeth and swung his knife again. Rather than retreating, Chen advanced, undeterred by the specter of death. In the instant the blade descended, his right hand moved with blinding speed. The knife struck Chen's shoulder, but Scarface suddenly released his grip, incredulously clutching his throat. In Chen's right hand was a pen, its tip dripping with blood. In that fleeting moment, he had pierced Scarface's carotid artery with the pen. Blood gushed forth like cheap dye from the neck of the Scarface man. In mere seconds, he collapsed, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Chen Yipeng seized the Scar-faced man's knife and charged at the thugs, wielding the blade with relentless ferocity. Initially, some thugs were tempted by the bounty of 500,000, but Chen Yipeng displayed an unwavering fearlessness, targeting their vital points with every strike. After 7 or 8 of them were felled, the remaining thugs scattered in disarray. Chapter 71. Uncertainty of life and death. Chen Yipeng was drenched in blood, his white shirt transformed into a crimson robe, yet he pursued the thugs relentlessly, carving his way out of the narrow alley. Su Kewai trembled as she turned off her phone, dragging her injured foot to where Xiao Hongli stood. She slowly crouched down, her right hand instinctively brushing against the steel pipe, her gaze filled with internal conflict. A seductive voice echoed in Su Kewai's mind, urging her on. "Kill her. If you do, no one will compete with you. Chen Yipeng will return to your side." Gradually, Su Kewai's grip on the steel pipe tightened, her determination solidifying. But just then, footsteps echoed nearby. Startled, she withdrew her hand, concern flooding her face as she shook Xiao Hongli, asking, "Sister Hongli, how are you?" "Red Carp." Chen Yipeng rushed over, colliding with Su Kewai and, without hesitation, scooped her up to flee. Outside the alley, the wail of police sirens pierced the air, accompanied by the presence of the Xiao family's bodyguards. Wu Xianquan's face darkened as he witnessed Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli. He appeared nearly paralyzed with fear. He bellowed, "Quick! Save them! Hurry!" After disembarking from her vehicle, Bai Yun anxiously approached Chen Yipeng, inquiring, "How is the young lady? Where the hell have you been? Get out of my way!" Chen Yipeng kicked Bai Yun down, shouting furiously. Bai Yun made no resistance, her face pale as she replied, "We were ambushed. All security personnel are entangled." Without granting her an explanation, Chen Yipeng cradled Xiao Hongli and rushed into the car, with Bai Yun driving them to the nearest hospital. Wu Xianquan, filled with rage, began to orchestrate a manhunt, his only recourse in this dire situation. Meanwhile, Su Kewai submitted her recorded video, escorted by several security personnel to the hospital. Upon seeing her son, bloodied and with flesh torn, Rong Xian fainted. Chen's father's expression turned ominous as he demanded, "Who did this?" "I don't know. I don't know. Doctor, save him." Chen Yipeng was utterly panicked, failing to recognize his own parents, lost in a haze of confusion. His mind plagued by chaotic noise. Doctors and nurses wheeled a gurney towards him, and Bai Yun attempted to take Xiao Hongli from Chen Yipeng's grasp. However, he would not relinquish her. Anyone who approached was met with hostility. Seeing no other way, Chen's father shook his head, subdued Chen Yipeng with one hand, and instructed Bai Yun to take Xiao Hongli into the emergency room. Red carp. Chen Yipeng struggled desperately, but ultimately, a sharp slap from his father jolted him awake. Chen's father guided him into the surgical room, assessing his injuries before nodding and stating, "These are merely superficial wounds. A few stitches, and he'll be fine. I will tend to your mother." Rong Xin was also rushed into the emergency room. Fortunately, her fainting was merely due to emotional distress, and she soon regained consciousness. Chen Yipeng, however, seemed oblivious to his surroundings, sitting numbly in a chair as the doctor tended to his wounds. Remarkably, Chen Yipeng was not under anesthesia. He showed no sign of discomfort as hydrogen peroxide and iodine were applied to his injuries. The doctors were astonished. They had initially planned to administer a local anesthetic, but it appeared that his psychological state was far more concerning. The doctor swiftly sutured his wounds with a hook knife and intestinal thread. Despite Chen Yipeng being covered in blood, it was all from others. His most severe injury was a deep cut inflicted on his shoulder by the scar-faced assailant. Within 10 minutes, his wounds were treated, and after taking a few pills, he walked directly outside the emergency room, sitting cross-legged on the ground to wait. Bai Yun continuously made phone calls, seemingly injured herself, as her left shoulder drooped, suggesting a possible fracture. Rong Xin trembled as she exited the ward, tears streaming down her face. Approaching Chen Yipeng, she asked, "My son, what on earth happened?" Hearing his mother's voice, Chen Yipeng exhibited a flicker of response, numbly replying, "It was the Han family who did this. Hongli shielded me from blow. I'm sorry for him." "What? The Han family again? This is all Su Kewai's doing. If anything happens to Hongli, I will not let her off the hook." Praying fervently, Rong Xin implored the heavens and Buddha for the safety of her daughter-in-law. Xiao Hongli, filled with resentment, she gazed at the emergency room, clasping her hands together and murmuring, "Amit Ba." Chen Yipeng's eyes gleamed with a terrifying murderous intent. The fleeting affection he held for Su Kewai obliterated entirely. Su Kewai was subsequently taken to the hospital. She had initially intended to seek out Chen Yipeng. However, Lu Hui sensed that it was not the right time. If anything were to happen to Xiao Hongli, the blame would undoubtedly fall upon her daughter. Thus, she forcefully took Su Kewai for an examination, intended to lay low for the moment. Su Hong pulled Chen's father to the entrance, remorsefully stating, "I am truly sorry, Brother Chen. I never expected Han He to be this deranged. This is all my unfilial daughter's doing. Let us not jump to conclusions too soon. If Han He is indeed responsible, why wouldn't he send someone to the hospital to eliminate Yi Song?" From what Kewai described, those individuals were clearly targeting Yi Peng. "A bounty of 500,000, what audacity!" Chen's father replied slowly. Su Hong replied gravely, "Who could harbor a grudge against Yi Peng? That would be a question for the Xiao family. When the city gates catch fire, the innocent suffer. My sword has not tasted blood in a long time. It is time to draw it." Chen's father's eyes sparkled with intensity, like a slumbering tiger awakening, revealing a fierce demeanor. The night in this small county of Jiangnan suddenly became tumultuous, the blaring sirens awakening the entire town. Wu Xiangquan temporarily took charge of the county's public security bureau, ordering officers to apprehend Han He. Yet, for reasons unknown, the primary suspect, Han He, mysteriously vanished. After rounding up all the thugs involved, it became evident that only Scarface had orchestrated the gathering. Now, with Scarface dead, the case seemed to have reached an impasse. The county council harbored significant dissatisfaction towards Wu Xiangquan, not only exhibiting a passive demeanor, but also covertly reporting him to higher authorities. Under normal circumstances, Wu Xiangquan would have faced criticism, as intervening in local matters from above is a grave taboo. However, the situation had shifted. The direct line of the Xiao family in Linhai City had been attacked brazenly in broad daylight. The Jiangnan Public Security Bureau promptly reported the incident to the Jiangnan Provincial Council. Within less than an hour, on the morning following the incident, the Jiangnan Public Security Bureau announced the formation of an investigation team, personally led by Wu Xiangquan, who also requisitioned a battalion of the Security Guard Corps from another region to assist in the case. The Security Guard Corps? The most formidable armed force within the Public Security Bureau were ostensibly security personnel, but were, in fact, a cadre of soldiers specifically trained to respond to emergencies and severe cases. The adversaries they faced were often international mercenaries or assassins. Deploying such force against a band of local ruffians was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Chapter 72. The play becomes reality. Wu Xiangquan announced a 3-day public safety overhaul, mobilizing the entire security guard corps to apprehend individuals on a predetermined list, with orders to execute anyone who resisted on the spot. All members of the county council, including the speaker, were isolated for examination, compelled to truthfully disclose any collusion with Han He in criminal activities. Su Hong, having fortuitously emerged unscathed, was appointed as the acting speaker, presiding over county affairs. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Wu Gu arrived in the county via private helicopter, maintaining a low profile and accompanied by only a few individuals. Chen Yipeng stood vigil at the door of the emergency room. He had not consumed a drop of water since the previous night, his eyes bloodshot and fixed intently on the entrance. Medical personnel frequently entered and exited, and each time Chen Yipeng inquired about the situation, he was met with the response that the patient was still undergoing emergency treatment. Rong Xin watched with deep concern, her hands clasped together as she murmured prayers. Given her advanced age, she struggled to endure the wait and was eventually persuaded by Chen Yipeng and Chen's father to take a break. Nonetheless, she did not stray far, opting to rest on a chair nearby the emergency room. In Chen Yipeng's imagination, Xiao Hongli was currently undergoing surgery and in a perilous state. However, the reality was quite different. Xiao Hongli had just awakened, while the doctors and nurses nearby were either engrossed in their phones or playing cards. These medical staff had been bribed by Xiao Hongli to partake in the charade. Following the blow she had received, she had merely sustained a bruise on her back. Although painful, it was not life-threatening. Observing Chen Yipeng's fervent reaction as he rushed out in a frenzy, she decided to feign unconsciousness on the ground. Chen Yipeng's response filled Xiao Hongli with satisfaction, nearly causing her to stifle laughter on several occasions. Upon realizing that her mother-in-law, Rong Xin, was also waiting outside, she took her time to prolong the performance, relishing the thought of the past struggles between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law. Xiao Hongli yawned and glanced at her phone, suddenly feeling anxious. "Hurry and bandage me up. My mother is coming. Wrap my head and say I just had surgery. If anyone messes this up, I shall not let them off easily." The prospect of earning between 500,000 to 600,000 for participating in the ruse delighted the doctors and nurses, who unanimously chose to keep the secret. At this moment, Wu Gu, accompanied by several assistants and bodyguards, descended from the vehicle, and Bai Yun greeted her in advance. "Bai Yun, you're injured? Why haven't you attended to it?" Wu Gu inquired, her brows furrowed. Bai Yun lowered her head and replied, "Madam, it is all my fault. I failed to protect the young lady." "Well, it is not entirely your fault. It was also Hong Li who brought this upon herself. First, go to the hospital to have your injuries treated, and then report to me with the details," Wu Gu replied calmly. She did not lose her composure despite her daughter lying in the emergency room, maintaining an air of tranquility. Upon reaching the emergency room, Wu Gu spotted Chen Yipeng, bloodied and with a gruesome stitched wound on his shoulder. Her gaze softened instantly. "Yipeng?" As he turned, confusion etched on his face upon seeing Wu Gu. It was as though a lost child had found their way home. He murmured, "Mom, Hong Li was injured saving me. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect her." Wu Gu felt a pang of sorrow and gently embraced Chen Yipeng, saying, "Silly boy, it's not your fault. I do not blame you." Chen Yipeng gritted his teeth, declaring, "Mom, I want revenge. Please help me find Han He, all right? We shall discuss that later. I have a plan. For now, you need a rest." Wu Gu replied in a solemn tone, "Hong Li's mother, I am so sorry. Truly I am." Rong Xin wept as she approached, particularly overcome upon seeing the injury on her son's shoulder. Wu Gu took Rong Xin's hand, saying, "We are family. There is no need for apologies. When trouble arises, we face it together and resolve it collectively. Hong Li is destined for survival. I believe she will overcome this calamity." When calamity was mentioned, Rong Xin could not help but believe in the divination of the old master. How coincidental it was that Chen Yipeng, being pursued, emerged unscathed, while Xiao Hongli was innocently drawn into the fray. Heartbroken, Chen Yipeng suddenly knelt before Wu Ge. "Say, Mom, no matter what happens to Hongli, I will be your son for life." "Nonsense. Hongli is blessed and destined." Rong Xian quickly admonished him, her urgency palpable. Wu Ge helped Chen Yipeng to his feet, reflecting, "If only Hongli possessed half of your filial piety." "Yipeng, please take your mother to eat something and change into fresh clothes. Then get some rest. I will stay here with Hongli. No matter how distressed you feel, you must not break down. Even if you cannot eat, you must try." Wu Ge's tone grew increasingly stern. Chen Yipeng glanced at his mother, Rong Xian, noticing her worn appearance, and cast a lingering look back at the emergency room. Rong Xian hastily retrieved a shirt she had prepared earlier. She hesitated before dressing Chen Yipeng, hoping that Wu Ge would see his injuries and perhaps quell her anger. However, she was taken aback by Wu Ge's understanding nature, which left her feeling rather ashamed. After putting on the shirt, Chen Yipeng turned back several times before finally leading Rong Xian to the hospital cafeteria. Two bodyguards, assigned by Wu Ge and exuding a fierce aura, now accompanied Chen Yipeng, clearly seasoned veterans from the military. After Wu Ge and Chen Yipeng departed, she entered the emergency room with Bai Yun, only to be momentarily obstructed by a nurse who was swiftly halted by a doctor. "Ms. Wu, you have arrived," the doctor said with an ingratiating tone. Wu Ge smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Liu. This child enjoys jesting. Please do not take it to heart." "Not all. The young lady is innocent and charming. She possesses true character," the doctor hastily responded. Wu Ge held a stake in this hospital, and her shares were substantial. Any disturbance would scarcely escape her notice. Approaching the bedside, Wu Ge found Xiao Hongli with her eyes tightly shut, her eyelids trembling incessantly. Wu Ge let out a cold smile, pinching Xiao Hongli's ear as she chided, "Why aren't you getting up? Yipeng has waited for you all night, and yet you can sleep soundly." "My head hurts, it really hurts," Xiao Hongli feigned, clutching her head and exclaiming in faux agony. Amused yet exasperated, Wu Ge peeled back her daughter's clothing, revealing a pale back marred by a bruise, her expression darkening. Xiao Hongli quickly dressed, her voice tinged with a whiny plea. "Mom, it hurts so much. You must find the one responsible. I've never suffered such a loss. It scared me to death." Although she usually disregarded Wu Ji's opinions, fear of Chen Yipeng's potential wrath compelled her to yield. The doctors and nurses in the emergency room discreetly averted their gazes, each required to sign a confidentiality agreement. Chapter 73. Wu Ge longs for a grandchild. Xiao Hongli's playful antics did not soften Wu Ji's resolve. Rather, they deepened her furrowed brow. It wasn't until Xiao Hongli fell silent that she slowly spoke. "Are you still the Xiao Hongli I once knew? What has rendered you so immature? Is it because of Chen Yipeng? Has he diminished your intellect?" She contemplated whether their agreement ought to be reevaluated. Xiao Hongli's countenance shifted as she gradually sat up, meeting Wu Ji's gaze without trepidation. In that moment, she exuded an aura of authority. Bai Yun, observing Xiao Hongli's demeanor, found herself involuntarily intimidated, bowing her head respectfully, her spine slightly bent. Wu Ge nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "Now this is my daughter, Wu Ge. Now, share your thoughts with me. What transpired?" "Bai Yun, please explain the situation to Ms. Wu first. I will present my views afterward," Xiao Hongli stated expressionlessly. She was not inclined to waste words, believing some matters were best reported by her subordinates. Bai Yun stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. The original plan was for Xiao Feng to take Chen Yisong to the Moon Bay Club, but an unexpected incident occurred. Su Keiwei stabbed Han Xiaoyang. "Do not recount what is already common knowledge. Get to the point," Xiao Hongli interjected coolly. "Understood. I received orders from the young lady to investigate and found Xiao Feng highly suspicious. His last known whereabouts were at the Moon Bay Club. I took 2 individuals to locate Xiao Feng, but we were ensnared by the security at Moon Bay. Another group, led by Zhao, who encountered a car accident. Their vehicle was overturned by an unregistered cement truck. Except for Zhao, who remains in a coma, the others have shown no signs of life. The cement truck was a stolen vehicle, discovered 5 kilometers from the accident site. Bai Yun spoke solemnly. After Bai Yun finished her account, Xiao Hongli coldly remarked, Ms. Wu, it's evident that they were targeting my husband. They sought his life. Who do you think is responsible? Wu Ge inquired. Xiao Hongli sneered. Who else but those from the Xiao family? They fear my husband, Chen Yipeng, as a son-in-law and are anxious about my inheriting the Xiao family fortune. I've already warned you. You're not even married yet. So could you refrain from calling him your husband? Are you in such a hurry? Wu Ge expressed, appearing somewhat exasperated. It's a habit I can't break. Give me an explanation. When will those from the Xiao family be dealt with? My husband shouldn't have to suffer this in vain. Xiao Hongli replied coldly. Wu Ge chuckled, saying, Are you so certain it's the Xiao family? Have you forgotten the primary suspect? Or are you deliberately leaving it unspoken? I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry and get me something to eat. I'm hungry. My husband will be back shortly. Xiao Hongli diverted the subject. Wu Ge leaned in, teasingly remarked, Your admirers are probably the ones who wish for Yipeng's demise the most. You must fear that situation, hence your inclination to implicate the Xiao family. But I suspect Yipeng might have a clue, don't you think? Speak. Help me resolve this matter. What do you wish to extract from me? Xiao Hongli retorted coldly, holding back her frustration. The mother and daughter were all too familiar with each other, a mere glance revealing their thoughts. Bai Yun silently departed the emergency room to arrange for a hospital room and stretcher. Wu Ge, with an air of mystery and eager anticipation, whispered, Next year? Grant me a grandson. What? Are you out of your mind? I will only be 20 next year. I'm still in college. Xiao Hongli exclaimed, incredulously gazing at her mother. Her fair cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She had presumed Wu Ge was fixated on her little fortune or the clandestine influence she had established overseas. Yet she did not expect such a condition to be proposed. Wu Ge, resting her chin on her hand, feigned a look of lament and said, Once you go to college, the house will feel so empty. I might become too bored. Nonsense. You host salons daily, surrounded by a bunch of friends. How could you possibly feel bored? Xiao Hongli scoffed, her eyes brimming with disdain. Wu Ge, unfazed by being called out, asserted confidently, I, Wu Ge, strive to be the best in all my endeavors. In my circle of friends, I shall be the first to bring forth a grandson. Ridiculous. You have a friend named Lu Ruading who is the first among you to stray. Why not compete for that title? Xiao Hongli shot back with a cold laugh. Wu Ge paused, contemplating did she cheat? I wasn't aware. I was merely jesting. Xiao Hongli realized that she had misspoken. After all, Wu Ji's best friend would not betray her until 5 years later, and at present, the other party was still a virtuous wife and mother. This had already amounted to slander. Wu Ge did not delve deeper into the topic, but instead adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Now that you are in college, if you do not give birth, then I shall. The Xiao family cannot be without a successor bearing the Xiao surname. You're like a prize morsel that everyone wishes to savor. My advice to your father is that your second child with Yipeng should carry the Xiao name. Your father and I will nurture him with all our strength. This will also deter many people's ill intentions. Xiao Hongli fell into contemplation. Her decision to become engaged early was also to stabilize the hearts of those around her. The Xiao family's enterprises were vast, akin to an empire that could not exist without an heir. As for the matter of children, let it unfold naturally. I must also consult my husband as thoughts on this. By the way, now that you have taken over the company, will you assist me in purging the undesirable elements? I believe I can manage it. Xiao Hongli furrowed her brow as she spoke. Wu Ge smiled tenderly, gently stroking her daughter's hair, and said softly, My daughter must remain untainted. Allow me to handle the unsavory matters. Xiao Hongli sighed, acknowledging that despite having lived 2 lives, she still fell short in certain aspects compared to her mother. Meanwhile, Chen Yipeng had changed his clothes and, after freshening up, brought Rong Xian to the hospital cafeteria, casually ordering some youtiao and soy milk before serving it to her. Just as Wu Ge had advised, during times of sorrow and heartache, one must prioritize their health. The passing of his uncle had already made Chen Yipeng acquainted with the pain of loss, and he could hardly bear the thought of Xiao Hongli leaving as well. Additionally, Chen Yipeng felt a lingering concern. Ever since he used silver needles to suppress his emotions, his mental state seemed to have become somewhat erratic, occasionally plagued by auditory hallucinations. Noticing Chen Yipeng's distracted demeanor, Rong Exine offered him a piece of youtiao, saying, "Eat. Once you finish, we will return, and Hongli will recover swiftly. By the way, where's my father?" Chen Yipeng mustered his energy to inquire. Rong Exine furrowed her brow and replied, "He said he had matters to attend to. I'm not sure what pressing issues he may have. Mom, please don't blame my father. When he says he has business to attend to, there must be compelling reasons behind it. You should also go home and rest for a while. I am here." Chen Yipeng explained in defense of his father. Chapter 74. Regret beyond measure Hongli has yet to emerge, and I truly feel uneasy. Let us eat quickly. After we finish, we can return to check on her. Rong Exin munched on the youtiao and sipped her soy milk, yet she sensed that she had forgotten something important, but for the moment, she could not recall what it was. Chen Yipeng's mind was consumed with thoughts of Xiao Hongli, rendering even food tasteless to him. In the hospital room, Chen Yimeng was bound like a mummy, his stomach rumbling thunderously. He had gone an entire day without nourishment, and not only was there no food, but no one even offered him a sip of water. His wails were devoid of strength. His injuries were merely superficial. A brief rest would have sufficed for recovery. Yet the hospital, in its diligence, had wrapped him in bandages and applied premium restorative ointment. "Brother, I feel as though I am starving to death. Save me," Chen Yimeng said weakly, his eyes filled with despair. Chen Yipeng certainly could not allow Chen Yimeng to perish from hunger. After leaving the restaurant with Rongxin, both of them simultaneously recalled Chen Yisong, who remained in the hospital ward. Chen Yipeng promptly packed 5 servings of fried dough sticks and soy milk, then rushed frantically to Chen Yisong's room. Observing his younger brother's distressed expression, he couldn't help but smile wryly and say, "Are you hungry? Why didn't you call for someone?" "Big brother, you told me not to get out of bed, to rest properly. Mom also said I shouldn't make a sound, so I wouldn't disturb the patients next door." Chen Yisong replied, his voice tinged with grievance. Chen Yipeng slapped his forehead and remarked, "That was meant for the evening. Never mind, it's too complicated to explain. Hurry and eat. Once you're done, I'll go see your sister-in-law." Chen Yisong accepted the fried dough sticks and soy milk, devouring them with great fervor. However, after just a couple of bites, he suddenly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with anger, and asked, "Big brother, are you hurt? Did something happen to sister-in-law?" While Chen Yisong often appeared simple-minded in many matters, when it came to Chen Yipeng, he exhibited an almost primal intuition, initially reluctant to share. Chen Yipeng found it impossible to conceal the bruises on his arm and neck, so he recounted the events of the previous night in brief. "Big brother, do you know who did this?" Chen Yisong, momentarily forgetting his hunger, asked with a fierce intensity. Chen Yipeng glanced at his watch and replied, "I don't know. We can discuss this later. Your sister-in-law hasn't exited the emergency room yet. Just eat your meal, and I'll return shortly." "Big brother." Before Chen Yisong could utter more, he found himself gazing at Chen Yipeng's retreating figure. Not long after, Rongxin returned, took a glance at her younger son, and offered a few words of reassurance before departing once more. The emergency room door swung open. Chen Yipeng dashed forward, his heart wrenching at the sight of Xiao Hongli. Her head wrapped in bandages, a wave of anguish washing over him, and a terrifying fury igniting in his eyes. "Doctor, how is she?" Wu Ge feigned urgency, inquiring dramatically. "The patient has suffered a severe blow to the head and is currently in a coma. She should regain consciousness soon," the doctor stuttered, his nervousness evident as this was his first time in such a role, but thankfully his mask concealed any signs of his unease. Chen Yipeng, consumed by concern, pressed for clarification. "What does that mean? Will there be any lasting effects once she wakes?" The doctor was at a loss for words, but fortunately, Wu Ge swiftly interjected. "Yipeng, take Hongli to the ward, and I will inquire further." Gently pushing Xiao Hongli into the room, Chen Yipeng moved with utmost care and then sat quietly beside her. As time passed, Xiao Hongli began to fidget. Her naturally lively disposition made the prospect of lying still for an entire day feel akin to a punishment. "How is Hongli?" Rongxin whispered, her voice low. Just as she finished speaking, Xiao Hongli pretended to awaken, her gaze filled with a sense of confusion. Chen Yipeng quickly leaned in, asking Hongli, "How are you? Do you feel any better?" Who are you?" Xiao Hongli feigned amnesia, her eyes clouded with bewilderment. Chen Yipeng stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, engulfed by a profound sense of despair. In the realm of television and literature, one often encounters melodramatic tropes that, astonishingly, manifest in one's own life. Hongli, do you not recognize me? Chen Yipeng inquired with hopeful anticipation, his eyes slightly reddened. Xiao Hongli, feigning confusion, lifted her arm weakly and replied, "You are exceptionally handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? May I be your girlfriend?" Huh? Chen Yipeng was momentarily stunned, suppressing tears that threatened to spill. He had long believed that Xiao Hongli had been compelled to be with him due to divination. However, the current scenario stirred within him a semblance of belief in love at first sight. "Very well, I shall be your boyfriend," Chen Yipeng responded in a remarkably gentle tone. A glimmer of mischief danced in Xiao Hongli's eyes as she exclaimed in feigned astonishment, "You are my boyfriend? How can my boyfriend be this handsome? Will you kiss me?" Her adorable demeanor dispelled Rong Xian's worries, bringing forth a smile through her tears. Chen Yipeng chuckled and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on Xiao Hongli's lips, saying, "Rest well, you will soon regain your memory." "Yipeng, the doctor mentioned that this is a consequence of a concussion and that recovery will be swift. You should rest in the adjoining room. I will take care of things here." Wu Gu entered the ward and stated. Xiao Hongli regarded Wu Gu with a furrowed brow, asking, "Who are you?" "I am your mother," Wu Gu replied with a smile, grasping Xiao Hongli's hand and whispering in her ear, just enough of the act. "Do not treat others as fools." Xiao Hongli shivered, quickly feigning drowsiness as she closed her eyes. Rong Xian tugged at Chen Yipeng, advising, "I will stay here. You should rest for a while. Allow Hongli to recuperate." "I'm fine," Chen Yipeng insisted, yet the world around him abruptly darkened, and he collapsed backward to the floor. After a night of evasion and injury, he had relied solely on adrenaline. Upon realizing that Xiao Hongli was safe, his body surrendered to exhaustion, and he fell into unconsciousness. Rong Xian's complexion turned ashen as she gasped, rushing out to summon a doctor and nurses. "Husband?" Xiao Hongli sprang up, intent on leaving the bed. But upon seeing the unconscious Chen Yipeng, regret flooded her heart. She wished she had not jested. Wu Ge firmly restrained Xiao Hongli, stating, "If you are to act, see it through. Consider the consequences if your mother-in-law discovers your antics." As she spoke, Rong Xian returned with the doctor and several nurses, assisting in transporting Chen Yipeng to the emergency room. Xiao Hongli buried herself beneath the covers, tears streaming down her cheeks. Genuine fear gripped her, coupled with profound regret. Should anything happen to Chen Yipeng, she could not bear the thought of living on. Wu Ge had resolved to teach Xiao Hongli a lesson. Her daughter, who had always displayed maturity and composure, seemed to regress in intelligence upon encountering Chen Yipeng. Chapter 75. Ruthless and unrelenting, the county town lay shrouded beneath ominous clouds, drenched in rain for 2 consecutive days. The thunder rumbling within the clouds echoed like war drums, while the downpour intensified, with torrential raindrops relentlessly hammering down. Han concealed himself within a quaint inn, the rhythmic patter of raindrops against the glass panes enveloping him in a surreal ambience. Merely 2 days prior, he had basked in the glory of being the wealthiest man in the county, poised to join the ranks of a prestigious consortium. Yet, this promising future dissolved into mere illusions with the tragic demise of his son. Completely bewildered, Han had received an enigmatic phone call shortly after departing from the Public Security Bureau. The voice on the line exhibited an unsettling familiarity with his life, brandishing an array of incriminating evidence that compelled him to comply without question. Following orders, he arrived at the inn, procured a new mobile device, and severed ties with the outside world. It was not long before he beheld his own wanted poster on the television screen. Simultaneously, his bank accounts were frozen, assets seized, and every individual associated with him apprehended. Overwhelmed by despair, Han felt as though the very heavens had collapsed around him, even contemplating the unthinkable act of taking his own life. When will this nightmare end? He lamented, glancing at his phone, which bore no messages, then casting his gaze upon the dim, overcast sky that obscured the passage of time. The voice from the call had urged him to wait patiently. claiming that a glimmer of hope would be afforded to him. Though skepticism gnawed at his heart, he recognized that escape was futile. His visage was plastered across every street corner. The discordant sounds of a quarrel between neighboring tenants intruded upon his troubled thoughts. Exasperated, Han He rose from his bed, intending to pour himself a glass of water. Suddenly, the television blared to life, emitting a cacophony of noise. "Who are you?" he demanded in a hushed yet intense tone, his eyes betraying a profound sense of vigilance and trepidation. In the corner by the entrance sat a middle-aged man, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. He set down the remote control and resumed whittling a pair of chopsticks with a knife. The chopsticks were transformed into sharp, smooth points, as though crafted by a master artisan. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chun San, the father of Chen Yipeng and Chen Yisong." The man spoke slowly, his expression stern and unwavering, his focus solely on his meticulous task. In a sudden surge of instinct, Han He lunged toward the bedside table to grab a fruit knife for self-defense. Although it paled in comparison to the dagger, it still served as a weapon. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a chopstick pierced through his right hand like a bolt of lightning. "Ah!" Han He cried out in agony, clutching his bloodied hand. Terror reflected in his eyes, his body frozen in place. Chun San rose, surveying the room with a deliberate gaze before stating, "I possess little formal education. I served in the military for over a decade and have finally secured a stable home. I will not permit anyone to harm my family. This has nothing to do with me. Your son's death was not at my behest. There's been a grave misunderstanding." Han He gritted through the searing pain. Ignoring Han He's pleas, Chun San continued, "Do you know what I typically do after capturing enemy soldiers? You could never fathom the finesse of my blade work." A shiver cascaded down Han He's spine. He felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, the man before him exuding an aura of unfathomable menace. "Mister." Chen slowly rose to his feet. "It is not me, truly. Someone is instigating from behind the scenes. You must believe me." Han He, curled up in a ball, screamed in terror. Mr. Chen made a gesture for silence, stating, "It appears you have a visitor." No sooner had he uttered these words than the door lock turned slowly. Subsequently, a masked man burst through the door. Before anyone could react, a powerful punch struck his temple, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. "Mister." Chen gently closed the door behind him and, with one hand, dragged the masked man to the center of the room. Cold water splashed onto the assassin's face, causing him to cough violently as his surroundings transformed from a blur to clarity. The assassin discovered himself suspended upside down from the ceiling. He struggled vigorously, swinging like a pendulum, yet was unable to free himself. "Han He, I know it's you. Come out. I'm here to help you." The assassin, fixated on his target, shouted loudly. Mr. Chun, holding a chair, approached the assassin, seated himself, and retrieved a cigarette, habitually discarding the filter. A luxurious diamond-studded lighter ignited the cigarette, a cherished gift from Xiao Hongli during her initial visit. Mr. Chun carefully placed it in his pocket, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "Are you from the Xiao family? Knowing I am from the Xiao family, how dare you attempt to harm me? Release me, or the Xiao family will not let you off lightly," the assassin snarled. Mr. Chen slightly raised his chin and spoke coolly now. "Tell me, who sent you to kill Han He? Is Chen Yipeng's stabbing also connected to you? You are aware I belong to the Xiao family. Who do you think it is? It's the lady. She does not wish for the young miss to marry Chen Yipeng." The assassin, recognizing Mr. Chen's identity, revealed a flicker of gloom in his eyes. Mr. Chun flicked away the ash from his cigarette and exhaled a faint ring of smoke, calmly and indifferently stating, "Most individuals in this world are fond of their own presumptions. I excel at extracting the truth from others. What do you intend to do?" The assassin bellowed, attempting to create a commotion to alert those outside, but the sound of the television perfectly masked his efforts. "Mister." Chun produced a syringe and a small vial of liquid from his pocket, slowly drawing the liquid into the syringe. He then approached the assassin, declaring, "Truth serum. Specifically for military intelligence. I went to great lengths to procure this. You dare, Mr. Chun?" The assassin's facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from fear, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a full sentence. In the next moment, The syringe was plunged into the assassin's neck, the frigid liquid coursing into his veins. Half an hour later, a fire broke out at the inn, thick smoke billowing forth, prompting the urgent evacuation of nearby residents. After the fire was extinguished by the fire department, 2 bodies were discovered within the room. This incident immediately alerted the Public Security Bureau upon identification. One was the wanted fugitive Han He, while the other turned out to be from the Xiao family. The news was tightly sealed, and all involved parties were warned and required to sign non-disclosure agreements. After Han He's demise, many breathed a sigh of relief. Yet some sensed an unsettling prelude to an impending tempest. Wu Xiangquan was profoundly dissatisfied. He had played no role in the unfolding events, and his own suspicions remained unresolved. He felt an urgent need to take action. After expressing his ire at the Public Security Bureau, he purchased a basket of fruits and flowers and made his way to the hospital. Chapter 76. Is Xiao Hongli inviting the wolf into the house? When Su Kewai mentioned past events, Xiao Hongli felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she feigned magnanimity, her fingernails dug into Chen Yipeng's arm with fervor. I'll go freshen up first. You all can start eating. Chen Yipeng hastily got out of bed, but after lying down for an extended period, he nearly collapsed upon standing. Xiao Hongli and Su Kewai rushed to his side, one on each arm, supporting him. This unexpected intimacy was not what Chen Yipeng desired. He could almost sense the fiery wrath emanating from Xiao Hongli. I can walk on my own, he insisted, trying to maintain his composure. Walk? I'll help you to the restroom. What if you fall? I've seen it happen before. Xiao Hongli replied nonchalantly. Such brazen words left the still innocent Su Kewai blushing furiously, her cheeks aflame. Out of modesty, she instinctively loosened her grip, watching as Xiao Hongli followed him into the restroom. How shameless! How utterly shameless! Su Kewai exclaimed in both embarrassment and anger, stamping her foot in frustration. Little did she know that within the youthful guise of Xiao Hongli resided a woman nearly 40 years of age. In the realm of old married couples, there truly was nothing to be shy about. As Xiao Hongli had stated, after over a decade of marriage and with a 6-year-old child, what remained to be modest about? Chen Yipeng emerged from the restroom, his face flushed, with several bite marks left by Xiao Hongli on his arm and numerous pinches across his body. However, shortly thereafter, Xiao Hongli compensated in her own manner. This tactic of striking with one hand and offering sweetness with the other was a game Xiao Hongli had mastered. Once Chen Yipeng had washed up, he staggered out, feeling somewhat drained, and laid back on the hospital bed, reluctant to rise again. The rich aroma of chicken soup wafted through the air, seemingly devoid of allure. It smells delightful. Sister Kewai's culinary skills are impressive, Xiao Hongli praised. She resembled a connoisseur. Rinsing her mouth with mineral water to ensure no unpleasant taste lingered before she picked up a spoon to savor the soup. Su Kewai's gaze flitted between Chen Yipeng and Xiao Hongli, her mind rife with suspicion. She felt an inexplicable unease, yet could not articulate why. Gently, she served Chen Yipeng a bowl, saying, "Brother Yipeng, do give it a try. I followed Auntie's recipe." Chen Yipeng took a sip, finding it reminiscent of Rongxin's cooking. Just as he intended to express his gratitude, he noticed Xiao Hongli's expression darkening. Ah, so it's Mother's handiwork. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity, Xiao Hongli remarked, her tone laced with sarcasm. The enticing aroma of the chicken soup awakened Chen Yipeng's appetite. When one is ravenous, they tend to overlook many things. Chen Yipeng consumed nearly half of the chicken soup and managed to quell his hunger only after devouring 2 chicken legs. This instinctive response of humanity towards food made Su Kewai feel as though she had gained an upper hand. After tidying up, Su Kewai showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she took a seat beside them. Xiao Hongli, unreserved, lay down on the bed, allowing Chen Yipeng to hold her as she napped. "Sister Hongli, I promised to become Yipeng's assistant. When can I start working?" Su Kewai asked softly, her teeth nearly gritting in frustration, while feigning a pitiful demeanor. To an outsider, it might appear that she had been wronged, which only added to Chen Yipeng's headache. Xiao Hongli, who was initially pretending to doze, instantly opened her eyes upon hearing Su Kewai's words and retorted with a cold smile, Sister Kawai, you truly excel at misrepresentation. I intended for you to assist me. Your Yipeng is merely a prospective college student without even a company. What need is there for an assistant? How about this? Tomorrow you will go to the capital, where I have a branch office. You can start by handling some company affairs and learn how to be an assistant properly. Su Kawai found herself at a loss against Xiao Hongli's tactics, as a mere sentence was enough to dispatch her elsewhere. In a state of urgency, she exclaimed, Yipeng, I can cook and clean. Once you start university, you will undoubtedly live away from home. I can be your caretaker. Su Kawai boldly declared, willing to sacrifice her dignity as the daughter of a county council chairman to become a caregiver, a revelation that would surely tarnish her reputation. Xiao Hongli paused, momentarily taken aback, as she unexpectedly saw a reflection of her younger self in Su Kawai, despite her reluctance to acknowledge it. Su Kawai's transformation was largely influenced by Xiao Hongli. Su Kawai laid her cards on the table, prompting Chen Yipeng to express his exasperation. Kawai, I believe I mentioned before that once you enroll in the dance program, you will be quite busy, and besides, I do not require a caregiver. He was resolute in denying any past feelings he may have harbored, understanding that acknowledging them would lead to peril. Su Kawai lowered her gaze, her eyes dimming with sorrow, her delicate fingers intertwined, mirroring the despondency within her heart. The flush in her eyes and the tremor of her shoulders exuded an aura of vulnerability that evoked pity. Chen Yipeng steeled himself, determined to refuse her. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Hongli interjected, saying, since you are so insistent, you may stay. Our home does not lack an extra pair of chopsticks. But remember your words and your status. Do not engage in any underhanded antics. Wait, Hongli, what do you mean? Chen Yipeng exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. If my mother finds out, how will I ever face Aunt Lu again? Su Kawai was equally bewildered, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Hongli. The most formidable obstacle she had anticipated had, in a bizarre turn of events, spoken in her favor, leaving Su Kawai with an eerie sense of foreboding. In dramas, the malevolent female lead often keeps the male protagonist's childhood friend at home to torment her, using this as a means to vent her grievances against him. Xiao Hongli had subtly confided in Su Kawai about the underlying purpose of her being appointed as a personal assistant. Yet she could not articulate the matter too clearly in the presence of Chen Yipeng, to prevent Chen Yipeng from engaging in indiscretions in the future. Xiao Hongli's tone shifted to one of cold severity after delivering her admonition. Do you comprehend why I insisted on Su Kawai remaining here? It is to spare you the embarrassment of her venturing out. Many of your classmates, teachers, and even relatives are aware of the nature of your relationship. Should anyone use Su Kawai to humiliate you, it would not only tarnish your reputation, but mine as well. This statement resonated with the persona of a young lady from a prominent family. Although somewhat harsh, Chen Yipeng grasped her rationale entirely. Su Kawai felt a flicker of annoyance, soon accompanied by an inexplicable sense of gratitude. She suddenly realized that the connection between her and Chen Yipeng had not been entirely severed. In the eyes of certain individuals, they were not merely lovers, but shared a bond deeper than that, unaffected by Chen Yipeng's denial. Chapter 77. A satisfying resolution? Chen Yipeng did not perceive himself as a target of manipulation. However, he did not oppose Xiao Hongli's decision either. After all, individuals from different strata inevitably harbor vastly divergent perspectives. As a man of integrity, Chen Yipeng did not wish to appear insincere. Thus he entrusted all matters to Xiao Hongli, content as long as he remained true to his principles. Simultaneously, an undercurrent of worry coursed through him, as if a tempestuous emotion lay dormant within his mind, ready to break free from its constraints. With his eyes closed in repose, Chen Yipeng remained unaware that Xiao Hongli was already exercising her authority as the lady of the house. She demanded that Su Kawai fetch her water or sing to alleviate her boredom, relentlessly keeping her occupied. Nevertheless, Xiao Hongli was not merely exploiting her. She first transferred 200,000 into Su Kawai's account. After finishing her song, Su Kawai felt somewhat dazed, as if everything were too surreal to comprehend. When wealth reaches a certain magnitude, it becomes merely a sequence of digits. The reason you associate with someone like Han Xiaoyang is fundamentally due to your attraction to money. Having always been the obedient daughter, you have never wielded financial power. Thus, the thrill of spending can lead one to forsake all boundaries. You are not inherently worth such a sum, yet the connections between the Su and Chen families, coupled with Yipeng's influence, have irrevocably altered the course of your life. Xiao Hongli remarked with significant undertones. A flicker of confusion crossed Su Kawai's eyes. She felt a sense of reluctance, but absorbed Xiao Hongli's words nonetheless. At that moment, Rong Xen had just exited the hotel, her face alight with undeniable joy. Yipeng's mother, shall we consider it settled? In 2 weeks, we will arrange for their engagement. May I refer to you as my in-law? Veuillez me lid. Without hesitation, Rong Xen replied, absolutely. If there is anything I need to prepare, or any matters to heed, please inform us in advance. There is really nothing much. Our family lacks for nothing. The happiness of our daughter is of utmost importance, she continued. I see. I wish for you to visit Linghai next week after Yipeng is discharged from the hospital. I shall take you on a brief excursion while simultaneously commissioning 2 tailored outfits. Wu Gu exhibited an exuberant demeanor, her words melodious, each phrase seemingly resonating within Rong Xen's very heart. Rong Xen, though inwardly agreeable, felt compelled to feign modesty, responding, there is no need. You are a busy individual and should not squander your precious time. My husband and I can manage a leisurely stroll on our own. After all, we are to become one family, so please do not stand on ceremony. Wu Gu replied, her smile radiant. Rong Xen envisioned the joyous days of embracing grandchildren in her retirement. Yet, upon reflection, she stated, my relatives and friends reside in the county. I can visit them occasionally for a brief stay. The young couple must carve out their own life together. As parents, we should refrain from intruding. Rong Xen's loyalty to her son was evident, as she cautioned Wu Gu not to perceive Chen Yipeng as a burden. As fellow parents, Wu Gu understood and glanced at the time, saying, I shall first visit the hospital to see Yipeng and Hongli. Will you accompany me? I need to return to school to arrange for a leave of absence. I will join you shortly, Rong Xen replied. Wu Gu enthusiastically arranged for her driver to transport Rong Xen to school, while she herself took another vehicle to the hospital. After expressing her gratitude, Rong Xen waved goodbye as Wu Gu departed. Upon her arrival at school, as she prepared to exit the vehicle, a figure hastily flung open the door and entered without invitation. It was Lu Hui, her countenance darkening as she exclaimed, I have been waiting for you for ages. Where have you been? This impetuous action nearly provoked the driver to brandish his firearm. What brings you to me? Rong Xen inquired, regarding her former confidant with a hint of reserve, placing her hands demurely upon her lap, adopting the elegant demeanor she had observed in Wu Gu. Liu, noticing the opulent interior of the vehicle, traced her fingers over the genuine leather seats, suddenly feeling the weight of her surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, she summoned her courage and declared, Sister Rong, given the nature of our family's relationship, I shall be forthright. My daughter is utterly infatuated with Yipeng. This morning, she expressed her desire to be his assistant. Her mental state is quite precarious. Could you perhaps speak to Yipeng and ensure she does not take this too seriously? They have grown up together, and she is my only daughter. What do you mean by that? Rong Xen furrowed her brow, expressing her discontent. Is it shameful for my son to have an assistant? Lu Hui quickly waved her hands, stating, that is not my intention. I fear that Hongli may not accept my daughter. Given your family's current situation, it seems the decisions will ultimately rest with Hongli. Upon hearing Lu Hui's words, Rong Xen immediately countered, what is wrong with being an assistant? It provides an opportunity to gain experience. She is not becoming a concubine. How could Hongli possibly object? Rong Xen, provoked by Lu Hui's challenge, regretted her words as soon as they left her lips, but her pride prevented her from retracting them, and she felt compelled to acquiesce. Seeing her goal achieved, Lu Hui's expression transformed into one of flattery. Logically, the daughter of the county council chairman would not struggle to find a suitor. Even those from lesser families would eagerly seek her as a legitimate wife. After all, Su Heng's age is his greatest advantage, and it is only natural that some might wish to invest in him. Lu Hui basked in this pride for quite some time, even preventing her daughter from visiting Chen Yipeng in the hospital. However, upon returning home, Su Hong candidly disclosed the entire situation to Lu Hui. As the county councilor, he was, in fact, riding on the coattails of the Chen family, having been recommended for his position by the Xiao family. Now, with the Xiao family's label affixed to him, his future prospects remained contingent upon their intentions. This revelation elevated the status of the Xiao family in Lu Hui's eyes, as her vanity eclipsed even that of Rong Xian. Had she not been so enamored with status, she would not have forsaken her long-term boyfriend to marry the more affluent Su Hong. Lu Hui had always harbored the desire to be a favored concubine rather than a common spouse. Thus, she would never relinquish any opportunity. Of course, this was also due to Su Heng's currently modest standing. Her perspective might well shift in the future. Rong Xian, despite her boastful declarations, felt a gnawing anxiety within. To be candid, she harbored an inexplicable fear of Xiao Hongli, her future daughter-in-law. Yet, her pride outweighed her trepidation. With a flutter of nerves, Rong Xian called Xiao Hongli and was elated to learn that her son had awakened. She then heard Su Kawai's voice and seized the moment to subtly inquire further. Lu Hui observed Rong Xian, who lowered her voice and spoke in hushed tones. Her curiosity piqued to the utmost degree, almost eager to press her ear closer to hear. Moments later, Rong Xian triumphantly ended the call, declaring, "It is done. Hongli has agreed. A monthly salary of 100,000 during her internship. Hongli truly values my standing." "You are indeed impressive," Lu Hui responded, her joy tinged with an irrepressible jealousy. Chapter 78. A glimpse of Brilliance County Hospital. After Wu Xianquan's fruit basket was inspected by Bai Ruo, he was permitted to bring it into the ward, displaying no dissatisfaction, but rather an air of utmost respect. Wu Xianquan was a cousin of Wu Gu. While not particularly close, being addressed as uncle by Xiao Hongli was already a significant honor. Yet, even with 1,000 reasons to do so, he would never presume to consider himself an elder of Xiao Hongli. Upon seeing Wu Xianquan, Chen Yipeng immediately set down the newspaper he held, attempting to rise, only to be forcibly pressed back down by Xiao Hongli. "Hongli, uncle has arrived," he exclaimed, but his words were muffled by a piece of orange wedged in his mouth. Xiao Hongli discarded the orange peel on the floor and instructed Su Kawai, "Fetch a cup of hot water for uncle. He is a great benefactor to our family." Her tone was laced with a peculiar sarcasm. Wu Xianquan, feeling the sting of her words, quickly donned a servile smile, replying, "Not a benefactor, but a sinner. I have committed a grave error. Hongli, please bring the fruit basket over. Uncle meant well. Come sit." Chen Yipeng patted Xiao Hongli's hand, smiling warmly. Xiao Hongli merely snorted disdainfully, raising her chin slightly. Su Kawai, understanding the unspoken dynamics, promptly fetched a chair and stood in the corner like a maid. Although Wu Xianquan found the relationships among the individuals before him somewhat peculiar, coming from a distinguished family, he had heard of all sorts of oddities and was not particularly astonished. Chen Yipeng did not become arrogant due to his connection with Xiao Hongli. Rather, he wore a benevolent expression and pointed to the newspaper, saying, "Uncle, I saw today's newspaper. Is it true that Chungbin colluded with Han He, committed heinous acts, and ultimately took his own life? Has this case been classified?" Indeed, this individual was guilty of egregious crimes. Knowing he had nowhere to turn, he resorted to suicide before capture. Wu Xianquan promptly replied. Chen Yipeng nodded, indicating the newspaper. Chungbin fired 5 shots at himself. "That is quite ruthless. Uncle, this case must be handled properly." "Yes, I understand." Wu Xianquan, who had barely settled into his chair, sprang up as if electrified by Chen Yipeng's words. He discerned the underlying implication, realizing he had made an error in his duties. In a moment of anxiety, cold sweat instantly broke out. Chen Yipeng closed the newspaper and smiled, saying, "Uncle, do not be anxious. I must thank you for upholding justice for our family. I am aware that, given my current position, I cannot offer you substantial gratitude. However, I shall remember this favor." Wu Xianquan was overjoyed and quickly replied, "You are too kind. This is merely a trivial matter." When facing Chen Yipeng, Wu Xiangquan instinctively employed honorifics, primarily awed by the composed and dignified aura exuded by him. Once Wu Xiangquan regained his composure, he found it somewhat incredulous, but soon felt a deep sense of admiration. After all, few individuals who earned the recognition of Xiao Hongli and Wu Ge could be deemed simple characters. Wu Xiangquan braced himself with utmost vigilance, perceiving Chen Yipeng as a figure of authority. Su Keiwi's delicate face flushed slightly, her calves feeling somewhat weak, and her gaze towards Chen Yipeng grew increasingly admiring. Xiao Hongli rested her chin on her hand, her eyes somewhat dazed, as if lost in reminiscence. Creak! The hospital room door swung open, and Wu Ge entered holding a lunchbox. With a subtle arch of her brow, she said, "Xiangquan, let me repay this favor for my son-in-law. Would that be acceptable? Cousin, you've arrived." Yipeng was just joking. Having made such a grave mistake, how could I dare to accept a favor? Wu Xiangquan hastily stepped aside, his back slightly bent, as if reporting to his superior. Chen Yipeng rose from the bed and took the lunchbox, stating, "Mom, you're here. Yipeng, lie down and rest. You have yet to recover. Veuillez admonir." Xiangquan, the director of the Public Security Bureau of Lehigh City, has arrived. Are you interested in taking on more responsibilities? Veuillez me lit. Wu Xiangquan felt a jolt of excitement, suppressing his joy, and without hesitation replied, "Sister, if you think highly of me, I will certainly work diligently." "All right. I am aware of today's events. The investigative team may withdraw now. The case ends here," Wu Ge stated. Wu Xiangquan accepted the order and, not daring to linger, promptly took his leave. Wu Ge settled into a chair, glanced at the thermos, and then at Su Keiwi, chuckling lightly. "You have a pleasing appearance and excellent skills. Hongli, you should learn more from her. Step outside. We have matters to discuss," Xiao Hongli said coldly, her expression unyielding. Su Keiwi cast a glance at Chen Yipeng, suppressing her grievances as she obediently lowered her head and exited the room. She dared not venture far, choosing instead to linger at the door, awaiting instructions. Inside the hospital room, Wu Ge narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chen Yipeng with a hint of an evaluative tone, and remarked, "Han, he is dead. It appears he was silenced." Wu Xiangquan still bears suspicion. Why extend him favor? Han, he is dead? Chen Yipeng momentarily froze, then fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he sheepishly responded, "I apologize." "Mother, are you suggesting that Han, he is not the perpetrator?" "Clearly not. You should have discerned that by now," Wu Ge replied with a smile. Chen Yipeng nodded and articulated, "Those ruffians were merely pawns. My instincts sensed something amiss immediately." A rational individual would not publicly name their employer. "Do you harbor no doubts about Wu Xiangquan?" Wu Ge pressed further. Chen Yipeng shook his head, stating, "There is no evidence. Those in power must reward and punish judiciously. One cannot rescind rewards merely based on suspicion, as it breeds disloyalty among subordinates. Moreover, rewards must be swift and punishment severe to establish authority." It seems Hongli harbors some reservations about her uncle, yet in the grand scheme, he has indeed been of assistance. Please do not chastise me for my interference. Clapping his hands, Wu Ge nodded in appreciation, saying, "It is rare for someone of your tender age to possess such clarity. If the punishment is unknown, the authority remains unchallenged. Hongli, learn diligently from Yipeng. This is the righteous path. My chosen ones, undoubtedly, are never mistaken." Xiao Hongli's expression softened, a smile gracing her lips. Chen Yipeng's commendation made her feel honored, instilling a sense of joy that surpassed mere self-praise. Wu Ge spoke gently, "This matter is now concluded. I will handle the aftermath. Yipeng, do not bear excessive pressure. I assure you, such incidents will not recur. Your mother and I have agreed on a date. Within half a month, you shall be engaged in Linhai, followed by a celebration in the county. In the future, for the wedding, we shall have 2 ceremonies. Do you have any objections?" "Ah, so soon?" Chen Yipeng's face flushed crimson, incredulity evident in his voice. Chapter 79. The confusion of green plums. Xiao Hongli stared wide-eyed, fiercely exclaiming, "What? Do you not wish to marry me sooner?" Chen Yipeng realized he had misspoken and quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right, I shall not linger here to be a hindrance. Please rest early. I will return to Linhai now. Yipeng, I leave Hongli in your care. Wuge said with a smile. Chen Yipeng's face reddened further, losing the earlier bravado as he stammered, Mother, rest assured, I will take good care of Hongli. Once Wu Ge departed, Xiao Hongli leaped into Chen Yipeng's embrace, and the two began a frolic. Chen Yipeng recounted the moment when Xiao Hongli had just emerged from the emergency room, devoid of memory. However, Xiao Hongli spoke with an unusual seriousness. Her voice steady as she declared, Even if I forget everything, I will love you anew. Not even death can sever our bond. The power of her calm words transcended mere expression. I feel the same, Chen Yipeng replied, gently lowering his head. Xiao Hongli obediently wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with love. Outside the hospital ward, Wu Ge gazed affectionately at Su Kuei, a warm smile gracing her face as she gently patted the girl's head. I have heard your name and am aware of your circumstances. Truth be told, this is not entirely your fault. Women possess the right to make choices, and you merely erred due to a lack of experience. Stay close to Hong Li and Yi Peng. Learn diligently, and you shall grow swiftly. Su Kuei had braced herself for harsh reprimands, even preparing for a couple of slaps. To her astonishment, however, this lady before her radiated kindness, and the gentle gesture of patting her head enveloped her in an overwhelming warmth. Choked with emotion, Su Kuei found herself at a loss for words. Vuye, ever so gracious, retrieved a gem-studded necklace from her bag and delicately draped it around Su Kuei's neck, smiling as she proclaimed, This necklace is a gift for you. Hongli possesses a matching one. Wear it henceforth. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an affinity. Would you consider me as your godmother? Godmother? Su Kuei was taken aback, having just graduated and unaccustomed to such high-level social maneuvers, leaving her momentarily bewildered. Wu Ge once more caressed Su Kuei's head, adding, If Hongli ever misbehaves, do not hesitate to inform me, and should she bully you, you may always seek me out. With that, she departed with a smile. Su Kuei, still dazed, was jolted back to reality by Bai Yun's voice. Miss Su, this is the phone the lady left for you. I should remind you to wear the necklace at all times. It bears the emblem of the Xiao family, signifying your identity, Bai Yun remarked coldly, raising her arm to reveal a matching bracelet adorning her wrist. Unsure of how to respond, Su Kuei accepted the phone and cautiously concealed the necklace close to her person. She believed she had encountered a benevolent soul, yet she failed to remember that all gifts come with a hidden price tag. How could Wu Ge allow a person of dubious intent to remain in close proximity to Xiao Hongli for an extended period? By evening, Chen Yipeng had been discharged from the hospital and returned home to rest, and all appeared to have returned to tranquility. Yet, Chen Yipeng was not idle. In addition to refining his work deep-sea affection, he began to prepare for a new short story. A writer aiming to flourish in the realm of literature ought to initially establish their reputation through short pieces. Even in failure, the loss would be minimal. For the essence of a good short story lies in its ingenious concepts rather than merely in the ornate embellishments of language. After producing 2 or 3 short stories, the next step would be to craft a novella exceeding 100,000 words. While perusing the newspaper, Chen Yipeng learned that the World Writers Association was soliciting exceptional short stories, prompting him to select a theme centered on crime and mystery for his second piece. The Mathematician's Sacrifice. With solemnity, Chen Yipeng typed these words on his keyboard and immersed himself fully in the endeavor. A mathematician, enamored with the proprietor of a local bakery, resorts to forging evidence to aid her in evading the clutches of the law. However, in the end, the detective uncovered the truth, and the female boss, moved by the revelation, chose to confess. In this novel, from morning until afternoon, Chen Yipeng remained seated at his desk, only leaving for the restroom. It was not until around 9 o'clock in the evening that he finally pressed the save button on his document and removed his hands from the keyboard. Exhausted, he stretched, and his joints cracked audibly. Mom, is this actor any good? I chose him. He is quite good, but it feels superficial. How could a normal person, caught in infidelity, cry and kneel to apologize? Mom, I was referring to his acting skills, not the plot. In the living room, Xiao Hongli and Rong Xian were engrossed in a television drama. As the series, which Xiao Hongli had invested in, gained popularity, Rong Xian found herself increasingly absorbed in it. Now, she diligently watched it with Xiao Hongli every day during prime time. Chen Yipeng, yawning as he emerged from his study, said, "Mom, I'm hungry. Did you save me any food? You have a wife now. Don't rely on me. Your brother has eaten all the leftovers." Rong Xian remained transfixed by the television. Her right arm draped around Xiao Hongli, not even turning her head. Xiao Hongli showed no intention of getting up and instead said, "Yipeng, I'm hungry too. Could you please cook me a bowl of noodles? And slice an apple for me, pouring hot water over it." Rong Xian quickly added, "And make sure to do mine as well." Chen Yipeng shook his head helplessly and headed to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. He felt no discontent. Rather, he cherished the warmth of the familial atmosphere. While waiting for the water to boil, he sliced the apple and brought it into the room. Checking the time, he asked, "Mom, hasn't my dad returned from his business trip yet? I called earlier. He'll be home by tomorrow morning." Rong Xian replied, casually spearing a piece of apple with a toothpick and offering it first to Xiao Hongli. Chen Yipeng felt a vague, indescribable sensation, but understood that some matters were not his to inquire about. As the episode concluded, Xiao Hongli, having satisfied her hunger, lay back on the sofa, unwilling to move. Rong Xian, sensing the moment, returned to her own space and scolded Chen Yipeng for failing to clean up after his meal. The two households, separated by a wall, made it easy to hear each other's conversations. Chen Yipeng had stopped attending school, taking leave on the pretext of illness, awaiting his father's return to discuss enlisting in the military. In the minds of the older generation, regardless of the circumstances, causing a fatal incident was a serious matter. Rong Xian had no objections to Chen Yipeng joining the military. She viewed it as a prudent way to evade trouble. After serving as a conscript for 2 years, he would still be only 18, with the option to continue his education or pursue other endeavors, a fitting age for new beginnings. Chapter 80. Unveiling the harsh reality as night approached. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Yipeng leaned against the headboard, meticulously studying a law book as thick as a brick. He had, in essence, begun cohabiting with Xiao Hongli, transitioning from separate beds to sharing one, a progression that felt entirely natural. In the realm of their romantic relationship, they had engaged in all that was to be expected. Chen Yipeng, in a moment of reflection, sensed that he had unwittingly stepped into the realms of middle age, with everything around him unfurling like a surreal dream. After finishing her bath, Xiao Hongli emerged from the bathroom, her lustrous black hair cascading freely around her. The delicate steam enveloped her, mingling with a faint, enchanting fragrance. Clad only in a white bathrobe, she swiftly turned off the lights upon entering the bedroom and burrowed beneath the covers. Chen Yipeng, resigned, set aside his study materials, lying back with his arms outstretched, allowing Xiao Hongli to rest her head upon them. "Next Sunday, we shall be engaged. I believe we should prepare ourselves in advance," she murmured, stifling a yawn. Chen Yipeng pondered for a moment and replied, "That sounds agreeable. Once I submit my new novel tomorrow, we shall head to Linhai. This manuscript, Deep Sea Affection, I intend to submit in person. Linhai Literary Publishing House is the largest literary magazine in the country. I hope all goes smoothly." "Is your new story also a romance?" Xiao Hongli inquired curiously. "It is of the mystery genre," Chen Yipeng clarified. Instantly, Xiao Hongli's interest waned, and the conversation shifted to the attire and accessories for their engagement. Chen Yipeng nodded along, though his eyelids grew heavy. Just as he was on the brink of slumber, Xiao Hongli roused him once more. They continued their conversation, and after half an hour, Chen Yipeng took a shower before finally settling down for a restful sleep. Meanwhile, the Su family welcomed an esteemed guest. When a knock echoed through the door, the entire family instinctively stood up. Lu Hui, somewhat excited, opened the door and exclaimed, "Welcome, welcome." However, she was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The visitor was a woman nearing 30, dressed in a sleek black suit with short hair. The first impression she imparted was one of androgyny, exuding a certain handsome elegance. Her features were refined, with a prominent nose and a pair of captivating peach blossom eyes that seemed to hold boundless allure, radiating an extraordinary charm. Hello, I am Fisher, a teacher of the dance program at Linhai University. I apologize for the delay. I was caught in traffic on the highway, the woman said with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Fisher, for making the effort to come here for our family's matters. Su Hong expressed gratefully as he ushered her into the living room. Lui, visibly excité, remarqued. Teacher Fisher, you are the principal dancer of the National Opera House. I have seen your performances. That was many years ago. I am now dedicated to teaching at the university, Fisher replied. I reviewed Kawai's profile and believe she has great potential, which is why I wanted to speak with her. Noticing that Fisher had something to discuss privately with his daughter, Su Hong discreetly took Lu Hui out of the room, leaving the living room to Fisher and Kawai. Kawai, you submitted an application to transfer to the School of Political Science and Law. May I inquire about your reasons? Fisher smiled as she posed the question. Su Kawai hesitated momentarily before responding. Because the person I like has enrolled in the School of Political Science and Law, and I wish to follow him, hoping to assist him in the future. But why did you initially apply for the dance program? Fisher inquired, narrowing her eyes slightly. Su Kawai sighed, Teacher Fisher. I will not hide it from you. I was rather impulsive and took someone's advice, thinking that studying dance would enhance my physique and charm, thus winning his affection. However, he said to me, those who pursue beauty will find that beauty fades and love departs. When love departs, affection is extinguished. I do not wish to be a mere ornament. I aspire to become a person of substance. While this statement holds considerable truth, you overlook one critical point. Dance can indeed be the swiftest avenue to fame and can also serve as the quickest means to reclaim a lover's heart. Unless you desire to spend your life as a mere dependent, playing the role of a subordinate while watching others revel in their affections. Fisher spoke slowly. Su Kawai's eyes widened in surprise as she abruptly rose to her feet, exclaiming, Who are you? What is your purpose? Do not be alarmed. Do not be agitated. By familial ties, Xiao Hongli should be my cousin. My mother is Xiao Hongli's aunt. I have come to assist you. Fisher replied with a smile. Su Kawai froneth, her demeanor cautious. You are a relative of Xiao Hongli. Aiding me brings you no advantage. Therefore, are you plotting against Xiao Hongli? That is approximately the essence of it. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. This pertains to the internal strife within the Xiao family, and you need not delve too deeply into it. Continue your pursuit of a degree in dance, and I shall expedite your development, Fisher stated candidly. Su Kawai spoke bitterly. You intend to exploit me? To entice Chen Yipeng into severing ties with Xiao Hongli? Do you not find this despicable? Love has always been inherently selfish. We are in a mutually beneficial relationship. You gain love, while I acquire my own interests. I reveal to you a harsh reality. Your emotional shifts are orchestrated by Xiao Hongli's machinations. Why did Han Xiaoyang conveniently transfer schools, and why has he fixated on you? Why does he seem to know your preferences so intimately? Why were you unexpectedly confronted by Chen Yipeng at the club? Do you not find these coincidences rather striking? Fisher lowered his voice, speaking slowly. Su Kawai's complexion drained of color, her fists clenched tightly. Deep down, she harbored an inkling of the truth, yet her limited experience prevented her from fully grasping it. Evidence? Do you possess evidence? Su Kawai sought to maintain her composure, though her muscles trembled uncontrollably. Fisher produced his phone and, upon activating it, revealed a young man with striking blonde hair on the screen. Su Kawai instantly recognized him as Han Xiaoyang's acolyte, frequently seen in his company. His attention-grabbing golden locks unmistakable. I am Xiao Feng. 2 years ago, at Xiao Hongli's behest, I aligned myself with Han Xiaoyang to devise strategies for winning your affections. Xiao Hongli's objective is to ensure you abandon Chen Yipeng, timing her appearance for when he is most vulnerable. Even Han Xiaoyang's delivery of roses to the hospital was orchestrated by Xiao Hongli, aimed at disheartening the Chen family. Chen Yipeng's appearance at the club to catch you in the act was also arranged by Xiao Hongli. The original plan was for Chen Yipeng to eliminate both you and Su Kawai, but unforeseen events allowed you to escape. Now, Xiao Hongli seeks to silence me. This is all I know, and I only wish to survive. Xiao Feng's eyes were filled with fear as he spoke with palpable anxiety. The video was not particularly lengthy. It felt to Su Kawai as though an eternity had passed. Even after the video had ceased, Su Kawai remained unresponsive for an extended period. Chapter 81. the confusion and choices of a childhood friend. A suffocating pressure enveloped her. Su Kuei's breath quickened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she murmured to herself. Why? Why did she do this? What enmity do I hold against her? As per the information I have gathered, the esteemed Taoist master of Longhu Mountain had foretold for Xiao Hongli that she must marry before turning 20, or she would face calamity. 3 years ago, Wu Ge began searching based on her birth date, and ultimately, only Chen Yipeng matched. You and Chen Yipeng are childhood sweethearts. Xiao Hongli is undoubtedly intent on sabotaging your relationship, Fei Shui remarked with a hint of disdain. Su Kuei, in anguish, protested. Is it merely because of a prediction? How could they place their faith in such ethereal notions? It's absurd, isn't it? However, do not underestimate the caution of prominent families. Wu Ge would rather see Xiao Hongli wed a commoner than allow her daughter to come to harm, Fei Shui retorted with a smirk. Wiping her tears, Su Kuei declared, Send me the video. I must expose Xiao Hongli's true nature. I need to inform Chen Yipeng that she is a fraud. Huh. If I were to send you the video now, before you even step out, your entire family might vanish. Fei Shui warned, her tone grave. I do not wish to frighten you, but Wu Ge, while appearing as a genteel matron, is ruthless behind the scenes. She is the true power within the Xiao family. A chill ran down Su Kuei's spine as she recognized the sincerity in Fei Shui's words. To be candid, upon realizing she had been ensnared in a plot, Su Kuei's guilt significantly diminished. Instinctively, she shifted the blame entirely onto Xiao Hongli, transforming her sense of guilt into animosity. Taking a deep breath, Su Kuei asked, If I agree to collaborate with you, what should I do next? You will enroll, as usual, and aside from learning dance with me, I have arranged for a professional psychologist to assist you in your interactions with Chen Yipeng. In the end, he will fall in love with you anew. Completely discarding Xiao Hongli, Fei Shui replied with a gentle smile. Su Kuei pressed her lips together and queried, Is this plan inspired by a Xiao Hongli? Am I merely playing the role of Han Xiaoyang? The brilliance of this scheme is something you have already experienced firsthand. What, reluctant? Fei Shui inquired. If Wu Ge is truly as formidable as you claim, how can you assure the safety of my family? I cannot jeopardize my parents for a fleeting moment of anger. Su Kuei stated solemnly. Her thoughts had matured. Unburdened, her mind now responded with clarity. Fei Shui nodded in approval, expressing, I relish collaborating with intelligent individuals. Rest assured, Xiao Hongli is Wu Ji's lifeline. As long as you maintain a firm grip on Chen Yipeng, you will indirectly control Xiao Hongli as well. For the sake of her own daughter, she wouldn't harm you in the slightest. Moreover, upon successful completion of this endeavor, I shall grant you 10 million and assist you in immigrating. You can live happily ever after with your beloved. Su Kuei's heart raced as she unconsciously touched the necklace around her neck. Before her lay 2 paths, each rife with unpredictable risks and rewards. Fisher squinted and remarked, That necklace around your neck was given to you by Wu Ge, wasn't it? It appears you hold it in high regard. However, I must caution you. This necklace may harbor a listening device. What? Does that mean our conversation has been overheard? Su Kuei gasped, her complexion paling as she hastily removed the necklace and cast it onto the coffee table, her heart racing fervently. Fisher shook his head, opening his backpack to reveal a black device. Rest assured, I carry a signal jammer with me. No one will be privy to our dialogue. It would be prudent for you to return Wu Ji's gift to her, and I will provide a sound rationale for it. I have already conferred with Wu Ge prior to my arrival to ensure everything is foolproof. A sudden chill enveloped Su Kuei, and she felt tears welling up. These individuals were utterly terrifying, perpetually scheming. She felt like fish on a chopping block, utterly powerless against the whims of others. Ultimately, she acquiesced, driven not only by thoughts of revenge, but also by an earnest desire to reclaim her lost dignity. These matters she chose not to disclose to her parents, wishing to spare her family from entanglement in her troubles. That very night, Su Kuei experienced a peculiar dream. Meanwhile, Wu Ge gently swirled her wine glass, observing the crimson liquid rotating in a clockwise motion, and could not help but chuckle softly. Fisher, the once naive child, has grown up. Young people indeed require some rigorous training. Inform the necessary parties to ensure that the Fei family's assets in Siam are entirely eradicated. Yes, madam. The female secretary replied respectfully before departing. However, 10 minutes later, the secretary returned with an unusual tone. Madam, I have just received word that the Fei family's influence in Siam has been completely obliterated, including their elite mercenaries. The assailants left no survivors. It seems the Siamese are convinced it was your doing. Oh, this situation grows ever more intriguing. Wuge raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise before breaking into laughter as she drained her glass of wine. The secretary bowed deeply, stating, Madam, it is my failure. I shall clarify matters immediately. There's no need for a formal clarification. Let it unfold naturally. Wuge waved her hand dismissively and continued, ensure the engagement venue is prepared in advance. And I will personally oversee the selection of ingredients and the menu. There is no need to arrange attire for the young lady and her fiancé just yet. Instruct the master chef to keep his schedule open for them to choose at their leisure. Refrain from scheduling any matters in the week leading up to the engagement. The secretary diligently took notes and then inquired, Madam, the gentleman just called, asking when you would return home? Tell him that I shall return only when that illegitimate daughter is dealt with. Wuge responded with a cold laugh. The secretary could distinctly sense a palpable aura of menace emanating from her and dared not offer any counsel, instinctively lowering her head. Wuge reclined in his chair, hesitating for a moment before saying, Let us put a pause on the arrangements I just made. Please send the content to Miss and see if there are any revisions needed. Understood. I shall attend to it immediately, replied the female secretary, diligently taking notes. The entire upper crust of society was acutely aware that the sole vulnerability of Ms. Wu from Linhai was her beloved daughter. It was a lamentable situation for the illustrious Xiao family to find themselves without a legitimate male heir, primarily due to Wu Ji's formidable presence. That night, numerous events transpired, irrevocably altering the fates of many. Chapter 82. Preparing to send his brother to the army, the vibration of his phone roused Chen Yipeng from his slumber. He cautiously shifted his body, fearful of disturbing the young woman beside him. In a dimly lit bedroom, Chen Yipeng turned to observe the ethereal beauty of the girl's unadorned visage. His heart swelled with the thought that waking up each morning to behold Xiao Hongli would be the epitome of happiness. It was now 8 in the morning. Due to his injuries, Chen Yipeng was unable to engage in vigorous exercise and thus skipped his morning routine. He rose from bed, dressed, and prepared to leave. Xiao Hongli seemed to sense something, yet she remained in a deep sleep, murmuring weakly, her body unconsciously shifting. Chen Yipeng presumed she could sleep a little longer. But to his surprise, just 5 minutes after he had finished washing up, his fiancée, he began to call out, Darling, Yipeng, where are you? Why can't I find you? Xiao Hongli exclaimed, her lovely eyes shimmering with annoyance. Chen Yipeng, bewildered, stepped back into the room, inquiring, What with the morning grumpiness? What is it that you cannot find? My clothes are missing. I wore them last night. Where did you hide them? Xiao Hongli exclaimed, her entire form enveloped in the sheets, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chen Yipeng, with a hint of exasperation, pointed to the pillow, stating, In the latter part of the night, you mentioned that sleeping in clothes was uncomfortable. Have you forgotten where you placed them? Xiao Hongli turned her head, retrieving her garments from beneath the pillow, her complexion deepening in hue. Rather than reflecting on her oversight, she earnestly proclaimed, Chen Yipeng, do you realize where you have erred? Am I at fault? Chen Yipeng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, asserting, Yes, I am guilty, an egregious sinner, and I must accept the criticism. Spare me the theatrics. When I wake up, you should assist me in putting on my clothes. Xiao Hongli stated with unwavering conviction, showing no signs of embarrassment. Chen Yipeng felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He believed his resilience had been honed, yet it appeared insufficient to match Xiao Hongli's pace. However, after spending time together, he had gleaned some of her vulnerabilities, so he feigned enthusiasm and approached her, rubbing his hands together. Xiao Hongli shrieked, burying her head under the covers, and muttered, Shameless. Chen Yipeng exited the bedroom with a smile, and after waiting for a few minutes, he returned to assist the young lady with her morning routine. After much commotion, By nearly 9 o'clock, Xiao Hongli was finally ready. She donned a sky-blue shirt paired with athletic trousers, her delicate feet gracing a pair of crystal-high heels, and her lustrous black hair arranged neatly, radiating the exuberance of youthful vigor. Xiao Hongli believed her family had departed, unabashedly resting on Chen Yipeng's back, urging him to carry her out for breakfast. However, Xian, upon hearing a sound, gently cleared her throat. This prompted Xiao Hongli to hurriedly adjust her attire, feigning the demeanor of a demure lady and shyly trailing behind Chen Yip. The two made their way to the adjacent room. Chen's father had returned from a business trip, appearing somewhat fatigued, yet his complexion remained decent. This stoic patriarch, though taciturn, rose politely upon seeing Xiao Hongli. Overcome with embarrassment, she softly uttered, "Mom, Dad, I apologize for making you wait." Breakfast lingered on the table, consisting of Xiao Hongli's favorite dishes. Chen Yipeng squatted in a corner, his eyes wistfully fixed on the food, clearly still unsated. Chen Yipeng handed his younger brother 2 fried dough sticks, then inquired, "Dad, aren't you supposed to be at work today?" "I've taken a day off. We must seize this time to discuss your brother's enlistment," Chen's father replied gravely. In the eyes of the older generation, a son's marriage signifies adulthood and the assumption of responsibilities, thus allowing married sons to partake in family matters. Xiao Hongli wished to voice her thoughts, but was halted by Xian. "Let them deliberate on this. First, let's hear Yipeng's perspective," Xian whispered. Xiao Hongli broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was not a board meeting at her company. She felt immense gratitude toward her mother-in-law. Had she spoken before Chen Yipeng, it would have been a blatant disrespect toward both him and Chen's father. Chen Yipeng stated solemnly, "Enlisting can be beneficial. As long as he obeys orders and is bound by military law, no one can bully him. The pressing concern is his age. There are 2 years until enlistment unless we pull some strings. The connections have already been established. Since we share the same opinion, you shall take Yisong to the recruitment office this afternoon," Chen's father declared, unaware that his fate had been sealed. Chen Yipeng continued to munch on the fried dough sticks while squatting on the floor. The matter was settled with just a few words. Xian departed for work, and Chen's father sought acquaintances for assistance. As they were to head to the recruitment office at 2 o'clock, Chen Yipeng decided against going out, opting to supervise Chen Yisong's bath and imparting some basic etiquette lessons. During midday, while Xiao Hongli busied herself in the kitchen, Chen Yipeng seized a moment to send his novel to the World Mystery Association's email. He chose the pen name Wang Luo not only to commemorate his uncle, but also to ensure his uncle's legacy lived on in this world. "Sister-in-law, your cooking is truly delightful," Chen Yisong exclaimed with a silly grin, clutching a piece of pork knuckle. Chen Yipeng replied with a hint of exasperation, "Yisong, your sister-in-law merely boiled it in water. Is it really as extraordinary as you claim? Xiao Hongli's cooking is straightforward and unpretentious. With a small mountain of pork knuckles piled high, all it takes is a bowl of soy sauce to create a dish. Though the flavor of the knuckles leaves much to be desired, their abundant quantity is a redeeming quality." Chen Yisong, this rugged man, devours the food with the enthusiasm of a wild boar in a vegetable patch, relishing every moment. "My sister-in-law may not excel in many things, but she is an expert at raising pigs," Xiao Hongli remarked with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Her teeth gritted as she forced a smile. Having suffered in her previous life, she knew this simpleton was akin to a mountain pig that couldn't appreciate fine grains. The meals she painstakingly prepared were hardly enough to satisfy his appetite, and with too much drink, he would become rowdy, shattering numerous bottles and jars in the household. Chen Yisong, oblivious to her concerns, merely chuckled, prioritizing meat over conversation. After a while, he devoured the knuckles with the ferocity of a tempest, burping incessantly. Chen Yipeng glanced at the table and asked, "What am I supposed to eat?" Just then, Xiao Hongli checked her watch and rose to open the door. Bai Yun respectfully delivered a meal box inside before turning to leave. The box contained exquisite dishes prepared by a master chef, delivered promptly and still steaming with heat. Chen Yisong, unable to resist the aroma, found himself unable to eat, as if subjected to a form of torture. Chapter 83. Offending from the start, although Xiao Hongli had played a trick on Chen Yisong, She had also prepared clothes and new shoes for him in advance. Clad in a military green short-sleeve shirt and tactical pants, his muscles bulged as if forged from steel, almost straining against the fabric. Complemented by a belt and military boots, he bore a striking resemblance to a soldier, leaving a profound visual impact. Hongli, are these standard issue from active duty? Is there any trouble with this? Chen Yipeng, though impressed, harbored some concerns. Xiao Hongli waved her hand dismissively, assuring him, "It's fine. These were given to me by my best friend. The military is updating their uniforms, and these are set to be phased out." Chen Yipeng opened his mouth, resisting the urge to inquire about the origins of Xiao Hongli's friend. But he could surmise she must belong to the affluent elite. Xiao Hongli, chin in hand, circled around Chen Yipeng, mumbling to herself, "Something feels off, but I can't quite put my finger on it." She vividly recalled that in her past life, Chen Yipeng had also served in the military. "What feels off?" Chen Yipeng inquired. Furrowing her brow, Xiao Hongli snapped, "Yipeng, no laughing. If you feel the urge to laugh, suppress it. Once you're outside, I don't want to see you smile again." Her tone was unusually severe, akin to a biting winter wind that could freeze one in place. Chen Yipeng's previously jovial expression froze, and he lowered his head, appearing even more foolish. "Yipeng, it's all right. Just be yourself," Chen Yipeng consoled. Xiao Hongli felt utterly exasperated. She truly did not understand what had transformed the simpleton into a warrior in his past life. As time pressed on, Xiao Hongli arranged for transportation. Chen Yipeng occupied the passenger seat, curling up as if he were a tiger confined in a cage. Bai Yun was taken aback from this seemingly innocuous young man. She sensed a formidable threat, akin to standing before a slumbering beast. Bai Yun cautiously drove to the county recruitment office, situated on the outskirts, featuring a shooting range and a training ground, accompanied by several dormitory buildings. All selected candidates undergo preliminary training here before officially joining the military, enhancing their capabilities and ensuring they do not bring shame to their families in service. A crowd of young men loitered at the entrance, either squatting or standing, awaiting the final review. As Xiao Hongli alighted from the vehicle, an uproar ensued. Some whistled while others made unabashed comments. Chen Yipeng furrowed his brow, his expression immediately turning cold. Boom! Chen Yipeng forcefully kicked the car door, deforming it upon impact. After exiting the vehicle, he surveyed the surroundings, his demeanor ferocious as that of a wild beast. Chen Yipeng was incensed. To him, his elder brother always held paramount importance, and with his sister-in-law being harassed, he could not allow such an affront to go unchallenged. Who whistled? Step forward. Chen Yipeng clenched his fists and bellowed. Instantly, all fell silent, heads bowed, too intimidated to meet his gaze. The authority exuded by Chen Yipeng's attire contributed significantly to this effect, leading others to instinctively perceive him as a military officer. Chen Yipeng sighed and called their father. On the other end, their father informed him they would arrive shortly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a major's uniform rushed out from the recruitment office. Upon spotting Chen Yipeng, he promptly approached with a sycophantic tone, saying, "Welcome, officer. Please come in." Chen Yipeng, taken aback, broke into a sheepish grin, scratching his head, and replied, "What officer? I'm just here to enlist." "Enlist?" The middle-aged man's face flushed with embarrassment and anger. "Utter nonsense. Civilians are strictly forbidden from wearing military uniforms, not even training attire. Change at once." Chen Yipeng hurried over after hanging up, asking what happened. "Who are you?" "Unrelated parties. Leave immediately. And you're disqualified. No need to proceed." The middle-aged man retorted dismissively, his face contorted with disdain as he turned back to the recruitment office. "Yipeng." A voice interrupted Chen Yipeng's attempt to argue. Their father approached, accompanied by a man in his 50s clad in civilian attire. Chen Yipeng recognized this man as his father's comrade and promptly greeted him, saying, "Uncle Zhou." "Yipeng." Uncle Zhou smiled and greeted him, then turned to Chen Yipeng, exclaiming, "Is this Yipeng? Truly a promising recruit. Old Chen, rest assured, even if he is underage, there will be plenty of units eager to have him, as long as he doesn't cause trouble." Their father replied with a shake of his head, his tone measured. Chen Yipeng recounted the earlier incident. Uncle Zhou frowned, saying, "This has nothing to do with you. Zhao Dawei is rather petty and may have mistaken Yisong for an inspection team sent from above. Old Chen, hand me the paperwork. I'll take Yisong inside." After receiving a few instructions, Chen Yisong followed Uncle Zhou into the recruitment office. Chen Yipeng turned to his father and inquired, "Who is this Zhao Dawei?" "The deputy director of the recruitment office, and he has some unresolved issues with your Uncle Zhou," their father explained. "However, Uncle Zhou, being the chief director, should wield some influence, so there is no need for concern," Father Chen remarked. At that moment, Xiao Hongli put down her phone and approached, saying, "Dad, Yipeng." "Oh, Hongli has arrived as well. Let us move along and wait," Father Chen replied hastily, not wishing to linger at the entrance. The moment Xiao Hongli appeared, she drew everyone's attention like a spotlight, which made Father Chen exceedingly uncomfortable. Xiao Hongli, however, seemed unfazed, instructing Bai Yun to park the car a distance away, then linking her arm with Chen Yipeng's as they walked together. "What were you up to just now?" Chen Yipeng inquired with curiosity. "My best friend called, and we chatted for a bit." "What did you discuss with that chubby fellow?" Xiao Hongli responded. Chen Yipeng recounted the events, downplaying them, as such individuals were commonplace in society. Those who wielded a modicum of power and behaved as if they were emperors, exuding an air of superiority. Xiao Hongli raised an eyebrow, her anger palpable as she declared, using a mere feather as a command token. "Just wait and see how I deal with such petty individuals." Temperance and humility are virtues one should aspire to. You must temper your fiery disposition," Chen Yipeng replied with resignation. Xiao Hongli scoffed, "Just you wait. I foresee that this Zhao Dawei will inevitably be the cause of our troubles." Father Chen stepped aside to smoke, wishing to avoid interrupting the two youngsters. "Oh dear, we truly are a match made in heaven. Just look at this fate," Xiao Hongli said, whimsically grasping Chen Yipeng's hand to examine the lines of fate, exhibiting a level of childishness that was almost ridiculous. Meanwhile, events appeared to unfold in accordance with Xiao Hongli's ominous predictions. Chapter 84. The reinforcements invoked by Xiao Hongli Zhou Feng led Chen Yisong for a trial experience, followed by a physical fitness assessment. The results astonished everyone present. Body fat rate at 4, 100-kilogram barbell lifted consecutively 80 times, and a right punch delivering a force of 200 kilograms. Such attributes were far beyond those of an ordinary human. He was, without a doubt, a beast clothed in human skin. Representatives from various military units, their eyes aglow, nearly came to blows over the prospect of claiming Chen Yisong. However, during the final approval stage, Zhao Dawei and Zhou Feng erupted into an unusual quarrel. Zhao Dawei cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Director Zhou, I am unclear about your relationship with this individual. However, I steadfastly oppose allowing a fool into the military. Just look at his IQ test. He cannot even solve elementary school math problems. My connection with Chen Yisong's father is merely that of comrades in arms. Yet, Chen Yisong's physical prowess is undeniable, even if his math skills are lacking. It is merely a matter of innate ability. When soldiers charge into battle, they cannot wield mathematical equations against the enemy," Zhou Feng retorted, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. Zhao Dawei adjusted his glasses and mockingly replied, "Director Zhou, it seems you have not fully grasped the recent directive from the Chief of General Staff. Our future military must enhance its overall quality. We are entering an era of multidimensional warfare, where charging in a battle is no longer requisite. What I require are cutting-edge weaponry and exceptional leadership talent." Zhou Feng trembled with indignation, but Zhao Dawei's invocation of the Chief of General Staff's document placed him in an unassailable position. Ultimately, Chen Yisong was escorted away from the recruitment office by Zhou Feng. After Zhou Feng stepped out, he expressed his guilt to Mr. Chen, saying, "I apologize, old Chen. The Zhao family is being unreasonable, relentlessly clinging to Yisong's IQ test. He has connections in the military, and I am powerless against him. It's all right. You've done your best." "This is his fate," Mr. Chen replied, displaying a nonchalant demeanor as he waved his hand. Suddenly, Xiao Hongli interjected, saying, "Uncle Zhou, my friend is arriving shortly, and there may be a turning point in this situation. Please wait a moment. Zhou Feng, taken aback by the beauty of the girl before him, inquired, Old Chen, who is this? This is Yipeng's fiancé, named Xiao Hongli. They are about to get engaged, Mr. Chen said, a smile gracing his face, tinged with a hint of pride. Zhou Feng gave a thumbs up and remarked, Yipeng, you are indeed fortunate. Hello, Hongli. If you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Zhou Feng paid no heed to Xiao Hongli's words. Due to the restricted information, he had never heard her name before. Naturally, he could not fathom that the recent public security overhaul was initiated by the very girl standing before him. Mr. Chen and Zhou Feng began discussing matters within the military, while Chen Yipeng squatted by a tree, counting ants and occasionally breaking into a silly grin. After a brief interval, a military jeep drove up. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in military uniform, bearing the rank of captain, emerged from the driver's seat. She struck an imposing figure, standing approximately 185 meters tall, with dark skin, a crew cut, and piercing eyes. Although her looks could be deemed merely average, she exuded an air of confidence and authority. Over here. Xiao Hongli waved enthusiastically and jogged toward her. Hongli, it has been ages, the woman exclaimed, a look of joy lighting up her face as she embraced Xiao Hongli and laughed. The two friends seemed to have an abundance of topics to discuss, chattering animatedly. Xiao Hongli introduced the woman to the group, saying, This is my best friend, Li Rushong. Rushong, this is my fiancé Chen Yipeng and my father-in-law. Li Rushong did not greet them, but merely nodded, her slightly furrowed brow indicating some dissatisfaction with the Chen family. Noticing this, Xiao Hongli playfully nudged Li Rushong, asking, What's wrong? Do you have any objections? No, how could I have any objections? Just give me the information and I'll handle the matter. But let me be clear, if his physical fitness is not up to par, I will assign him to the breeding farm. Where is he? Li Rushong shrugged, responding. Xiao Hongli took the documents from Mr. Chen and handed them to Li Rushong, then called for Chen Yipeng to come forward. Upon his appearance, Li Rushong's eyes instantly ignited with fierce determination as she excitedly circled around him, stating, Indeed, Hongli, this is a promising candidate. Has the recruitment officer in this county lost their sight? All right, let us go inside. Chen Yipeng felt uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny and instinctively hid behind Chen Yipeng. Shaking his head vigorously, saying, I don't want to go. I'm not going with you. Li Rushong frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Well, brother-in-law, why don't you come along? The way she addressed him as brother-in-law sounded somewhat forced, but Chen Yipeng paid it no mind. After all, observing the demeanor and conduct of the other party suggests they possess an extraordinary identity. A person of such caliber is not one that one encounters casually. In the future, such occurrences will be frequent. For Chen Yipeng, prior to achieving any notable accomplishments, integrating into the circle of Xiao Hongli is no simple feat. Very well. I shall accompany you. Chen Yipeng nodded in agreement. Xiao Hongli, linking her arm with Chen Yipeng, mysteriously proclaimed, I shall go as well. Rusong, if you manage this task well, I shall present you with a delightful surprise. This indeed piqued Li Rusong's interest. The group re-entered the recruitment office. Zhou Feng offered a cigarette to Chen's father, his expression complex, and in a hushed tone remarked, Li Rusong is the daughter of that esteemed individual, right? The daughter of Chief of General Staff, 5-star General Li Chengliang. Who could possibly mistake her? Did not Li Chengliang often flaunt pictures of his daughter? Chen's father sighed, Were it not for your selfless act of saving him, Li Chengliang would have long since met an untimely end as a mere battalion commander. You were the one who bestowed the name Li Rusong, correct? If it were not for that scoundrel Li Chengliang misappropriating your military merits, could he have ascended to the position of Chief of General Staff? Zhou Feng, lowering his voice, spoke with palpable indignation. Chen's father shook his head, stating, Let us not dwell on past matters. We common folk, even if we achieve merit, are merely awarded a few military honors. The position of Chief of General Staff is contingent upon one's background. I am quite content with my life now. Do not entangle yourself in unnecessary troubles. Li Chengliang is no longer the same man he once was. After Zhou Feng vented his frustrations, he chose to steer clear of the topic. Zhou Feng then turned his curiosity towards Xiao Hongli, inquiring, which family does her daughter-in-law belong to? The Xiao family of Lin Hai, the daughter of Xiao Changhe. Chen's father replied with a smile. Zhou Feng was momentarily taken aback. Incredulity etched on his face as he exclaimed, Xiao Changhe, did you leverage connections? Or perhaps resort to threats? The child found her own path. Parents have little say in these matters. They are to be engaged shortly, and I shall invite you to the celebration. Chen's father patted his old comrade's shoulder, chuckling. Zhou Feng's expression soured, akin to having tasted sour grapes. And ultimately he could only force a smile, saying, Old squad leader, it is indeed true that dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Impressive. Chapter 85. The fierce matriarch Li Rusong pushed open the door to the recruitment office. A wave of smoke assaulted her senses, prompting her to wrinkle her brow. The chatter within the office ceased abruptly. Xiao Dawei, setting down his cup, upon seeing the outside figure of Chen Yipeng, could not contain his ire, exclaiming, You have been eliminated. Leave at once. And you, who do you think you are? As a major, Xiao Dawei naturally disregarded Li Rusong, speaking with blatant rudeness. Li Rusong immediately tossed the file bag in front of Xiao Dawei, commanding, Process the paperwork immediately. I am pressed for time and have no patience for frivolities. Depart. As long as I remain here, individuals like you shall never qualify. And you, a mere captain, what gives you the audacity? Xiao Dawei trembled with rage, sweeping the file bag to the floor and bellowing. What began as a trivial matter, Li Rusong had not taken to heart. Moreover, as it pertained to internal affairs of the military, she had even extended Xiao Dawei a courtesy. However, his arrogant demeanor utterly incensed Li Rusong. Her complexion turned a shade of ashen gray as she approached and delivered a sharp slap across Xiao Dawei's face, scolding, How dare you be so ungrateful? Pick that up. Xiao Dawei, momentarily stunned by the blow, felt a ringing in his ears. After a brief period of bewilderment, he cried out, Guards! Guards! Arrest this person! The recruitment office had soldiers on duty, and upon hearing the command, they rushed in. Li Rusong maintained a stern demeanor as she produced her credentials, declaring, General Staff Headquarters. Inspection Team, who dares to move? Do you wish to forfeit your life? The large insignia emblazoned on the olive-green cover of her credentials left everyone speechless. Xiao Dawei, in disbelief, stammered, You are the young miss? Li Rusong frowned and replied, In the military, we refer to ranks, not titles of nobility. Yes. Xiao Dawei's face flushed crimson as he snapped to attention, saluting. However, being a major, he was reluctant to lose face in front of his subordinates. Gritting his teeth as he muttered, Lieutenant, I believe I am in the right. Even if this escalates, I have done nothing wrong. This person has a problem with their intelligence and should not be enlisted. It has been years since I encountered such audacity, Li Rusong retorted, her anger barely contained. As the esteemed daughter of the Li family, she could easily arrange for a fool to join the ranks, let alone a poodle as a military dog. She stepped closer to Xiao Dawei, drawing her pistol and pressing it against his temple, looking down at him with icy disdain. Will you comply? If not, I shall end your life, right here. It's merely a matter of a single bullet. Xiao Dawei, gripped by fear, felt his calves tremble uncontrollably. Casting aside his pride, he hastily responded, Yes, I will comply. Xiao Lu, bring me the paperwork and the documents on the floor. You shall pick them up yourself and take care of it. Do you know who this person is? My sister's brother-in-law, you blind fool. Li Rusong snadat. A jolt of realization struck Xiao Dawei, understanding he had offended someone formidable. He was perplexed as to why this young lady was inspecting the work. It turned out she was here on behalf of a relative. I will pick it up. I will take care of it, Xiao Dawei said, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness, a sycophantic smile adorning his face. The others in the office fell silent, witnessing the once imperious deputy director, Zhao, personally attending to the enlistment notification and records. Once completed, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, in a submissive tone before Li Rusong, said, Young miss, I'm one of the Li family, formerly the bodyguard of Brigade Commander Li Rubai. Please, show mercy and let me off lightly. Are you trying to leverage my brother against me? Do you think you possess that right? Li Rusong jabbed her finger into Xiao Dawei's chest insignia, her disdain palpable. This debt will be settled later. My dignity has been trampled upon and must be cleansed with blood. Hearing this, Zhao Daoi's vision darkened, and he fainted from fright. With a cold snort, Li Rushang turned and exited with Chen Yipeng and the others. Chen Yipeng whispered to Xiao Hongli, "I find Li Rushang's gun-drawing motion eerily familiar. You are not imitating her. Are you? How does it feel? Are you afraid now? If you dare to disrespect me, I will shoot you dead." Xiao Hongli hissed fiercely. Chen Yipeng immediately remarked, "Please procure a firearm for me as well. If you ever betray me, I too should have the means to retaliate. Wouldn't you agree? Equality between the genders, after all." This playful banter between the couple was overheard by Li Rushang, who instantly responded, "Does my brother-in-law desire a gun? That could be arranged. I shall procure a gun permit for you." "Rushang, I was merely jesting with your brother-in-law. Who needs a gun?" Xiao Hongli interjected hastily. Chen Yipeng shook his head, stepping back to afford the two young ladies some space to converse. Li Rushang, pleased with Chen Yipeng's perceptiveness, leaned closer to Xiao Hongli and whispered, "Sister Hongli, must I personally attend to such trivial matters? Earlier, you mentioned a surprise. What is it?" Xiao Hongli revealed a mischievous smile and replied, "Did you not assert that your future boyfriend must possess the strength to defeat you? What do you think of Chen Yipeng? Huh? Sister Hongli, are you attempting to introduce me to a potential boyfriend? Huh, that fool. Do you truly believe he is worthy?" Li Rushang scoffed dismissively. Xiao Hongli halted her steps and chuckled lightly. "Why not find a venue for a contest? I believe Chen Yipeng has potential. With proper cultivation, he could become quite remarkable." "Sister Hongli, are you suggesting I date your little uncle? Just so you know, if I end up injured, your family cannot hold me responsible." Li Rushang replied with a smile. Xiao Hongli lifted her chin slightly and suggested, "Meet in the small grove by the playground. I will have a brief word with your brother-in-law." "A grove? It feels as though we are arranging a duel at school." Li Rushang waved her hand confidently. Li Rushang was exceptionally gifted, having grown up in a military camp, and her martial prowess was formidable. With her natural strength, even the elite fighters from the reconnaissance battalion would struggle to match her skills. Xiao Hongli smiled, secretly reveling in the unfolding drama. In her previous life, Chen Yipeng and Li Rushang were akin to rivals, their wedding akin to a lively contest. Li Rushang had once been thoroughly bested by Chen Yipeng, resulting in her returning home the next day with a bruised visage. Xiao Hongli snapped back to the present, approaching Chen Yipeng to relay her plans. "What? You want the eldest daughter of the Li family to date Yipeng? What a ludicrous notion. Absolutely out of the question." Chen Yipeng vehemently shook his head. However, Xiao Hongli maintained a serious demeanor. "This is a rare opportunity. Li Rushang is enamored with strength. Should Chen Yipeng manage to defeat her, she would undoubtedly be willing to be his girlfriend. Husband, surely you do not wish for your younger brother to be bullied in the army, do you?" Chen Yipeng had no intention of allowing his brother to pursue lofty aspirations. Through his interactions with Xiao Hongli, he had already sensed an overwhelming pressure and wished to spare his brother from similar fate. However, Xiao Hongli's final statement served as a reminder that while he could protect Chen Yipeng outside, within the army, a realm teeming with hidden talents, his brother might face significant challenges. "Yipeng is still quite young. I doubt he stands a chance against your friend," Chen Yipeng remarked, furrowing his brow in hesitation. Xiao Hongli discerned that Chen Yipeng had been captivated. Thus, seizing the moment, she declared, "If I cannot win, I shall at least leave an impression. Let us give it a try. I must repay this favor by treating you to a meal later." Chen Yipeng replied, "Since I introduced her to this match, it is she who should treat me." Xiao Hongli retorted with a sense of pride. Unbeknownst to Chen Yipeng, he was led into a small grove by his elder brother and sister-in-law, feeling utterly bewildered as he faced Li Rushang. Clad only in a camouflage tank top after shedding her jacket, Li Rushang was warming up, prepared to exert her full strength in this encounter. She did not intend to hold back, yet she seemed oblivious to the allure of her well-toned physique on the younger males. Chen Yipeng's face flushed crimson, while Chen Yipeng turned away helplessly. Xiao Hongli glanced down at herself, then, in a fit of indignation, picked up her jacket and tossed it over Li Rushang, exclaiming, "This is against the rules. Dressed like that, who can focus on fighting you?" Li Rushang shrugged, mockingly responding, "What is so appealing about a mere 2 pounds of flesh? Men, TSK, not a decent one among them. Yisong, you should have a match with this sister. She wishes to test your strength and reflexes," Chen Yipeng suggested tactfully. If the truth be told, Chen Yisong would hardly comprehend the intention behind such a challenge. "Understood, elder brother," he nodded, not grasping the rationale behind engaging in a fight. Within his limited understanding, he merely knew that one should never strike a girl, lest trouble befall his family. Li Rushong donned her jacket and assumed a stretching pose. Grinning as she declared, "Here I come. Be careful." No sooner had she spoken than she shot forward like a bolt of lightning, launching a heavy right hook that struck Chen Yisong with tremendous force. The impact caused him to double over in agony, as if he might expel the lunch he had consumed. Li Rushong retreated a step, then executed a side kick that struck Chen Yisong squarely in the chest. The force sent him flying backward like a marionette severed from its strings, landing in a dusty heap, struggling to rise. Li Rushong brushed off her sleeves, disdainfully commenting, "A silver-plated toy gun, what a waste of such stature. Sister Hongli, I've shown you mercy and refrained from using full force. Don't send just anyone my way. I am not a refuse collector." Chen Yipeng's brow furrowed, instinctively clenching his fists. He could tolerate being looked down upon, but he would not allow anyone to belittle his brother. Sensing the tension, Xiao Hongli interjected before Chen Yipeng could react. "Wait. Your sudden attack caught him unprepared. Let me speak a few words, and then you may compete again. If you lose, I shall donate 50 jeeps to your unit." This proposition sparked excitement in Li Rushong's eyes, and she eagerly declared, "Agreed, it's a deal." Xiao Hongli approached Chen Yisong, lowering her voice and confiding, "Yisong, this sister has often bullied me and looked down upon me. She originally came to teach your brother a lesson. Forgive me. It is all the sister-in-law's fault for putting you through this." As the conversation unfolded, his eyes began to redden, as if tears were on the verge of spilling. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yisong felt an inferno of rage igniting within him. He stood up, nostrils flaring like an enraged bull, and declared, "Sister-in-law, it is not your fault. Let me deal with her." Hearing this, Xiao Hongli rose with satisfaction, taking her place beside him. Li Rushong raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Now that is a bit of masculine spirit, but I want to hold back this time." Chen Yisong's eyes blazed with a terrifying fury and with a deafening roar. He lunged at Li Rushong. She responded with a swift kick, striking him hard on the head. Chen Yisong merely shook his head, unfazed, and swiftly grasped Li Rushong's leg, hurling her across the room. Li Rushong experienced a fleeting moment of weightlessness before landing, quickly springing back to her feet and angrily throwing a punch. Her fists flew with remarkable speed, landing several blows to Chen Yisong's chin and chest in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous shout, Chen Yisong arched his back slightly, raising his arms to shield his head. After enduring a few punches, he suddenly spread his arms wide and captured Li Rushong. "Fool! Release me!" she cried. Though she appeared sturdy, being a girl, she had never been embraced in such a manner. Overwhelmed by a mix of embarrassment and fury, she struggled fiercely. Yet, his grip felt like a hydraulic press. She could almost hear the ominous creaking of her ribs, fearing they might break at any moment. Like a beast, Chen Yisong slammed Li Rushong to the ground and, gripping her hair, delivered 2 resounding slaps. "You scoundrel, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you." Li Rushong, enraged after the blows, abandoned all combat techniques and bit into Chen Yisong's arm with ferocity, as if she intended to tear a piece of flesh from him. Chen Yisong howled in pain and retaliated with a merciless punch to her head, followed by several sharp slaps. The two wrestled on the ground, akin to wild animals. Chen Yipeng, watching in horror, whispered to Xiao Hongli, "Isn't this enough? If it continues like this, someone might get seriously hurt." "Not even close. Don't worry. These two are tough. They won't be easily harmed," Xiao Hongli replied with gleeful malice. She recalled a familiar scene from their past life, almost wishing to sit back and enjoy the spectacle with some sunflower seeds. Chen Yipeng felt a persistent tingle of dread. After all, they were from prominent families. And if one were truly injured, the Chen family would likely face dire consequences. Xiao Hongli gave him a teasing glance and wrapped her arm around his, saying, "You should thank me later. Otherwise, With Chen Yipeng's temperament, he might never find a wife. Hongli, I can't shake the feeling that you seem to know our family all too well, Chen Yipeng murmured, unable to contain his thoughts. Xiao Hongli smiled inwardly, thinking, that's because we were husband and wife in our past life. Chapter 87. Not a family. Not under one roof. Li Rulong was thoroughly intimidated, his eyes brimming with fear as he stammered, "Please stop. I will be your girlfriend." Her current state was utterly pitiful. She was unable to utilize her combat skills, having been mercilessly beaten by Chen Yipeng, leaving her bruised and battered. Chen Yipeng, not in a much better condition, glared with a fierce, murderous intent and growled, "If you dare to bully my brother, I will kill you right now." "Wait, your brother's my brother too. Why wouldn't he do that?" Li Rulong hastily replied. She was immobilized, her body feeling as if all her bones had been shattered. Chen Yipeng quickly interjected, "Yipeng, help Miss Li up." "I'll do it." "What do you mean, Miss Li? We are family. We speak as one." Xiao Hongli, employing a technique of provocation, stirred the pot, saying, "Rulong is the most trustworthy, right?" Li Rulong, feeling a surge of determination, gritted her teeth and declared, "I accept it. This person is Chen Yipeng, correct? From now on, he is my boyfriend." Xiao Hongli was unperturbed by the possibility of Li Rulong retracting her statement. She knew her friend too well, free-spirited yet fiercely loyal to her promises. Deep down, she was particularly conservative, having once proclaimed she would marry only once in her lifetime. As long as Chen Yipeng did not err, they would undoubtedly wed. Chen Yipeng was still bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had suddenly acquired a girlfriend. Chen Yipeng patted his brother's shoulder and remarked, "Once you're in the army, with Rulong looking after you, I can rest easy." Li Rulong wiped her nosebleed and, struggling to stand, leaned on Chen Yipeng's shoulder, saying, "Let us go. I have some medicinal liquor in my car." The two supported each other as they exited the small grove. Chen Yipeng ignored Chen Yipeng's pleading gaze, wrapping his arm around Xiao Hongli as he said, "What should we do next? A plain daughter-in-law must meet her in-laws. Let us take her home first." Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled with cunning mischief as she chuckled softly and pulled out her phone. At the same time, Rong-Xian, who was substituting for a graduating class at school, nearly dropped her jaw upon receiving a phone call. She hastily called for self-study and rushed out in a flurry. Many teachers looked on with a mix of envy and jealousy, yet none dared to report her. Rong-Xian's standing had recently risen, with backing and connections. Even the principal treated her with utmost courtesy. Meanwhile, Chen's father was equally unsettled, staring incredulously at the two individuals whose faces resembled swollen pig heads. Unable to believe his eyes. "Rulong, is it? You intend to be my son's girlfriend?" Chen's father asked, his expression peculiar, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Li Rulong rubbed her face and replied, "Yes, Yipeng defeated me. Thus I am now his girlfriend. This seems rather frivolous. Uncle can see that you come from a good family. Should you discuss this with your family?" Chen's father tentatively suggested. Li Rulong smiled and said, "No need for discussion. I can make my own decisions." After exchanging a few more words, she led Chen Yipeng to the jeep to retrieve the medicinal liquor. Zhou Feng was left speechless, enviously patting Chen's father on the shoulder, remarking, "Old Chen, it seems the daughter of the Li family is quite the catch for your household." Years ago, Li Chongliang swore an oath, promising to wed his daughter to your son, and remarkably, that has indeed come to pass. Old Zhou, do not spread such words carelessly. It could lead to complications. Let it remain between us. If certain matters from back then were to be unveiled, it would spell trouble for everyone, Chen's father said solemnly. "Understood. I'm aware," Zhou Feng replied, his expression growing serious. Upon returning home, Chen Yipeng took Xiao Hongli out for grocery shopping, while Chen Yipeng lay in bed, reluctant to rise. Li Rushong pulled out a cigarette and offered it to Chen's father, saying, "Uncle Chen, I have seen your photographs in our family album. You even chose my name. My father often speaks of the life he owes you. I'm also aware that you arranged a betrothal between me and Chen Yipeng. Surely, you do not believe that a mere phone call from Xiao Hongli could summon me here? To be frank, I seized the opportunity to assess Chen Yipeng. Please do not hold it against me. Indeed, the lineage of Li Chongliang is fierce, with a countenance like a tiger, yet a heart like a fox. I have never been his match in cunning. Is it true that your family engages only when there is profit involved, perhaps linked to the Xiao family? Chen's father accepted the cigarette, exhaling a sigh. Li Rushong furrowed her brow, responding, Uncle Chen, is that truly how you perceive it? The Xiao family may be formidable, but they are not held in high regard by our Li family. I genuinely admire Chen Yipeng. He is indeed a talent nurtured well. Do you genuinely intend to marry him? Surely, you are not considering using my son as a pawn? Chen's father scoffed. Li Rushong resolutely replied, The Chen and Li families have long made an agreement, and you have saved my father on more than one occasion. I will undoubtedly honor that. At that moment, Li Rushong's phone rang. After a brief conversation, she handed the phone to Chen's father, saying, Uncle Chen, it's my father's call. Chen's father, despite his reluctance, accepted the call, knowing his son was involved. He greeted, Hello? This is Chen-san. A jovial voice resonated from the other end. Old Chen, who would have thought our families are truly fated? My daughter has been arranged for your family. Make sure your Yipeng does not mistreat her. If she fears being wronged, perhaps it is better to let it go. What was once a jest cannot be taken seriously after so many years, Chen's father remarked with a tone of detachment. After a brief silence, Li Chongliang responded, What transpired back then is a debt I owe you. One daughter is hardly sufficient. Rest assured, I will raise Yipeng as my own son. The fortunes of children and grandchildren are theirs to claim. I cannot dictate much. Let unfold naturally. Chen's father replied coolly. Li Chongliang did not seem offended, reiterating his assurances. Unbeknownst to Chen Yipeng, a subplot was unfolding, yet upon his return home, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. The headstrong Li Rushong sat before Chen's father, appearing as docile as a kitten, scarcely daring to lift her eyelids. Just as Chen Yipeng intended to inquire about the situation, Rong Exine entered, carrying a substantial amount of groceries. Upon seeing Li Rushong, Rong Exine was taken aback, as it was her first time encountering such a tall girl. Upon discovering that Li Rushong had been struck by Chen Yipeng, she immediately erupted in fury, seizing a broom and charging into the bedroom. Almost instantaneously, anguished cries emanated from within. Mom, I've been hit too. Ouch. Big brother, save me. Chen Yipeng, clutching his head, passively endured the blows, too fearful to flee. Rong Exine, exasperated, exclaimed, You two rascals, none of you have brought me peace. How dare you bully a woman? Have you grown any sense? Chapter 88. The Chen family's heritage. Chen Yipeng, hearing Rong Exine's invective directed at him as well, hesitated momentarily before entering. Meanwhile, Xiao Hongli, listening to the wails, displayed a flicker of schadenfreude in her eyes. However, being a person of propriety, she beckoned Li Rushong to join her in interceding. Li Rushong, known for her forthright nature, embraced Rong Exine from behind, saying, Auntie, this has nothing to do with Chen Yipeng. We were merely jesting. Rong Exine, taking a breath, looked up at her future daughter-in-law. Her heart racing, she grasped Li Rushong's hand, saying, My dear, this silly boy is hopelessly foolish. You must consider this carefully. Indeed, Chen Yipeng is a promising lad. Once I bring him to the army, he will quickly develop. Regarding the engagement, Li Rushong found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, thus refraining from providing a direct reply. Yet, this was sufficient to bring joy to Rong Exine. She had heard that her son's opportunity to enlist was largely thanks to Li Rushong. And even if they did not end up together, gratitude was certainly in order. Rushong, I shall prepare a few signature dishes for dinner. Please stay, Rong Exine cheerfully announced. Upon hearing of the meal, Chen Yipeng could not help but salivate. I will accompany Yipeng to purchase some beer and beverages, Chen's father declared as he rose. Zhong Xin, quick to grasp the situation, understood that the father and son had matters to discuss. Turning to the two young ladies, she remarked, How could I have forgotten to buy drinks? Let them go, and you two assist me in peeling garlic. Sure, Xiao Hongli replied with a radiant smile. But before Chen Yipeng exited, she exchanged a knowing glance with him. Chen Yipeng nodded in understanding, indicating he would report back immediately upon his return, with no intention of concealing anything. This was a unique tacit understanding between spouses, and although they were not yet married, it felt as though it were instinctive. As the father and son ventured out, on their way to the nearby supermarket, Chen Yipeng initiated the conversation. Dad, what is it you wish to discuss? It's about Li Rusong and your brother, his father replied slowly. Chen Yipeng did not seem surprised and nodded, responding, Li Rusong has some issues, doesn't she? While she appears straightforward, one does not emerge from a prominent family without a measure of intelligence. It makes little sense for her to willingly become Yisong's girlfriend after being struck. Li Rusong's father, Li Chenliang, currently serves as the chief of general staff and was once my battalion commander during my service. Back in the day, while guarding the front line, he was captured by enemy forces, and I led a team to rescue him. Later, when he faltered in the face of the enemy, I took over command and held the position for 3 days and nights. Li Chenliang ascended through the ranks due to his military achievements, whereas I returned home to work as a power plant worker. Chen's father recounted the events of that era. Father Chen spoke of the matter with a calm demeanor, but Chen Yipeng's brow furrowed deeper as he instantaneously perceived a problem lurking beneath the surface. In a low voice, he inquired, how did you extricate yourself from the situation concerning Li Chenliang's fraudulent claim to military honors? Did he perhaps offer you certain conditions? You are quite astute, Yipeng. Father Chen chuckled, placing a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. My condition was to arrange a betrothal between Yisong and Rushong, thus persuading Li Chenliang to cultivate Yisong. Chen Yipeng slowly shook his head, responding, my uncle has often remarked that only the dead can keep secrets. A fraudulent claim to military honors could bring calamity upon 3 clans. Li Chenliang could not possibly allow such a leverage to remain. Why has he not taken action against you? Because Li Chenliang believes that this leverage rests in my hands. There were too many involved back then. Should the truth emerge, many would face dire consequences. Father Chen replied with an enigmatic smile. A hint of concern crossed Chen Yipeng's face as he remarked, Father, no one would willingly keep a ticking time bomb by their side. With Yisong enlisting in the military, does that not render him a hostage? Only if Yisong becomes Li Chenliang's son-in-law will he find peace. Father Chen declared, in prosperity and in adversity, we shall share the same fate. Unable to contend with me, Li Chenliang has turned his attention to your younger brother. Initially, the betrothal was intended for you, given your similar ages with Li Rushong, he added with a smile. Chen Yipeng shuddered at the thought of the imposing Li Rushong and vehemently shook his head, silently relieved. His affections lay with someone like Xiao Hongli, not with a formidable female warrior. Father Chen gazed at his eldest son with a knowing look, saying, I am aware that your uncle has imparted to you both cunning stratagems and grand strategies, as well as the art of dragon slaying. My reluctance to bestow this engagement upon you stems from my fear that you might exploit the Li family's influence, causing chaos in the world. Father, you overestimate my abilities. The teachings of my uncle are not nearly so formidable. Chen Yipeng replied with resignation. Father Chen chuckled. You will come to understand once you encounter more individuals and truly step into society. Sometimes I perceive a shadow of your uncle within you. Mentioning Wang Luo, a wave of melancholy washed over Chen Yipeng. He yearned for his uncle to witness his happiness and partake in his engagement. Father Chen offered him a cigarette, saying, well, I have conveyed the matter to you. I shall speak to your mother later. This arrangement is beneficial. Both you brothers will have support, and the Xiao family will regard you more favorably due to the Li family connection. Chen Yipeng opened his mouth but swallowed his words. Though he longed to assert that he did not require anyone's esteem, he was acutely aware of the harsh realities of society. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth. This adage seemed confined to the pages of light-hearted novels, unless one finds themselves amidst a tumultuous era of upheaval. The diligent efforts of an ordinary individual throughout a lifetime cannot possibly rival the endeavors of families spanning generations. Ordinary folk frequently encounter the third-generation wealthy, but seldom interact with the scions of established families. 3 generations signify lineage, 5 denote a clan, 9 represent a family, and 12 embody a lineage of nobility. The Xiao family has persisted through 9 generations. Yet the Li family is the true embodiment of a venerable aristocracy. Chen Yipeng pondered deeply. His curiosity piqued about the extraordinary abilities of his father that could lead a powerful family to willingly engage in alliance. For the first time, his father's ordinary visage took on an aura of mystery in Chen Yipeng's eyes. Much like a typical father, Chen's dad took his son to purchase beer and beverages, subsequently treating himself to 2 packs of inexpensive cigarettes. The cigarettes gifted to him by Xiao Hongli were preserved, as he expressed his reluctance to smoke them, intending to unveil them during a future banquet. Meanwhile, Li Rushong explored the apartment of Xiao Hongli, her eyes betraying an insatiable curiosity, particularly when she stumbled upon photographs reminiscent of wedding attire, which elicited a sharp intake of breath. Sister Hongli, is it really necessary? You're already calling your mother-in-law mom before the wedding, and you've even renovated a house next door. Is the divination of the old master from Longhu Mountain truly this effective? Li Rushong inquired. Xiao Hongli chuckled softly, responding, "Faith brings forth reality. By the way, I should remind you, my mother-in-law is rather particular about her image. If you don't cater to her whims, beware of the trials she may impose post-marriage." Chapter 89. A mighty warrior must emerge from the ranks. Li Rushong dismissed Xiao Hongli's comments, as her respect lay with Chen's father rather than with a mere ordinary teacher like Rong Xin. Although she had grown up in a military environment, her lineage was that of a prestigious family, affording her a broadened perspective from frequent encounters with influential figures. In truth, Li Rushong found it difficult to comprehend Xiao Hongli's situation. Unlike her own motives of gratitude, Hongli appeared to willingly descend into a marriage as a family heir, a scenario more fantastical than those depicted in dramas or novels. Sister Hongli, may I pose a few questions? Li Rushong banturat cautiously. Xiao Hongli smiled gently. From now on, we shall be sisters-in-law and confidants. What is there that cannot be asked? Upon hearing the term sisters-in-law, an uneasiness washed over Li Rushong, prompting her to inquire, "Are you truly intent on marrying Chen Yipeng? He seems rather unremarkable to me. I had imagined you would choose him to be the son-in-law, keeping him confined at home, which would hinder your search for someone you genuinely desire." Rushong, that sentiment does not align with your character. Who prompted you to speak so in my presence? Xiao Hongli's gaze suddenly turned icy, her voice steady. Li Rushong, emerging from a military background and having tasted the blood of adversaries, found herself unnerved by Xiao Hongli's intensity, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. "Sister, no one instructed me," Li Rushong replied sheepishly. Xiao Hongli advanced a couple of steps, fixing her gaze on Li Rushong. "Do you realize that your dishonesty is evident upon your face? I surmise it was your brother Li Rubai who advised you." "Ah, it was merely your own deduction, not something I claimed," Li Rushong retorted softly. "Sister Hongli, my brother truly fell for you at first sight. Won't you consider him? He insists he will wait for you eternally." Xiao Hongli scoffed. "The last time your brother expressed such sentiments to me, I doused him with boiling water. What does he think he is, to even be compared to my husband Chen Yipeng? He is 30 years old, maintaining 4 or 5 illegitimate children outside, and yet he dares to speak of love at first sight? Does he take me for an ignorant little girl? Were it not for your consideration, I would have dealt with such trash long ago." "What? My brother is such a person?" Li Ruosong was taken aback. She did not doubt that Xiao Hongli was deceiving her, for she understood the pride that lay deep within Xiao Hongli's essence. Xiao Hongli sympathetically patted Li Ruosong's arm, saying, "Your brother is a calamity and will eventually bring misfortune to the Li family. From now on, live well with Yisong. A woman must have a support throughout her life. A married daughter is like water spilled. You and Yisong are one entity. Together you flourish, together you falter." Xiao Hongli subtly sought to influence Li Ruosong, encouraging her to not solely prioritize the Li family. The discord between Chen Yisong and Li Ruosong in their previous life stemmed from this very issue. When resources were available for only one, Li Ruosong unhesitatingly chose the Li family. Ultimately, however, Chen Yisong triumphed through Chen Yipeng, achieving final victory. The harsh reality of politics is that regardless of the initial investment of resources, it often results in a winner-takes-all scenario. Thus, the decline of the Li family commenced. Li Ruosong nodded, somewhat comprehending. She internally agreed, recalling Chen Yisong's formidable physical prowess, which would undoubtedly serve him well in the military. The reason Li Rubai currently held merely the rank of brigade commander was primarily due to his lack of grassroots experience. A statesman must rise from local governance, and a fierce general must emerge from the ranks. Without the foundation of practical training, unless Li Rubai achieves indisputable merit, it will be challenging for him to advance within frontline troops. Unless he transitions to a civilian general, even his father, the chief of general staff, would be powerless to assist him. Chen Yipeng's potential was evident to all, Li Ruosong included. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yipeng and their father returned, and the family gathered for dinner. Xiao Hongli extended an invitation to Li Ruosong for her engagement banquet, which Li Ruosong accepted with enthusiasm, eagerly discussing the related matters. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hongli presented the engagement procedures, and the family commenced their deliberations. My parents have found a matchmaker to formally propose on behalf of our Chen family. While we do not strictly adhere to the traditional customs of multiple matchmakers and formal engagements, we shall still observe the necessary rituals. The list of gifts for the proposal will be prepared by our family, Xiao Hongli explained. Rongxin felt a twinge of discomfort. Although she understood this was her son marrying a wife, it felt as if they were the ones preparing everything, almost as if they were inviting a son-in-law. Thus, she took Xiao Hongli's hand and said, "Our family cannot compare to the Xiao family. Being of humble means, we are unsure how to proceed, and I truly feel it is a burden upon you. Hongli, if there is anything you desire, just let me know, as long as I have it. Mother, I do not wish for anything. Your acceptance of me as a daughter-in-law of the Chen family is all I could ask for," Xiao Hongli reassured her. Rongxin was deeply moved, feeling increasingly guilty. Xiao Hongli's eyes sparkled as she suddenly took Rongxin's hand and, in a playful tone, said, "Mother, I have heard from Chen Yipeng that grandmother left several treasures for you, intended for the granddaughter-in-law. I wonder if any are meant for me?" Chen Yipeng nearly choked on his beer, almost spitting it out. He could swear to the heavens that he had never uttered such words. Just as he was about to defend himself, his foot was forcefully stepped on by the imposing Xiao Hongli. She cast a threatening glance at Chen Yipeng, then continued to act coyly with Rong Xian, her eyes brimming with desire. At that moment, Rong Xian felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and quickly spoke up. "Hongli, Yipeng's grandmother indeed left behind a set of jewelry, though it holds little value and is made of rather inferior materials. Your mother refrained from mentioning it, fearing that you might look down upon it. My mother-in-law, before she passed, grasped my hand and urged me to help Yipeng find a suitable bride. This jewelry serves as a token of that wish. Since you brought it up, I shall give it all to you." Chen's father cast a somber glance, reminiscent of his own mother, but upon hearing his wife's last remark, he gently cleared his throat. Rong Xian suddenly realized that she now had more than one daughter-in-law and quickly turned to grasp Li Rushong's hand, saying, "Rushong, dear, I shall reserve a few pieces for you as well. Your sister Hongli is marrying early, so please do not take offense." Aunt, I don't mind at all," Li Rushong replied genuinely. Having never placed value on jewelry, as she had never adorned herself with any, not even having pierced ears, she preferred firearms and artillery instead. Chen Yipeng showed no inclination to advocate for his girlfriend, his head buried in his meal. Xiao Hongli, somewhat dissatisfied, desired the entire set. However, Rong Xian now realized she could only settle for second best, striving to acquire more jewelry than in her previous life. Chapter 90, All Mine. After the Chen family's meal concluded, Li Rushong had to return to Linghai temporarily due to official duties, and she lacked the audacity of Xiao Hongli. After Chen Yipeng escorted Li Rushong downstairs, Chen's father suddenly addressed Xiao Hongli. "Hongli, I've already arranged for a matchmaker, who will likely visit your home tomorrow. The birth dates and times have all been prepared." "Huh?" Xiao Hongli was taken aback, her brow slightly furrowed, yet she nodded in acknowledgement. In her recollection of her previous life, the matchmaker for their marriage had been arranged by the Xiao family. However, for reasons unknown, Chen's father had changed his approach this time. Could it be that her early introduction of Chen Yipeng had triggered a butterfly effect? A sense of unease settled in her heart, yet she felt reluctant to refuse, worried that the matchmaker hired by the Chen family might lack proper standing, ultimately becoming a source of ridicule. Once Rong Xian finished tidying up, she took Xiao Hongli's hand and led her to view her jewelry. Xiao Hongli's attention was captivated as she beheld the familiar jade earrings, nearly moved to tears by excitement. The quality of the jade was not particularly high. It was a deep green, crafted using a gold-inlaid method. Hongli, here is a pair of earrings I have never worn. I'm giving them to you this time. Let me help you put them on. Go look in the mirror and see if you like them, Rong Xian said. Xiao Hongli squinted her eyes and called out to Chen Yipeng, who was leaning against the door watching the scene unfold. Mom, I want Yipeng to help me put them on. Chen Yipeng, come quickly, Rong Xian said, her eyes filled with maternal affection and a smile on her face. She was truly delighted by the interaction between the young couple, as it signified a strong bond between them, free from the melodramatic tropes often found in fiction. One party, emboldened by their elevated status, relentlessly bullies their partner, treating them as mere beasts of burden, even less than a servant. The son-in-law of a prestigious family, even one who marries into the family, symbolizes the family's dignity. Chen Yipeng chuckled softly and shook his head, approaching with a tender demeanor as he carefully adorned Xiao Hongli with a pair of jade earrings. The earrings, with their antiquated design, were not typically suited for a young girl. However, upon Xiao Hongli's ears, they exuded an indescribable harmony. Standing before the mirror, she beheld her youthful reflection, overwhelmed by a surge of emotions. In her past life, she had been dismissive of these earrings, deeming them unfashionable, failing to recognize that they were not merely an accessory, but a token of an elder's blessing and hope. Xiao Hongli posed elegantly, turning gracefully, the jade earrings swaying gently with her lithe movements. Do you find them beautiful? She inquired, blinking her eyes. This was the first time Chen Yipeng had witnessed such a mesmerizing side of Xiao Hongli, filled with unparalleled grace, captivating and enchanting. Indeed, they are stunning, he murmured. In the north, there dwells a beauty unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she captivates an entire city. With a second, she enthralls a nation. The words of a poem he had heard from his uncle echoed in his mind, now vividly materializing before him. Xiao Hongli's spirits lifted immediately, her beautiful eyes shimmering as if rippling with water, infused with a hint of enchantment. Rong Xian nodded in delight, preparing to tidy up, but Xiao Hongli halted her. Mother, do you not like me? She feigned sorrowfully, showcasing her remarkable acting skills. Rong Xian, taken aback, quickly replied, How could I not adore you? You are my favorite. Mother. Xiao Hongli elongated her tone, gently placing her right hand on Rong Xian's. Glancing down, Rong Xian noticed the ring adorning her finger, a gold ring with a jade face. Oh dear, Hongli loves rings too. Here, take this. Without hesitation, she removed it and handed it to Xiao Hongli. Like a magician, Xiao Hongli concealed it but did not let Rong Xian off the hook. Instead, she playfully clung to her mother-in-law's arm, saying, Mother, do you not see something missing from my wrist? Her fair, delicate arms glistened under the light, capturing attention. Rong Xian forced a smile, replying, Hongli, it's not that I do not wish to give you anything. I only have a pair of bangles left. When you marry, you and Ru Song can each have one. How does that sound? Mother, Li Rusong's arms cannot possibly accommodate them. I shall keep them safe for her. Does that sound agreeable? Xiao Hongli coaxed, embracing Rong Xian with a playful pout. Amused by her daughter-in-law's antics, Rong Xian relented and retrieved the treasured bangles, which were wrapped in red cloth. Hidden away in the corner of the wardrobe, the bangles, like the ring and earrings, were crafted from the same jade by the same artisan. Inscribed on the inner walls of the bangles were the phrases, May prosperity abound, and the family business endure and cultivate filial piety, bestowing blessings for generations. These were the teachings of the Chen family, which Rong Xian's mother-in-law had not had the chance to convey, and Rong Xian herself remained oblivious to their significance. Xiao Hongli held a profound admiration for the pair of bangles, which could only be donned by the matriarch of a prestigious family, symbolizing the utmost recognition and dignity of a lineage. Rong Xian was utterly oblivious to the fact that she had inadvertently relinquished her power. Those from ordinary households lacked understanding. In her previous life, Xiao Hongli discovered these bangles too late. By then, she had already divorced Chen Yipeng, thus in this lifetime. She seized the opportunity to firmly grasp the title of the Chen family matriarch. Having achieved her desires, Xiao Hongli's greed momentarily surged, her gaze shifting towards Rong-Xian's neck, elegantly arching her long, swan-like neck. Before she could utter a word, Rong-Xian, in a state of fear, clutched her neck and rose, pleading with a pained expression, "Hongli, please leave one for mother. I've worn this necklace for many years. Let it serve as a memento. Once I'm gone, it will all be yours. Mother, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person?" Upon hearing these words, Xiao Hongli softened her tone, reluctantly averted her gaze, and then donned the bangles. Chen Yipeng, witnessing this, felt his lips twitch in discomfort and cast an apologetic glance towards his mother before departing with the triumphant Xiao Hongli. Rong-Xian, in turn, grumbled to Chen's father, lamenting about her son's lack of gratitude, voicing her thoughts on how her daughter-in-law was excessively greedy, akin to a Pichio, unwilling to leave even a single ornament for herself. Chen's father replied with a sigh, "You should consider yourself fortunate. Our daughter-in-law knows the value of things. In the future, let her handle matters of the Chen family." Elders often tend to meddle in the private affairs of their juniors to establish a sense of authority, a behavior rooted in the subconscious. Typically, the more the younger generation resists, the more oppressive the elder's influence becomes. It is only when the younger generation acquires the ability to sustain themselves independently that such commanding pressures dissipate. Chen's father once again cautioned Rong-Xian, concerned that potential conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law could place their son in a difficult position. It must be said that the harmony of a family requires a clear-headed individual to mediate. Otherwise, the struggle for dominance will inevitably lead to tumultuous discord. Chapter 91. Coincidences in the world. Xiao Hongli returned to her room with her spoils, unceremoniously seating herself on a chair. One foot dangled over the edge of the chair, while the other rested upon the table as she examined the bangles, occasionally bursting into silly laughter. Chen Yipeng shook his head in resignation, remarking, "My mother won't sleep a wink tonight. We're all family. Why draw such sharp lines? By the way, what did your father want to take you out for?" Xiao Hongli replied nonchalantly. Chen Yipeng hesitated for a moment before recounting the matters concerning Li Ruxiong and Chen Yimeng, omitting any mention of the misappropriation of military accolades, simply stating that Chen's father had once rescued Li Chengliang, which led to the two families arranging a betrothal. "So that's how it is. No wonder," Xiao Hongli exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. Chen Yipeng, puzzled, inquired, "No wonder what?" Xiao Hongli was referring to events from her previous life, where she merely thought Chen Yimeng was fortunate to have earned the favor of the Li family, unaware that there was more to the story. Suddenly, Xiao Hongli felt she had underestimated her father-in-law and silently reminded herself to remain vigilant. "There is nothing much, just a sense of wonder. It truly feels like fate. Well, let me share something with you that might be considered unfortunate." Xiao Hongli shifted the topic and said. Chen Yipeng smiled and replied, "At this point, aside from matters pertaining to you, nothing seems unbearable. Your words are as sweet as honey. How come I never noticed this before?" Xiao Hongli remarked with sparkling eyes and a beaming smile. "Your life assistant is no longer with you. All the gifts from my mother in your bank card have been returned. Your ex-girlfriend intends to wholeheartedly pursue a career in the arts." "Oh, that sounds wonderful," Chen Yipeng replied, his expression remaining composed, though a flicker of discomfort stirred within him. Perhaps it was a possessive instinct inherent in men, deeply rooted in their nature. However, this sentiment was swiftly subdued by Chen Yipeng's reason. His uncle had advised him that those who aspire to achieve greatness must refrain from greed, anger, and impatience. For greed leads to loss, anger brings hardships, and impatience results in failure. Satisfied with Chen Yipeng's reaction, Xiao Hongli playfully beckoned, smiling, "Husband, please assist me with my bath and attire. Allow this general to personally remove your armor." Chen Yipeng clasped his fists in salute. The sound of her tinkling laughter echoed through the living room. In Lianhai City, at the Moonlight Art Training Studio, Su Keiwei donned a gown with a plunging neckline, revealing her fair skin and delicate collarbone. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly pinned up with a decorative hairpin, and she adorned crystal high heels. This gown not only accentuated Su Keiwi's graceful curves, but also bestowed upon her an alluring charm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. A serious-looking etiquette instructor in her 30s clapped rhythmically, her demeanor stern and focused. Su Keiwi glided across the spacious dance studio, her hips swaying as she practiced her catwalk. Balancing a book atop her head, it teetered precariously with her movements, seemingly on the brink of falling. This posture training had evidently been ongoing for quite some time. Beads of sweat glistened on her forehead and body, and her cheeks flushed an enchanting shade of red. Yet, she bore no complaints, persistently striving to persevere. Mind your legs. Do not twist your hips so widely, the instructor admonished sharply, her cane striking Su Keiwi without mercy. The impact caused the book atop her head to tumble down. As she bent to retrieve it, a woman's voice called out to her to stop. "All right, Teacher Lee, let us take a break." The voice was gentle and unhurried, reminiscent of a babbling brook in the mountains. The speaker was a woman in her 20s, dressed in a black ensemble, strikingly beautiful, adorned with golden-framed glasses, radiating an aura of intellectual elegance. "Very well, Miss Su," the etiquette instructor replied respectfully before carefully exiting the room. Su Keiwi gazed at this beautiful woman, sharing the same surname, her emotions swirling within her. The woman named Su Rui possessed a formidable charm. Spending time in her presence, one would inevitably find themselves complying with her wishes, devoid of any resistance in their hearts. It was Su Rui who facilitated her remarkable transformation within a mere few days, enabling her to endure the grueling training that could only be likened to hell. The first phase of training would continue until the commencement of classes, starting tomorrow. She would undergo training in dining etiquette and conversational skills. Based on my analysis of Chen Yipeng, it appears that he does not particularly appreciate rigid rules, but rather favors a relaxed and carefree ambience. He yearned for challenges and is fond of novel experiences. Your task is to constantly pique his interest. Su Rui remarked to herself. Su Keiwi swallowed hard, suddenly enveloped by a sense of trepidation, and for the first time ventured to inquire, "Sister Rui, who exactly are you? Do you harbor a grudge against Xiao Hongli?" "No verdades whatsoever. However, Miss Fei Shui has generously supported my brother and me in our education. I have just recently graduated and am merely offering my modest assistance," Su Rui replied candidly without any reservation. "Sister Rui, for Miss Fei Shui to have you guide me. You must be quite exceptional, are you not?" Su Keiwi asked in a hushed tone. "Are you trying to probe my background?" Su Rui chuckled, her laughter resplendent and enchanting. Su Keiwi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shook her head and confessed, "I simply lack confidence. To be honest, I am currently quite lost, uncertain whether I should continue on this path. I do not even know what feelings I hold for Chen Yipeng." Su Rui closed her book and remarked calmly, "Love is merely a sensation produced by hormones such as phenylethylamine and dopamine secreted by the brain, regulated by the body's self-adjustment. Hatred and disappointment have caused you to use Chen Yipeng as a psychological crutch, leading to a pathological state. Trust me, once you are with Chen Yipeng, your affliction will dissipate. Allow me to introduce myself further. My name is Su Rui. I am 23 years old, a graduate with a doctorate in psychology from the Royal College of England. I currently serve as the head of the psychiatric department at Linhai Hospital and am also a professor at Linhai Medical College. Please have faith in my expertise. I hope we can collaborate effectively to complete our respective tasks promptly." Her composed tone and serene demeanor profoundly affected Su Keiwi. She nodded gently and respectfully replied, "Then I shall entrust everything to you from now on." Su Rui's hand brushed through Su Keiwi's hair as she said, "No need for formality. We shall conclude here for today. Remember to nourish your hair before bedtime. Your conditioner is specially blended with ginseng essence, so do not let it go to waste." Su Keiwi had no words left. To date, the amount Fei Shui had invested in her was astonishing, a sum she could never hope to earn back in 2 lifetimes. From the initial shock and unease to her current state of numbness, she realized there was no turning back. Chapter 92. The Unwelcome Guest. 2 days later, in Linhai City, a heavy downpour had just ceased, and the entire city, washed clean by the rain, appeared rejuvenated, though the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, mirroring the sentiments of certain individuals. In the Rongyang villa, Xiao family, Xiao Tingting declared vehemently, "I absolutely oppose this marriage. Not only would I never allow Hongli to marry down, but even if it were to welcome a son-in-law, this Chen Yipeng is unworthy." A woman in her 40s, adorned with makeup, though possessing a pleasant appearance, nonetheless emanated an impression of sharpness and acerbity. Xiao Tingting, the cousin of Xiao Changhe, is known for her extravagant spending, often treating money as if it were flowing water. Whenever she finds herself short of funds, she does not hesitate to turn to Xiao Changhe, having long since regarded his wealth as her own. In the eyes of many within the Xiao family, Xiao Changhe has only one daughter, Xiao Hongli, and with Wu Gu not being particularly young, it is only a matter of time before a child is adopted into the family, unless a sudden illegitimate child appears. Now that Xiao Hongli is to be engaged, the initial joy among the family is palpable, as a daughter-esque marriage is often seen as a release. However, upon learning of Chen Yipeng's background, discontent arises, as many feel their interests are threatened, perceiving him too much like a son-in-law. Wu Gu, reclining on the sofa, interjects with a half-smile, half-mocking tone, asking what kind of suitor her daughter should seek, insisting that he ought to at least be an equal match. She suggests that her talented nephew Zhang Dong could be introduced to Xiao Hongli, as they are family and familiar with each other, thus ensuring peace of mind. Xiao Tingting quickly agrees, but Wu Gu, amused yet infuriated, retorts that one should not be so blatant in their greed. She claims that Yipeng was chosen by a celestial master to exorcise evil spirits for Hongli. He is not a son-in-law, but will adopt the child and carry the Xiao surname, inheriting the family's legacy, thus urging everyone to abandon their hopes. She warns that if they push her too far, she will promptly revoke their credit cards and family funds. "How can you say such a thing, brother? You must speak up. I'm only considering the family's best interests," Xiao Tingting exclaims, akin to a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The other relatives in the living room quickly join in, fervently attempting to mediate. "We are all family. It shouldn't come to this. I believe Hongli deserves a better match. Indeed, that celestial master is merely a charlatan, swayed by money, they insist. Perhaps the Chun family has bribed him. Veuillez. Don't be fooled." Amongst the commotion, Xiao Changhe remains unperturbed, casually smoking on the sofa. Xiao Tingting, gritting her teeth, implores, "Brother, say something." "Oh, Xiao," Changhe utters, and the room falls silent. Extinguishing his cigarette, he states, "I believe everyone has valid points. Yet as my daughter grows, she becomes less inclined to heed advice. Let me call Hongli back, and you can discuss this with her." At his initial words, Xiao Tingting and the others display expressions of hope. But the final statement shifts their demeanor entirely. A flicker of fear crosses Xiao Tingting's eyes as she instinctively takes a step back, stammering, "Brother, in matters of marriage, it's best if parents decide. Hongli is still young. What does she know? Xiao Hongli may not have a prominent reputation outside, known only for her gentle and virtuous demeanor, but within the Xiao family, she is infamous. Regardless of age or seniority, anyone who offends her meets a grim fate. Even Wu Gu pales in comparison to her ruthlessness. Wu Gu, with a cold smirk, remarks, "Today, a matchmaker came to propose, and you all choose to stir trouble. This not only tarnishes Changhe's name, but also mine. This matter is far from over." At this moment, the butler hurriedly approached Xiao Changhe, whispering, "Sir, Miss Wanfong has returned." "Sister Wanfong is back?" exclaimed Xiao Tingting, her joy palpable. Wu Ji's eyes suddenly gleamed with an icy light, emanating a powerful aura as if she had transformed into a tiger in an instant. "What brings her here?" Xiao Changhe squinted, speaking slowly. "Xiao Wanfong, the matriarch of the Fei family in the capital and Xiao Changhe's elder sister, was a woman of great intellect and cunning." Bang! The villa's grand door swung open, and Xiao Wanfong, accompanied by her daughter Fei Shui, entered. While Fei Shui was already considered a strong woman, she appeared diminutive in her mother's imposing presence. Clack! The sound of high heels striking the floor resonated like a heartbeat among the gathered crowd. Everyone held their breath, their expressions betraying unease as they gazed upon Xiao Wanfong. Though nearing 60, she maintained her beauty, appearing no older than 30. Her hair elegantly coiffed. She exuded an air of opulence. Years of wielding power had granted her an extraordinary presence. Under her indifferent gaze, those around her seemed as insignificant as ants, unworthy of her noble attention. Only Wu Ge could rival her in this gathering. The two women locked eyes, the tension in the air palpable. Fei Shui greeted with a smile, "Uncle, Aunt." "Yes, you're here," replied Xiao Changhe, his voice lacking vigor. Wu Ge harbored no fondness for her scheming niece. An aura of coldness surrounded her, and with a slight smirk, she taunted, "What brings you here, instead of staying in the capital?" "My niece is getting engaged. As her elder aunt, I must be involved." Wu Ge retorted, "Xiao family matters are not for you to dictate." Xiao Wanfang replied with a cold laugh. Wu Ge scoffed lightly, stepping closer to Xiao Wanfang, saying slowly, "My daughter is not yours to control either. You are married now and have no standing." These words seemed to strike a nerve with Xiao Wanfang, and the temperature in the room plummeted. "Wu Ge, you remain as you always were. I am of the Xiao lineage, and that alone gives me authority. Do you dare question my standing?" Xiao Wanfang replied, her tone calm, yet sending shivers down the spines of those familiar with the Xiao family. Xiao Changhe cleared his throat softly, finally stating, "Elder sister, this matter is settled. The matchmaker is on her way. If you have no other engagements, you should stay for your niece's engagement." "Changhe, I see you have become quite muddled. No wonder the Xiao family is declining under your stewardship. I have found a more suitable match for Hongli, a son of Li Chunliang, Li Rubai. The engagement can proceed as planned. We can simply change the groom. This way, the Xiao family retains its dignity," Xiao Wanfang asserted, disregarding the matchmaker's arrival. Xiao Chang's expression darkened as he replied, "The Li family and the Xiao family are not of the same ilk. What are you trying to accomplish?" Chapter 93. The unexpected matchmaker. Xiao Wanfang feigned surprise, declaring, "What plans could I possibly have? My considerations are solely for the Xiao family. Given the current instability, an alliance with the military is imperative. As a daughter of the Xiao family, Hongli must make certain sacrifices, just as I did in my time." At that moment, Wu Ji's phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, her expression darkened. The matchmaker she had engaged was a renowned literary master, celebrated both domestically and internationally. Hailed as a breath of fresh air, with students scattered across the globe, it was entirely fitting for him to serve as a matchmaker. However, Xiao Wanfang's unexpected arrival stirred a sense of foreboding within Wu Ge. As predicted, after answering the call, Wu Ji's countenance became increasingly grim as she coldly remarked, "I understand. Please take care of yourself. What's the matter? The master can't make it?" Xiao Wanfang mocked. Xiao Changhe spoke slowly, "Sister, your actions this time have gone too far. Brother, Wanfang is not wrong. Hongli should indeed contribute to the family, just as Wanfang did back in her day." Xiao Tingting chimed in gleefully. Before she could finish her sentence, Wu Ge swiftly struck her across the face, her voice sharp as she rebuked, "This is not a place for you to speak." Xiao Tingting fell to the ground, her right cheek swelling instantly, blood trickling from her nose. Struggling to rise, she attempted to confront Wu Ge, but the latter's fierce gaze sent a shiver down her spine. The onlookers remained silent, wary of provoking the enraged Wu Ge, yet their eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. This was precisely the effect Xiao Wanfang desired. She aimed to gradually undermine the reputations of Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe. At that moment, the butler hurriedly entered, announcing, "Sir, madam, someone has come to propose for the young lady." Xiao Wanfang paused momentarily, then smiled, saying, "It must be someone from the Li family. They are quite prompt." "Not a chance. Send them away." Veuillez rapide, Frauvening. The butler hesitated before saying, "Madam, it is General Pan Meng Wei who has arrived." "What?" Xiao Chang's brow furrowed as he stood up. Pan Meng Wei, now the Minister of Logistics and Armament, held considerable power and was a major general, with a high likelihood of being promoted to lieutenant general this year. Wu Ge fixed a penetrating gaze upon Xiao Wanfang, coldly stating, "I underestimated you. You can indeed attract General Pan. It is not my prowess. It is the esteem held by the Li family. Changhe, let us extend a warm welcome to General Pan." Xiao Wanfang replied with a smile. Fei Shui furrowed her brow, but remained silent. Wu Ji's eyes flickered with a trace of anxiety. She sensed that events were slipping beyond her control. Pan Mengwei, in his early 40s, with a square face and robust build, emerged from his vehicle clad in a crisp military uniform. Accompanied by his guards, he strode forward with confidence. Chairman Xiao, Ms. Wu, I am here on behalf of my nephew to propose, Pan Mengwei said courteously, offering a polite bow. Before Xiao Changhe could respond, Xiao Wanfang interjected, General Pan, please come in. I have always said that Rubai and Hongli are a match made in heaven. This union has long been destined. Rubai? Pan Mengwei was taken aback, his brow furrowing as his demeanor swiftly turned grave, his tone adopting an air of authority as he spoke in a low voice. Chairman Xiao, I have come to propose marriage for my nephew, Chen Yipeng. Are you suggesting that you have betrothed the same girl to two families? Xiao Wanfang, whose face had initially been adorned with a smile, suddenly wore an expression of disbelief as she exclaimed, What? Chen Yipeng? Impossible. How could a country bumpkin possibly know you? Madame Fei, please conduct yourself with decorum. I hold your esteemed father in high regard, but not everyone is entitled to speak so recklessly. I am as close as a brother to Chen Yipeng's father. He is not some rustic fool, Pan Mengwei retorted coldly. Xiao Wanfang's head buzzed, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and fury as she threatened. General Pan, you must consider your words carefully. Li Ruba, the eldest son of General Li, has long harbored affections for my niece. Your abrupt interference may jeopardize the unity within the military, do you not think? Madame Fei, prior to my arrival, I had already conferred with General Li. I suspect that this matter is merely the whims of Brigade Commander Li Ruba, Pan Mengwei replied without any pretense of politeness. Xiao Wanfang trembled with rage, her breath coming in sharp gasps, rendered momentarily speechless. She understood that with Pan Mengwei's stature, his words could not be taken lightly. She had never anticipated such a significant oversight in her meticulously arranged plans. Fei Shui suddenly broke into a charming smile, saying, General Pan has misunderstood. My mother acted out of goodwill, perhaps lacking full awareness of the situation. My uncle certainly has no intentions of marrying one girl to two suitors. Please, come in. Fei Shui deftly alleviated the tension, while Xiao Wanfang maintained a stern countenance as she turned back toward the living room. She was resolute in not departing until she discerned the true relationship between Pan Mengwei and Wu Ji's son-in-law. Wu Ge squinted slightly, saying, General Pan, please do come in. The living room had been promptly tidied by the servants, and the members of the Xiao family stood respectfully by the side. Xiao Changhe cordially invited Pan Mengwei to take a seat on the sofa, saying, I apologize for the disturbance, General Pan. Our household has been in an uproar regarding my daughter's marriage. It's only natural, but Chairman Xiao truly possesses a discerning eye, which I greatly admire. If my daughter were a bit older, I would certainly consider Yipeng as a son-in-law. Pan Mengwei gave a thumbs up, his tone laced with envy. You are too modest. General, this is the result of heavenly divination, a fated union. Wu Gu replied with a radiant smile, while she meticulously recalled the background information of the Chen family. Combining Pan Mengwei's words with her own analysis, she quickly deduced that it was not a mere lapse in intelligence, but rather that someone had meticulously forged and concealed the identity of her future father-in-law, Chun San. The individual responsible for this affair must undoubtedly hold a considerable rank. Xiao Wanfang exchanged glances with her daughter, prompting Fei Shui to feign curiosity as she inquired, General Pan, to my knowledge, the Chen family is not of significant standing. Perhaps you can enlighten us about their background, so we may better understand? I have never heard of the Chen family before. Her curiosity appeared benign, yet it was laced with malice. Most would find it difficult to endure such provocation from someone like Fei Shui, but Pan Mengwei, being a man of the military, was not one to tolerate such affront. It is not surprising to be unaware, for many individuals are unworthy of such knowledge, lacking the qualifications to comprehend. Pan Mengwei spoke slowly. Fisher's expression stiffened, her face paling from the unexpected rebuke. She had not anticipated Pan Mengwei's profound regard for the Chen family. The members of the Xiao family exchanged glances, a sense of betrayal creeping into their hearts. They feared that Wu Ge had ensnared them with an alliance to a formidable family. The more they pondered, the more dread enveloped them. and their gazes towards Xiao Wanfang betrayed their dissatisfaction. Chapter 94. The Proposal After Surveying the Room. Pan Mingwei chuckled softly before producing a crimson invitation, declaring, "Very well, Chairman Xiao, Ms. Wu, I now propose on behalf of my nephew, Chen Yipeng, to your esteemed household. My nephew is of admirable character, cultured and talented, a truly worthy match. Here is the proposal letter." The missive read, "A union of two families, a binding agreement. May we achieve everlasting harmony, matching hearts in unison. Herein lies a vow of lifelong companionship, a covenant of red leaves, inscribed in the annals of lovebirds. In grand families, marriage is traditionally governed by 3 letters and 6 rites, with 3 matchmakers and 6 gifts, a formal betrothal, and an 8-liter sedan chair. However, Xiao Hongli, weary of such cumbersome rituals, opted for a simplified approach reminiscent of her past life. "I consent," Xiao Chang had declared in a deep voice. Upon seeing the proposal letter, a sense of discomfort washed over Xiao Changhe. He had refrained from stopping Xiao Tingting and the others in their antics, hoping to foil this absurd match. Yet, the arrival of someone of Pan Mingwei's stature for the proposal revealed the Chun family's earnestness. Wu Gu exchanged the meticulously prepared birth details of Xiao Hongli with the other party. The completion of this exchange signified the establishment of the marriage contract. "What about the betrothal gifts?" someone murmured. Pan Mingwei instructed the guard, "Fetch the betrothal gifts." Shortly thereafter, the guard entered, carefully carrying a tray draped in crimson cloth, as though presenting a rare treasure. Curiosity piqued among the Xiao family members as they craned their necks to see what lay beneath the fabric. Although Xiao Wanfang maintained her composure, her gaze was drawn to the tray. Pan Mingwei unveiled the crimson cloth, revealing 3 medals. I thought it was a precious artifact." Xiao Tingting scoffed. Silence. Xiao Wanfang furrowed her brow, her expression finally taking on a serious demeanor. Fisher's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she were seeing things. "What is this?" Xiao Changhe involuntarily rose, his demeanor charged with excitement. Pan Mingwei reverently accepted the tray, solemnly stating, "The Medal of National Defense, the Medal of Heroism, the Medal of Honor. These are the betrothal gifts from the Chun family, symbolizing their pride and strength." A collective gasp reverberated through the room, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. It is rare for anyone to even glimpse one of these medals, yet here lay 3 together. One could boast of having witnessed them for a lifetime. The Medal of National Defense has only been awarded 58 times, exclusively to military personnel who have rendered outstanding service in national conflicts. Those who receive it are now generals in the army. The Medal of Heroism is given to combat heroes, often posthumously, with no known cases of anyone receiving it while alive. The Medal of Honor, often referred to as a life-saving talisman, embodies the pinnacle of glory. Those who don this medal are greeted with bows from civil officials and salutes from military officers, and their crimes may be commuted. Furthermore, the holders of this prestigious insignia are permitted to present any request to the parliament, provided it does not contravene the law. The method to attain such an honor is straightforward: to rescue the populace from peril and to safeguard the nation in times of crisis. General Pan, the sudden emergence of the Medal of Honor is a significant event, remarked Xiao Wanfang, furrowing her brow. "I recall that only 3 individuals have been awarded this honor. My father-in-law, Fei Hong, and the other 2 have already passed away." Pan Mingwei responded gravely. "This medal has been conferred in secrecy, and the reasons for its bestowal are classified. However, I assure you, this honor is well-deserved." His sudden surge of authority rendered Xiao Wanfang incapable of voicing further doubts, her gaze filled with uncertainty. Xiao Changhe hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "Could my esteemed father-in-law be that person? You must have seen the speaker Xiao escorting military provisions to the front lines back in the day. It is indeed he." Pan Mingwei nodded in affirmation. Xiao Changhe, with a mixed expression, sighed skyward. "What merit or capability do I possess to be allied by marriage to such a figure? Truly, it is divine favor. The divinations of the celestial master of Longhushan are remarkably accurate. If Brother Chen wishes to remain hidden, no one could trace him. How did I not consider this at the time?" Pan Mingwei reflected wistfully. Xiao Wanfang strained her mind, but could not recall who this Chen San might be. However, it was evident that anyone who could gather 3 such metals possessed significant influence. Fei Shui also frowned, pondering the actions she had taken in the shadows. Feeling a wave of frustration wash over her, Wu Ge cheerfully arranged the engagement date with Pan Mingwei, noting that the ceremony would simply consist of a meal shared among close family and friends, with minimal formalities. Despite his military obligations, Pan Mingwei, valuing the relationship with Chen's father, pledged to attend. Once the discussions regarding the engagement concluded, Pan Mingwei sternly warned everyone present to maintain confidentiality, should any information leak. Immediate arrests and accountability would ensue. Following his departure, the remaining members of the Xiao family quickly shifted their focus, lavishing compliments upon Wu Ge and Xiao Changhe. This time, Xiao Wanfang's scheme backfired, not only failing to achieve its aim, but also diminishing her own standing. With a cold expression, she entered her vehicle, eagerly retrieving her phone. After taking a deep breath, she called her father-in-law, Fei Hong, and recounted the situation in an unusually gentle tone. She sought to uncover the origins of the Chen family. However, to her surprise, the usually amiable Fei Hong reacted with rare anger, sternly forbidding her from investigating any related matters. Daring not to oppose him, Xiao Wanfang ended the call and closed her eyes in contemplation. "Mother, should I proceed with my plan?" Fei Shui inquired. "Continue, but exercise utmost caution. Your grandfather has grown old and timid, and your father is utterly ineffectual. Henceforth, you shall be our sole reliance," Xiao Wanfang replied with an impassive demeanor. Within the Rongyang villa, Wu Ge dismissed her relatives, having grown weary of their presence. Thus, she once again earnestly contemplated Xiao Hongli's proposal to employ physical means to completely eradicate the parasites infesting the Xiao family. Xiao Chang has stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 metals, sighing repeatedly, utterly devoid of his usual composure. Upon returning to the living room, Wu Ge immediately seized the metals and inquired, "Pray tell, who exactly is this Chen San? Be cautious. Do not damage them. These are meant as a dowry for Hongli," Xiao Changhe exclaimed. "The Chen family has staked all their honor on this. Hongli has a significant responsibility ahead in nurturing talents for the nation." Xiao Changhe shook his head insistently. "I am inquiring about a serious matter. Who is Chen San?" Wu Ji's eyes widened with anger. She was as fierce as a lion, unable to tolerate any secrets from this stubborn man before her. It is often said that daughters resemble their mothers. Wu Ji's methods, when enraged, rivaled those of Xiao Hongli, if not surpassing them. "I have signed a confidentiality agreement, and there are certain matters I cannot disclose. However, Chen San's true name is Chen Jun," Xiao Changhe replied slowly. "Why the name change?" Wu Ge asked. Xiao Changhe sighed. His achievements are so monumental that they cannot be made public. The implications involve too many individuals and matters. It is said that the Li family nearly risked everything to secure honors for Chen Jun. Is this Chen Jun formidable? Vu Ye pondered, recalling the mercenaries from the Fei family in Siam, beginning to grasp the situation. Formidable? Chen Jun, also known as Chen Sanjun, is unmatched in valor among the 3 armies. Chapter 95. Silence like the cold of winter as Xiao Tingting and other members of the Xiao family prepared to return to their hotel. They discussed Pan Mingwei and the Chen family, completely disregarding the warnings given to them. After traveling for about 10 minutes at a junction, a cement truck charged through like a wild stallion. By the time the cars attempted to turn around, it was too late. Several vehicles were overturned in a horrific traffic accident as bystanders screamed and fled in panic, some calling for ambulances while others contacted the police. The driver of the cement truck did not flee. He jumped from the cab and stood by the roadside, calmly smoking a cigarette. When the authorities arrived, the driver was squatting on the ground, hands clasped behind his head, offering no resistance. Perhaps by coincidence, Bai Yun, seated in a nearby CF, witnessed the scene and captured a photograph, which she promptly sent to Xiao Hongli. This is indeed a tragic affair. The world is rife with unexpected calamities. Bai Yun mused, gently shaking her head before savoring her coffee. Upon receiving the news, Xiao Wanfeng returned to the capital that very night. Fei Shui felt a chilling dread spreading from her feet to her entire being, compelling her to adopt a more discreet demeanor. Abandoning her plans to disrupt Xiao Hongli's engagement banquet, the police swiftly solved the case. The driver was found to be under the influence and, due to his cooperative attitude, was given a lenient treatment. 4 members of the Xiao family perished in the accident, while 3 others sustained severe injuries. Xiao Tingting was fortunate, suffering only a broken leg. That night, Xiao Changhe smashed a precious piece of porcelain in a fit of rage, but there were no further repercussions. It seemed he did not intend to pursue the driver legally, and even issued a letter of understanding the following day. The entire Xiao family fell silent, as if enveloped in a wintry hush. The next morning, the sheer curtain fluttered gently in the breeze, and the ringtone of a mobile phone echoed in the stillness. Xiao Hongli exerted herself to open her eyes, surveying the empty expanse of her bed with a bewildered gaze. She let out a couple of soft hums through her nose before disconnecting the call on her phone. Last night, she had been engrossed in a conversation with Chen Yipeng, completely oblivious to the passage of time, and only retired to rest around 3 in the morning. Rising early to engage in physical exercise, she thought to herself, "Youth is indeed a blessing." Xiao Hongli lay sprawled on her bed, stretching languidly, her eyes once again becoming unfocused and hazy. In less than a minute, she succumbed to slumber once more, gentle snores escaping her flared nostrils. Chen Yipeng returned from outside, and after washing up, peeked through the door, shaking his head in resignation before closing it gently once more. In the living room, Rong Xin arranged fruits and sunflower seeds on the coffee table, along with freshly made pastries. The sofa had been replaced with a brand new one, and pristine cups had been set out, already filled with tea leaves. This was the utmost courtesy the Chen family extended to guests. Zong Xin Wo An Un Gunten Slai. Knowing that her husband's comrade had successfully acquired the marriage certificate from the Xiao family, thus solidifying the engagement,